Once, the country spent billions to acquire the gifted leader, but now it had turned into something everyone despised, garbage. Even if, after the contract, 5 top-tier beast pets were sent, no one would care. This was because the leader could only control a limited beast space, and could store a maximum of 3 beasts. However, the moment I saw it, I decided to spend all my savings to make it my gift. Everyone thought my life was over, but they didn't know the pain of the leader's gift. As the host's gift was being tested, the system was matching the leader's gift to the host, and it succeeded. The strongest insect disaster system was loading, and these 2 pieces of information exploded in my mind. The leader enhanced the attack power of nearby allies, boosting the overall output of the team. The strongest insect disaster system, Talent 1, Insect Mother Contract any new insect species, and automatically generate one of the same kind. Talent 2, Points can be consumed, and points can be obtained through rare materials for killing fierce beasts. Talent 3, Beast Space, with no upper limit. The success rate for contracting insect beasts is 100%. After reading the introduction, I felt that this system and ability were absolutely perfect, especially Talent 3 and the Awakened Leader gift. They fit perfectly. In theory, I could create tens of thousands of insect warriors. When I stood in front of the Awakening Stone, grinning foolishly, the class teacher thought I had been struck hard. Su Ming, this talent depends on your number of contracted beasts, but everyone's beast space is limited. Only by constantly increasing your level can you expand your beast space, but the maximum limit is 3. Although the teacher didn't say it directly, he hinted that this ability was useless. Without the Awakened system, it wouldn't be of much use. The next person, Zhao Wu, awakened the Tiger Might talent. With this talent, he could intimidate opponents from the beginning of a fight. Zhao Wu's family also dealt with beast contracts, making him a model for beast masters. In the end, only 13 people in the class successfully awakened their talents. After awakening, everyone went home. Since contracting the first beast was crucial, it was the main beast for the beast exam. When I returned home, I saw my aunt's mocking gaze. My sister, Su Yuhan, had awakened the dragon beast talent Dragon Language, which allowed her to contract dragon beasts. The Su family had been a prestigious beast contracting family in Linhai City for decades. Only my sister and I awakened our talents this time. As I entered the hall, I saw my grandfather, Su Tianhu, sitting in the main seat. I had seen my grandfather before, but I didn't have much of an impression of him, as he only came back when the family had major matters. When I told him that I had awakened the leader gift, there was a soft sneer from the side. Su Yuhan, standing beside my aunt, looked at me with a proud expression. Though not as impressive as her dragon language, it was better than nothing. Go pick a beast from the treasure house, said my grandfather. Yuhan, your talent is special and rare. There are only 3 subspecies of dragon beasts in the family. You can try contracting them. Soon, my sister and I were taken to the treasure house. The vast treasure house, spanning thousands of acres, echoed with the roars of various beasts. Yuhan, follow me. Su Ming, you can explore here by yourself. Seeing my grandfather lead Su Yuhan away, it was clear that he favored my sister, who could contract dragon beasts. Following the signs, I soon arrived at the insect beast area. A translucent prompt box appeared before me. Name, Bladeworm, race value, low, with arms shaped like sharp blades. Name, Shieldworm, race value, low, with a shield like right arm, excellent defense. Name, Tiger Beetle, race value, mid, with tiger stripe patterns all over its body, strong attack and defense. Because of the infinite beast space, I hesitated not at all and immediately contracted them. With the system's help, the 3 insect beasts were contracted without resistance. Simultaneously, 3 corresponding insect mothers appeared in my beast space. The Bladeworm and Shieldworm mothers hatched 1 each in 3 hours, while the Tiger Beetle mother hatched 1 in 6 hours. Now, I only had to wait for them to produce, though it was a pity I didn't have consumption points to speed up the process. Fortunately, my family wasn't lacking in money. Just then, a dragon's roar rang out, and Su Yuhan had successfully contracted a dragon beast. When I returned to the hall, I saw a subdragon emitting a cold aura lying on Su Yuhan's shoulder. Su Tianhu saw me entering the hall and asked, Su Ming, what beast did you contract? I replied, I contracted 3 insect beasts, Tiger Beetle, Bladeworm, and Shieldworm. Seems like the distinction between dragon and insect is clear. My aunt spoke with a sneer. My mother, who had been silent until then, suddenly shouted angrily, did I say something wrong? My daughter contracted a dragon, and your son contracted insects. Isn't it obvious who's a dragon and who's an insect? Watch your words, big sister, my father said. Su Tianhu shouted angrily, enough. Today, Yuhan contracted the Ice-Winged Dragon. She will certainly secure a place among the dragon clan's strongest. Linhai is too small. After speaking, he took out a dragon blood bone. This will help your Ice-Winged Dragon purify its bloodline and it may become a true dragon in the future. Su Yuhan thanked him happily. Dad, isn't Su Ming your grandson? Why such favoritism? To my surprise, Su Tianhu didn't even look at us. Resources can only be given to those who can revive the family. What use is a bunch of insects? Without the family, you're nothing. In that case, I'll leave the Su family. This family is not worth staying in. Su Tianhu looked coldly at us. Once you leave this door, don't come back. The Su family's resources can only be used to nurture Yuhan.
It's just a sub-dragon. In the future, my insect beasts will be able to slay dragons. The insect tribe slaying dragons, I feel as if I've heard a ridiculous joke. Su Tianhu had no feelings towards Su Ming's words. He turned to Su Yuhan and said, "Yuhan, our family will fully nurture you. In 1 week's time, at the National Beast Taming Exam, you must achieve first place in Linhai and enter one of the 4 major beast taming universities."
"Yes, Grandpa." As they walked out of the Su family's gate, Su Ming looked at his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. Since the Su family doesn't want us, I will create an even stronger Su family. I won't let you two be worried."
Seeing Su Ming, his parents smiled kindly.
"Okay, Mom and Dad believe in you.
Over the years, we have saved quite a bit of money.
Leaving the Su family, we will be fine. Mom and Dad, I need some money." "Money? How much do you need?"
"The more, the better. When I participate in the beast taming exam, I want to let the Su family see whether her dragon is powerful or my insects are." Looking at Su Ming's determined eyes, Suja hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Alright, I will transfer it to you right away. The bank card has arrived, 1 million yuan. Hearing this number, Su Ming jumped up and kissed his parents.
"Love you."
Watching Su Ming run off quickly, Suja and his wife also smiled, seemingly unaffected by what had just happened.
"System, turn all my money into consumption points. 1 million dasha currency can be exchanged for 10,000 consumption points. Do you want to exchange?"
The prompt appeared before him, and Su Ming said without hesitation, "Yes."
Exchange successful. Current remaining consumption points, 10,000. Open my insect tribe beast panel.
Insect Mother 1, Shield Insect Mother. Produces Insect Tribe, Shield Insect.
Production speed, 3 hours per each.
Consume 1,000 points to increase the production speed to 2 hours per each. Consume 3,000 points to increase the production speed to 1 hour per each. Consume 7,000 points to increase the production speed to 30 minutes/each. Consume 30,000 points to evolve the Shield Insect Mother into the Giant Shield Insect Mother.
Insect Mother 1, Blade Insect Mother. Produces Insect Tribe, Blade Insect. Production speed, 3 hours per each.
Consume 1,000 points to increase the production speed to 2 hours per each. Consume 3,000 points to increase the production speed to 1 hour per each. Consume 7,000 points to increase the production speed to 30 minutes/each. Consume 30,000 points to evolve the Blade Insect Mother into the Berserk Blade Insect Mother.
Insect Mother 1, Tiger Beetle Mother. Produces Insect Tribe, Tiger Beetle. Production speed, 6 hours per each.
Consume 1,000 points to increase the production speed to 5 hours per each. Consume 3,000 points to increase the production speed to 4 hours per each. Consume 7,000 points to increase the production speed to 3 hours per each. Consume 60,000 points to evolve the Tiger Beetle Mother into the Tiger Head Armored Insect Mother. Looking at the information before him, Su Ming was immediately caught in a dilemma.
Right now, I only have 10,000 consumption points.
In 3 days, the school will organize an instance training session. Based on past rewards, first place can earn rewards worth around 1 million. Although it wouldn't be useful to me, if sold in the black market, I can at least get 1 million in return. Su Yuhan's Ice-Winged Dragon is indeed a sub-dragon species, but after all, it is only a juvenile form. As long as the number reaches a certain level, it can cause a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Su Ming decided to consume 3,000 points on each insect mother, directly increasing their production speed by 2 hours. In this way, in 3 days, the number of my beasts could exceed 100. Plus my beast taming talent, my insect army could gain even more power.
3 days later, at Qingsan Beast Taming High School, on the playground.
Everyone was excitedly introducing their contracted beasts to their classmates and friends. I contracted a high race value saber-toothed tiger.
With this, I will definitely aim for the top 3 in this instance trial.
Zhao Wu's voice rang out amidst the crowd. The race values ranged from low, middle, high, extraordinary, lord, respected lord, king, legend, to super god. The higher the race value, the stronger the beast's quality.
However, all newly awakened beast tamers could at most contract extraordinary level beasts. This is already the known limit.
Beasts beyond the extraordinary level will not choose to contract with a very weak beast master. To contract a lord level beast or above, at least a minimum level of 20 is required. The higher the race value of the beast, the stronger its arrogance, a forced contract might even backfire. Even Su Yuhan's Ice-Winged Dragon has only a high race value now, but her Ice-Winged Dragon just needs to grow, and its race value will rise on its own. The sub-dragon species can reach the lord level at most.
This is also why Su Yuhan, who can contract the Ice-Winged Dragon, is highly valued by the Su family. Chapter 4, School Rewards, Bloodline Purification Agent.
Su Ming stood in the crowd, in front of a transparent panel from the system. I currently have 78 shield bugs and 78 blade bugs, and there are also 25 tiger beetles. It will probably take 1 or 2 more hours to go to the dungeon. The bug mother can also hatch once more, close to 200 bug-type beasts.
This trial should not have too many problems.
Su Ming calculated in his heart that although the race values of shield bugs and blade bugs are low, their numbers are large. Moreover, none of the beast masters have yet leveled up their beasts, and his beast talent can increase their strength by 0.2 times. With over 100 bug beasts all increasing their strength by 0.2 times, this is a result of a qualitative transformation from a quantitative change. Considering this, his advantage is still significant. While Su Ming was pondering how to fight after entering the dungeon, Zhao Wu suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Ming, I heard you contracted the bug-type beasts and were driven out of your family. Looking up, Zhao Wu was standing there with his arms crossed, a teasing expression on his face.
Get lost.
Su Ming didn't want to say another word to someone like him. He knew Zhao Wu's intentions very well. He simply wanted to pursue Su Yuhan and wanted to suppress him first. After being told to get lost by Su Ming, Zhao Wu was furious.
Su Ming, do you think you are still a member of the Su family?
With those few bugs you contracted, my saber-toothed tiger could crush a bunch with one step.
If you call me Brother Wu, I might help you in the dungeon.
Zhao Wu looked at Su Ming with a proud face, as if waiting for Su Ming to cling to him.
With your little kitty, how dare you show off in front of me? Su Ming, do you really want to die? Do you believe I can make you unable to kill a single ferocious beast in the dungeon? Hee, then I want to see how you can make me unable to kill a ferocious beast.
Zhao Wu pointed his finger at Su Ming, gritting his teeth as he said, "Alright, let's see in the dungeon." At this moment, the school leaders also walked onto the stage.
The principal stood at the microphone holding a speech.
Students, it has been 3 days since you awakened your Beastmaster talent, and among the more than 3,000 students in our Qingxin this year, an amazing 411 students have awakened their Beastmaster talent, setting a new historical record. Furthermore, some students have awakened rare Beastmaster talents, such as Su Yuhan from Class 6, Senior 3, who awakened the Dragon Speaker talent and successfully contracted a sub-dragon-type beast.
As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to Su Yuhan, who stood at the front. Admiring voices echoed among the students.
I believe everyone has contracted their own beasts. While Beastmaster talent is important, training beasts does not solely rely on talent. For example, our mighty figure of Daxia, Lin Jianfang, does not have a Beastmaster talent but still managed to train his beast to the king level. Today, all students of Qingxin Beastmaster High will head to the dungeon for their first practical training. This rare opportunity is precious, so I hope everyone seizes this chance for real combat and achieves good results in this practical trial. The school will reward those who perform excellently. The first place can win a bottle of bloodline purification potion, and the second and third places can receive 500,000 in cash rewards. Facing the school's rewards, most people were extremely excited. Cultivating beasts requires a lot of money, and the materials needed for beast evolution and bloodline purification are extremely expensive, even priceless and unavailable. When Su Ming heard about the bloodline purification potion as a reward, he was stunned. This is a reward worth over 3 million, capable of purifying the bloodline within a beast. Moreover, the bloodline purification potion is strictly controlled by the state and is a treasure that is rare and precious. Even for the Su family, acquiring this would be very difficult. To his surprise, the school actually offered this as the first place reward. And everyone seemed to already have an answer in their hearts about who this reward was prepared for. Su Yuhan, who contracted the dragon species, was bound to be the first place in this trial. If the Ice-Winged Dragon could enhance its bloodline again, its strength would become even more terrifying in the upcoming beast examination. The school really invested a lot this time. Our Qingxin hasn't had anyone achieve the top score for the beast examination in years. It's hard not to think that the principal wants to redeem himself with Su Yuhan. TSK, why go through all this trouble? Just give it directly to Su Yuhan. That wouldn't be the same, anyway, it's certainly Su Yuhan's. I just hope to get a reward of 100,000 or 80,000. With the rewards announced, the students below were all extremely excited. The principal then said, "Students, the rewards have been announced. The difficulty of the instance is very low, and there is basically not much danger. You will soon receive a positioning watch that clearly divides the distribution of fierce beasts within the instance, and you will need this to calculate your scores as you enter the instance to kill fierce beasts. Be sure to practice according to your true strength after entering the instance, do not be overconfident. There are fierce beasts of level 5 in the instance, located in the core area, which is still very dangerous for you. So if you are not confident, try to stay on the outskirts. Finally, I wish everyone great success in this practical training and valuable experience." As soon as the principal finished speaking, a thunderous round of applause erupted from the audience. Soon, Su Ming received the watch prepared for them by the school. The map inside the watch used 4 colors, yellow, green, blue, and red, to divide the entire instance area. The instance area presented a fan shape. The yellow area had fierce beasts of level 1, occupying about 1/3 of the instance and was the outermost area of the instance. Next was the green area, where fierce beasts were level 2, followed by the blue area with level 3 fierce beasts. The core area in red had fierce beasts at level 4, with even level 5 fierce beasts present. The map was very detailed, even marking the main types of fierce beasts distributed in each area. With this map, it will indeed be much more convenient. After putting on the watch, a person suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming. Looking up, it turned out to be Su Yuhan.
Su Yuhan?
Su Ming, I came to tell you that you don't need to compare yourself with me. Since you contracted those 3 bugs, our starting gap has been established here. Don't blame Grandpa for being biased, you can still rely on the Su family to improve your strength.
Hearing Su Yuhan's words, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. So you mean you actually care about me? Shouldn't I thank you?
That's just the truth.
So you mean your dragon is better than my bugs? Su Yuhan looked at Su Ming, feeling unbelievable about his words.
I am just kindly reminding you, if you want to rely on yourself and those 3 bugs, you might not even get into university. In that case, you'll still embarrass the Su family.
Hey, Miss Su, my parents and I are no longer part of your Su family, and whether I get into college is none of your business.
Then just take care of yourself.
Chapter 5, The Hunt Begins, A Rapid Level Up. Watching Su Yuhan walk away, Su Ming smirked dismissively. Contracting a Yalong really thinks highly of herself.
This system of mine, even if you contract a true dragon, would still not be your match. Not far away, Zhao Wu also saw the argument between Su Yun and Su Yuhan.
This Su Ming is truly seeking death.
A person beside Zhao Wu cursed.
How dare this Su Ming pick on Su Yuhan, will make him pay in the instance.
Brother Wu, in our school, no one deserves Su Yuhan more than you.
It was well known that Zhao Wu liked Su Yuhan.
After Su Yuhan had contracted a Yalong, Zhao Wu's affection for her was even more obvious. He gladly accepted the flattery from those around him.
His gaze towards Su Ming turned somewhat sinister.
At the entrance of the instance, over 3,000 students divided into 10 teams, queuing to enter through 10 passages. This instance was developed specifically by Linghai City for students who had just contracted their beasts to practice in real combat. The trial time for the instance was set at 12 hours, calculated based on the time each person entered the instance.
The environment of the instance was set as a combination of grassland and forest.
As soon as Su Ming entered, he found himself in the grassland area, where every blade of grass was over half a meter high. The wind blowing revealed hidden beasts lurking in the grass. This area is still yellow, these beasts are only level 1, thank goodness. Su Ming checked his location on his watch and realized he was at the very edge of the instance. Facing these level 1 beasts, Su Ming felt little pressure, he thought and released 40 shield bugs and blade bugs. The density of beasts in this grassland wasn't too high, and the shield bugs and blade bugs could combine to swiftly locate the beasts' positions. The 40 shield bugs and blade bugs quickly landed and began searching for beasts according to Su Ming's instructions. Swish, swish, swish.
In an instant, the grass rustled with movement.
The blade bugs were incredibly fast. Upon spotting a beast, they leaped high, swinging their arms and cutting down the half-meter-high grass like butter.
The beast's figure emerged before them.
Seeing the blade bugs, the beast showed no fear. It turned and lunged forward, but just as it approached the blade bugs, a shield bug suddenly blocked the path between the blade bug and the large-eared mouse.
Boom!
At that moment, 2 more blade bugs appeared behind, swoosh.
The gleam of blades flashed, and the large-eared mouse was sliced into 3 pieces. Successfully killed level 1 large-eared mouse, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Great cooperation.
Su Ming had not instructed them, yet the synergy between the blade bugs and shield bugs in their first battle satisfied him immensely. The blade bugs went on the offense while the shield bugs provided defense. Since that's the case, let's clear this entire area. Su Ming thought and commanded all blade bugs and shield bugs, except for the tiger armored bug, to enter the grassy area. Immediately, a stream of successful kill notifications flashed before Su Ming's eyes.
Successfully killed level 1 large-eared mouse, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed level 1 large-eared mouse, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed level 1 large-eared mouse, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. In less than an hour, Su Ming's level jumped from level 1 to level 2. This is the advantage of the insect tribe. Su Ming rejoiced, the efficiency was simply unparalleled.
He wondered how many levels he could rise within just a day's time. Since I have already reached level 2, this level 1 area is no longer suitable for my training. Thinking this, Su Ming headed directly toward the green area. The level 2 beasts would grant him 20 experience points upon defeat, and in the area of level 1 vicious beasts, not only will it slow down one's upgrading speed, it will also affect one's results. Based on strength, Su Yuhan is very likely to directly enter the area of level 2 vicious beasts right from the start. Outside the dungeon, the school leaders sat together, waiting for the students. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them.
Master Su. Why are you here?
The principal saw that the visitor was none other than the current head of the Su family, Su Tianhu.
In response to the principal's inquiry, Su Tianhu smiled and said, "My granddaughter's first real battle was quite boring at home, so I thought to come here and take a look."
Then Master Su, you arrived too early.
The students' results will be transmitted back in 6 hours, it has only been an hour.
No worries, no worries. The principal invited Su Tianhu to sit down. Master Su, this year Su Yuhan was able to contract a sub-dragon species, no one in the entire city can match her.
Unless something unexpected happens, she will take first place in this trial.
After absorbing the bloodline purifying agent, she will definitely be the top scholar in the city. Thank you for your help, Principal. The Su family will remember it. Su Tianhu knew that the bloodline purifying agent, a resource controlled by the state, was definitely a privilege given to Su Yuhan by the school. It's only right, Su Yuhan performs well, and our school will benefit from it too.
The principal also smiled in agreement. By the way, Master Su, Su Ming has also awakened his talent.
Why did he choose to contract with the insect tribe? It's such a waste of talent.
The principal said with a look of regret.
Hearing Su Ming's name, Su Tianhu's expression instantly changed.
Principal, that Su Ming has already been expelled from the Su family. He is no longer a member of the Su family.
Expelled from the Su family?
The principal was also somewhat surprised. While Su Tianhu huffed with anger, he is useless and wants the same resources as Yuhan. Since he wants to leave the family, I simply fulfilled his wish. Hearing this, the principal and other school leaders also shared an awkward smile. The area of level 2 vicious beasts has already entered the forest. As soon as Su Ming entered, he encountered a level 2 giant-toothed rabbit. In less than one breath's time, it was directly swept away by his insect army.
Successfully killed level 2 giant-toothed rabbit, experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20.
The giant-toothed rabbit is a social animal, there must be a nest nearby.
Find it and kill them all. Most lower-level vicious beasts are social creatures. This dungeon is no exception, the purpose is to give newcomers more opportunities to level up.
Soon after, in less than 2 hours, Su Ming's level rose again to level 3. I have not been in the dungeon for 3 hours yet, and my level has already broken through to level 3. Such speed, I doubt there are few who can surpass me. Su Ming calculated in his heart. As his level increased, the strength of the insect beasts in his hands also rose. It should be noted that he hadn't even let the tiger armor beetle join the battle yet.
Insect beasts are weak, it's simply laughable. I wonder who would win if my insect army faced Su Yuhan's Icewing Dragon.
Then, Su Ming chose not to linger in the area of level 2 vicious beasts. He directly entered the area of level 3 vicious beasts. At the same time, in the area of level 1 vicious beasts.
Zhao Wu, who was searching for Su Ming's trace, was also feeling quite puzzled. What's going on? Why can't I find this kid Su Ming? Brother Wu, could he be hiding, knowing we are looking for him to settle scores?
Definitely, with those few bugs of his, they wouldn't be enough to give us the saber-toothed tiger's teeth. At this moment, Zhao Wu also said, forget it, let's not look for him anymore. We should focus on leveling up and not let this guy affect my results.
Chapter 6, Is the watch broken? How could Su Ming be first? Outside the dungeon, 3 hours had already passed. Su Tianhu could not wait to ask, Principal, has the time been up? Have the results come back? It should be ready. The principal nodded. He quickly dialed the phone.
Soon, the big screen above the dungeon center slowly lit up.
One name after another, one score after another appeared before everyone's eyes. Su Tianhu stared at the information on the screen, suddenly frozen in place.
First place, Su Ming, score, 2190.
Second place, Su Yuhan, score, 1580.
Third place, Yen Bin, score, 1370.
Principal, is there something wrong with the scores that came back? The principal also looked at the numbers, stunned. Why is Su Ming's score so much higher? Could it be that the watch is broken? Su Tianhu asked. The principal shook his head and said, that's impossible. These watches are all certified, they won't break. Even if there's a minor issue, the scores won't be counted. Then how could Su Ming have a higher score than Yuhan? Su Tianhu clearly did not believe it.
The principal chuckled, head of the Su family, Su Ming is, after all, of your Su family bloodline. Although I don't quite understand how Su Ming achieved such a score, it can be proven that Su Ming has his own talent now, perhaps that's why he chose to contract with the insect race.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible, how can bugs compare to dragons?
Su Tianhu shook his head, Principal, when the time is up, make sure to check Su Ming's watch to see if it's broken.
Sigh, fine, I will do that. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed.
Su Ming's level had now broken through to level 5, directly entering the core area of the dungeon to start his massacre. At this point, no one else had reached this level. Therefore, no one came to the core area at all. Su Yan even released all of his tiger-armored bugs. Fighting alone, his insect warriors were still no match. But the sheer number made up for it. Moreover, the bug mother was continuously producing, and his consumption points had now reached 6,800. Adding the previous leftover 1,000 points, he now had 7,800 points. With this point total, Su Ming directly increased the production speed of the tiger-armored bugs without hesitation. This feels great. The consumption points from killing beasts seem to come in much faster than buying them. The points corresponded to the experience he gained. As he leveled up in the future, the beasts he killed would also be of higher levels. His consumption points would increase accordingly. Let's go, what's wrong with bugs? With more bugs, I can slay dragons too. He wanted to seize this opportunity to level up quickly. This way, he could head to higher level dungeons and face even stronger beasts. Thinking this way, Su Ming already had a rough training plan in his heart, ensuring that he could be at his strongest before the Beast Master exam. Once his level broke through to level 5, all the beasts in the dungeon could no longer be his opponents. Although in battle, Su Ming did lose a few blade bugs and shield bugs. However, compared to the bug mother's production speed, this loss would not affect Su Ming at all. Now, his insect army had exceeded 200. These 200 insect beasts swept through the dungeon like a swarm of locusts. The higher the level, the more experience was needed for leveling up. But for Su Ming, although his level had broken through to level 5, his leveling speed had not slowed down much compared to before. The number of beasts in the core area was not much. Su Ming spent less than 3 hours to clear out all the beasts over level 4 in the core area of the dungeon. And now, Su Ming's level had already broken through to level 6. There were 3 hours left until the assessment ended. There are no more beasts? In this case, I can only choose to return to the area of level 3 beasts. Su Ming felt helpless, and in this case, his leveling speed. It would be much slower. Reclaiming his insect army, Su Ming immediately returned to the living area of the level 3 ferocious beasts. Just as he returned to the blue area where the level 3 ferocious beasts were located, Su Ming heard a familiar voice. Su Ming. So this is where you're hiding, no wonder I couldn't find you. Zhao Wu. Su Ming looked at the newcomer, and beside Zhao Wu, there was a saber-toothed tiger, over 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, glaring fiercely at him. You've been looking for me? I said I would teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to run all the way to the level 3 ferocious beast area to hide from me, and to still be alive. Seeing Zhao Wu's confidence, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Get lost, I don't have time for you. To Su Ming, Zhao Wu was just a clown. Getting entangled with him was simply a waste of time for leveling up. You really are arrogant. Just relying on those few bugs, you dare to act tough with me? In this dungeon, if I kill you, no one will know. Zhao Wu was instantly enraged by Su Ming's words. Saber-toothed tiger, teach him a lesson. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger roared and pounced directly at Su Ming. It's you who are looking for death, so don't blame me. Su Ming shouted, and in the next second, hundreds of insect beasts flew out and brushed past the saber-toothed tiger. In an instant, the roaring saber-toothed tiger was devoured by Su Ming's blade bugs, shield bugs, and tiger armor bugs. By the time it landed in front of Su Ming, only a skeleton remained. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wu was stunned. Dense swarms of insect beasts surrounded him. This. Su Ming, how do you have so many bugs? Zhao Wu panicked, his beast was killed in an instant, and he couldn't understand how Su Ming could possess so many insect beasts. This had already exceeded his comprehension. The dead don't need to know so much. What, you want to kill me? Zhao Wu panicked, Su Ming, you can't kill me, we are classmates. Hee, classmates, if I were weaker than you, I would have probably become your saber-toothed tiger's meal by now. Su Ming showed no mercy and waved his hand. Zhao Wu, along with the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, was completely swept away. After doing all this, Su Ming slowly let out a breath. Su Ming considered himself not a person who took pleasure in killing, but for someone who held unnecessary hostility towards him and even wanted to kill him, taking their life was hardly regrettable. But the act of killing Zhao Wu must remain absolutely confidential. The Zhao family has significant power, and if they entangle me now, it could be troublesome. Deaths in dungeons were common, so as long as he erased the traces of killing Zhao Wu, he did not need to worry about anything else. I've wasted almost 10 minutes because of this Zhao Wu, wasting my time by that much. Chapter 7, Trial ended, first in points. Outside the dungeon, looking at Su Ming's seemingly outrageous achievements. Even the usually composed principal couldn't help but swallow hard. Principal, if this score isn't a watch error, is it possible for a beast master who just contracted a few insect-type beasts to achieve this? Su Tianhu pointed to the scores above, seemingly going mad, trying to prove that the numbers were caused by a malfunction. But faced with Su Tianhu's words, the principal shook his head and said, "The more this is the case, the more it proves that the scoring watch is working normally, because if there was an anomaly, we would have received reports of the abnormal records, it wouldn't remain this long without being reported." The principal looked at Su Tianhu and slowly said, "Perhaps Su Ming has some means we don't know about, anything can happen with a beast master."
This. Su Tianhu sat down weakly, staring blankly at the numbers above.
In the last 3 hours, Su Ming was still crazily harvesting ferocious beasts in the dungeon. During this time, he also met quite a few classmates. They were all shocked when they saw the huge number of his bug beasts. So many bug beasts made many people curious, and they started asking Su Ming questions. But Su Ming had no intention of explaining anything. He knew that his system's power would be exposed eventually.
There was no doubt about that. Rather than hiding it, it was better to let everyone know directly. After all, in the world of beast tamers, anything could happen. He had already thought of an excuse. He would just say that part of his system's power was actually his beast taming talent. A talent that allowed him to copy his own bug beasts. After all, beast taming talents were not always detectable, and while people with dual beast talents were rare, they did exist. As for beast taming space, some people were just born with larger spaces. No one could see inside a beast tamer's beast space, so no one could prove if what Su Ming said was true or false. But everything did exist in reality.
In this way, not only could everyone know that his talent was powerful, he could also receive a lot of resources. It would also save him from explaining why the number of his bug beasts kept increasing in the future. 3 hours later, because the beasts he killed were all low level, Su Ming's level stayed at level 6. There was no improvement, but the good thing was that he now had 2,600 usage points.
After 12 hours ended, Su Ming felt a strong power appear on his body.
Without giving him any time to react, that power directly threw him out of the dungeon space. At the same time, the others also started coming out of the dungeon space one after another. All the teachers were counting the students in their own classes.
At this time, the teacher from Su Ming's class ran anxiously to the principal. "Principal, student Zhao Wu still hasn't come out."
Based on the time he entered the dungeon, he should have been one of the first to come out.
"What?"
The principal's face changed.
Although there were always risks when entering the dungeon.
If a beast tamer actually died, and it was someone who had awakened a beast taming talent, then he would also bear some responsibility.
Also, Zhao Wu's family was not weak.
If the Zhao family came to the school to cause trouble, it would be a big headache.
"Are you sure?" The teacher nodded.
The principal helplessly slapped his own forehead. As long as a person was alive, even with just one breath left, the dungeon would forcefully push them out. Now that he hadn't come out, it already proved that Zhao Wu had died inside the dungeon. Organize people to go into the dungeon and search.
If he's alive, we want to see him.
If he's dead, we need the body.
Principal, that might be very hard. We don't know when Zhao Wu died. If he was killed by a fierce beast, maybe not even the body is left.
The principal understood the teacher's words. He sighed and said, "Just do your best to find him." Even so, the principal still held back the panic in his heart and walked to stand in front of all the students. "Students, congratulations on finishing this real battle.
I believe all of you are curious about your results. Now, you can open your scoring watches. It will show your points and your rank.
The school will also export the full list soon.
Students with outstanding results will receive the rewards we promised before."
As soon as the principal finished speaking, everyone couldn't wait to check their scores and rankings. Su Ming also nervously looked at his own score and ranking.
Score, 8,600. Rank, 1.
Seeing that he was ranked first, Su Ming finally felt at ease. But then he thought again, it was not really surprising. All the beasts above level 4 had been wiped out by him. It was basically impossible for anyone else to surpass him.
Who's number 1? Who's number 1? It must be Su Yuhan. Do you even need to ask?
Yeah, her sub-dragon beast is.
Level 1 can be used as level 2. All eyes turned to Su Yuhan in the crowd. At this moment, Su Yuhan's best friend also said, "Yuhan, how many points did you get? You must be first, right?"
Su Yuhan looked at her score, her face flushed red, and softly said, "My rank is second, not first." A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Although Su Yuhan's voice was small, it immediately spread into everyone's ears.
"No way, if it's not Su Yuhan, then who could it be?
Apart from her, I can't think of anyone who could take first place." Su Yuhan's best friend also asked in confusion, "Yuhan, with your strength, you should have easily taken first place.
Why is it second?"
"In the core area of the dungeon, I don't know why all the high-level beasts were killed, and when I got there, I couldn't find any beasts."
"What? All of them were killed? How is that possible?" Is there someone who reached the core area faster than you?
At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, I know who it is.
It's Su Ming.
Everyone's gaze turned to Su Ming.
I've seen his beast pets. He has a lot of insect beasts, densely packed and very terrifying.
At this time, the principal, standing above, spoke, Students, you guessed it right, the first place is indeed Su Ming. His score reached a record-breaking 8,600 points, the highest score ever in Linhai City.
Damn, 8,600 points. I haven't even scored that much in total. This guy is ruthless. Didn't he contract a few insect beasts? How could he be so strong?
In fact, the principal also had many doubts in his heart. He couldn't wait to know why Su Ming was so strong.
Students, the first dungeon trial has ended. Next up is the Beastmaster's exam, which is crucial to your future.
Everyone must diligently train, improve your level, and enhance your beast's power.
Now, you can all return home.
Su Ming and the other top 100 students will follow the teacher back to the school to collect your rewards.
Qingxin Beastmaster High School, Principal's Office.
Su Ming had just returned to the school with others when he was called to the principal's office alone.
Following the principal, Su Ming entered the office.
Su Ming, have a seat.
Thank you, Principal.
The two had just sat down when the principal took out a bottle of blood-red liquid from his hands.
Su Ming, this is your reward.
Su Ming looked at the blood-red liquid in a special container on the desk.
Is this the bloodline purification potion?
Yes, originally this was prepared for Su Yuhan, to help her Yalongs improve their bloodline. But unexpectedly, your results are so outstanding. The principal explained without any hesitation.
Principal, you called me here alone. It can't just be to give me a reward, right?
Su Ming said as he placed the bloodline purification potion into a small storage ring on his finger.
In response to Su Ming's question, the principal laughed generously. Ah, that's right. I know about the beasts you contracted, Su Ming.
A shield bug, a blade bug, a tiger beetle. With such strength, you shouldn't be able to achieve such results.
How did you do it? As expected.
Su Ming thought to himself.
His strength would definitely attract a lot of curiosity. Principal, I'll tell you, but I hope you can keep it a secret. I don't want anyone to know before the Beastmaster's exam.
The principal nodded and said, Don't worry, you can trust me. Su Ming wasn't too confident about the principal's guarantee, but he mentioned it casually. Principal, actually, that day when I awakened my talent, I didn't just awaken one talent.
What? Could it be that you have dual talents?
The principal stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open as he stared at Su Ming.
Yes, my second talent is insect replication. I can replicate insect creatures.
It does take time, but fortunately, not too long.
Replication. What does that mean?
The principal looked at Su Ming with curiosity. This talent, he had never heard of before. Su Ming explained, although I have only contracted 3 insect beasts, I can use my talent to replicate these 3 insect beasts, but only the insect beasts. But how can your beast-controlling space hold that? Hearing this, Su Ming forced a smile and said, It seems to be prepared for me.
My beast-controlling space seems larger than others. I guess the dual talent causes this.
That's right, it's very likely. People with dual talents are extremely rare even in the history of the Great Xia. I didn't expect it to appear in the school during my tenure. The principal thought to himself that he was about to become successful. The school had produced a future beast-controlling powerhouse of Great Xia. Naturally, he, as the principal, would take credit for it. As for Zhao Wu's death, he had long forgotten about it. No wonder you chose to contract insect beasts, it turns out there's such a relationship.
But why didn't you say so? You fell out with your grandfather and left your family.
The Su family still has a certain say in Linhai. The principal asked, puzzled, knowing that the Su family was among the top wealthy families in Linhai. Su Ming replied with a bitter smile, No one asked me, and after I contracted the insect beasts, they looked down on me.
Since that's the case, I don't feel like saying much. Leaving the Su family, I can still become strong.
Hearing Su Ming's words, the principal nodded, also sensing from Su Ming's tone that it was basically impossible to bring him back to the Su family. Su Tianhu, oh Su Tianhu, having lived so long, you actually missed it with your own grandson. The principal felt regret for Su Tianhu in his heart.
Principal, do you have any more questions? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Ah. Oh, there's nothing else. Su Ming, this matter is very important. I may still need to report to higher-ups. Talents like yours can receive special care from our Great Xia government, which is very beneficial for your future cultivation.
Alright.
Su Ming showed some hesitation before agreeing.
Okay, you can go back. I believe you will achieve good results in the major exam.
Su Ming nodded and said,
thank you, principal. Just as Su Ming was about to step out, the principal suddenly called out to him again. Su Ming, did you see Zhao Wu in the instance? No. Without hesitation, Su Ming replied directly. Oh, well, that's fine. Go back and rest.
After Su Ming left, the principal sat in his office, pondering.
Before long, he stood up and went to his desk. Hello, Instance Center?
This is Yang Jing. There's no need to investigate Zhao Wu's matter, he should have been killed by a ferocious beast. After hanging up, Yang Jing slowly sat down. He had just learned about the conflict between Su Ming and Zhao Wu before the trial. No matter whether Su Ming was the one who killed him or not, he had to ensure Su Ming's safety. But Su Ming was unaware of all this. As he just arrived at the school gate, he saw Su Yuhan standing there. It seemed she was waiting specifically for him. Su Ming didn't want to pay her any attention and walked past her.
Su Ming, can't you see me? I see you, what's wrong? Su Ming replied indifferently. How did you get first place? What's the extent of your strength? No comment.
Su Ming answered dismissively, ready to leave, but Su Yuhan called out to him again.
Su Ming, were you responsible for all the ferocious beasts in the core area? So? Miss Su, do you expect me to let you have the ferocious beasts in the instance? Su Ming's words caused Su Yuhan's face to turn red. She turned around, glaring at Su Ming angrily and said, "Sell me the bloodline purification agent." I won't sell.
Su Ming tried to leave, but Su Yuhan rushed in front of him again.
I need that bloodline purification agent. Who doesn't need it? You're really funny. As Su Ming spoke, he took out the bloodline purification agent and said, You want it? Sure, but 6 million. 5 million. Are you robbing me? The market price for the bloodline purification agent is only 3 million. Then why don't you go buy it at the market? If you can get it, you're impressive. I don't have that much money. At this moment, Su Yuhan seemed a bit shy and said, Given our family ties, could you lower the price a bit? 7 million. Why is the price going up again? Do you want it or not? Su Ming looked at Su Yuhan, with no sign of negotiation on his face. Just 6 million. I only have 4 million right now. The remaining 2 million, I will give you tomorrow. You just give me the bloodline purification agent first. No way, cash for goods. Once this village passes, this shop won't be here anymore.
I was already planning to sell it. I believe many people would want to spend money on the bloodline purification agent.
Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Yuhan also panicked.
For her ice-winged dragon, this bloodline purification agent was extremely important, even though the purification effect was not as strong as imagined.
But having it is better than not having it.
Chapter 9, Evolving Mother Worm, Advanced Beast Control Tiger Head Armored Worm.
Su Ming.
Su Yuhan shouted at Su Ming, seeing that he remained unmoved. Angered, her chest heaved up and down, and helplessly, she could only take out her phone and walk aside. Soon, she returned to Su Ming's front.
Your card number, input it.
Looking at the interface she handed over, Su Ming glanced at it. He directly inputted his card number.
A few seconds later, Su Ming's phone vibrated. Alright, hand over the bloodline purification agent to me.
Su Ming took out his phone, looking at the 6 million that had arrived in his bank account. He could not help but think, she really is a rich lady, I should have asked for 10 million at that time. Here you go. Su Ming handed the bloodline purification agent to Su Yuhan.
Thank you.
I will come to you for such business in the future.
Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Yuhan was incredibly furious.
Su Ming, just wait, during the big exam, I won't lose to you again.
Speaking too early may not be good.
After receiving 6 million dasha coins, Su Ming felt no hesitation and directly converted it into 60,000 consumption points. This way, he could continue to increase the production speed of his mother worm. My current production speed, by the time of the big exam, the number will be able to exceed 1,000. But if facing a sub-dragon species like Su Yuhan's, with a racial value reaching extraordinary levels, I will surely suffer a loss. Who knows, with one dragon breath from the opponent, my bugs might die quite a few, so I should still have some strong bug beasts. Thinking of this, Su Ming decided to evolve his tiger armored mother worm directly into a tiger head armored worm with high racial values. High racial value bug beasts do exist, but in this small place of Lehigh, they are simply unavailable.
If I evolve my mother worm, will the originally produced bug beasts also evolve along? Su Ming asked the system.
No, after the evolution of the mother worm will be able to produce evolved bug beasts and also lower-level bug beasts. The production speed of the two types of bug beasts is separated. The host can require the mother worm to produce according to his needs. With 60,260 consumption points, after thinking for a long time,
He finally gritted his teeth and said, I want to evolve the tiger-armored mother worm into a tiger-head-armored worm mother. Do you want to spend 60,000 consumption points to evolve the tiger-armored mother worm into a tiger-head-armored worm mother? Yes. Evolution successful, you can now require the tiger-head-armored worm mother to produce. With a thought, the information of the evolved tiger-head-armored worm mother appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Name, tiger-head-armored worm mother. Can produce bug beasts, tiger-armored worm, 3 hours per each, tiger-head-armored worm, 12 hours per each. Spend 12,000 points, increase production speed of tiger-armored worm to 2 hours per each. Spend 18,000 points, increase production speed of tiger-armored worm to 1 hour per each. Spend 3,000 points, increase production speed of tiger-head-armored worm to 11 hours per each. Spend 7,000 points, increase production speed of tiger-head-armored worm to 10 hours per each. Spend 150000 points, evolve tiger-head-armored worm mother into devouring tiger worm mother. From the next bug beast on. Only produce tiger armor insects. The insect mother received her command and, after producing the last tiger beetle, began to create tiger armor insects. This way, by the time of the big exam, my insect army will have both quality and quantity. Next, I can enter the dungeon to farm fierce beasts. This will both level me up and accumulate expenditure points. Before the big exam arrives, perhaps I can evolve the blade insect and shield insect mothers once or speed up their production rate. All of these will greatly enhance my strength, with no downsides. As Su Ming walked on his way home, he was calculating his future training direction and goals. The big exam takes place every year from June 7th to June 8th, lasting for 1 day. The examination method is not much different from this time, it's just that the big exam has nearly 1 million people taking it at once across the province, and each province is divided into several examination zones. The number of examinees in each zone also exceeds 10,000. For instance, Linghai forms a large zone with 2 neighboring cities, reaching an exam population of 50,000, which is already the smallest number among all zones. It is now June 1st, 5 days remain until the exam, and Su Ming has already made plans. Starting tomorrow, he will frantically enter the dungeons to farm fierce beasts. He is already at level 6, but his overall strength makes him fearless even against level 9 or even level 10 fierce beasts. Before the big exam, I aim to raise my level to 11 or even 12. That would be very solid. Su Ming thought to himself. Before long, he returned home. Even though he had separated from the Su family, Su Ming's family still had a standalone villa. As soon as he entered the door, Su Ming sensed something was off. Arriving at the hall on the first floor, he saw his grandfather Su Tianhu sitting there. His parents were sitting beside him. Su Ming, you're back. Su Ming's mother immediately walked over and pulled Su Ming to stand before Su Tianhu. The grandfather and grandson exchanged glances, and Su Tianhu said flatly, You sold the bloodline purification agent to Su Yuhan for 6 million, didn't you? Yes, I wanted to sell, and she wanted to buy. It's very reasonable, you wouldn't come here to lecture me about this, would you? Su Ming's words carried no politeness. At that moment, Su Ming's father also looked at him and said, Su Ming, speak properly. Dad, I remember we have already left the Su family, right? From the moment they made that choice. Bang! Su Ming, do you know who you are talking to? Su Tianhu slammed the table and stood up, his gaze fierce like a tiger, glaring at Su Ming. I know. That's why you are here, is there something you want? Su Ming crossed his arms, showing no fear. Su Tianhu stared hard at Su Ming, then nodded and said, Good. 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 I want to see just how great your achievements will be. Even if it's playing with bugs, just like the heavens, it's still playing with bugs. After saying that, Su Tianhu glanced at Su Ming's parents. Humph. Watching Su Tianhu leave, Su Ming's father immediately walked up to Su Ming and said, Son, what's wrong with you, speaking to your grandfather like that? Mom and Dad, you should know about my practical performance results in the dungeon today, right? Son, how did you do it? Did you cheat? Su Ming's mother's words made Su Ming smile bitterly. Mom, how could that be? I'm not that amazing. Mom and Dad, don't worry. It doesn't matter if we don't return to the Su family. I will protect you well. As for why I got first place, I'll let you in on a secret, your son has dual talents. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's parents were instantly stunned in place. After a long while, Su Ming's mother let out a sharp scream and directly hugged Su Ming, saying, Son, you're amazing. Suja's eyes were also filled with tears. Son, so this means you intentionally contracted with the insect race? My talent is related to the insect race, so I can only contract with them. Great. I knew it. My son could never randomly contract with insect beasts. Chapter 10, Intermediate Desert Dungeon, Intermediate Beast Master Scorpion King. The next morning, Su Ming arrived at the dungeon center early. Despite coming very early, there were already many beast masters in the center who had just contracted their beasts, selecting dungeons for training.
Because the dungeons are limited and each dungeon has a limited capacity, everyone arrived quite early.
Su Ming came to the self-service dungeon machine and took out his ID for verification.
Immediately, a pop-up appeared on the machine screen. Please select dungeon difficulty, level 1 to 5, beginner, level 6 to 10, intermediate, level 11 to 20, advanced.
I choose 6 to 10, the intermediate dungeon.
Su Ming decisively chose the difficulty of 6 to 10, and various dungeons appeared before him. Linhai City is small, and the number of dungeons that the center's teleportation array connects to is limited. There are only 5 intermediate dungeons available.
Su Ming's gaze swept over, and after choosing a desert dungeon, he confirmed his choice.
Level 6 to 10, intermediate, desert dungeon, time limit 12 hours, costs 3,000 daxia coins.
Hiss, it's really not cheap.
Su Ming had spent most of his money on converting it to consumption points, leaving only tens of thousands for emergencies. Fortunately, there is still a bit of money, or else I couldn't even enter the dungeon.
Payment successful. Spend 500 daxia coins to rent a navigation watch. Navigation watch, a good thing.
Su Ming immediately paid another 500, and the machine spat out a watch. As for the deposit, there is no need to worry. Unless he never enters a dungeon again, he will need to pay for the watch the next time he wants to enter a dungeon. Then Su Ming took his ID and selected an intermediate teleportation entrance, verified his identity, and walked in directly. Many people in the dungeon center recognized Su Ming.
I can't be wrong, it seems Su Ming has entered the intermediate teleportation entrance. The beasts in the intermediate dungeon are level 6 to 10, no way. There's no doubt about it, but it seems about right. Hadn't Su Ming single-handedly swept all the level 4 and 5 beasts in the beginner dungeon yesterday? TSK, who says players with insects are weak? I don't believe it at all now. If a person can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven.
In the sky full of yellow sand, the environment could be described as extremely harsh.
Su Ming looked down at the positioning on his watch. His location was in the yellow area, where the beast level was between 6 to 7.
Unlike the beginner dungeon, there are only 2 areas here. Yellow and red, with the red area occupying 80% of the space, and beast levels at 8 to 10.
Let's stay on the outskirts first, level up, and then go deeper.
With a thought, more than 200 insect beasts rushed out directly.
Before Su Ming, they had transformed into a dark mass, resembling an army.
2 shield insects, 2 knife insects, and 1 tiger shell insect form a team, each go find prey.
Hearing Su Ming's command, the insect beasts quickly organized into dozens of small teams, searching for nearby beasts.
After just a moment, a message echoed in Su Ming's mind.
Successfully killed level 6 beast sand scorpion, experience plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Awesome! Su Ming instantly felt a wave of joy. This dungeon is unlikely to have anyone else enter.
Because the intermediate dungeon has a very awkward positioning, last year, those who awakened their talents and contracted beasts. As long as they are people, their levels generally won't reach level 20 within a year. And those who just awakened have only been 4 days, everyone's strength hasn't exceeded level 5, making it unlikely for them to enter the intermediate dungeon. Therefore, Su Ming can basically enjoy all the beasts here by himself. Next to Su Ming, there is also a tiger-headed armored insect serving as his guard. The tiger-headed armored insect is nearly the same size as Su Ming, with 6 thick limbs and a head resembling that of a tiger, its body like ancient Western armor bursting with explosive power. Su Ming looked at his initially formed army of insects, with shield insects resisting the sand scorpion's attacks, while knife insects waited for their chance to strike. A single cut does not kill, then 2 cuts, if 2 cuts don't kill, then. The more powerful charge of the tiger beetle directly supplemented the final damage. 5 against 1, the sand scorpion, as a low-level ferocious beast, basically couldn't hold on for even half a minute. At this moment, in the desert, a larger sand scorpion appeared before them. When Su Ming saw the ferocious beast in front of him, he was also stunned for a moment. The level 7 Sand Scorpion King, although only 1 level higher than the Sand Scorpion, had a mid-level racial value. Beside the Sand Scorpion King, there were also dozens of Sand Scorpion guards.
You came at the right time, Tiger Head Armor Bug, go have some fun.
Hearing Su Ming's command, the Tiger Head Armor Bug dashed over to the Sand Scorpion King at great speed. Meanwhile, the Sand Scorpion guards were encircled by Su Ming's other insect army. The Tiger Head Armor Bug grabbed hold of the Sand Scorpion King with its 6 powerful limbs. At this moment, the Sand Scorpion King's tail stinger suddenly lunged towards the Tiger Head Armor Bug from behind.
Clang!
A crisp sound rang out, but only left a mark on the armor of the Tiger Head Armor Bug. Even though they were only 2 levels apart, the racial value of the Tiger Head Armor Bug made up for this gap. This is the power of racial value, which is also why Su Tianhu valued Su Yuhan so highly and cared little for Su Ming. Even now, if Su Tianhu had to choose, he would still choose Su Yuhan, who could contract dragon-class beasts. Kill! The Tiger Head Armor Bug tightened its grip on the Sand Scorpion King, and its powerful strength directly tore off one of the Sand Scorpion King's pincers.
Immediately afterward, Su Ming's other insects swarmed in.
In just a moment, they killed the Sand Scorpion King without any effort. Successful kill of level 7 Sand Scorpion King, experience plus 140, consumption points plus 140.
Successful kill of level 6 Sand Scorpion, experience plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Successful kill of level 6 Sand Scorpion, experience plus 60, consumption points plus 60. Sure enough, killing high racial value ferocious beasts grants more experience.
According to the theoretical knowledge learned, the experience corresponding to each level of low-level ferocious beasts is 10, while mid-level ones are 20, and so on.
What surprised Su Ming even more was that the consumption points also doubled.
In less than 2 hours, Su Ming directly rose from level 5 to level 6, a speed that is astonishing anywhere. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had spent 12 hours in the mid-level desert dungeon. Feeling the familiar power upon him, Su Ming knew it was time to leave. However, these 12 hours were worth it. He had risen from level 5 to level 8, although he didn't personally participate in battle, the environment of the desert dungeon was indeed too harsh at times. Nevertheless, compared to the forest dungeons, the ferocious beasts in the desert dungeon were both higher in quantity and quality. It not only allowed him to level up but also to increase the practical fighting experience of his insect army. Walking out of the dungeon, Su Ming was full of smiles. The desert dungeon is really great, I will come back tomorrow. Chapter 11, The Beast Master Exam begins.
In the Su family estate, the lights were bright.
Yuan, this is the 3 dragon blood fruits your grandpa found for you, let your ice-winged dragon eat them to increase the purity of its bloodline. Su Yuan looked at the 3 blood-red dragon blood fruits in her hands. In confusion, she asked, Grandpa, these dragon blood fruits are very expensive. Dragon blood fruits have the effect of purifying the bloodline for semi-dragon beast masters, although they are not as urgent as bloodline purifying agents, their market price is no less than that of bloodline purifying agents. Good granddaughter, this bit of money is nothing to the Su family for you to achieve good results, it's just a pity that the exam time is too short to help you evolve the ice-winged dragon. The start time of the exam was carefully considered by the Great Xia government. Beast evolution takes at least 7 days, ensuring that some well-off beast masters won't rely on their family's financial power to quickly evolve their beasts to higher racial values. Even though it cannot guarantee absolute fairness, this approach indeed has made every effort to be fair. The big exam tests more the initial contract's beast species value, level, and each person's talent with their beasts. Thank you, Grandpa, I will work hard and definitely won't lose to Su Ming. Su Yuhan's eyes were full of fighting spirit, even anger. Su Tianhu nodded and said, Good, this is my good granddaughter, the power of the Dragon Clan beasts is unmatched by the Insect Clan beasts. In the following days, Su Ming repeatedly went to the desert instance. His experience increased from level 8 on the first day of training to level 12. With the consumption points earned over these days and financial support from his parents, Su Ming barely gathered 60,000 consumption points by the day before the big exam. Su Ming directly used these 60,000 consumption points to evolve the Knife Bug and Shield Bug Queens. As a result, the quality of his insect army saw another wave of improvement. On the night before the big exam, Su Ming sat alone in the hall. At that moment, his dad suddenly sat down beside him. Son, don't feel too much pressure, just do your best. No matter how you perform, you are our pride. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely make you proud. I believe you. After returning to his room, Su Ming calmed down, focused his thoughts, and called up his personal data panel to examine his current strength. At present, his level of 12 placed him among the top beasts masters, an extraordinary presence. Next, was his proud insect army. Knife bugs, 132. Shield bugs, 136. Tiger beetles, 16. Giant shield bugs, 12. Crazy knife bugs, 12. Tiger head armored bugs, 10. The knife bugs, shield bugs, and tiger beetles suffered some losses while farming ferocious beasts, but in total, his current insect beasts exceeded 300. Meanwhile, other beast masters participating in the exam had only 1 beast each. Currently, his low-level species counted 268, middle-level 40, and high-level 10. Such a configuration can no longer be described as luxurious. Let my insect army redefine the recognition of the great Xia beast masters, the insect clan can also become a natural disaster. Tonight, many people were bound to have trouble sleeping. On the day of the big exam, the National Unified Beast Exam began. Before 9 a.m., Su Ming and the others gathered on the school playground. Because this was a large district exam, the exam location had been prepared in the High Province instance. The massive instance could accommodate tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of participants for the big exam at the same time. Additionally, monitoring cameras spread throughout the instance could live-stream the exam status. This allowed the examiners to monitor the situation in real time. Dear students, the exam will start precisely at noon 12 o'clock, at which time more than 50,000 people from the entire district will enter the instance together to compete.
But there's no need to be nervous, the instance is vast and won't feel crowded. I won't say much more, I wish everyone good results. May the brave win in a narrow path. The principal stood on the platform, giving the final speech. Then, buses carrying the students arrived one after another at the school. Everyone boarded the buses in an orderly manner, and the streets were lined with banners cheering for the exam, with police clearing the way, ensuring smooth passage. Arriving at the entrance of the Linhai City Instance Center. Today, the Instance Center was only open to exam takers. Hundreds of military personnel guarded every corner of the Instance Center when Su Ming arrived. 2 other high schools from Linhai City had also arrived at the entrance of the Instance Center. Everyone acted quickly because the chief examiner needed to explain the exam's important points. A soldier with the rank of colonel stepped out from the Instance Center, standing high above and surveying the crowd. Hello, students, I am from the High Province, the 7th District. The chief examiner of the Linhai Division. Next I will announce the rules of the exam. Please everyone remain quiet. If there are any violations during the exam scores will be cancelled directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy venue immediately fell silent. The chief examiner's hawk-like gaze swept around, and that battle-hardened look made Su Ming feel a chill in an instant upon making eye contact. 1. The exam duration is set for 12 hours, starting from the time of entering the instance. When time is up, everyone will be forcibly transported out of the instance. 2. Before the exam starts, equipment will be distributed, including a score tracking watch and a protection orb. The protection orb can withstand attacks from beasts above level 15 for 12 hours, and the score tracking watch must be worn before entering the instance and must authenticate identity as required. If any issues are found, they must be reported before the exam starts, otherwise, the consequences will be shouldered by the individual. The watch cannot be taken off during the exam, or consequences will also be shouldered by the individual. 3. During the exam, there will be full monitoring. It is strictly forbidden to use forces other than beast taming to hunt beasts, forming teams with classmates to hunt beasts, attacking other examinees, or taking over beasts that other examinees are hunting. 4. The score for each examinee for killing a beast equals beast level multiplied by 2 raised to the power of beast's racial value level multiplied by 10 multiplied by beast's racial value level. The lowest beast racial value level is 1, the intermediate level is 2, and so on. These are the rules that everyone needs to follow during the exam. Please adhere to them closely. I will announce them twice more. After the chief examiner finished announcing the rules, soldiers came to hand out equipment bags to each examinee. Su Ming immediately powered on the smartwatch he received, and a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. Then a prompt message appeared in front of him. Please input your identity information and conduct face and fingerprint recognition. After the game merged with reality, it seemed that people's brains were also opened up to new pathways. Many who were struggling on the beast tamer path were doing well in technology. This also created extremely strong technology for the daxia. After Su Ming inputted the information and authenticated his face and fingerprints, a new line of text appeared on the watch. Authentication successful. Examinee name, Su Ming. Examinee area, Haidu Province / 7th District / Linhai Division. Examinee number, 711-652-4342. At the same time, there was another message on the watch. Score, 0. District ranking, 0. It can actually calculate scores and rankings in real time, amazing. Everyone quickly authenticated their identities, and as for mechanical failure, no one in the entire examination hall reacted. The national interest in the Beast Master examination meant that equipment problems were unlikely to occur. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the crowd. A protection orb was opened, instantly enveloping one person inside. Are you looking for death? Who told you to use your protection orb indiscriminately? The chief examiner angrily rushed in front of that examinee and shattered the protection orb with one punch. Then, he fixed his gaze on the examinee, his furious eyes making the playful student collapse in fear, with a yellow liquid flowing from his pants, carrying a foul smell. At this moment, a soldier brought over a brand new protection orb. The chief examiner then took the protection orb and said, if anyone opens their protection orb indiscriminately before the exam starts again, then sorry, that person will have no protection orb during the exam. As the clock struck 12, the chief examiner gave the order. Everyone immediately began to pass through the instance entrance in an orderly manner, entering the large exam instance. Meanwhile, in a giant room within every base city of Daxia, thousands of surveillance screens suddenly lit up, showing everything within the exam instance clearly. There was a staff member responsible in front of every monitoring area. At this moment, all of Daxia fell silent. Chapter 12. Abnormal exam? Rush into the top 10 of the region. What is this for me? Su Ming stood up, calming his state. He opened the smart watch on his hand, now already in the great exam instance. The watch also had a map, marking the location of the core area, and his starting place was not bad. It was a patch of grass on the outer edge, where the beast level should be only about level 1.
Su Ming found that in an instant, his ranking started to change.
Score, 0. Regional rank, 3,248.
Truly worthy of the great exam, I just came in and already over 3,000 people have started. Su Ming could also feel the pressure of the great exam and the strength of the young beast tamers in the region.
I can't take it lightly either, let's get started.
With a thought, Su Ming opened the beast taming space.
More than 300 insect troops poured out.
According to the original plan, sweep all the beasts in this area. With Su Ming's command, the army immediately began to sweep according to the original formation: 3 shield bugs, 3 blade bugs, and a giant shield bug or frenzy blade bug or tiger beetle leading the team, going on a rampage. The excess ones followed the tiger beetle, directly charging without thinking. The overall examiner Sun Wu, who was sending everyone into the exam site, also arrived in the main monitoring room and walked directly to the main screen.
Is there anything abnormal?
Report, yes.
Switch to it.
At this moment, Su Ming's monitoring screen was directly switched to the main screen.
Seeing the scene before them, everyone was stunned.
Dense insect troops, centered around Su Ming, started searching for beasts in all directions, whether underground or hiding in the grass.
None could escape this insect army's siege.
This was also the first time Sun Wu saw such a situation, immediately saying, "Pull up his information, what is going on?" Soon, information appeared on the main screen.
Name, Su Ming. School, Jingsan Beast Taming High School. Talent, Leader, Insect Replication. He actually has dual talents.
Sun Wu then said, "Retrieve the footage of Su Ming since entering the instance."
Yes.
Quickly, the footage of Su Ming summoning the insect army appeared before Sun Wu's eyes. My goodness, how big must this guy's beast taming space be? The monitoring showed that Su Ming did indeed summon these insect beasts from the beast taming space. Such a record clearly was not a violation.
However, the well-informed Sun Wu was also shocked by Su Ming's ability. Okay, no violations, switch it away. As soon as Su Ming's screen was switched away, an ice dragon appeared on the screen.
The bloodline of the Icewing Dragon is quite pure. What's going on in this coastal city this year? Just had an insect monster come, and now another contracted dragon-type beast tamer. Inside the instance, Su Ming quickly cleared all the low-level beasts nearby. He opened the watch to check his score and ranking.
Score, 1440. Regional rank, 12.
I actually took out 12th place directly, but it's not surprising given my speed, it's just that the people ahead of me have more points than I do. In terms of the number of beasts killed, Su Ming could definitely confirm he was number 1. However, the beasts he had just killed were all level 1, which was a bit of overkill for his level 12 self. According to the scoring rules, only by killing beasts with higher racial values and levels would one earn more points. I need to hurry to find higher level beasts with high racial values deeper in the instance. Thinking this, Su Ming immediately called for the tiger beetles. 2 tiger beetles directly lifted Su Ming and quickly ran forward. Clearly, having real combat experience with beasts, most beast tamers did not feel fear when facing these beasts. Everyone quickly entered a state after entering the instance, all able to kill their first beast within 10 minutes. At the same time, rankings were also being displayed on the monitoring screens of every school. After processing the big data, each school received real-time rankings for every student. At Qingsong Beastmaster High School, the principal sat nervously in front of the screen with a group of school leaders and officials.
What time is it? Didn't we agree that the real-time data would come back in half an hour? It's already been half an hour, principal.
As soon as the words were spoken, the originally blank screen suddenly lit up with information. One by one, names and rankings appeared before their eyes.
Su Ming, score, 2580, regional ranking, 9. Su Yuhan, score, 1350, regional ranking, 36.
Bai Sheng, score, 1280, regional ranking, 98.
What?
Su Ming is in the top 10 of the entire region. The director of education jumped up, every cell in his body seemed to be saying it was unbelievable. The principal, who had already recognized Su Ming's talent, was now much calmer. Su Yuhan is in the top 50, and even Bai Sheng is in the top 100. We have 2 students from Qingsong in the top 100 of the entire region this year. The level of beast masters in Linhai City is the worst in the entire Haidu province. Every year, Linhai City can barely grab 10 spots in the regional top 100.
This is just the beginning, the final result is still far away.
Our Qingsong can still push harder. The principal was now much calmer, at least with Su Ming and Su Yuhan, his results this year had a safety net. He no longer felt overly anxious, but the sweat on his hands revealed his inner tension. Meanwhile, on the city's public screens, the ranking situation was also being broadcasted in real time.
Dad, Yuhan is in the top 50, it's only been half an hour. Su Ming's elder sister excitedly reported the news to Su Tianhu. And for this, Su Tianhu already knew. Likewise, he already knew Su Ming's ranking as well.
At that moment, he didn't feel as happy as he imagined, although he was unwilling to admit it, it couldn't be changed. Su Ming's current strength was already competitive for the top 10 in the region.
Do you know Su Ming's score?
I didn't ask about Su Ming's score, how good could that little waste's score be?
Su Ming's elder sister's voice slowly came through.
This added fuel to the fire of Su Tianhu's already gloomy heart. Originally, 2 beast master talents emerged from their family this year, if it weren't for Su Ming's elder sister's exaggeration at the time. He wouldn't have fallen out with his grandson and wouldn't be in this situation.
You fool, go take a good look at Su Ming's score.
After hanging up the phone, Su Tianhu slumped on the sofa, thinking for a long time before dialing another number. On the monitoring screen of the dungeon, Su Ming headed straight into the depths of the forest without stopping much. This caused Su Ming, who originally entered the top 10, to rapidly fall in ranking. However, Su Ming was not anxious, hunting high-level ferocious beasts was much quicker than catching these small fish and shrimp. His swarm of bugs wouldn't slow down due to facing higher-level ferocious beasts. After all, as long as the level doesn't exceed his own and the creature's racial value isn't high, no beast could last half a minute in front of his army.
Chapter 13 Encountering the Saber-Toothed Tiger Again, Quick Kill.
The exam dungeon, Area 13, is on the outskirts of the core area. Su Ming looked at the map showing the area information. He had already encountered 3 level 8 ferocious beasts here. It was certain that the beasts gathered here would definitely not be lower than level 8.
Moreover, this core area was not a place ordinary candidates could step into.
The core area was reserved for those with top-tier beast master talents, and those who had sufficient resources to cultivate beasts in a short time.
Most students could only hunt ferocious beasts on the outskirts.
Only a small portion of the candidates can enter the central region. And in the final core area, only a tiny handful of people can have the strength to enter it. Although Su Ming is not from a prominent family, he has the strength to step directly into the core area. The reason fierce beasts are called fierce beasts lies in the word fierce. They have a strong territorial awareness and do not allow any living creatures in their territory. Roar! While Su Ming was thinking about his next action, a fierce beast suddenly sprang out from behind a giant tree. Over 7 meters long and about 4 meters tall, its brown-black fur and long fangs revealed its dominance.
Su Ming's pupils narrowed. Wasn't this the saber-toothed tiger contracted by Zhao Wu?
This is a fierce beast with high racial value. With a thought, the detection panel provided by the system allowed Su Ming to learn about the beast's information.
Name, saber-toothed tiger. Racial value, high. Level, 12. Strength, 900. Speed, 660.
As a fierce beast with a high racial value, the saber-toothed tiger has an extremely strong physique, with strength and speed far surpassing Su Ming's insect army like the tiger beetles. Only his tiger-headed armored insect can compare to it. Since we're both tigers, let's see if this saber-toothed tiger is stronger or my tiger-headed armored insect. With a command, 10 tiger-headed armored insects rushed out at once. Roar! Facing an equal level and equal racial value, yet superior in numbers, the saber-toothed tiger did not retreat at all. It roared wildly, seemingly trying to intimidate Su Ming's 10 tiger-headed armored insects. Su Ming highly appreciated the saber-toothed tiger's courage. However, if you don't run, don't blame me for killing you. Kill it! Roar! At the command, the saber-toothed tiger was the first to pounce on one of the tiger-headed armored insects. Its sharp fangs tried to bite down but did not penetrate the insect's defenses. It's important to note that the tiger-headed armored insect's greatest strength is not its attack, but its abnormal defense. In the next second, the other 9 tiger-headed armored insects swarmed in.
In an instant, the once aggressive saber-toothed tiger was surrounded.
With countless attacks, while they may not be lethal, they made the saber-toothed tiger howl in pain. It tried to escape, but there was no way out. Su Ming smiled at the scene before him. This is the fighting style of his insect army. Even if the same racial value, his insect warriors might not be their match in one-on-one combat. But what he relies on is quantity. If they can gang up, who still goes for one-on-one fights? Charge! To avoid slowing down his pace, Su Ming quickly commanded other insect creatures to join the battle. In less than 10 seconds, the once mighty saber-toothed tiger with high racial value was devoured by Su Ming's insect creatures, leaving no bones behind. Successfully killed 12-level saber-toothed tiger, experience plus 360, consumption points plus 360. After killing the saber-toothed tiger, his score increased by 2880. Though it took about 3 minutes, the score gained was much greater than killing some low-level fierce beasts. I still have to kill high racial value and high-level fierce beasts to earn more points. As Su Ming started hunting high-level fierce beasts, his once-dropped ranking rose back into the top 10. At Qingxin School, people saw Su Ming back in the top 10 and noticed his score was increasing rapidly. Su Ming must have entered the high-level fierce beast area. Not being able to watch the livestream makes people restless. With over 50,000 people in the livestream, how can you watch it?
Just switching screens would probably make you dizzy. 2 hours have already passed since the exam began. The intensity of the big exam does not allow anyone to relax for a moment.
The principal crossed his arms, feeling more at ease about Su Ming's strength. At this moment, he was even thinking if Su Ming could compete for the first position in the region. When Su Ming entered the core area, the quality of the savage beasts he encountered increased significantly. He could no longer see low-level beasts with low racial values and levels below level 8. This greatly boosted his score, as due to his insect army, Su Ming was basically splitting up his forces to hunt the savage beasts.
Originally lingering between 8th and 9th place, Su Ming's score skyrocketed suddenly.
In less than 5 hours, he surged into the top 3, and the scores of the top 3 were very close. Outside, the leaders and teachers of Qingsun School, who were nervously watching the competition, were on edge. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed into the conference room. Seeing the newcomer, it was the principal's secretary. "Principal, the director has invited us along with teachers from 2 other schools to go to the education bureau to watch the competition," he said. "He said we could see the live broadcast of the match." Upon hearing this, the principal jumped up suddenly. Su Ming had now climbed to 3rd place. No one wanted to miss out on how he achieved this.
"Quick, let's go."
Originally, it took 30 minutes to get to the education bureau, but this time, Principal Yang Jing took only 10 minutes. As soon as the people from Qingsun School arrived, they were guided by the staff to a meeting room. Just as they pushed the door open to the meeting room, the people inside made Yang Jing pause for a moment. Not only was the education director there, but even the mayor of Lini City was present. A dozen or so people, all high-level officials from Lini City, were also powerful beast masters. Mayor Luo Hai of Lini was a grandmaster-level beast master. And the scene they were watching was of Su Ming's battle. The densely packed insect army made Yang Jing, who was seeing this for the first time, feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, he finally realized how extraordinary the talent ability that Su Ming had casually mentioned to him was. Mayor Luo Hai smiled and said, "Principal Yang Jing, you're here.
Come, sit down.
Your school student has really brought us some relief this time in the big exam." Principal Yang Jing was directly pulled by Mayor Luo Hai to sit beside him. The principals from the other 2 schools soon followed. Although their 2 schools had better average scores than Qingsun, Su Ming's individual score made them dim in front of the mayor.
Chapter 14 Mayor's Acknowledgement, Excited Principal.
The 3 principals sat beside the mayor, but it was clear. In the mayor's eyes, there was only Yang Jing at that moment. "Principal Yang, your school Su Ming, at this current momentum, has a chance to secure 1st place in the region. As long as he takes 1st place, your Qingsun Middle School's resource allocation for next year will double." The mayor's words instantly brightened Yang Jing's eyes, which had been a bit tense. "Principal Yang, having such a talent from your school is our Lini's fortune." Faced with the mayor's praise, Yang Jing quickly said, "It's all Su Ming's talent and hard work. In fact, the school's support for him is minimal."
"Ah, that is not correct.
Since he is your Qingsun student, naturally, you have merit." Watching Su Ming's battle on screen, everyone was stunned by his fighting style. You have to know, training beast masters requires a tremendous amount of resources. Generally speaking, training one beast by a beast master takes a lot of effort and money. Even a grandmaster level beast master would not have more than 5 beasts trained. But Su Ming, having hundreds of beasts all at once, was almost unheard of. What made them even more unable to comprehend was Su Ming's unimaginable beast space. This Su Ming is truly a born beast master. His beast space is probably larger than that of an extraordinary beast master.
Extraordinary level corresponds to the rank of level 40. The mayor's estimate of Su Ming is actually somewhat conservative.
If he knew that even his own beast space is incredibly small compared to Su Ming's, he would probably be devastated. The insect C tactic is ultimately not a righteous path. When levels are low, relying on numerical advantages can indeed achieve some impressive results, but as levels increase, and with the deepening of beast training, like the Icewing Dragon of Su Yuan's, if the bloodline evolves into a true dragon, and evolves once or even twice more, a breath from her dragon could kill countless insect-type beasts. At this moment, one of the principals suddenly spoke. His words immediately drew everyone's attention, evidently, directly criticizing when everyone praises Su Ming's talent is quite unconventional. Mayor Luo Hai pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "What principal you said is not wrong, but I think this young man Su Ming is very lively, and after entering university, he will have the chance to improve. In equal circumstances, insects are weak, but insects also have high racial value beasts." "You are correct, Mayor, but according to what we understand, the highest racial value beast of the insect race is only at the venerable level." Principal Yi continued, "I believe that the admissions personnel of the 4 major schools will also consider this factor. Yes, insect beasts have always been among the lowest in strength among all types of beasts. To occupy a place among top beast masters, one still needs the support of beasts with sufficiently strong racial values. No matter how many ants there are, it is hard to shake a mayfly. Another principal joined in, eager to not let Chingson take the spotlight alone.
Hearing this, Mayor Luo Hai chuckled softly. It seems you two have a pessimistic view of Su Ming's future. It's not pessimism, Mayor, it is the truth. I think you should have such thoughts too. But I don't think so.
We contract our beasts not only by looking at their racial values but also our own talents. The power of beasts relies not only on their racial values but also on the levels and talents of the beast masters. Ultimately, it is the beast master that matters, the beasts are just the support, don't get it backwards.
Mayor, let us wait and see. Su Ming's exam results may be good, but he cannot become a strong person. The entire conference room fell into a dead silence.
Clearly, the two principals who were firmly against the mayor's support of Su Ming were risking their positions from a power perspective.
But they also understood that Su Ming's results were inevitable. What they needed to do was prove that his results did not represent anything.
As the principals of their schools, they also needed to seek the greatest resource tilt for their own schools.
Inside the instance, 9 hours had already passed. Su Ming's current ranking, unsurprisingly, surged to the first position. Regarding this result, even Su Ming himself was not surprised.
If he could not achieve first place using such an insect army, then as a beastmaster, he would truly be a failure. However, after 9 hours of continuous fighting, Su Ming also felt fatigued and leaned against a big tree to sit down. With a thought, the system panel appeared before his eyes. The number of accumulated consumption points had reached 26,900 points. His level, now, had risen from level 12 when he just entered to level 13. More than 26,000 points can be used to speed up production. My insect beasts have indeed lost quite a few in battle. With a thought, Su Ming directly allocated these 26,000 points to the tiger-headed armored insect mother to speed up its production.
This will create more powerful insect warriors.
Su Ming understood that relying solely on low-level or even mid-level beast taming could not make a difference, no matter how large the numbers were. What he needed to do was not only to have quantity but also to ensure quality did not lag behind. In the early stage, he needed to compete for resources and achieve good results. Numerical advantage could compensate for quality shortcomings. But once the beast tamer's exam ended, those families with vast resources could immediately help them evolve their beasts, and by the time school started, the beast species he faced might already have reached lord level. Perhaps, with some more time, beasts like the blade worm, shield worm, and tiger beetle might not even make it into his ranks. The tiger-headed armored worm would be his main force. As long as there was a consumption point, even if the initial insect mother had a low species value, it could be cultivated to a super god level.
I must achieve the best results. Securing first place in the district is a must. Moreover, if I can achieve top results in the entire province, not only will I attract the 4 major universities, but I will also receive rewards from the school and the government of Coastal City. I want to become stronger much easier than others. As long as I have money, I can quickly upgrade, but that money would be an astronomical figure. Perhaps emptying out the entire Great Xia would not be enough to satisfy me. However, I still need to become stronger, which requires vast resources to convert. Chapter 15, Nighttime Slaughter, 13th in the province. The exam lasted an entire day. It was a test for both the candidates and the invigilators. At this time, whether inside or outside the exam room, it had already turned dark, and 12 hours had passed since the exam began. Everyone was exhausted. Su Ming took out some compressed biscuits issued by the military before the exam to fill his hunger. He opened the projection on his watch to confirm his location. Area 4, the beast level in this area is generally around level 12. The next area, number 3, is probably where level 13 beasts mainly survive. Su Ming calculated in his mind that with his current strength, even if he rushed directly into Area 1 to face the level 15 beasts, it probably wouldn't be too much pressure. But at the same time, his insect army would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Let's first look at my ranking. Score, 97,960. Ranking, 1. Still holding the first place, but I still cannot determine the scores of others or my ranking in the entire province. I need money, I need vast resources. Without achievements and talents to support me, who will care about you? Who will give you resources? There are still 12 hours left. First, hunt level 13 to 14 beasts in areas 2 and 3. By the time the sun rises, regardless of the casualties in the insect army, charge directly into Area 1 to take on the level 15 beasts. After confirming his plan, Su Ming swiftly entered Area 3, taking advantage of the night. Unlike Su Ming, many beast tamers chose to abandon combat at night, either retreating from the current area or entering lower-level areas. They ensured they wouldn't be ambushed by beasts at night. It is known that many beasts that fight at night are twice as powerful as their daytime counterparts, or even more. Su Ming was afraid of death too. 10 tiger-headed armored worms surrounded him for safety. The rest of the insect beasts were in combat mode, quickly advancing forward. In the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Although the insect beasts had lower individual combat strength, they possessed strong perception.
Quickly, they captured changes in the surrounding environment. Su Ming felt a sinking feeling in his heart and whispered, "Vanguard, take him down." As soon as he finished speaking, a team led by the tiger beetle charged out first. Just a moment later, the sound of fierce battles echoed in the pitch-black forest. Yet, in less than a minute, the squad's knife insects and shield insects were almost completely slaughtered. Su Ming immediately sensed the strength of the opponent and said, "Tiger Head Armor number 1, you take a large team." Clearly, the beasts in the darkness were extraordinarily powerful. A single squad of over 30 insect beasts was difficult to find in this instance, as it was rare for a beast to have combat strength that could crush an entire squad. Soon, the forest again erupted in intense battle sounds. Minutes passed, and a message appeared in Su Ming's mind. Successfully killed level 13 Shadow Cat, experience plus 390, consumption points plus 390. It's actually a Shadow Cat, a beast with high racial stats. Su Ming did not expect that the beast he had hunted was a Shadow Cat, known as the Killer of the Night. How many people had been killed by it in the dark? Its powerful abilities were also favored by beast tamers, many of whom would choose it as their first beast. The Shadow Cat was very docile when it was young, making contracts not too difficult, but it was so rare that its price remained high. In some areas, it was even sold for tens of millions. Upon closer inspection, there was a body of a Shadow Cat, not exceeding 70 centimeters in size, completely black. Surrounding it were more than a dozen corpses of his insect beasts. Goodness, one Shadow Cat took out over 10 of my insect beasts, what a heavy loss. This was the highest single loss since his exam started. It seems that hunting beasts at night still cannot be taken lightly. Su Ming's hunt of the Shadow Cat shocked Luo Hai and the others who were watching his battle. He actually hunted a Shadow Cat directly. This beast is extremely troublesome at night, even a dragon beast would be helpless against it. The director of the Education Bureau couldn't help but gasp in admiration at this moment. It's just relying on a numerical advantage. Feeling unsatisfied, the other two school principals also found reasons to counter praise for Su Ming during this time. Others didn't pay much attention, and Yang Jing never argued with them. After all, those who can't get grapes will always say the grapes are sour. Let's rank the scores of the top 100 students from our Lehigh City against the currently published provincial scores to see what ranking our students can achieve in the province. Yes, Mayor Luo. On a smaller screen, Su Ming's results were imported into a calculation model. Soon, the ranking information for Su Ming and the others appeared in everyone's view. Su Ming, score 98350, provincial rank 13. Yi Wenbin, score 77880, provincial rank 384. Su Yuhan, score 76990, provincial rank 532. Su Ming's score actually entered the provincial top 13. If he works a bit harder, he might really make it into the top 10. The director of the Education Bureau looked at the ranking above and said excitedly, "To know, Lehigh City has never had anyone enter the top 100 in the beast taming exam. Great, our Lehigh City is finally going to hold our heads high, otherwise, every time we go to the provincial city for a meeting, I couldn't even lift my head when talking about exam results." Mayor Luo Hai's face was also full of joy. At this point, the other two principals were instantly silenced. Such results truly left no room for criticism, they were indeed outstanding. If they still didn't recognize their good fortune to criticize Su Ming, even if Luo Hai had the best temper, he would have to lower his face and angrily scold them. Fortunately, Su Ming didn't stop speeding at night, otherwise, he would have been surpassed in no time. The nighttime in the instance lasts for 8 hours, those who choose to waste this time are unlikely to achieve good results in the exam. Indeed, the night is the true time to test strength. Who wouldn't go wild hunting beasts during the day? In the night, the more you kill, the stronger you truly are. Even though entering Zone 3, the first fierce beast encountered cost me over a dozen insect-type summoned beasts, fortunately, they were all low-level ones like shield bugs and blade bugs. This wouldn't significantly affect my core combat power. And it didn't let the Shadow Cat disturb my mindset. I still needed to speed up, widening the score gap between me and others during the night. I aimed to stabilize my ranking as much as possible. Chapter 16 Zone 1, Final Sprint. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and dawn broke softly. Visibility was quite comfortable, and at this moment, Su Ming found himself at the border between Zones 1 and 2. This area was reserved for the top family offspring in the province. Level 15 was the maximum limit that all newly contracted summoned beast masters could fight. Su Ming looked down at his score. 117800, although it had been 8 hours overnight, the speed of gaining points was much slower because of the night, but more due to the quality of the fierce beasts killed. Otherwise, it would have been tough to reach this score. Next was reaching Zone 1, where he would face the most challenging fierce beasts. However, the experience gained would also be considerable. At this moment, Su Ming's level had also broken through to level 14, facing these level 15 fierce beasts without much pressure. Just as Su Ming entered Zone 1, he discovered traces of human summoned beast masters. It seemed that some people had already arrived here before him. Everyone is eager. If it takes about the same time to kill level 15 and level 14 fierce beasts, then everyone will choose to enter Zone 1 to hunt. As Su Ming stepped into Zone 1. In the Seaside Subdivision monitoring room, candidate Su Ming has entered Zone 1. Currently, 7 people are in Zone 1, among which one person has activated the protective shield. The chief examiner crossed his arms, watching the information in front of him, his mouth revealing a pleasant smile. Only 6 hours left, boys, it's the final sprint. Activating the protective shield meant the end of the major exam. Therefore, without strength, recklessly challenging stronger fierce beasts would be extremely unwise. Instead, it would be counterproductive. Just after entering Zone 1, Su Ming spotted a summoned beast master with an activated protective shield. Seeing Su Ming, the person looked as if they saw a savior. Brother, save me, brother, can you help me open it? I'm Yu Menghai from Huatian Summoner High School in Jiantian City, do you recognize me? Inside the protective shield, the boy was continuously banging on the shield and shouting at Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head and said, Brother, I can't save you, coming to Zone 1 without strength, I really don't know whether to say you have courage or lack sense. How would I know? I ran into a terror clawbear as soon as I got here, so unlucky. Su Ming smiled, the fact that this person could enter Zone 1 meant they must have decent strength. But now trapped, their score would surely be greatly affected. With a chance to sprint towards the 4 major academies, they would basically have to say goodbye to that now. Seeing the dense swarm of insect beasts around Su Ming, the person was also shocked. Dude, how did you get so many summoned beasts? Yeah, it's a bit shocking, right? Su Ming smiled slightly, not wanting to say more, and continued to look for the tracks of fierce beasts. However, from this person, Su Ming also confirmed that nearby was a high-race terror clawbear. This was a tough opponent. But even though it was tough, killing it would yield more points, so he didn't need to be overly afraid. His tiger head armor insects were now at 12, completely fearless. At this moment, sounds of fighting came from nearby. It was his vanguard unit fighting with a fierce beast. Su Ming hesitated not for a moment and immediately ordered 3 tiger head armor insects to lead the way to help. In this area, the knife bug and shield bug, being low-level species, indeed lack sufficient combat power. Without an absolute crushing advantage in numbers, it is very difficult to single-handedly kill these ferocious beasts. Roar! With a bear's roar, Su Ming immediately confirmed that the creature fighting with his bug beasts was the fear claw bear. Fortunately, I sent 3 tiger head armored bugs, one alone might not survive. When Su Ming saw the fear claw bear, it was already covered in wounds, and there were many corpses of his bug beasts around. 3 tiger armored bugs had been killed. Su Ming felt a pang of heartache. He still had over 20,000 consumption points and needed to speed up the breeding of the tiger head armored bugs. Do you want to spend 15,000 consumption points to increase the breeding speed of tiger head armored bugs to 8 hours each? Yes. 5 giant shield bugs withstood the attacks of the fear claw bear, while the mad blade bugs waited for the right moment to strike. The main offensive still relied on the tiger head armored bugs. The wheel battle directly exhausted the fear claw bear to death. In less than 10 minutes, a fear claw bear died before Su Ming successfully killed a level 15 fear claw bear, experience plus 450, consumption points plus 450. This scene of battle was clearly seen by Yu Menghai, who was behind the protective shield. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, so awesome. Su Ming turned back to glance at him, then continued to delve deeper into Area 1 with his bug beasts without looking back. Yu Menghai sat down on the ground, feeling helpless. You brought this on yourself, how can the 4 great academies enter now? Yu Menghai opened his smartwatch and looked at his ranking. Score, 95,850. Ranking, 25. I hope I can hold on, as long as I stay in the top 100, it should be fine. I didn't expect Su Ming to kill a level 15 fear claw bear so easily. There shouldn't be any beasts in this instance that pose a threat to him. The insect race's beast taming ability also has such combat power, truly refreshing my understanding. The key is that Su Ming's beast taming space is large enough, otherwise, with so many bug beasts, a beast tamer of his level couldn't accommodate them. What makes a genius called a genius is that they can create miracles. In the conference room, the teachers praised Su Ming one after another. At this time, a figure appeared at the boundary between Area 1 and Area 2. Is Su Yuhan also preparing to enter? Seeing this, Yang Jing couldn't help but feel worried. Although her contract was with a sub-dragon-type beast, Su Yuhan was only level 11, entering this area was still somewhat dangerous. It's a bit risky, but this risk is worth taking. Although her dragon beast's bloodline is somewhat mixed, a sub-dragon is still a dragon. As long as she doesn't encounter overly strong ferocious beasts, it should be fine. Mayor Luo Hai slowly spoke at this time. Anyone who wants to compete for a higher ranking must inevitably enter Area 1. I hope our young beast tamers in Linhai give it their all. There's less than 6 hours left, let's push for it.
Meanwhile, on the screen beside them, Su Ming's ranking had now reached 8th in the province, successfully entering the top 10.
But Su Ming was still unaware of all this. All he could do was sprint with all his might, striving to earn more points.
Chapter 17, Sub-Dragon Type Ferocious Beast, I'm going to beat the elite. With 4 hours left on the exam countdown.
In various examination instances across the country, millions of new generation beast tamers were all making their utmost effort.
In the control room of the 7th District, Haidu Province, Linhai Division.
Currently, 5,791 people have activated their protective shields, and there have been 4 deaths. The chief examiner stared intently at the numbers up there, along with the countdown timer. His hands were tightly clenched.
With 4 hours remaining, what's left to test these young people is only their willpower.
Each person's body had reached its limits, and similarly, beast taming had to fight continuously.
Even limits have been reached. In the Su family manor, all family members except Su Ming's parents have gathered together.
The live broadcast channel is already open in the province, but among the dense surveillance screens, finding the person you care about is not easy at all.
Yuhan's ranking has now reached 12, and there are still 4 hours left. This is already the 2nd place in our city, Lehigh.
In these last 4 hours, there is a chance to enter the top 10. The 4 major universities are secure, but I didn't expect that Su Ming, that little waste, could actually sit firmly in first place. The sister-in-law continues to look down on Su Ming with pride. However, the more she speaks like this, the angrier Su Tianhu, who sits in the first position, becomes. This was originally the glory that belonged to the Su family.
Now, they have to hand it over, and Su Ming won't even acknowledge that he is a grandson of the Su family. Dad, Su Ming's score is among the best in the province.
I have a friend in the education bureau, and now the mayor and them are paying attention to the competition.
It is said that Su Ming has already entered the top 10 in the province. Top 10 in the province. You must be kidding. With Su Ming's few bugs?
Hearing this, the sister-in-law instantly exploded, her face filled with disbelief as she asked.
Enough. If you want to watch, then watch. Stop chattering.
Upon hearing Su Tianhu's roar, everyone immediately closed their mouths. The eldest son of the Su family also shot a glare at his wife. The mayors of the other 2 cities in the 7th district looked at the results before them and couldn't help but feel curious about Su Ming. After all, it is indeed quite difficult to cultivate a beast master at first level in a short time with Lehai's resources.
Su Ming, with his bug army, searched wildly in Area 1.
Knife bugs and shield bugs proceeded with the search. As long as they found fierce beasts, Su Ming could send the armored tiger head bug to hunt them with the mad blade bugs and huge shield bugs.
Although it was in Area 1, Su Ming's efficiency turned out to be surprisingly high.
In just 1 hour, more than 20 fierce beasts had died at Su Ming's hands, and his accumulated score had reached a terrifying 7,000 points. As Su Ming rampaged through Area 1, killing fierce beasts, it naturally aroused the doubts of other candidates also hunting fierce beasts in Area 1. It was obvious that the number of fierce beasts, which was originally denser, was decreasing at a faster speed. It seems that as the exam approaches its end, more and more people are entering Area 1. Everyone realized that it was not just about hunting fierce beasts anymore, they also had to seize prey. The rules stated that candidates could not steal each other's prey. Once prey was engaged by others, it would not belong to oneself anymore. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly received feedback from his knife bugs and shield bugs. He immediately led his bug army over. He saw that his knife bugs and shield bugs were being attacked.
What are you doing?
You dare to kill my beast. Su Ming's words were like a thunderbolt, instantly leaving the man who was still moving frozen in place.
Your beast? Bugs? Do you have a problem?
At this time, a large group of bug beasts appeared behind Su Ming. Seeing this scene, the other party was also shocked by this sudden development. At this moment, the voice of the chief examiner came from Su Ming and the other smartwatches. Candidate Hui Yuhao has recklessly attacked the beast of another candidate. Since there is no beast master accompanying this beast, the score will not be cancelled, but a deduction of 10,000 points will be enforced. Upon hearing this voice, Su Ming felt quite satisfied. His knife bugs and shield bugs were only injured and had not died. The other party lost 3,000 points, which was quite a severe blow. If there are any objections, please submit an application to the Regional Examination Committee for an appeal after the exam. After speaking, Su Ming directly took his bugs away, completely ignoring the still stunned Hui Yuhao. When he finally came to his senses, Su Ming had already vanished without a trace.
Damn it, this kid made me lose 3,000 points.
Hui Yuhao looked at his score, which had instantly dropped by 3,000, ranking him from 9th to 11th place. That brat wouldn't use those bugs to fish, would he? No matter what, the points were already deducted, and it was impossible to recover them for now. He could only pray that the appeal would resolve the issue. Hui Yuhao's mentality was quite good. He quickly regained his composure and continued searching for the fierce beasts.
The intense battle was still ongoing, every person on edge.
Su Ming continued with his own method, sending the blade worms and shield worms to search for fierce beasts, while he rushed forward with the follow-up forces. It was evident that Su Ming was using the blade worms and shield worms as bait scouts. At that moment, several blade worms and shield worms were suddenly killed in an instant. This made Su Ming instantly alert. Although his blade worms and shield worms were low-level beast tamers, combining them made it not an easy task to wipe them out instantly.
The opponent's strength was definitely not weak.
Su Ming immediately brought all his main forces over. A creature resembling a wild boar was gnawing at the corpses of his blade worms and shield worms. Su Ming didn't know much about the fierce beast in front of him, but fortunately, there was the system's prompt panel.
Name, Steel Spike Earth Dragon. Race value, extraordinary. Level, 15. Power, 2398. Speed, 2587.
Description: a descendant of dragon-type creatures and wild boars, possessing a faint dragon bloodline, it is an absolute subdragon species.
Subdragon species.
Su Ming gasped in surprise. A level 15 subdragon species, although its bloodline was very thin, it was still a subdragon species.
Su Yuhan's Icewing Dragon, if it hadn't absorbed all those rare treasures to purify its bloodline, wouldn't have much purer bloodline than this Earth Dragon.
And this was the first time Su Ming saw an extraordinary fierce beast. If he could kill it, he would gain 9,600 points from this Earth Dragon. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a rush of excitement. However, facing an extraordinary fierce beast, Su Ming also gave it the utmost respect. He sent all his tiger head armored worms into battle, including his crazy blade worms and giant shield worms. Perhaps it would take more time, but Su Ming also wanted to confirm one thing. How long would it take him to solve such an extraordinary fierce beast with his current strength? Chapter 18, Crushing Kill, securing first place in the district.
Extraordinary level, Subdragon species Steel Spike Earth Dragon.
In the conference room, seeing the fierce beast Su Ming faced, a teacher exclaimed in shock. Even Mayor Luo of Rohai City looked worried and said, "This is not good. It would be fine if Su Ming can defeat the Steel Spike Earth Dragon, but if it causes massive casualties, it will be counterproductive."
Yang Jing nervously rubbed his hands. There were about 3 hours left until the exam ended.
On the score panel recording provincial rankings, the system had now stopped updating. To ensure data accuracy, the provincial system closed the verification channel 6 hours before the exam ended. They no longer knew what Su Ming's score was. What could be confirmed was that Su Ming had entered the top 10. But there was one possibility that Mayor Luo had not mentioned, that Su Ming was not a match for the Steel Spike Earth Dragon and would use the protective ball to end the exam early.
Seeing Su Ming, the Steel Spike Earth Dragon showed no hesitation. It charged towards Su Ming at an incredible speed.
The Steel Spike Earth Dragon had no other abilities, its tough skin and thick flesh relied on the steel spikes on its body to attack.
The race value could reach the extraordinary level mainly due to the residual dragon bloodline within it.
Seeing the Steel Spike Earth Dragon charge at him, if hit, he would surely die on the spot without a chance to escape. 12 tiger head armored worms led the charge, with the giant shield worm providing defense. Unable to withstand the sharp spikes of the Steel Spiked Earth Dragon, only the hard armor of the tiger head armored insect could defend.
Frenzied blade insects, tiger armored insects.
12 tiger head armored insects braced against the impact of the Steel Spiked Earth Dragon. These tiger head armored insects can actually withstand the Steel Spiked Earth Dragon's assault.
How strange, why? It shouldn't be possible.
Everyone felt incredulous at the scene before them. At this moment, Mayor Luo Hai suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, have you all forgotten that Su Ming is a rare dual talent?
He also possesses a leadership talent that can enhance the group's strength based on the number of beasts he commands.
Su Ming now has hundreds of insect-type beasts, which provides an extra boost.
Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized.
The strength of all Su Ming's insect beasts was boosted by an extra 0.3 times.
One shouldn't underestimate this 0.3 times. At lower levels, the difference is not too obvious. With this 0.3 times boost, it can basically level out some gaps between species. While the racial values of the tiger head armored insect and the steel spiked earth dragon couldn't be compensated for by this alone, the advantage in numbers made a significant difference.
Su Ming's leadership talent benefits all of his beasts.
Similarly, the frenzied blade insects, giant shield insects, and tiger armored insects quickly joined the battle. Although the steel spiked earth dragon had an advantage in racial values, facing such a massive number of insect-type beasts attacking at once left it severely wounded. Many spikes were directly chopped off by the frenzied blade insects. In the monitoring room, several young girls in charge of surveillance were also watching Su Ming's fight. This guy named Su Ming is quite remarkable. Not only does he have a lot of points, but he can also fight hard battles.
His score right now must be among the top in the province.
I'm not sure. The province will lock scores 6 hours before the end. We can only see regional scores now, and we don't know about the scores between regions. It's always like this, the province loves to create a bit of mystery.
I really look forward to seeing where Su Ming finally ranks in the whole province. As thousands of wounds appeared on the steel-spiked earth dragon and its blood flowed out, it slowly fell. In Su Ming's mind, the kill notification also appeared. Successfully killed the 15th level steel-spiked earth dragon, experience plus 600, consumed points plus 600. However, in this battle, Su Ming also suffered losses. 2 tiger head armored insects were stabbed to death by the spikes of the steel-spiked earth dragon. These were the most powerful forces he had at the moment. Losing 2 made Su Ming feel quite heartbroken. Nonetheless, the gains were enormous. According to the scoring rules, Su Ming's score for killing this steel-spiked earth dragon was 9,600 points. Next, I must hurry to hunt fierce beasts. It took me almost an hour to kill this steel-spiked earth dragon. Su Ming softly said, leading his remaining insect army to search extensively in Area 1. Time ticked away, and everyone worked hard to grab that last point. After successfully killing the steel-spiked earth dragon, even the 2 principals who originally held hostility towards Su Ming had to admire his strength. With 2 hours left in the exam, in the conference room, everyone's excitement soared as Su Ming killed the steel-spiked earth dragon. Oh my god, the steel-spiked earth dragon was killed by Su Ming. That's a full 9,600 points. Su Ming's score is simply terrifying. He should definitely be among the top 10 in the province, it's secured. Everyone jumped up excitedly. A good score for Su Ming meant a good score for Qingxin Beast Taming High School and the city of Linhai. Their resources were also linked to student exam scores, making it a tremendous good news for them. Mayor Luo Hai also stood up excitedly and said, everyone, there are just 2 hours left. Unless something unexpected happens, everything is about to settle. In our coastal city, we have achieved the best results in history. Now let us head to the replica center to welcome our young beast masters who have fought hard for 24 hours. Without a doubt, the first place in the region belongs to Su Ming. Just this ranking is enough to make Luo Hai extremely satisfied. As for the provincial ranking, he naturally hopes Su Ming can rank higher, but he doesn't expect too much. At this moment, Yang Jing has his hands together, praying in his heart that Su Ming can maintain a top 10 position in the province. Alright, Lao Yang, your school's Su Ming is already outstanding enough. Stop praying to gods and Buddhas, this result won't change much. At this time, the 2 principals interrupted Yang Jing's prayer. Facing their jokes, Yang Jing can only smile bitterly and say, it's not easy to have such a student, he might be the only one in my lifetime to achieve this kind of result, so I have to wish for his ranking to be a bit higher. That's true. At this moment, the entire coastal city is boiling with excitement. Almost everyone can confirm that Su Ming from Coastal City has secured the first place in the freshman year. At the Su family mansion, Su Tianhu seemed to have his soul sucked away. What a fool, such a fool. Su Tianhu muttered to himself in distress. Dad, why don't we go apologize to second brother and second sister? After all, they are your kids too, and Su Ming is also our Su family blood. Upon hearing the eldest's words, Su Tianhu's gaze suddenly became fierce. Get lost. Isn't it all because of your useless wife, adding fuel to the fire? Otherwise, would it have come to this? If it weren't for Yuhan, you two would have to get out of the Su family. Chapter 19, The Big Exam Ends, Provincial Top Scorer. Su Ming, score, 168880, Coastal City rank, 1, 7th District rank, 1, Provincial rank, locked. Yi Wenbin, score, 115900, Coastal City rank, 2, 7th District rank, 8, Provincial rank, 156. Su Yuhan, score, 104000, Coastal City rank, 3, 7th District rank, 11, Provincial rank, 389. Bai Qi, score, 96880, Coastal City rank, 4, 7th District rank, 24, Provincial rank, 871. On June 8, at exactly 12 o'clock, the National Beast Master Examination officially ended. The candidates were gradually teleported out of the replica. At this moment, the scores, which have been finalized, were announced in the streets and alleys of Coastal City. Locked, what does locked mean? Why is the provincial ranking locked? Many people were curious and asked around when they saw Su Ming's ranking was in a locked state. Only the top 50 in the province will have their scores locked. Top 50. Does this mean our Su Ming from Coastal City has made it into the top 50? Yes. It has been years since anyone from Coastal City made it into the top 100, let alone the top 50. In the largest city square of Coastal City, tens of thousands gathered to witness this moment. Su Ming is amazing. It seems Su Ming is from the Su family, and they are also one of the largest beast-selling businesses in our coastal city. I heard that after Su Ming contracted with the insect beast, the head of the Su family looked down on him and favored others, causing Su Ming to leave the Su family. What? What kind of vision does the head of the Su family have? So, Su Ming succeeded on his own. Yeah, the Su family's influence has nothing to do with it. In an instant, many people began to boycott the beasts sold by the Su family.
More people, upon learning that the beast Su Ming contracted was the insect beast they looked down upon the most, felt even more incredulous. Outside the replica center, almost everyone had already evacuated. On everyone's face, there was joy, frustration, and helplessness.
All kinds of emotions can be seen on every face.
At this moment, without a doubt, Su Ming is the brightest among everyone. Everyone's gaze was on Su Ming in the crowd.
Last year's provincial top score was also around 160,000.
Su Ming might actually be the first in the province.
No way, the first in the province is in our Linhai, I can't even imagine. It's ridiculous, 160,000 points, how did they do it?
As the crowd buzzed, Su Yuan stared in a daze at the data above. At that moment, Luo Hai, who had been waiting at the dungeon center, was anxiously dialing the provincial phone.
Hello, is it confirmed? Is it true? First in the province, record broken.
After hanging up, Luo Hai was trying hard to calm his excited heart. He just lifted his head and saw the eager, curious gazes of Principal Yang Jing and others.
Su Ming, first in the province, the score is the highest ever for Beastmaster's Great Exam in Haidu Province, a record broken. First in the province.
The moment Yang Jing heard these words, he directly knelt down.
Many people's eyes brimmed with tears.
First in the province had always been claimed by candidates from the provincial capital, Haidu City, but this year it fell to the worst base city in the province. The excitement brought by this achievement was beyond words. At this time, the chief examiner also walked over. Mayor Luo, congratulations.
Thank you, you have worked hard too.
We have entered the dungeon to clean the battlefield, and will return directly after we finish.
Luo Hai nodded and said, please stay for one night, I will treat you all to dinner. Thank you, but there are military orders, we cannot stay. All right then. Luo Hai nodded and then looked at everyone, saying, the students are also waiting anxiously, this news should also be known to the people of the city.
The secretary standing next to Luo Hai understood and immediately reported Su Ming's score to the TV station. At the entrance of the dungeon center, Luo Hai and dozens of others slowly walked out.
Dear students, the Beastmaster's Great Exam has ended. I wonder if you are satisfied with your scores. Regardless, from today on, you will embark on the true path of Beastmasters.
The road ahead is long, do not deny yourselves because of temporary highs or lows.
You all fought for 24 hours and must be exhausted. Go back and rest, prepare to welcome your university life.
As soon as Luo Hai's words fell, the city's broadcast rang out.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you exciting news. The National Beastmaster's Great Exam has ended.
Our city's Qingxin Beastmasters High School student, Su Ming, with strong ability and will, has successfully won the title of the top student in Haidu Province, breaking the record for the highest score in the history of the Beastmaster's Great Exam since its inception.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you exciting news. The National Beastmaster's Great Exam has ended.
Our city's Qingxin Beastmasters High School student, Su Ming, with strong ability and will, has successfully won the title of the top student in Haidu Province, breaking the record for the highest score in the history of the Beastmaster's Great Exam since its inception.
Originally exhausted students stared blankly at Su Ming upon hearing the words top student in the province.
Surrounded by so many gazes, Su Ming smiled slightly. He slowly raised his hand and waved to everyone. At this moment, outside the dungeon center, thousands of citizens had gathered.
Luo Hai smiled slightly. Student Su Ming's achievement makes him the first provincial top student from our Linhai city.
Someone just suggested to me that this must be written into our city's chronicles, and I believe it must be done.
City chronicles are a place of everlasting fame.
No one can refuse to be written into the genealogy, even more, no one would refuse to leave a story on the page of the city chronicles.
Student Su Ming, you may not know me yet, but I have many things I want to discuss with you. However, everyone has worked hard, so please go back and rest first. There are still many things awaiting you.
One bus after another arrived, taking each person back home. As Su Ming was about to board the bus, Luo Hai's car arrived in front of him.
Student Su Ming, come with my car, I will take you back. Such blatant favoritism, yet no one felt offended.
Everyone thought in their hearts, if I were the top student in the province, I should be even crazier than Su Ming.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Luo. Meanwhile, in the Su family mansion, the news of Su Ming being the top scorer in the province had naturally returned. Upon receiving the news, Su Tianhu felt like his world was collapsing.
He suddenly stood up. No, I must find Su Jia. Su Ming must return to the Su family, even if I have to hand the family over to Su Jia. The eldest son standing beside him immediately changed his expression.
Dad, how is that possible?
We've had such a falling out with them. You going now would only bring trouble upon yourself.
What? Am I so old that I need you to teach me how to do things? Chapter 20, Su Tianhu's Desolation, the Mayor's Reward.
One by one, the top 10 numbered business cars stopped in front of Su Ming's house. Su Ming and Luo Hai got out of the car, and also with them was Su Ming's principal, Yang Jing. At this moment, another car was parked in front of Su Ming's house. Seeing this, Luo Hai couldn't help but smile. Su Ming, it seems your achievements have been known by relatives and friends.
They came to visit before us. That seems to be Su Tianhu's car. Hearing the name Su Tianhu, Luo Hai was taken aback.
He had heard about the situation between Su Ming and the Su family long ago, so that's it, perfect, let's meet together. Su Ming didn't know what Su Tianhu was coming for, but he could guess. His achievements had made Su Tianhu feel a sense of crisis.
Mayor Luo, principal, please come in.
As soon as Su Ming invited the two in, both of his parents rushed to the door.
Seeing Su Ming return, they exclaimed excitedly, "Son!
Mom and Dad, our Mayor Luo and our school principal have come to sit with us."
Su Tianhu then also came out. Seeing Luo Hai, he immediately greeted, "Mayor Luo. Head of the Su family, you are here too. We just brought Su Ming back, let's sit down and chat.
You have given us an incredible child here in Linhai."
Suja immediately invited everyone to sit down.
Su Ming wanted to directly go rest but was pulled over by his father. As soon as they sat down, it seemed a bit awkward.
Everyone fell into silence for a moment. Head of the Su family, you arrived first, so you must have an urgent matter. Please go ahead and speak, Luo Hai said at this time. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhu was taken aback for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Since the mayor has asked me to go first, I will. Since you are here today, I want you to witness that I, Su Tianhu, am the current head of the Linhai Su family and I have decided to pass the position of head of the family to my second son, Suja." As soon as this was said, Suja was stunned. However, Su Ming spoke up at this moment, "Stop, stop, stop. My parents and I have already left the Su family. Why are you looking for my dad to be the head of the family? Who do you think would want that?" Suja also nodded, "Dad, I have no interest in the position of head. Even if you want to give it to me, I won't accept it." Upon hearing this, Su Tianhu continued, "Su Ming, I know you resent your grandfather's favoritism, but while the Su family has some financial power, it is still difficult to raise a beast tamer. At that time, the performance you and Yu Han showed indeed forced me to choose Yu Han." Su Ming's parents looked at him, seemingly seeking his opinion. In response, Su Ming shook his head, "My parents' recognition of you is not my concern, but I will not return to the Su family. Su Yu Han's talent and strength are not bad, you should take good care of her." Su Tianhu wanted to say something more, but looking at Su Ming, he held back his words. Slowly standing up, he said, "In that case, Suja, I hope you two can come back and see my old man when you have time." Mayor Luo, Principal Yang, I'll be leaving now.
Su Tianhu's figure seemed to have aged a lot in that moment. After his parents sent him off, they immediately returned. Seeing the scene, Luo Hai couldn't help but say, "Su Ming, why don't you return to your family? The Su family still has some financial strength. Although you have great talent, with support from your family, your training would be much easier." Su Ming shook his head and said, "Mayor, if my current results were ordinary, even if I knelt for 3 days and nights in the Su family courtyard, my parents wouldn't come out to see me. It's not wrong for him to make choices for the family, but I don't want to compromise myself for him."
Hearing Su Ming's words, Luo Hai also nodded in agreement.
Then he smiled and said, "Let's not talk about that for now. Su Ming's parents, in this major exam, Su Ming has won the provincial top spot, bringing honor to our Linhai.
On behalf of the Linhai city government, I want to thank you and Su Ming."
After saying this, Luo Hai stood up and was about to bow to Su Ming's family. Su Ming's father immediately supported Luo Hai and said, "Mayor Luo, this is what Su Ming should do, there is no need for thanks. Linhai has not seen an exceptional beast master like Su Ming for a long time. In fact, I rushed to accompany Su Ming today because I wanted to express the Linhai city government's gratitude to Su Ming."
Gratitude?
Su Ming was stunned for a moment, but inside, he was already looking forward to what resources Luo Hai would give him. As the first provincial top scholar from our Linhai city, we must strongly support Su Ming's future training. Our city government's reward for Su Ming is also exceptionally generous and has been approved immediately. As Luo Hai spoke, he took out a list.
For the cash reward for Su Ming, we are giving him 30 million dasha coins directly.
Next, regarding training resources, we have prepared 5 bloodline purification agents and 20 million resources that can be directly converted to cash if Su Ming needs. Then there's the housing issue.
We have prepared a 1,000 square meter flat for you in Tianfu number 1. The total value of these rewards is around 100 million.
Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He had thought that after achieving the provincial top scholar, they would be generous, but he didn't expect them to be this generous. Tianfu number 1 is the best residential area in the city, without exception, and is the most expensive. The main reason is that all the main government officials live there, making the security the best. Although his parents are also beast masters, their strength is rather average. If they could live in Tianfu number 1, his safety while training in the future could be somewhat guaranteed. As for the others, he didn't need the bloodline purification agents, but it wouldn't hurt to sell them. Thinking for a moment, Su Ming said, "Thank you for the reward from the city government, I think I'll convert it to cash."
Convert it to cash? No problem. Su Ming, give me your account number, and I'll have someone transfer it to you right away.
At this time, Yang Jing also spoke up, "Su Ming, our school's reward amount is 20 million.
If you need it, I can arrange for them to transfer it to you now. Alright, thank you, Principal.
Su Ming didn't hesitate but accepted everything. In less than half an hour, 70 million had been transferred to his bank account.
Luo Hai continued, Su Ming, the 5 bloodline purification agents will be sent over shortly.
You must be tired after the major exam, so take a good rest.
Thank you for your concern, Mayor Luo.
Luo Hai nodded. By the way, Su Ming, your results must have already entered the list of the 4 major academies. For someone with your grades, they will strive hard to recruit you. At this time, you can wait and see, and make a decision after all 4 academies have presented their offers.
Chapter 21, The Mother of Tiger Beetles continues to evolve. The 4 major academies? Mayor Luo, will they come to find me?
Su Ming felt energized at the mention of the 4 major academies. Linhai is too small, the 4 major academies gather most of Daxia's resources. It can be said to be a holy land for the growth of young beast masters. As the top scholar of Haidu province, it would be strange if they didn't come looking for you in person.
Luo Hai laughed loudly. But they will probably come in the next day or 2. You need to prepare yourself and check some information online. Actually, it's all quite similar, it mainly depends on the offers they make. Luo Hai also gave a hint with his eyes to Su Ming. Alright. Su Ming understood that as the top scholar, he would definitely be attending one of the 4 major universities.
The choice of which one depends on which university can provide him with enough resources.
The big exam just finished, so there are many things to handle. I'm leaving now.
Yang Jing also said, Su Ming, I'm leaving too.
Make sure to visit the school more often. Goodbye, Mayor Luo. Goodbye, Principal.
After sending the 2 off and closing the door, Su Ming turned around to see the burning gazes of his parents. Su Ming was startled and asked, "Why are you both looking at me like that?"
In the next second, he was embraced tightly by both of them. My good son, you have really brought glory to your parents. Hearing their comforting words, Su Ming couldn't help but smile.
Back in his room, although feeling tired, Su Ming immediately converted all the 70 million he just received into consumption points. Currently, he still had 723,000 consumption points left. With this batch of consumption points, he could directly evolve his bug mother to the extraordinary level. I have decided to evolve the tiger armored insect mother.
Do you want to consume 150,000 consumption points to evolve the tiger armored insect mother into the tiger devourer insect mother?
Yes.
Evolution successful.
The racial value of the tiger devourer insect is still high level, but its combat strength is stronger than that of the tiger armored insect. His goal was to have a bug beast at the extraordinary level. High level was not enough for him. Consume 350,000 consumption points to evolve the tiger devourer insect mother into the alien armor insect mother. Extraordinary, but
what is the reproduction speed of the alien armor insect?
The breeding speed of the alien armor insect is 24 hours per individual. That's enough, an extraordinary level bug beast is sufficient. With over 200,000 left, Su Ming continued to ask, if I use all of it to enhance the breeding speed of the knife insect, how much can it be improved? Consume 190,800 to increase the breeding speed of the knife insect to 10 minutes/individual.
10 minutes per individual.
So in one day, I could breed 144 individuals. Su Ming suddenly realized during the big exam that his previous training strategy was wrong. As a natural leader, he could enhance all his bug beasts' abilities as long as he had more numbers. He only needed to cultivate the lowest level bug beasts. Using consumption points to speed up their growth would be cheaper and faster. Using them would boost his leadership talent for all bug beasts. He could additionally raise high racial value ones to ensure his peak combat power. Also, with the enhancement of leadership, if he had 100 bug beasts, he could double his extra strength. In 10 days, he could amplify it tenfold, and in 100 days, 20-fold. Moreover, he could continue to increase their breeding speed, speeding up the number of his bug army.
Right, how foolish, I almost went the wrong way.
He realized that he had no need to evolve the knife insect and shield insect mothers earlier. He wasted several thousand consumption points. The tiger armored insect mother was necessary. He needed a high racial value bug beast as the main general.
Because Su Ming knew that even with 100-fold amplification, low-level bug beasts couldn't compete against those with lord-level differences in power, and just amplification wouldn't bridge that huge gap. Unless the numbers reached a terrifying figure.
By then, if he had a high racial value bug beast, he could crush the opponent's high racial value bug beasts without relying solely on numbers. As for any dragons, they would become the food for his bug army. Soon, Su Ming had spent most of his consumption points. After counting, 3 bug mothers could produce nearly 200 bug beasts in a day. There are 144 blade worms, 60 shield worms, and 1 exotic armored worm. Having resolved his power advancement issues for the time being, Su Ming was ready to relax a bit. After taking a shower, he grabbed his computer and sat on the bed. He opened the browser and typed in 4 great academies. Soon, information about the 4 great academies appeared before his eyes. Not knowing was one thing, but discovering the truth was shocking. Nearly 70% of the master-level beast tamers in Great Xia came from the 4 great academies. The 4 great academies are Great Xia Beast Taming Academy located in the imperial capital, Haidu Beast Taming Academy in Haidu Provincial, Great Xia Military Academy in Zhongzhou Provincial, and Polar Beast Taming Academy in Northern Provincial. Among them, students of Great Xia Beast Taming Academy mostly have government backgrounds or come from esteemed families, and it has the strongest capabilities among the 4 great academies. Haidu Beast Taming Academy has the most abundant funding and is the first choice for family members and talented commoners. Great Xia Military Academy has a military background, providing numerous practical training opportunities during university, which is even a required course. Polar Beast Taming Academy mainly targets students from Northern Provincial, which consists of 5 large provinces, and has vast areas. Students here often tame water and ice attribute beasts. Considering this, I shouldn't consider Polar Academy among the 4, the other 3 are all good options. As for how to choose, I will follow Mayor Luo's advice and see what offers they make me. After browsing for a while longer, Su Ming closed the computer and waited for the 4 great academies to come to recruit him. Things were calm on Su Ming's side. After the big exam, the admissions office of the schools preparing for recruitment received the report cards from across Great Xia at the same time. Great Xia consists of 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with tens of millions participating in the big exam each year. Moreover, there are numerous universities in Great Xia. Almost every base city has at least 1 university, often several. It's rare to find a place like Linhai without a beast taming university. The number of schools ensures every beast tamer has a platform to continue their training. However, the quality of personnel in each academy needs to be fought for by the academies themselves. This is especially true for the top-tier talents that the 4 great academies are fiercely competing over. The top 3,000 from each province are their targets. Only the top 100 will be personally recruited by the admissions offices. But only the top 10 will have fierce competition, with conditions to join being offered, and the admissions offices will personally approach the beast tamers to sign enrollment contracts. Chapter 22, The 4 Great Academies Gather, Su Yuhan's Loneliness. After the big exam, the busiest were the principal and teachers of Qingxin Beast Taming High School. As the top student in the province, Principal Yang Jing received interview requests from television stations across the province almost every day. To address this, Yang Jing even held a press conference to face the multitude of reporters' questions. Principal Yang, I've heard that Su Ming's beast is the lowest level insect-type beast. Is this rumor true? It's true. Yang Jing nodded and said very seriously, however, this reporter friend used the term lowest level incorrectly. In the world of beast tamers, there are no bad beasts, only beast tamers who cannot tame them. As soon as Yang Jing finished his words, a round of applause erupted from the audience. This year, Qingxin Beast Taming High School's results are excellent. Besides Su Ming being the top student in Haidu Province, there's also a female student who has contracted a sub-dragon species. Yes, her name is Su Yuhan, and her results are great as well. Principal Yang, could we invite Su Ming to say a few words for us? Facing the reporter's request, Yang Jing smiled slightly and said, Su Ming is quite busy right now and cannot join us at the moment. Then, may I ask the principal if Su Ming has any intentions to choose an academy, and which of the 4 great academies will he choose to attend? Will you choose our Haida Beast Master Academy? I cannot answer that question, the answer is still in Su Ming's hands, and I have not yet received any news from the admission office of the 4 major academies. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Jing's secretary came up to the stage and whispered a few words. Suddenly, Yang Jing's expression changed. He then turned to the reporters and said, Dear friends from the press, I have some matters to address. Our school's vice principal will host in my place, along with Su Ming's homeroom teacher, Ms. Li. You all may communicate with them. After speaking, Yang Jing hurriedly walked out. As he walked, he confirmed, Did the admission staff from the 4 major academies come together? Yes, principal, they are already in the conference room. They are here for Su Ming and want you to help connect with him. Yang Jing nodded and took out his phone to call Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming, who was resting at home, was enjoying a rare sense of relaxation. When the phone rang and he saw it was the principal calling, Su Ming understood and answered. Hello, principal. Su Ming, the teachers from the admission office of the 4 major academies have arrived at the school.
Would you like to meet them and see what conditions they are offering you?
Sure. With the arrival of the 4 major academies, Su Ming replied promptly. He called out to his busy parents in the kitchen.
Mom and Dad, I'm going to school.
The principal said the people from the 4 major academies are here, and I want to see what admission conditions they have for me.
Okay, son. Whatever choice you make, your parents will support you.
In the school's conference room, as Yang Jing pushed the door open, he saw 4 people sitting in 4 corners. When they saw Yang Jing arrive, they immediately stood up.
Principal Yang, we apologize for barging in and interrupting.
Yang Jing smiled slightly and said, "No worries, you all are here for Su Ming, right? I just contacted him, he is probably on his way here."
That's great. I wonder if Principal Yang can also call Su Yuhan from your school.
Although her grades did not make it into the top 100, we 4 academies are quite interested in this beast master who can summon dragon beasts. Upon hearing this, Yang Jing immediately said, "No problem.
I'll have someone notify Su Yuhan to come to the school right away."
After arranging the notification, Yang Jing returned to the conference room. At this time, a man in military uniform stood up and said, "Hello, Principal Yang, I am a teacher from the Daxia Military Academy, my name is Su Jinj."
Hello, Principal Yang, I am from the Polar Beast Master Academy, my name is Long Yu. Hello, Principal Yang, I am from the Haida Beast Master Academy, Zhang Yang. Hello, Principal Yang, I am from the Daxia Beast Master Academy, my name is Zhou Wu. Hello, teachers.
Yang Jing warmly shook hands with each of them before 5 of them sat down. At this moment, Zhou Wu from the Daxia Beast Master Academy looked at Yang Jing and said, "Principal Yang, before Su Ming arrives, we would like to confirm whether he is indeed a dual-talented individual."
When this topic was mentioned, Yang Jing's face was full of pride.
Yes, he is indeed a dual-talented individual, and Su Ming's beast space is unlike anyone else's, it's exceptionally large. He is like a natural insect master.
Hearing the term dual talent, the teachers from the 4 major academies immediately had their eyes light up.
Everyone, Su Ming is definitely going to be ours from Haidu. A dual-talented individual, it's been many years since we've encountered one, and he is from Haidu, so there is no way we are letting you steal him away.
Zhang Yang's personality was as flamboyant as his name, very showy. However, Zhou Wu sneered and said, "Zhang Yang, aren't you afraid of the wind blowing and cutting your tongue? Why would Su Ming choose you at Haidu? In terms of resources, strength, and development prospects, how can you compete with us?"
Zhou Wu, I can't speak for the latter two, but in terms of resources, Haidu was never afraid of anyone. The competition between the Daxia Beast Master Academy and the Haidu Beast Master Academy had always been very fierce over the years. Their target student populations were almost the same, while the 2 from the Daxia Military Academy and Polar Beast Master Academy did not join in their rivalry. 10 minutes later, the door outside the conference room was knocked. The teachers from the 4 major academies immediately stood up, their eyes filled with eagerness.
The secretary hurriedly opened the door, and Su Yuhan, dressed in a light blue long dress, slowly walked in.
Seeing Su Yuhan, the teachers from the 4 major academies sat down again, with a hint of disappointment. "Dear teachers, this is our school Su Yuhan, a beast master with the dragon language talent, able to communicate with dragon beasts, making the contract with dragon beasts easier." Yang Jing quickly walked to Su Yuhan's side to introduce her.
"Hello, teachers, I am Su Yuhan."
Just as her voice fell, Su Ming's figure appeared at the door.
"Principal, is this the place?" Seeing the newcomer, the enrollment teachers from the 4 major academies stood up again.
Yang Jing saw Su Ming coming and immediately said to Su Yuhan, "Yuhan, please sit aside for now."
"Okay."
Su Yuhan's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness, but in order to be specially recruited into the 4 major academies, she did not show anything on her face. Su Ming was brought over by Yang Jing and began to introduce, "This is Su Ming. This is teacher Zhang Yang from Haidu Beast Master Academy, this is teacher Leng Yu from Polar Beast Master Academy, this is..." After a series of introductions, Su Ming understood the identities of the 4. He quickly said, "Hello, teachers.
Since student Su Ming has arrived, let's begin."
Zhang Yang looked at the other 3 and asked. Seeing no one object, Zhang Yang continued to Su Ming, "Student Su Ming, the 4 of us represent the 4 strongest academies in Daxia, and we hope you can join any one of us. As for your choice, that's up to you."
Chapter 23 confirmed. Daxia Military Academy. Student Su Ming, I have a few questions I would like to ask, is that okay?
At this moment, Zhou Wu raised his hand and looked at Su Ming.
Of course, please go ahead. Su Ming nodded. We just confirmed with Principal Yang that you are a dual talent, and according to what we know, you will only contract with insect-type beasts in the future, right?
Yes, Teacher Zhou, do you find any problems with insect-type beasts? Others might struggle, but for you, student Su Ming, it shouldn't be a big issue. Yang Jing then spoke straightforwardly, "Everyone, Su Ming may not be very familiar with your 4 academies, and it all comes down to which academy can provide a better development prospect for him. Principal Yang is very direct,
then let me start first from Polar Beast Master Academy.
Lun Yu looked at Su Ming. Student Su Ming, do you know about our Polar Beast Master Academy? I have some understanding. Your academy mainly caters to the northern provinces and focuses on water and ice attribute beasts, right?
A hint of approval appeared in Lang Yu's eyes as she nodded. That's right, but that's just a part of it. For an exceptional talent like you, our Polar Beast Master Academy is eager for talent. We have the largest beast base in the country, and we have plenty of insect-type beasts you need. Joining our academy, we can guarantee that your guiding teacher's strength will not be lower than king level. Also, if you confirm your enrollment, we will allocate a lord-level beast for you, and as a welcome gift, you will receive a special bloodline purifying agent upon enrollment, and during your time at the school, you will receive a subsidy of 3 million each year, a one-time enrollment grant of 10 million, and a resource subsidy at the highest level.
The special bloodline purifying agent can purify at least 3% of the beast's bloodline purity.
After Lang Yu finished speaking, Zhou Wu from Daxia Beast Master Academy was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect Polar would offer a lord-level beast this year, that's quite a bold move.
Student Su Ming is worth it. I wonder what resources your academy offers.
Lang Yu looked at Zhou Wu. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Zhou Wu smiled faintly, stood up, and looked at Su Ming, saying, Su Ming, the Daxia Beast Master Academy is the strongest academy in Daxia, and I have the confidence to say this in front of the three of them. Our academy has the most comprehensive training system, the most inclusive copies, and the strongest faculty, with as many as 23 king-level teachers, the highest in the country. If you agree to join our academy, we guarantee a king-level mentor, and just like in the polar region, we guarantee a lord-level beast.
Upon enrollment, you will receive 3 special-grade bloodline purification agents.
Every year, you will receive a subsidy of 3 million, a one-time enrollment grant of 13 million, and the highest-level resource support every year.
Hee, I thought you were going to come up with something impressive, but instead, you just brought me a big pile.
Zhang Yang stood up and looked at Su Ming, saying, Su Ming, the Haidu Beast Master Academy has everything we have, and we also have things they don't.
The training resources they offer, we can also provide. We'll give you 4 special-grade bloodline purification agents upon enrollment.
Additionally, we provide an annual subsidy of 5 million, a one-time enrollment grant of 20 million, and the highest-level resource support every year. In terms of funds, Su Ming didn't actually lack a few million. The city government had already granted him 50 million. At this moment, a teacher from the Daxia Military Academy stood up and said, Su Ming, the Daxia Military Academy cannot promise as much as Haidu. The best we can offer is the same terms as the Polar Beast Master Academy, but we can provide 3 special-grade bloodline purification agents. By joining the Daxia Military Academy, you can start with the rank of Major, and you are a Beast Master. In our military academy, there is a king-level Beast Master who has a bug beast with the highest known species value. His bug beast is capable of breeding. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ming's eyes instantly sparkled with light. Of course, he could use consumption points to evolve his pets. But if he could directly contract a bug beast with king-level species value, how many consumption points would he save? The remaining consumption points could be used to enhance the breeding speed. Old Su, don't bully Su Ming just because he has just become a beast master and doesn't understand. The difficulty of breeding a king-level beast is incredibly high, and why should a king-level beast be given to Su Ming? I know that person you mentioned, leisurely King Qi Shantian, his temper is foul and stubborn, and if Su Ming wants to become his disciple, he might not even accept him. Zhang Yang stood up, unabashedly breaking apart Su Jin's words. To this, Su Jin did not sugarcoat his words, saying, Su Ming, opportunities come with risks. The temptation of a king-level beast depends on whether you have the courage for it. Looking at Su Jin, the corners of Su Ming's mouth slightly curved up. The other 3 sensed that things seemed to be developing in a wrong direction. They immediately urged Su Ming to reconsider.
Su Ming, we also have bug beasts here. Even if you do become a disciple of Qi Shantian, when will he give you that king-level beast? Breeding king-level beasts is incredibly difficult. Yeah, Su Ming, don't be lured by Su Jin. Don't fall for it.
But at this moment, Su Ming could no longer hear their words.
Who could refuse the allure of a king-level beast? Okay, I choose the Daxia Military Academy. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, Su Jin immediately rushed to Su Ming's side. A contract that had long been prepared was directly handed over. However, Su Ming was not in a hurry to sign. Instead, he stood up and looked at the other 3, saying, Thank you for the love from the other academy. I am indeed attracted by this king-level beast.
There are certainly risks, but I still want to take a chance. Hearing Su Ming's words, the 3 who had originally planned to advise him could only give up. They hadn't expected the Daxia Military Academy to take such a move. They were caught completely off guard. After signing his name on the contract, a stone in Su Jin's heart finally fell to the ground. Su Ming, welcome to join the Daxia Army Palace and become a Daxia soldier.
Thank you, when does school start? In a week, we will complete the enrollment within a week, and the school will arrange for planes to pick you up.
Oh, okay. The other three looked at each other, suddenly thinking of Su Yuhan still in the conference room.
They immediately turned to Su Yuhan and said, Su Yuhan, do you have any interest in joining Haidu?
Haidu can provide you with a stipend of 2 million annually, and after enrolling, you can get a mid-level bloodline purification agent that can purify at least 1% of your bloodline. Su Yuhan, your beast is an Icewing Dragon, which is very suitable for our Polar Beast Academy, and we have teachers who are also very suitable for you. Listening to the conditions they offered, compared to Su Ming, it was like heaven and earth. Looking at Su Ming beside her, a wave of disappointment suddenly engulfed her body.
Chapter 24, Journey. Arriving at Daxia Army Palace.
Back home, Su Ming found that his parents were still waiting for him to eat. A warm feeling instantly enveloped his whole body.
Son is back, wash your hands and eat. Okay, Mom.
All the dishes on the table were his favorites.
As soon as he sat down, his dad couldn't help but ask, so, son, have you decided which school to go to?
I've decided, Daxia Army Palace.
Army Palace?
Instantly, both parents suddenly stopped their actions. Su Ming naturally knew their worries and comforted, don't worry, Mom and Dad, I know the Army Palace may have more dangerous battles compared to the other academy, but that's why I chose it. And Mom and Dad, after I go to the academy, you should move to Tianfu Yipin early, it's safer there.
Stinky kid, not even gone yet and you're already worrying about us.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of your mom. Su Ming turned to look at his mom, and she was clearly not in a good mood. However, this was a normal situation.
In the following days, Su Ming did not relax. He basically went to the dungeon center to train every day.
But as the saying goes, fame brings trouble, being too famous also meant people would follow him wherever he went. His mom said that recently some people had come to propose marriage. In just a week, Su Ming's level had risen from level 15 to level 17. It was clear that he was getting stronger. However, the speed of leveling up was getting slower. This was mainly because the experience needed to level up was increasing. During this time, Su Ming also heard that Su Yuhan ultimately chose to go to the Polar Beast Academy. It was said that the academy guaranteed her an instructor who was also contracted with an ice attribute dragon beast. The 7th day was the time the Army Palace arranged for the aircraft to pick them up. Su Ming also prepared his luggage early and went to the airport with his parents. A large transport plane slowly landed at Linhai City Airport.
Such a super large transport plane could only be summoned by the military.
Since his parents could not accompany him, Su Ming could only take the shuttle bus alone to the plane.
Hello, are you Su Ming?
Yes, I am Su Ming.
Please board the plane, you are the only one from Linhai.
Su Ming nodded, turning to look at the distant waiting hall where his parents' figures were still visible.
Will you pick up anyone else? Su Ming asked.
No, we are responsible for picking up all the students from Haidu province, Linhai is the last stop.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Upon entering the cabin, Su Ming saw other beast masters heading to the army palace like him. While searching for a seat, Su Ming suddenly heard someone calling him. Hey brother, over here. Su Ming felt a familiar sensation wash over him as he spotted the person waving at him. Upon getting closer, he realized this was the same person from the big exam.
Is that person protected inside Area 1? You are Yu Menghai from Huatian Beast Master High School?
Yu Menghai scratched his head shyly and smiled, I really didn't expect that the person I bumped into was our provincial champion.
The champion from Linhai is already widely known.
When Su Ming just got on the plane, everyone's eyes were on him.
After the two sat down, Su Ming asked in confusion, how can you still enter the 4 prestigious academies? Didn't you get trapped hours before the exam ended?
Yeah, my luck was really bad. My ranking was over 1,300 in the province, but luckily, my dad used to be from the military academy and worked some connections. Su Ming nodded with a smile, no matter where it is, connections are still very useful. However, being able to enter the military academy is definitely not something that can be achieved just by some effort.
Yu Menghai's family background must be extraordinary.
The transport plane was very fast, landing about 6 hours later, and everyone curiously looked out through the round windows beside them. Su Ming was no exception. Outside the airport, towering buildings shot up into the clouds. At this moment, a voice sounded in the transport plane.
Welcome new students of Daxia Military Academy.
We hope all beast masters can achieve success at Daxia Military Academy. The magical creatures have not been eliminated yet, and all beast masters still need to work hard.
This flight has concluded. Once the cabin door opens, please disembark in an orderly manner.
The academy has arranged vehicles to take everyone to the main campus. As the cabin door slowly opened, everyone began to line up orderly to exit the plane. As soon as they stepped out, they saw several buses lined up to pick them up.
The military academy's recruitment in Haidu was not many. Su Ming counted on the plane and found there were only 133 people, including himself. The bus passed the school buildings and soon arrived at the main campus.
Yu Menghai nudged him. Su Ming, do you have any acquaintances at the military academy?
No, why do you ask?
Su Ming shook his head in confusion.
Then why is that person looking for you?
Saying this, Yu Menghai pointed at a middle-aged man not far away, his sign reading Su Ming.
Su Ming couldn't find any memory of the man in front of him.
After getting off the bus, Su Ming and Yu Menghai approached the man.
Hello, are you looking for me?
Su Ming asked the man. The man looked quite handsome but somewhat unkempt.
Qi Xiantian slowly raised his head and looked at Su Ming, asking, Are you Su Ming?
Yes, I am Su Ming.
The provincial champion from Haidu?
Su Ming nodded, even more puzzled about who this man was.
After getting Su Ming's answer, the man nodded and directly threw the sign into the trash can. Come with me. In response to the man's words, Su Ming was even more confused. Senior, I don't know you. Why are you looking for me?
Qi Xiantian turned his head, puzzled, and said to Su Ming, I am your mentor.
Did you come to the military academy not to become my student? Become your student?
Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Realizing something, he joyfully exclaimed, You are that free-spirited king. Kings among beast masters each have their own titles, which are symbols of identity.
Can we go now? Qi Xiantian nodded and asked. But I haven't enrolled yet. This matter can be handed over to the relevant personnel.
Since you are here at the military academy, be prepared to start cultivating.
Su Ming was dumbfounded. Is cultivation really that urgent?
However, since he also wanted to be taught by this free-spirited king, he decided not to think too much about it. He turned to Yu Menghai and said, Olju, I'll go with my mentor first.
If there's anything, call me.
Oh, okay. Yu Menghai looked at the scene before him, still not able to react.
As Su Ming followed Qi Xiantian further away, someone couldn't help but say, Is this the benefit of being a scholar?
Assigned a royal-level mentor right after enrolling.
Chapter 25, Starting with Intensity. The Demon Suppression Tower. You must have many questions for me, right? Why are you not speaking? Qi Xiantian spoke first.
Su Ming forced a bitter smile and said, Teacher, I have too many questions, I don't know where to start.
Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qi Xiantian, also known as the Carefree King.
Just like my title, my personality is quite easygoing. Just like today, I received the news that I would take you as my student.
So instead of waiting for you to find me, I thought it would be better for me to come to you directly and skip some steps.
Hearing the teacher's words, Su Ming was truly surprised.
Then Su Ming asked, Teacher, if you take me away directly, what will happen to my courses? I don't have a student ID or anything.
I have already arranged for someone to get that for you. As for the courses, I am your mentor. Whatever courses I assign you, those will be your courses.
Ha! Aren't there courses with dozens of people attending at once?
At this moment, Qi Xiantian suddenly stopped. He turned back to Su Ming and said, Su Ming, you must remember, you came to the academy to become stronger, not for a vacation.
What's the point of a class with dozens of people?
Oh, I see. Teacher, I heard that our academy uses a points system.
What is that system? Qi Xiantian nodded and replied, This is indeed quite important. Points are your currency in the school. Money is not of much use here.
To earn points, you can hunt ferocious beasts, complete tasks issued by the academy, and so on. Points can be exchanged for the school's resources.
Oh, I see. Su Ming nodded.
Qi Xiantian continued, Actually, besides understanding this points system, you don't need to know too much about anything else.
Your task is simply to complete the courses I assign you on time. Soon, the two arrived in front of a magnificent building.
The two huge stone statues at the entrance were particularly spectacular.
Su Ming looked up and saw 4 large characters clearly written at the top of the dome-shaped building, Task Building. Teacher, what are we doing here? To receive a task.
The two entered the task center, which was filled with many people. The teacher led Su Ming straight to a machine.
I need to receive a task from the Demon Suppression Tower. Okay, please enter your student ID. Qi Xiantian turned to Su Ming, What's your student ID?
Teacher, I just arrived, I don't know. Qi Xiantian suddenly realized and then made a phone call.
Hello, what's Su Ming's student ID?
95300******.
Alright, finish that quickly. I'll take Su Ming to the Demon Suppression Tower for a spin. After entering the student ID, the machine spoke the next second.
Congratulations Su Ming, you have successfully received the task of the Demon Suppression Tower. The points will be synchronized to your account in real time upon completion.
I wish you a successful task. Alright, let's go.
As they walked out of the task center, Qi Xiantian continued to tell Su Ming, in the future, no matter what you plan to do, check if there's a task first.
If you can do a task at the same time, you can also earn some points.
Once your senior brother finishes processing your enrollment, you'll be able to take tasks online without coming to the task center.
Teacher, what is the task of the Demon Suppression Tower? Su Ming asked curiously. It's a dungeon, a place to test students' overall strength. The higher you climb, the more points you earn. Su Ming nodded and said, Teacher, you're testing me, aren't you? You want to see my strength, right? Not too dumb.
After all, I am a royal-level beast tamer. You may be the top scholar of the province, but whether you're a mule or a horse, we'll see.
You'll know after walking a circle in the Demon Suppression Tower.
Soon, Su Ming was led by Qi Xiantian to the center of the dungeon. The Great Xiao Military's dungeon center is vast, with only 10 passages in the Linghai City Dungeon Center.
Here, there are more than 100 passages.
Su Ming, the Demon Suppression Tower adjusts the difficulty based on the age of the cultivator. You just turned 18, so your difficulty level is for 18-year-olds.
Teacher, the difficulty increases as the layers go up, right?
Yes, just pick any passage. You have already accepted the mission, so just enter your student number, and the dungeon passage will open to take you to the right place. Su Ming nodded, without any hesitation, casually selected a passage, entered the student number given by his teacher, and then walked in without looking back. Qi Xiantian looked around, found a corner with no people, and sat down. Opposite him was the real-time data of the Demon Suppression Tower from the Dungeon Center. Su Ming's name, not officially registered yet, only had a student number displayed.
95300******, age 18, layer 0.
Young man, let me see what kind of innate bug master you are, as they say. A familiar feeling of dizziness washed over him, and Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears.
Number 1213895527, welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower. Would you like to begin the trial?
Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the grass in front of him.
In the next second, a giant-eared rabbit jumped out from the grass. A level 1 giant-eared rabbit?
Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately summoned his bug beast to defeat it in an instant.
Challenge successful, please enter the second layer.
A light ring appeared in front of him. When Su Ming stepped onto it, he quickly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a grassy field. At that moment, a sand scorpion crawled out in the desert.
A level 1 sand scorpion.
The difficulty for this 18-year-old was incredibly simple in the early stages. Su Ming did not feel much and reached the 30th level in just 10 minutes. Now, the fierce beasts had already reached level 10, and their racial attributes had also risen to intermediate. However, Su Ming noticed that defeating these fierce beasts did not yield experience or consume points. Clearly, these fierce beasts were fake. The Demon Suppression Tower was a place to safely test the true strength of a bugmaster.
This is really great. It allows me to test my own strength without any life-threatening risks.
Such a good dungeon has not been introduced in a small city like Linghai. Su Ming sighed and continued on his path of rapidly clearing levels. At this moment in the dungeon center, a handsome figure entered, immediately catching the attention of many girls in the dungeon center. The boy held a bag of items and walked straight to Qi Xiantian, sitting down beside him.
Teacher, I've got everything for junior brother sorted. Good. Qi Xiantian nodded. The boy continued to ask, Teacher, how many levels has junior brother reached now?
30 levels in 10 minutes, about the same speed as you last year. Wang Zhuoxing smiled and said, Teacher, the difficulty for 18 years old is really not challenging in the beginning, the true strength only shows after level 50.
Chapter 26, Demon Suppression Tower Level 91, the youngest record.
In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's levels reached 50. At this point, Su Ming had to face level 15 extraordinary fierce beasts. However, Su Ming was much stronger now than during the big exam. As his level increased, his bug army had also exceeded 1,500, with 7 armored bugs now.
His combat power had multiplied tenfold. Moreover, his level had now broken through to level 17, allowing him to directly eliminate the level 15 extraordinary fierce beasts.
In an instant, Su Ming broke through to level 60. Seeing the scene before him, Qi Xiantian also smiled.
60 layers in half an hour, how long did it take you back then?
1.5, Wang Zhuoxing scratched his head a bit shyly. He didn't understand, it's impossible, a 50th level fierce beast is a level 15 and has extraordinary race values, how could the junior be so fast?
Seeing Wang Zhuoxing's confused expression, Qi Xiantian shook his head and said, Did I tell you what level your junior brother is?
It seems you didn't.
What level is your junior brother at now?
Wang Zhuoxing immediately asked.
Level 17.
Wang Zhuoxing immediately gasped, not believing it, wanting to confirm the answer. No way, I was only level 15 by this time that year, how could he do it?
Otherwise, how would we say there's a gap?
Your junior brother is the province's top scholar, and he's also the top scholar of Haidu province.
Hearing Qi Xiantian say this, Wang Zhuoxing suddenly understood.
You're right, my junior brother is the top scholar, it makes sense that he's stronger than me. However, when Su Ming reached the 60th level, his speed still did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 70th level. At the 70th level, Su Ming's information shot straight to the number 1 position on the dungeon's record board.
This also attracted many onlookers. Who is this person without a name, only a student ID, who reached the 70th level in less than an hour?
This student ID seems to belong to a new student, he must not have been registered yet, and he just came to challenge the Demon Tower with the student ID, truly impressive. His speed is so fast, he's at the 73rd level.
What level is 73 for an 18-year-old? Does anyone know? Level 18, Extraordinary Fierce Beast. The crowd began to analyze Su Ming's achievements. Just entering school can defeat an 18-level Extraordinary Fierce Beast, are you kidding? What kind of monster is this?
Many were amazed but still believed the result. Because this record board has never been wrong, and while defeating an 18-level Extraordinary Beast is difficult, it doesn't mean nobody can do it. Su Ming's speed gradually slowed down, yet he continued steadily toward higher levels.
Sitting beside Qi Xiantian, Wang Zhuoxing became excited.
Teacher, my junior brother is too awesome, he's at the 83rd level. More than 2 hours later, Su Ming had successfully reached the 83rd level, and many people in the dungeon center were attracted by the commotion here. Many were speculating about Su Ming's identity. However, right now, Su Ming's score only showed a student ID and no other information. To find out Su Ming's identity through the student ID, only the school had the authority.
Could he be breaking records? It shouldn't be, right?
Inside the Demon Tower, Su Ming looked at the fierce beasts refreshing again, and he gradually began to feel the pressure. Looking at the fierce beast in front of him, lines of information appeared in his vision.
Name, Flame Demon Ape. Level, 19. Race value, extraordinary.
The alien carapace bug, as an extraordinary beast, had pretty good attack and defense. With the boost from his own talent, facing the 19th level Flame Demon Ape, although it was challenging, he solved it without spending too much time.
I guess it will be over soon.
Su Ming thought silently, entering the next level, the beast's level was still 19, and its race value was still extraordinary. But this time the fierce beast's combat power was even stronger than last time.
Name, Rock Dragon Beast. Level, 19. Race value, extraordinary. As long as it was a beast with dragon blood, it was undoubtedly extraordinary.
Su Ming had not heard of anyone contracting a true dragon, but guessed that the race value of a true dragon should reach the divine level to achieve that.
A 19-level beast can't pressure me, kill.
What Su Ming didn't know was, with each level he advanced, the crowd outside was stunned once more.
How far can this new student go? It's truly ridiculous.
He's definitely at the top scholar level, let's check how many top scholars we admitted this year, we should find out who it is.
Yes, hurry and check.
Watching the lively scene in front of him, Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, you just wanted to test your junior brother's strength, but didn't expect to create such a huge commotion.
Qi Xiantian was extremely calm.
Such strength deserves the situation they told me about.
Teacher, has your golden-horned magic insect started breeding yet? Qi Xiantian shook his head and said, how is that possible?
Breeding a king-level beast is very difficult. Besides, if we let your junior apprentice contract a king-level beast now, he wouldn't be able to handle it. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Su Ming looked at his insect army that had lost all combatability and sighed in helplessness. At that moment, the voice he had heard at the beginning returned to his ears. Number 1213895527 congratulates you for reaching level 91. We look forward to your next challenge. Following that, a departing teleportation array appeared.
Su Ming immediately walked onto it. Meanwhile, in the instance center, many people also surrounded the exit.
Everyone wanted to see who this new student was that had caused such a stir. At the instance exit, Su Ming's figure appeared, and everyone burst into cheers at that moment.
One person rushed up to Su Ming and asked, "Classmate, are you this year's new student?"
Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by this sudden scene.
The person continued to ask, "Was it you who just challenged the magic tower?"
Su Ming nodded, and immediately everyone around cheered again.
"What are you doing?" Su Ming asked in confusion. "Junior, do you know how many levels you just cleared?" "Level 91, is that surprising?" Su Ming was stunned. At 18 years old, clearing 19 levels shouldn't be too difficult, right? The other party laughed and said, "But you are a new student. You have only been practicing for a few days, and you broke the best record for new students challenging the magic tower since our school was established." Su Ming did not feel much about this record. He needed to find his teacher quickly. "This is nothing important. Please make way, I have something to do." Chapter 27, Teacher's Second Identity, King-Level Breeder. Su Ming passed through the crowd and walked directly to his teacher's location. "Teacher, I only reached level 91, and I couldn't go any further," Su Ming said with a bitter smile. "Junior, your achievement is very strong. You must know that you just enrolled." Wang Zhuoxing stood beside him and immediately praised Su Ming. Looking at the boy in front of him, he was exceptionally handsome, only readers of books in Yanzhou could probably outshine him in looks. "Su Ming, this is your senior brother, named Wang Zhuoxing, currently a sophomore." Qi Xiantian immediately introduced Wang Zhuoxing. "Hello, junior brother. It's nice to meet you. You really surprised me. At your age, I only cleared up to level 80. Wang Zhuoxing didn't hold back his praise, and Su Ming had a very good first impression of this bright senior brother. At this moment, Qi Xiantian spoke, "Let's go. There are too many people here, it's not a place to talk." The three of them walked out of the instance center together. Many onlookers looked at the three and immediately understood. So it's a student newly accepted by King of Leisure. King of Leisure is still the same. Last year when he took in Wang Zhuoxing, he also brought him to the instance center to challenge the magic tower and test his strength. King of Leisure's strength is among the strongest of the king-level beasts in our military academy. When he takes in students, he must choose the best. I'm really curious which new student this is. At the King of Leisure's residence, a manor covering an area of over 3,000 square meters. This is the standard residence for king-level beast masters within the school. The three sat down in a pavilion outside the house. Qi Xiantian said, "Su Ming, from your performance in the magic tower today, it's indeed as they said. Your strength is impressive. Among all the new students in the country this year, your strength can also rank among the top 3. Wow, top 3. Teacher, your evaluation of the junior brother is really high. When you evaluated me that year, I was only in the top 50. Wang Zhuoxing immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. But from the moment he met Su Ming, he knew that this senior brother of his was a talkative live wire. Hurry up and hand over what you received to your little junior brother. Oh, I almost forgot. At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing finally handed Su Ming a few documents packed in a transparent bag. He explained, "Little junior brother, inside this bag is your student ID, dormitory keycard, and a student handbook. Your dormitory is number 71 in Zone A, which I specially chose for you. When I helped you with the registration, the person in charge said that the rewards the school promised you can now be redeemed. You need to go to the treasure house in person to claim the beast tamer and bloodline purification agent." "Okay, thank you, senior brother." Su Ming nodded. He truly hadn't contracted a lord-level beast before. Right now, his level was still below 20, and attempting to contract high base value beasts would only be a try, the success probability should be low. "Su Ming, since you chose me as your mentor, I will wholeheartedly guide you in the time to come." "Thank you, teacher." Su Ming immediately replied respectfully upon hearing this. Qi Xiantian smiled slightly. "I know that a large part of the reason you chose me is because I own the only king-level insect-type beast in all of Daxia, the golden horn demon worm." Just as Su Ming wanted to explain, he was stopped by Qi Xiantian. "No need for those polite words, the strength of a beast tamer is measured by the strength of their beasts. While the level and talent of the beast tamer matter, having a beast that is inherently strong is what all beast tamers yearn for. So, it's not surprising that you want a beast with a strong base value. Moreover, I believe that if you have a king-level insect-type beast, you can bring out its full potential." "Teacher, you flatter me, I'm a bit embarrassed now." Qi Xiantian smiled lightly, "But I don't have it yet. I can't guarantee that I will have it in the future. If my golden horn demon worm successfully reproduces, then it will definitely be yours, it's just that I don't have it right now. Teacher, even if you do give it to me now, I still can't contract it." Su Ming said with a bitter smile. A king-level beast right in front of him was something he couldn't conquer with his current strength. That's true, but since you've taken me as your teacher, I naturally need to give you some meeting gifts." "Teacher, it's already an honor for you to be my teacher." Just after Su Ming finished speaking, Wang Zhuoxing started to laugh. Su Ming looked at him in confusion, and Wang Zhuoxing laughed with his hands on his belly. "Little junior brother, I said the exact same thing to you last year." Hearing this, Su Ming could only chuckle helplessly. Qi Xiantian also laughed at this moment. Since we are teacher and student, there's no need to be too restrained. After saying this, Qi Xiantian added, "Summon out your main beast, let me see." Oh, okay. With a thought, Su Ming summoned the alien armored insect, which appeared in front of Qi Xiantian. Seeing the beast before him, Qi Xiantian was also taken aback. Su Ming, is this your beast? Yes, it's my main general.
Su Ming introduced it proudly. At this time, Wang Zhuoxing had already stepped up to the alien armored insect. The alien armored insect stood about 3 meters tall, its entire body was pitch black, covered in extremely hard armor. Although it belonged to the insect tribe, its form indeed resembled that of a human somewhat. Qi Xiantian looked at the alien armored insect and said, Su Ming, when your senior brother came, I helped him level up his beast from extraordinary to lord level. The materials were prepared by me, and if there were any missing materials, I let your senior brother find a solution himself. You can leave this alien armored insect with me for a few days, I'll study it first. Wang Zhuoxing said proudly to Su Ming, little junior brother, our teacher is one of the few king-level breeders in the country.
Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes instantly lit up.
This is an extremely rare existence, a beast master wanting to evolve, besides bloodlines, also needs some specific materials.
But these things are not readily available. What materials are needed for beast evolution must be researched to find out.
Those engaged in this type of work are called breeders. Each breeder has extremely rich experience with beast masters and understands the effects of rare materials thoroughly. You could say, breeders are like walking encyclopedias of beasts and resources. And having a teacher who is a king-level breeder means that the teacher has successfully bred beasts with king-level attributes. This is 100 times rarer than a king-level beast master.
All beast masters hold this profession in deep respect.
If I didn't have a system to help me evolve, I would also need to ask a breeder to help me evolve my beasts. Looking at his teacher, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher, you are amazing.
Chapter 28, Teacher's Rewards and Tasks, the intensity increases. Teacher, you are amazing.
If my mutated armor insect is evolved to lord level by the teacher, the system will generate a mother insect capable of producing lord level insect beasts for me. This way, I can breed mutated armor insects and also breed the lord level beasts evolved from mutated armor insects.
Wang Zhuoxing laughed heartily. Junior brother, this is just one of our teacher's abilities. Teacher, you have another little fan now. Qi Xiantian then turned his head, looking at Wang Zhuoxing. How much of the task I assigned you have you completed? What is the current school ranking? How many tasks have you completed?
Right, teacher, junior brother, I suddenly remembered I have some other things to do, I'm leaving now. Before Qi Xiantian could say anything, Wang Zhuoxing immediately ran out like the wind. Su Ming looked at the scene before him, dumbfounded.
Confused, he asked, Teacher, what did you just say to Brother Wang?
Qi Xiantian answered, Su Ming, the master leads you to the door, the practice is up to you. As your teacher, my main role is to supervise and set training plans for you. You need to accomplish the corresponding tasks according to the requirements I set for you. Take Brother Wang for example, he is already in his second year and has broken through to level 40. I require him to be in the top 10 of the school rankings before he graduates from his second year, and he needs to earn 5,000 contribution points per month.
So teacher, does that mean I will have tasks as well? Su Ming asked next.
Of course, I just thought about your task requirements. Based on your performance in the Demon Town Tower, over the next month, your primary tasks are, first, you need to secure first place in the freshman competition, which can bring you plenty of resources. Second, you need to enter the top 200 of the school's human ranking. Third, you need to earn 1,000 contribution points in the first month, not including the points you earn from the freshman competition. If you fail to meet any one of these 3 tasks, you need to make up for the losses in the next month, and if you can't make up for it in the next month, then in the month after. If you fail to complete my tasks for 6 consecutive months, it means you are not suitable to be my student.
Teacher, when will the freshman competition be held, and what is the reward for first place?
Without a doubt, Su Ming could tell from the 3 tasks his teacher set for him that he had a full month ahead of him. And the difficulty was not low, no wonder his senior brother ran away without looking back when he heard the teacher pushing for progress. The freshman competition will be held 3 weeks later and will last for 3 days. As for the prize, it is 3,000 contribution points and the permission to acquire a Type A resource for free.
Class A resources? What are those? Su Ming asked, confused. Actually, it's about classifying resources.
The special bloodline purification potion you just got is a Class B resource.
The higher the level, the greater the value. Su Ming nodded, realizing. Then he asked, Teacher, what are the Ren list and the D list you just mentioned? Are they rankings for students in the academy?
Yes, that's right. The Academy has set up 3 rankings, the Tian list, D list, and Rin list, with 100 people on the Tian list, 200 on the D list, and 300 on the Rin list.
Those on the lists can receive resource grants from the Academy.
However, the Rin list is limited to beast masters below level 30, the D list requires a level between 30 to 50, and there is no limit for the Tian list.
Qi Xiantian explained clearly, but Su Ming wondered, Teacher, are there any students below level 30 other than our first year class?
Of course, there are about 200 of them. My request is simple, you need to defeat one of these seniors who are stuck on the Ren list. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's lips slowly curled into a smile.
I understand, teacher. I will complete it. Yes, and the ranked individuals can also accept tasks online. Go ask your senior brother Wang. Got it, teacher.
Shi Shantian nodded, stood up, and said, Alright, this beast will stay here with me for now. I will help it evolve quickly, so it won't delay your participation in the freshman competition. You can go back and familiarize yourself with the environment, and contact me if anything comes up.
Okay, teacher. Goodbye.
After leaving the teacher's residence, Su Ming was about to call his senior brother when suddenly he heard Wang's voice.
Little brother. Little brother.
Su Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw his senior brother hiding in a park, waving at him. Walking closer and seeing his senior brother's suspicious look, he asked, Senior brother, what are you doing here?
Didn't you go back? I was waiting for you. The teacher didn't come out with you, did he? Su Ming shook his head, saying, No. By the way, senior brother, I happen to have something to ask you.
Wang Zhuoxing smiled faintly and said, I know.
That's why I waited for you.
Senior brother, why are you afraid of the teacher? He isn't fierce at all. Wang Zhuoxing walked ahead, gesturing for Su Ming to follow. As they walked, he said, Little brother, if you complete the task on time, the teacher will seem gentle. If you don't complete it, he will seem like the king of hell.
Is it that scary? You'll find out once you experience it. At that moment, Su Ming wondered again, but senior brother, how did you know I would have something to ask you?
Because I came here last year just like you, and it was Sister Luo who taught me.
This is our teacher's tradition. When the teacher recruits new students next year, you will take over. After explaining to Su Ming, Wang Zhuoxing asked, What was the first task the teacher gave you for this month?
Oh, it's to get first place in the freshman competition, enter the top 200 of the RIN list, and contribute 1,000 points. Wang Zhuoxing's eyes widened, and he inhaled sharply. Su Ming felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Senior brother, please elaborate.
Among these three tasks, the 1,000 points might be the easiest to complete. As for getting first in the freshman competition, I can't be sure.
From what I understand, our military academy has received 3 top-tier freshmen this year, including you. The hardest part is making it into the top 200 of the RIN list. The difficulty is immense. Wang Zhuoxing added softly, It's clear that the teacher has high expectations for you.
Senior brother, why is it said that entering the top 200 of the RIN list is so difficult? Isn't the RIN list only for those below level 30?
I'm already at level 17, and I should be able to break through level 20 in a month.
Those on the RIN list are all seasoned players.
Those who can still linger on the run list are all seasoned players.
Wang Zhuoxing shook his head helplessly and explained, Students from the 4 major academies.
There are several people who still can't upgrade to level 30 after a year. Those who are stuck at level 30 for a long time are just trying to gain resources from the leaderboard. This should be considered taking advantage of a loophole.
Yes, that's true.
Generally, they will hang around on the leaderboard for 1 to 3 months, and these people will either realize it on their own and leave or be defeated by new students like you. However, the first option can be a bit difficult. As he spoke, Wang Zhuoxing took out his phone. On the screen was an app of the Great Xiao Military Academy, featuring 2 green military swords and a tiger head in the middle, which was the emblem of the academy. Little junior brother, I'll send you this software later. You can then take on tasks online, check your personal contribution points, purchase resources from the academy's resource warehouse, and view the leaderboard.
Okay, thank you, senior brother. Su Ming nodded.
At that moment, Wang Zhuoxing clicked on the leaderboard and scrolled down to the bottom. Currently, there were only 221 people on the leaderboard, clearly indicating that others had left after reaching level 30. Little junior brother, if you want to enter the top 200 now, you must defeat this person. As he spoke, Wang Zhuoxing clicked on the player ranked 200. Wang Zhuolin, level 30, Beastmaster Muscle Ape, with extraordinary race value, Beastmaster Red Pond Beast, with high race value. Wang Zhuoxing glanced at Su Ming and sighed. Basically, they all have 2 beasts now, and at least one of them has reached extraordinary level. Hearing his senior brother's words, Su Ming also felt the pressure that the opponents brought. Race value was secondary, the main issue was the gap in levels. It was just too big.
There's another way to help you enter the top 200. Senior brother, what is it? Don't keep it to yourself. Su Ming asked eagerly. Wait until the last day to see if anyone drops out. If the number is less than 200, you will basically be in.
Upon hearing this, Su Ming instantly felt like a deflated balloon. Helplessly, he said, Senior brother, this method is just as good as saying nothing. Since he couldn't avoid it, Su Ming had to face it directly. By the way, senior brother, how do you challenge? Do you go find them in person? Su Ming continued to ask. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head, saying, that would take too long.
Everyone has tasks to do and could be in dungeons for a long time or in the wild. You wouldn't be able to find anyone. Then how do you fight? This brings us to the full combat platform developed by Great Xia. You just need to challenge the images they left behind. If you defeat their image, it counts as a success. If you succeed in the challenge, the battle image information will be recorded, and if someone challenges you later, they will challenge this image. What if I become stronger but can't defeat others? What then?
You can record a new battle image, which will refresh.
His senior brother's words left Su Ming puzzled. So, will the data extracted from the image be as flexible as the person?
Seeing Su Ming's confusion, Wang Zhuoxing smiled. I had the same doubts as you at first, but after using it, you'll know there's basically no difference.
Su Ming nodded. He now understood some rules about the leaderboard in challenges.
Next, Wang Zhuoxing taught Su Ming how to take tasks online and how to use contribution points to exchange for resources in the school's resource warehouse. Little junior brother, you just passed the 91st level of the Demon Subjugation Tower, which should give you some contribution points.
You can check your account. Su Ming immediately opened the app. Personal account balance of contribution points, 900. Every 10 levels give 100 points, 900 contribution points is just right. Then senior brother, if I go through it again, won't I get another 900? That way, I can soon complete the teacher's task.
Su Ming said excitedly.
Of course, that won't work. After you pass, if you want to gain contribution points,
only by breaking through 100 levels or reaching the age of 19 can you hope to succeed.
Su Ming smiled awkwardly, and as the two chatted, they arrived at Su Ming's dormitory in the academy.
Looking at the neatly arranged dormitory buildings, Su Ming suddenly felt like he was about to enter college. We're at the dorm, little junior brother. I'll take you to get familiar with the surroundings.
Oh, okay. Thank you, senior brother. No problem. Our academy's dormitory environment is among the top 3 in the country.
Wang Zhuoxing skillfully led the way to the door of Su Ming's dormitory. Little junior brother, take out your room card and swipe it.
Ding.
The dormitory door opened, revealing a living room of over 50 square meters. Little junior brother, the standard configuration in our academy's dormitory is 1 room, 1 hall, and 1 bathroom. 1 room is for you to rest, and the ceiling height on each floor is 6 meters, mainly for beast masters who like to let their beasts out.
Our academy really is luxurious.
After all, we're a military academy directly under the Great Summer Military Department, so the funding is pretty sufficient.
By the way, senior brother, do we need to wear military uniforms in the academy?
That's not mandatory, but for some special occasions, you still have to wear them. Your military uniform hasn't arrived yet, it will be delivered in a few days. At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing suddenly shouted, "Ah!
I almost forgot, little junior brother. If you want to claim your academy rewards, you can also do it through this campus app." Academy rewards? Where do I claim them?
Su Ming was also eager to claim them, apart from the Lord-level beast, which he wasn't in a hurry for. The special bloodline refinement agent and Great Summer currency rewards, if exchanged for consumption points, could speed up his bug mother production rate. In mine, there's a special rewards package from the academy. Your package should have already been credited. Saying this, Wang Zhuoxing quickly operated on Su Ming's phone.
You have a special academy reward to claim. Claim.
10 million reward claims failed. Please bind a personal bank card number. Lord-level beast claim successful. Please choose a beast and go to the Academy's Beast Ranch for the contract. 3 special bloodline refinement agents claim successful. Will be delivered within 24 hours. Junior brother, quickly bind a bank card number.
Okay. After binding the bank card, the 10 million reward money quickly arrived. Little junior brother, this reward is really generous. The Academy spent a lot to recruit you, ordinary students get nothing.
Su Ming smiled and said, there's no helping it.
After all, I am the top student. Wang Zhuoxing nodded with a smile. Junior brother, the special bloodline refinement agent is a Class B resource, worth a lot. Your insect-type beasts need less bloodline refinement agents. If you want to sell them, let me know.
I know some beast masters who have contracts for Yarlins and Yangs that require bloodline refinement, and you could get a good price.
Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes brightened. He indeed didn't need the bloodline refinement agents much.
If he could sell them for a good price, he would definitely do so.
Senior brother, how much can they be sold for?
As for contribution points, although the special bloodline refinement agents are Class B resources, due to national regulation, they can't be bought continuously, so their prices are almost the same as Class A resources.
1 special bloodline refinement agent can sell for up to 5,000 contribution points. What if it's paid in Great Summer currency? Wouldn't it be worth more?
Contribution points couldn't be converted into consumption points in his system. He would have to use contribution points to buy other resources.
If it's in Great Summer currency, it would be much more.
Our contribution points are very valuable, with the exchange rate to Great Summer currency being roughly 2,000:1. The price of a special bloodline refinement agent in Great Summer currency is about 15 to 20 million.
Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded. Senior brother, I'll get the items first and then see. If it's possible, I'll sell them.
Alright.
After chatting with his senior brother for a while longer. Then, his senior brother needed to go complete his own tasks.
He left first.
After the senior brother left, Su Ming carefully looked around his room again. Sitting on the sofa, Su Ming began to think about how to complete the task assigned by the teacher. At the moment, it seems I can only train first and complete the task of 1,000 contribution points given by the teacher. Thinking of this, Su Ming opened the Daxia military app.
He quickly selected the task module.
According to what the senior brother had introduced, the school categorized tasks into levels SF. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and naturally, the more contribution points earned. The tasks suitable for around level 20 Beast Masters are of E and F levels.
The higher D-level tasks require around level 30 strength to complete.
Su Ming directly chose an E-level task, where the contribution points typically range between 100 and 200, as he wanted to meet the teacher's requirements.
To satisfy the teacher's request, he needed to complete at least 6 tasks.
Calculating like this, there isn't really much free time left. The training plan given by the teacher is quite packed. With this thought, Su Ming began seriously selecting his first task.
To save some time, Su Ming tried to select tasks with high contribution points that could kill fierce beasts.
This way, he could not only complete the tasks and earn contribution points but also level up and gain consumption points.
Chapter 30, Giant Wood Forest, Double Task Attack.
E-level task, hunt 100 savage spiked boars and bring back the complete corpse. Contribution points, 2 points each, capped at 200 points. E-level task, hunt 100 fruit spirit chickens and bring back the complete corpse. Contribution points, 2 points each, capped at 200 points. E-level task, hunt steeljaw crocodiles, extract all their teeth. Contribution points, 20 points tooth, capped at 200 points. After browsing the high contribution E-level tasks, most of them were about hunting large numbers of fierce beasts, which were also delicious and very valuable as food. Among them, there were also some fierce beasts above level 20, mainly to obtain materials from their corpses. As for the use, it might be for medicine, for evolution materials, or other purposes. The purpose was not something Su Ming needed to worry about.
He clicked on the task of hunting savage spiked boars and found the task introduction. Task name, hunt 100 savage spiked boars and bring back the complete corpse. Task level, E. Task value, 2 contribution points each. Task requirements, a complete savage spiked boar corpse is needed to redeem contribution points. Recommended instance, Giant Wood Forest instance, advanced. Task remaining time, no time limit.
Then, Su Ming browsed through other task information. He discovered that, like the task of hunting savage spiked boars, the hunting task for fruit spirit chickens also recommended the Giant Wood Forest instance. This way, by accepting the tasks, he had the chance to complete 2 tasks at once.
It could greatly save his time in completing the tasks.
Moreover, this instance is an advanced instance where the highest level of fierce beasts could reach level 30, although dangerous, he could also gain more experience from high-level fierce beasts. Thinking of this, Su Ming took on both tasks without hesitation. Inside the instance center, Su Ming held his student ID and approached the instance entrance.
Beep. The student ID scanned at the instance entrance, and a prompt appeared. You currently have 2 instances pending completion. Recommended instance, Giant Wood Forest instance. Would you like to go to the Giant Wood Forest instance?
Yes. Please confirm exploration time limit, 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours.
24 hours. Giant Wood Forest instance entrance is connecting, opened. Su Ming clicked confirm without hesitation, and as the instance entrance lit up, his figure vanished from the instance center in the next moment.
In an instant, he found himself in a forest. Su Ming's figure quickly flashed by. These savage spiked boars and fruit spirit chickens are group-living fierce beasts. If I specifically go searching for them, I might waste too much time. I should first kill some fierce beasts. If luck is on my side, I should run into them.
Thinking of this, Su Ming's mind stirred. Thousands of rays of light fell from the void, surrounding Su Ming with insect beasts. Go find the prickly boar and fruit spirit chickens, kill everything living you see.
If you find the prickly boar and fruit spirit chickens, don't attack yet. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the army of insects, composed of thousands of knife bugs and shield bugs, scattered into the forest.
Soon, in front of Su Ming, messages began to appear. Successfully killed level 1 giant tooth rat, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed level 4 wood mantis, experience plus 40, consumption points plus 40. Successfully killed level 1 giant tooth rat, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10.
The continuous kill messages immediately started to drive Su Ming's leveling progress forward. Sure enough, I should do more dungeons, it raises my level and earns consumption points, with no downsides. A few hours later, Su Ming suddenly received information from his beast. Found the prickly boar. Su Ming immediately led his army to surround the location of the prickly boar. On a small hill, there were the figures of 30 to 40 prickly boars. Seeing the prickly boars running around, Su Ming's eyes lit up. I'd been looking for you guys for hours, finally found you. The levels of the prickly boars weren't high, the highest leader was only level 10, and their racial value was low. Su Ming immediately commanded his insect army to surround these prickly boars. Knife bugs are not allowed to participate in the battle. Shield bugs and giant shield bugs, use your shields to smash these prickly boars. The next second, shield bugs and giant shield bugs rushed towards the prickly boars. The knife bugs established an impenetrable circle on the outside. Successfully killed level 4 prickly boar, experience plus 40, consumption points plus 40. Successfully killed level 7 prickly boar, experience plus 70, consumption points plus 70. Successfully killed level 6 prickly boar, experience plus 60, consumption points plus 60. In less than 10 minutes, Su Ming successfully harvested the complete bodies of 43 prickly boars. After putting them all into his storage ring, the knife bugs on the other side reported the sighting of the fruit spirit chickens. Great, maybe I can complete the task early. Su Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart, then led his army again towards the location of the fruit spirit chickens. In a blink, 20 hours had passed. Su Ming looked at the last batch of discovered fruit spirit chickens in front of him. He had already killed 137 prickly boars and 112 fruit spirit chickens, and these 2 tasks were successfully completed. Completed 2 tasks, leveled up from 17 to 18, and I even have over 10,000 consumption points. I made quite a bit today. Su Ming smiled slightly. With 4 hours left, he had enough time to farm beasts a little longer. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Ming was transported out of the dungeon. Walking out of the dungeon center, Su Ming headed straight to the task center. This type of task required submission of the beast corpses to the task center. The task center was fully AI operated. Following the instructions, Su Ming selected his task of killing the prickly boars. Please place the prickly boar corpses on the detection platform. The detection platform was similar to airport security. One side led directly to the storage room, while the other side would reject anything that failed inspection. Su Ming tossed the prickly boars into the detection platform one by one. When 100 had been detected, the platform stopped operating. Task objective achieved, feedback sent to the task center, and this task is complete. Looking at the 30 or so remaining prickly boars in his hands, Su Ming thought to himself, looks like I need to figure out how to sell these. Next, Su Ming selected the task for the fruit spirit chickens. Repeating the previous actions, he did not have a single defective product because he had protected them well while hunting. He still had many corpses in his storage ring. Thinking of this, Su Ming dialed his senior brother's number. Senior brother, does our academy have a way to sell beast corpses? Hot sellers, fruit spirit chickens and prickly boars. Great, where are you? I'll hand these over to you. By the way, junior brother, your bloodline purification potion should have arrived. Do you need to sell it? The senior brother's reminder, it's been 24 hours already, the bloodline purification potion should have arrived by now. It should have arrived at the dorm. Senior brother, let's meet at my dorm, I'll see if I should sell it. Okay. Chapter 31, Selling the Bloodline Purification Potion, Evolution of the Exoskeleton Worm. In Su Ming's dorm, senior brother had not yet arrived. Holding the 3 superior grade bloodline purification potions that had just arrived, Su Ming thought, system, if I exchange these bloodline purification potions for consumption points, how much will I get? 3 superior grade bloodline purification potions can be exchanged for 300,000 consumption points. 300,000 consumption points, that's 30 million dasha coins. When I calculate it, it's better to sell it to senior brother and exchange it for dasha coins. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Su Ming immediately opened the door. Junior brother, did you go to do the task of the wild spiked boar and the fruit spirit chicken? You even have extra? Wang Zhuoxing said as he entered the room. Yes, senior brother, take a look at how much these are worth in dasha coins. Su Ming dumped out all the remaining wild spiked boars and fruit spirit chickens. Wang Zhuoxing looked at the complete corpses in front of him, satisfied, and stood up. Junior brother, leave this to me. These 2 fierce beast corpses are hot-selling items at the external food restaurants. I'll sell them all for you. I estimate we should get around 3 million in income. Senior brother, isn't this a bit too troublesome for you? Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and waved his hand. Junior brother, don't be so polite. We are brothers, real brothers. This small task is nothing. One of my friends runs a food restaurant outside. Wang Zhuoxing waved his hand, and all the corpses were collected into his storage ring.
Senior brother, these are 3 superior grade bloodline purification potions. I want to sell them for daxia coins.
Su Ming took out the 5 superior grade bloodline purification potions from his hands.
Wang Zhuoxing looked at the bloodline purification potions in his hands, confused. Junior brother, are you not keeping even one for yourself? No, I'm selling them all. Then why don't you buy contribution points? Why sell for daxia coins?
Seeing that Su Ming did not respond, Wang Zhuoxing understood and said, got it.
Don't worry, junior brother, I will sell them for you at the highest price.
Senior brother, how much should I give you? Wang Zhuoxing froze for a moment and said, Junior brother, what do you mean by that?
Senior brother, you're running errands for me, you can't do it for free.
Su Ming wasn't stupid, he knew his senior brother's time was valuable.
He couldn't always ask him for help.
Wang Zhuoxing waved his hand, you're being too polite. Helping you handle these things is no trouble at all.
Your senior brother is well known for being a middleman in the academy. If you need any resources, you can come to me first, and I'll see if I have them, and give you a special price.
Senior brother, you're even running a side business? Do you have time to cultivate?
In response to Su Ming's confusion, Wang Zhuoxing smiled mysteriously, Junior brother, I set aside time to upgrade every month.
Do you know how much contribution value I get per month?
Su Ming shook his head, and Wang Zhuoxing said, commercial secret.
Don't worry, junior brother, just leave these things to me.
No need to be so formal.
All right.
After resolving this matter, Wang Zhuoxing curiously asked, Junior brother, you should have already completed 2 tasks, right?
Yes, senior brother, I've completed the wild spiked boar and fruit spirit chicken tasks.
Unfortunately, they won't let me take more tasks in a row.
Otherwise, I could have earned a few thousand contribution points from these 2 tasks.
As he spoke, Su Ming showed some regret. Wang Zhuoxing laughed, what are you thinking? This is the academy's benefit.
If earning contribution points was that easy, the prices of wild spiked boars and fruit spirit chickens in the entire Zhengzhou would probably drop.
What are you planning to do next? Are you going to take more dungeon tasks? Wang Zhuoxing asked.
Yes, senior brother.
The tasks given by the teacher are indeed a bit stressful.
I need to hurry and raise my level, relying on others is not as good as relying on myself. I still have to prepare to challenge them.
Su Ming nodded, holding on to the hope that they would withdraw voluntarily, but it was better for him to improve his strength further.
With his own talent boost, the pressure of challenging them should not be too great. Well done.
If you need any help from your senior, just speak up. Don't be too reserved.
You just entered the academy, and having someone to help you will allow you to adapt faster. Su Ming nodded and said, I will definitely remember to ask for your help.
What his senior said was right, many beast tamers entering the academy were still getting used to the school environment. He had already started to take on academy tasks to earn contribution points. During this time, he had already gotten ahead of others by a step. This was how cultivation worked, every time he got ahead of his peers during the same period, he could naturally leave them far behind. After parting with his senior, Su Ming went back to the instance center. As soon as he entered, he heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, he saw someone not far away waving at him.
Su Ming, you also came to the instance center. The person was Yu Manghai, the first classmate he had made friends with.
Yeah, are you also going to train in the instance?
Su Ming nodded and asked.
No, not yet. I just entered the academy, why are you in such a hurry to train?
Yu Manghai shook his head and suddenly remembered something.
By the way, Su Ming, let me introduce you. This is our second-year senior and a member of our academy's mutual aid association. I've already joined, do you want to come? Mutual aid association? What is that?
Su Ming looked at Yu Manghai, confused. At that moment, the senior beside Yu Manghai smiled and said, Hello, Su Ming.
I am Chen Yifan, a second-year student.
I just heard Xiao Yu say you are the top student from Haidu.
Would you like to join our mutual aid association?
Members of the mutual aid association can help each other. When facing difficult tasks, we can find members to assist us.
You should know that the task pressure in our academy is very high.
Since you just arrived, you might not have felt it yet. Not felt it yet? Su Ming thought to himself, almost suffocating under this pressure already, how could he not feel the pressure?
However, regarding the other person's invitation, Su Ming shook his head and said, I need to think about it.
That's fine. If you need anything, you can contact me or Xiao Yu. Our mutual aid association really needs strong individuals like you to join.
Su Ming smiled slightly and didn't respond further.
I have something to do, I'll be leaving now. Okay, Su Ming. Let's talk next time. Su Ming nodded and went straight to the entrance of the instance.
Watching Su Ming's back, Chen Yifan muttered, This Su Ming looks very familiar, but I can't remember where I saw him.
Senior, you must have met him somewhere before. Maybe. Xiao Yu, Su Ming's strength is impressive.
If he can join our mutual aid association, it would be a big boost for us.
Yeah, but he probably won't join. He's that strong. Then it's up to you. The conversation between Yu Menghai and the senior did not affect Su Ming's determination to head to the instance to complete his task.
Just on the way here, Su Ming had received 2 E-level tasks in the same instance, but the combined contribution points only totaled 380. However, Su Ming didn't really care, as long as there were contribution points. According to his current task speed, getting 1,000 contribution points wasn't too difficult. What mattered most was raising his own level. He needed to sprint with all his strength. 2 weeks later, Su Ming had become very skilled in selecting tasks and improving his time efficiency. Just as he selected 3 tasks that could be carried out simultaneously and was preparing to go to the instance, his phone rang. He opened it and saw it was a call from his teacher.
Ever since he entered the academy and met his teacher once, For these 2 weeks, I haven't seen the teacher again.
Hey, teacher.
Su Ming, are you still at the academy?
I'm here, teacher. Come to my place, your beast has successfully evolved.
Okay.
Su Ming desperately tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and hung up the phone. He immediately rushed toward the teacher's residence.
What would normally take 10 minutes, Su Ming shortened to just 3.
Teacher, I'm here.
Qi Shantian looked at Su Ming, who was covered in sweat, and smiled lightly.
It's over there, go and take a look yourself.
Qi Shantian pointed his hand, and Su Ming immediately walked toward that direction. Su Ming had no idea what his mutated armored bug would evolve into. When he reached the end, he turned around and looked. A 5-meter-tall, pitch-black armored bug with 4 transparent wings appeared in front of Su Ming.
Then, a system information panel for this new beast appeared in front of Su Ming. Name, Winged Blade Bug. Race value, Lord. Level, 22.
Description, evolved form of the armored bug, with 4 wings on its back, extremely fast, and 8 sharp arms like blades. Its body is covered in hard armor, providing strong defense.
Strength, 10,200. Speed, 15,000. Damn, these stats are too strong. Over 10,000, this is not much worse than other Lord-level beasts.
If I had hundreds of these winged blade bugs, forget about subdragons, even giant dragons would get chopped down by them.
Chapter 32, Lord-level beast, Bloodthirsty Demon Bug. Teacher, this is my armored bug, it's too strong. Su Ming's face was filled with excitement.
The beast his teacher helped evolve was not only powerful but also followed a different evolutionary path from his system's path. This meant that his insect beast had multiple evolutionary routes. But the path provided by the system should be the best. The system has already generated a mother for the winged blade bug.
This means I now have another mother to help breed insect beasts. It seems I need to contract more different kinds of insect beasts. My beast space has no limits, so as long as I can contract them, I'll keep contracting. My numbers will naturally increase.
Su Ming thought about this and immediately remembered the Lord-level beast that the Academy promised him. He was now level 22, and with his natural affinity for insect beasts, contracting a Lord-level insect beast shouldn't be too difficult.
This is indeed your armored bug, but Su Ming, I will be honest with you. The evolutionary path here is not the best. Qi Xuantian's face also showed some dissatisfaction.
From his perspective as a beast trainer, the evolution was not perfect, and clearly, it was a flawed product.
Su Ming didn't mind. As long as it was an insect beast, it was fine. He could speed up its breeding.
His strength didn't rely on the power of a single insect beast, it was about winning with numbers. The reason he pursued insect beasts with high race values was because a large army still needed enough generals to lead. No matter how many common soldiers died, he wouldn't care much.
Teacher, this is already great. I love it so much.
With this, I can fly when I travel in the future. Qi Shantian smiled slightly and waved at Su Ming, saying, return your beast to the space. Come over and tell me, it should have been half a month.
How has the task I gave you been going?
Okay. Su Ming returned the winged blade bug to the beast space and immediately came to his teacher's side. Teacher, regarding the task you gave me, I've already met the requirement for 1,000 task points, and my level is now 22. I plan to practice more and challenge the top 200 on the human ranking list.
Qi Xuantian's eyes showed his approval of Su Ming, without hiding it. To break through 5 levels in half a month, it's clear that you've been working hard. Let me see how much contribution value you have now.
Su Ming opened his app, and the points displayed were 2860.
Almost 2,000 contribution points in half a month? How did you do it?
Teacher, every time I go to the instance, I basically take on 2 or even multiple tasks that can be completed in the same instance.
I don't pursue how much contribution value the tasks give, as long as it exceeds 100, that's enough.
Because my level is still too low, going to the instance to level up is the priority, and completing tasks is just a side benefit. Qi Xiantian nodded with great satisfaction, praising Su Ming for his method. Very good, you understand this correctly. I was originally worried about putting too much pressure on you, but now it seems you still have room for improvement.
Su Ming smiled bitterly. Indeed, there is a bit of pressure.
But teacher, even without your requirements, I should still practice according to the current situation.
Good, I look forward to your ranking on the leaderboard. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the gift, teacher.
Watching Su Ming's departing figure, Qi Xiantian was also incredibly satisfied.
Leaving the teacher's residence, Su Ming took out his phone directly.
Since his level hadn't reached 20 before, he wasn't in a hurry for the contract Lord-class beast.
Now that he was level 22, he had to use the Lord-class beast awarded to him when he was accepted into the academy. Finding a secluded spot to sit down, he took out his phone to check for suitable beasts.
Because he only contracted insect-type beasts, screening was quite easy. For Lord-class insect beasts, there were only 5 types available for contract in the Great Xia Military Academy.
These included the bloodthirsty demon insect, earth shield insect, rending blade insect, wind shadow insect, and explosive insect. Among these 5 different insect beasts, the earth shield insect is more defensive and similar to the shield insect. It's estimated that his shield insect queen could evolve into the earth shield insect when it reached Lord class. And the bloodthirsty demon insect, as its name suggests, is extremely bloodthirsty, with a very violent fighting style, a true maniac among the 5 insect beasts. The rending blade insect has abilities similar to the blade insect, and if the blade insect queen evolves, the rending blade insect might be the Lord class form. The wind shadow insect is speed-oriented, while the explosive insect throws out spores that explode during combat.
If possible, Su Ming wanted to contract all 5 types of insect beasts. However, to contract a beast in the academy, contribution points are required.
The price for these 5 Lord-class insect beasts is the same, each costing 100,000 contribution points. This aligns with the market price for a Lord-class beast outside.
After some thought, Su Ming chose to contract the bloodthirsty demon insect.
He didn't need defense, there were plenty of insect beasts, and losing one wouldn't be a pity. What he needed was to kill the enemy at the fastest speed and in the largest quantity.
The bloodthirsty demon insect was just right for his current needs.
After confirming the exchange, he just needed to go to the beast pasture to contract it now.
The Academy's beast pasture is located in the northeast corner of the campus, covering more than 1,000 acres.
Su Ming took the Academy's special vehicle to reach there, along with many other students. After getting off, Su Ming followed the large group to the work building at the pasture. Upon entering, he saw a beautiful woman in black stockings waiting for everyone. Students, you can freely choose a room to enter. Once we verify your exchanged beast, we will deliver it to you for contracting. In this building, there are hundreds of rooms available for beast masters to contract their beasts.
Su Ming found an empty room and placed his student ID into the machine.
Immediately, a message popped up. You have exchanged for a Lord-class bloodthirsty demon insect, awaiting contract.
Do you want to contract it now? Su Ming nodded and said, yes.
Confirmation successful, expected delivery within an hour, please wait patiently. The room had plenty of entertainment facilities, including AR games, etc.
An hour passed quickly in the game. Reluctantly taking off,
Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, time flies when I'm gaming. If I had to study, I bet 1 hour would feel like a year. There was a knock on the door, and after Su Ming opened it, a staff member was standing at the door, holding a cage.
Hello, Su Ming.
The beast you exchanged for has arrived, and you can begin the contract.
If the contract fails, you can put it back in the cage, and we will return it collectively.
Su Ming nodded and took the blood-sucking bug from the staff member, saying, okay, but it shouldn't fail.
Wishing you a smooth contract. Chapter 33, All Data Battle Platform, Rush for the Leaderboard.
After closing the door, Su Ming released the blood-sucking bug. The moment the cage opened, a blood-sucking bug, less than 50 centimeters long, completely blood-red and resembling a dung beetle, appeared before him. This blood-sucking bug had extremely strong jaws, capable of easily biting through its opponent's body.
This is a Lord-level blood-sucking bug. If I didn't know it was Lord level, I would never believe it just from its appearance.
Su Ming stood in front of the blood-sucking bug, just standing there. The originally violent blood-sucking bug quieted down, seeming a bit shy. Su Ming waved at it, and the blood-sucking bug slowly walked over with tiny steps to Su Ming's feet. It affectionately rubbed against Su Ming's thigh.
Blood-sucking bug, do you wish to become my beast? Facing Su Ming's question, the blood-sucking bug immediately nodded, and the next second,
a beast contract array formed beneath Su Ming and the blood-sucking bug's feet. A few seconds later, Su Ming successfully contracted the blood-sucking bug. They say contracts are troublesome, but this wasn't troublesome at all.
What Su Ming didn't know was that if the beast did not cooperate and the beast master forced the contract, it would turn into a mental battle between the beast master and the beast. If it came to that, it would be like the relationship between a fisherman and a fish, stuck in a tense tug-of-war. After the contract was completed, Su Ming walked out of the room. Opening the door, the staff member who had just delivered the blood-sucking bug had not gone far. Seeing Su Ming come out, he immediately walked over and said, "Su Ming, have you given up so soon? The blood-sucking bug is indeed a difficult beast to contract. Do you want to switch for another one?" "I've completed the contract," Su Ming replied calmly. "Completed the contract? It hasn't even been a minute."
The staff member was also quite skeptical, walking into the room to take a look, finding no sign of the blood-sucking bug. Su Ming helplessly shook his head and focused his thoughts. The blood-sucking bug was then released from his beast space. Seeing this scene, the staff member was also shocked, swallowing hard. "You are one of the fastest people I've seen to contract a beast." "I have a high affinity with bugs," Su Ming simply explained as he walked outside. Just a few steps out, his phone rang. Seeing it was his senior brother's call, Su Ming answered without hesitation. "Hello, senior brother." "Hello, little junior brother. I've already taken care of those items you wanted me to sell. Send me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you." "Okay." After hanging up, he sent his card number to his senior brother. A minute later, his phone received a text message. "Your Pinyin bank account has received a transfer of 63 million. His senior brother's call came again. Su Ming picked up and immediately said, "Hello, senior brother, I've received it." "Why is there over 60 million? "Little junior brother, I sold your 3 special-grade bloodline purification agents for 60 million. There's a big first-year student who's quite rich, so I didn't hold back." "Thank you, senior brother. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. The new student competition is coming up soon. Do you need to buy something with this money? Do you want me to help?" Facing his senior brother's enthusiasm, Su Ming felt very touched. "No need to trouble you, senior brother. If I need help, I will definitely seek you out." Okay." After hanging up the phone, Su Ming did not hesitate, directly exchanging all his 63 million for consumption points. Adding the previous 10 million reward from the academy and the consumption points gained from killing fierce beasts during this time. In total, he had 718,000 consumption points. Without any hesitation, Su Ming allocated all of these points to the breeding speed of his knifeworms. Consume 610,000, the breeding speed of the knifeworm queen is 3 minutes/each. With a bit more effort, the knifeworms will soon reach a speed of breeding in seconds. With a thought, his current number of tamed beasts appeared before him. Knifeworm, 2656. Shieldworm, 988. Crazy knifeworm, 134. Giant shieldworm, 104. Tiger beetle, 27. Tiger head armor worm, 17. Exotic armor worm, 16. Bloodthirsty demon worm, 1. Winged knifeworm, 1. Total, 3,947. With over 3,900, my amplification multiplier has now reached 10.2 times. If it weren't for the fact that each amplification requires multiplying by 10 after reaching 10 times, he could have amplified it to 39 times now. With this multiplier, even his knifeworms could take down Lord-level sub-dragon species. There's still about 100,000 left. Let's first increase the breeding speed of the shieldworms. Consume 87,000, the breeding speed of the shieldworm queen is 40 minutes/each. Now that I have 2 Lord-level insect beasts, I can try to challenge the top 200 beast tamers. Thinking of this, Su Ming made his way to the venue without hesitation. The All-Data Battle Platform venue was a place for Academy beast tamers to engage in battles. The All-Data Battle Platform venue and the Beast Taming Ranch were the 2 largest buildings in the Daxia Military Academy. The entire venue was fully automated, any questions could be answered by the robots scattered throughout the venue. Just as Su Ming entered the venue, an intelligent robot approached him. "Hello, student. I am Robot 114 of the All-Data Battle Platform venue. How can I assist you? I need to challenge the human rankings. Can you take me to the arena?" "Sure, please follow me." The entire All-Data Battle Platform venue had 4 floors, 2 of which were personal combat rooms. The robot led him to the second floor, arriving at the door of a room. As the door opened, a room the size of a football field appeared before him. The height of the entire room reached 10 meters. Su Ming understood the purpose of such a design. This area was reasonable for battles between beasts. Robot 114 entered and quickly activated the room's equipment. "Student, please insert your student card into the slot below me and select your opponent from the human rankings. I will help you initiate the battle video." "Okay." After inserting the student card, Su Ming then asked,
Please check who is currently ranked 200 among the beast tamers? Okay. Currently, the beast tamer ranked 200 is Mu Xiaoshang. Do you want to initiate a challenge? Yes. Please prepare in the center of the arena. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. All right.
Su Ming moved to the center of the arena, while the robot immediately retreated to the doorway. 3 minutes later, the originally empty room suddenly began to change. In the next second, Su Ming found himself standing on a vast desert. At that moment, a sand fox appeared in the distance. Looking up, its information appeared before him. Name, Sand Hunter Fox. Level, 30. Race value, extraordinary. Beside the Sand Hunter Fox was a much larger long-legged insect. Name, Thousand-Legged Poison Beast. Level, 30. Race value, Lord. So soon, the battle has already begun? With a thought, over 1,000 insect beasts, including the bloodthirsty demon worm and the winged knife worm, appeared beside him. The knife worms moved quickly, swiftly surrounding the Sand Hunter Fox and the thousand-legged poison beast. The two beasts moved extremely fast. Despite being surrounded by the knife worms, they still managed to maneuver with ease. Especially the speed of the Sand Hunter Fox, which quickly broke free from the encirclement. Like a dragonfly touching the water, it darted away. Dodged the attacks of the blade insects. At the moment when the sand-hunting fox pounced on Su Ming, a huge figure quickly appeared in front of him. It was Su Ming's winged blade insect. Bang! The arm of the winged blade insect was sharp like a blade. Although it was at a lower level than the sand-hunting fox, Su Ming's amplification directly made up for this gap. Moreover, his winged blade insect was a lord-level beast. The sand-hunting fox was struck directly by this blow, and a large amount of fresh blood spurted out. Bloodthirsty demon insect, it's your turn. The bloodthirsty demon insect, which had been hiding in the swarm, suddenly jumped out. With lightning speed, it pounced onto the sand-hunting fox. In an instant, the bloodthirsty demon insect bit down. The intense pain made the sand-hunting fox howl in suffering. It desperately tried to shake off the bloodthirsty demon insect. But the limbs of the bloodthirsty demon insect were already deeply embedded in its body. A large amount of blood was drained, and in less than a moment, the once healthy sand-hunting fox was turned into a dried corpse by the bloodthirsty demon insect. Having dealt with the sand-hunting fox, Su Ming could now concentrate on facing the thousand-footed venom beast. Hundreds of blade insects charged forward one after another towards the thousand-footed venom beast. They were all knocked back violently. The system's assessment of the attack was very firm. If the fierce beast was killed, it would be thrown out of the illusion. It couldn't continue to cause any damage to everything within the illusion. Although there are many blade insects, the gap in level and species value is still too large. Relying solely on my current amplification is not enough to make up for this gap. Su Ming thought to himself, but because of this, now was the time for his 2 lord-level beasts and a dozen extraordinary-level beasts to shine. All blade insects and shield insects, retreat. Let the battlefield be handed over to the winged blade insects. With Su Ming's command, all the insect beasts retreated. Only the winged blade insect, bloodthirsty demon insect, and the aberrant armored insect remained in front of the thousand-footed venom beast. The winged blade insect flapped its wings and quickly soared into the sky. The bloodthirsty demon insect was still waiting for the right moment. As long as it could jump onto the thousand-footed venom beast, victory would basically be assured. The aberrant armored insect, with its strong defense, combined with Su Ming's amplification, charged forward along with a dozen other aberrant armored insects. The winged blade insect continuously attacked the thousand-footed venom beast in the air with incredible speed. Roar! The thousand-footed venom beast roared but felt somewhat helpless. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he quickly shouted, "Bloodthirsty demon insect, you can go now." Before the words had left his mouth, the bloodthirsty demon insect transformed into a red flash and attached itself to the thousand-footed venom beast. The limbs of the bloodthirsty demon insect immediately penetrated into its body. The intense pain caused the thousand-footed venom beast to roll over in agony. However, once attached to the bloodthirsty demon insect, unless it was overwhelmingly powerful, it could not shake it off at all. Surround it, take it down. At this moment, the aberrant armored insects and the winged blade insects also pounced up. In less than half a minute, the thousand-footed venom beast fell. With the death of the thousand-footed venom beast, the illusion immediately dissipated, and Su Ming saw the real room once again. Robot number 114 also came to Su Ming's side at this time. Congratulations, Su Ming, for successfully reaching rank 200 on the human leaderboard, where you can receive 500 contribution points monthly. Your battle footage data has been saved in the system. You can use the battle footage data to challenge the top 200 players on the leaderboard. Would you like to spend 500 contribution points to start automatic combat? Listening to robot number 114's voice, Su Ming nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." Your 500 contribution points have been deducted. You now have 2,300 contribution points remaining. Starting automatic combat for you, please wait.
In less than 3 minutes of waiting, robot number 114 spoke again. Automatic combat completed.
Congratulations, Su Ming, your ranking has risen to 115, where you can receive 1,000 contribution points every month. Hearing his score, Su Ming felt a great surprise. He had jumped directly to rank 115, closing in on the top 100.
There are only a few more names to go. Technology changes life, it's so convenient.
For this function, it was indeed very convenient for himself. No wonder my senior brother praises this all-platform battle system so much.
However, my current strength is not my full strength. If it were my full strength, I should be able to enter the top 100.
Su Ming thought to himself.
114, how do I enter my true strength? The current strength data is not my all.
Su Ming then asked. If you need to upload your full strength, the full data battle platform can simulate your opponent until you are defeated.
Do I need to pay contribution points? Su Ming continued to ask. It requires 1,000 contribution points.
Hearing 114's answer, Su Ming immediately gasped.
This price cannot be called cheap. It's enough for a week of tasks for himself. Forget it, this ranking is good enough. Even if I can advance, it should only be around the top 100.
After I completely improve my strength level, I will strive for the top 10 better. Su Ming still chose to give up refreshing his strength data.
Having completed another task, Su Ming felt very relaxed.
What he needed to prepare next was for the freshman competition in a week. Whether I can take the first place, this last week's sprint is particularly important. Thinking of this, Su Ming immediately left the full data battle platform venue and headed towards the dungeon center.
At the same time,
each of the beast masters from the previous session that was defeated by Su Ming also received information from the full data battle platform at this time.
You have been defeated, ranking dropped to 116.
You have been defeated, ranking dropped to 117.
You have been defeated, ranking dropped to 118. You have been defeated, ranking dropped to 201.
Looking at their own ranking, many people curiously checked who had defeated them.
A freshman from the first year, has he already started charging for the rankings? Who is this Su Ming? How is he so powerful?
He jumped directly to 115th place on the rankings. I want to see for myself what abilities this Su Ming has to defeat me. In an instant, many beast masters who were defeated by Su Ming rushed to the full data battle platform venue to challenge Su Ming's battle data individually. Almost without exception, because their levels had remained at level 30 for a long time, even if they refreshed their strength data. But faced with Su Ming's swarm of bugs, they still had to be defeated. In a moment, the legend of Su Ming began to spread in the second year.
Chapter 35, Freshmen Gather, Chaotic Relationships. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to look so handsome in military uniform.
In the dormitory, Su Ming put on the military uniform, the 2 thin stripes and 3 gold stars on his shoulders. The colonel rank was particularly eye-catching. For freshmen to reach colonel, only you provincial champions have such treatment. Beside him, Wang Zhuoxing looked at the epaulets on Su Ming's shoulders and sighed.
Senior brother, don't tease me.
Su Ming tidied up while saying, by the way, senior brother, I've always forgotten to ask you, do you know about an organization in our academy called the Mutual Aid Society? Mutual Aid Society? Why, did they contact you? Upon hearing these words, Wang Zhuoxing's voice raised a bit. It was something that happened a while ago. I ignored them.
Wang Zhuoxing said earnestly, Junior brother, do not participate in this mutual aid society.
Is this some kind of evil organization?
It's not exactly an evil organization, just some guys who like to huddle together for warmth. To put it bluntly, they want to mooch off the time of other stronger beast masters to help them complete tasks, and there's no pay.
How can they organize then?
Su Ming felt speechless. The time of beast masters is precious. In such a fiercely competitive situation, if you don't work hard to practice, you will be eliminated. Especially for people like Su Ming and them.
Competition is extremely brutal. Whosoever's time is occupied may be surpassed by others.
Yes, this mutual help association has been passed down in our school for many years.
The current president is a senior from our junior year.
If you join and do not follow the rules, they will mobilize all members to target you. Wang Zhuoxing spoke, and one could feel his fear of them.
Su Ming was also glad he did not agree to join. What is the president's strength, senior? Are they on the heaven ranking?
Yes, 5th on the heaven ranking, but a large part of this guy's strength comes from this mutual help association.
Senior, what do you mean by that? Do they have to give their tasks to this senior sister?
Su Ming was still a bit interested in what his senior brother said. But Wang Zhuoxing shook his head and said, don't worry about this. They can play as they like, just don't agree to it.
Oh, okay.
Su Ming agreed, adjusted his clothes, and headed to the school playground. Today is not only the freshman competition but also the freshmen's general assembly. Because of this, Su Ming needed to wear military uniform.
Over 3,000 freshmen came to the school playground in military uniforms.
For freshmen entering the Great Summer Military Academy, their rank automatically became lieutenant colonel. Only those like Su Ming, who were province champions, could be given the rank of colonel. Everyone's positions were fixed, and Su Ming stood in the first position of the third row.
The two people to his left also held the rank of colonel. Clearly, they were this year's other two province champions from the academy.
Just as Su Ming sat down, a boy next to him reached out his hand and said, "You must be Su Ming, right?"
"I'm Lei Jin, from Xihua Province."
"Hello." Su Ming nodded and reached out his hand.
After a brief introduction, Lei Jin smiled and said, "Su Ming, I've heard you've already made it onto the human ranking. That's really impressive.
After the assembly, I can't wait to spar with you. I am also looking forward to sparring with the champion from Xihua Province."
"Hee, you just got lucky to become the champion.
As far as I know, you killed a transcendent level dragon, and your score shot up nearly 10,000. The second place, Yan Xiao, is only 3,000 points behind you." Su Ming turned to look. The one who spoke was a girl sitting in the first position of the first row.
"What?
From your tone, it sounds like you are not convinced," Su Ming said with a smile. At this time, Lei Jin whispered, "Su Ming, she is the champion from the neighboring Dongning province, named Luo Qianxue.
She is Yan Zhao's fiancée.
I heard she came to the academy just because she heard you were coming."
Su Ming frowned, confused. What does this have to do with me? Probably wants to avenge her fiancé?
When Su Ming heard this, he immediately had a black line on his forehead. Luo Qianxue did not shy away and said, "Su Ming, I will defeat you in the upcoming freshman competition to prove that this champion title of yours is undeserved."
"What is the use of your proving?
Even if I lose to you 10,000 times, I am still this year's champion from Haidu Province.
And about Yan Xiao, if he doesn't dare to face me and sends his fiancée to challenge me, it makes me somewhat perplexed."
Su Ming's words showed no mercy. Since the other party came for him, there was no need for any student friendship. At this moment, a group of leaders wearing military uniforms slowly walked onto the stage. When Su Ming saw the three leading figures, his pupils shrank instantly. The shoulder insignias on them were clearly those of marshals.
"Wow, marshals."
Su Ming, our academy's president and two vice presidents all hold the marshal rank.
They are also the only three legendary beast tamers in our academy. You wouldn't have not known this, would you?
Lei Jin looked at Su Ming with confusion, but Su Ming shook his head in response. Upon arriving at the academy, he was taken by his teacher to break into the demon tower right after getting off the car. In the following time, I was also focusing on my cultivation, never thinking about getting to know the people in the academy. Principal Zhang Hongshou, a legendary beast master, his strongest beast is the Holy Fire Dragon, which has legendary level attributes. Vice Principal Xia Xia, a legendary beast master, her beast also reached the legendary level. The Netherfire Phoenix, Vice Principal Wu Yan, a legendary beast master known as the strongest defensive king level beast, the Amethyst Titan. Lei Jin was also very enthusiastic to introduce this information to Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming discovered that his teacher was also on stage, sitting in the third position of the second row. In such a serious seat arrangement, it appeared that his teacher held a significant weight in the academy.
Lei Jin then leaned close to Su Ming's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Vice Principal Xia Xia is the teacher of the person next to her."
Su Ming suddenly took a step back, looking at Lei Jin in disbelief.
The latter nodded firmly, and Su Ming curiously asked, "Then which teacher do you have?"
"The one in the first position of the second row, King of Thunder."
"My beast is a thunder-type thunderstorm beast, similar to the beasts he trains."
"Oh, so it seems my teacher is the weakest among the three of us."
Lei Jin asked curiously, "Who is your teacher?"
"The third one in the second row, King of Leisure."
"Your teacher is King of Leisure."
Su Ming nodded, looking at Lei Jin with confusion. "Why are you so surprised?"
"Your teacher, King of Thunder, has a higher position than my teacher."
"But your teacher has rejected Vice Principal Xia Xia."
Hearing Lei Jin's words, Su Ming was instantly stunned.
What kind of tangled relationships are these? How can it be so complicated?
Chapter 36, New Student Tournament, Hunting the Demon Cave.
Dear students, it has been 3 weeks since you arrived at our Daxia Military Academy. I wonder if you have found your own mentors and have entered into a state of cultivation. We are the Daxia Military Academy, directly under the Daxia Military Department. Although you are students, you are also soldiers.
If Daxia needs, you will form an army to head to the battlefield and fight fierce beasts and abyssal monsters. Today is my first meeting with you all. I won't say too many comforting words.
The Daxia Military Academy is not a place for you to laze around and waste time.
Here, you must strive for cultivation. The academy will not neglect any student who works hard.
Principal Chao Hongshou opened his mouth, showcasing the dominance of a legendary beast master. Without too much fancy language, he straightforwardly told everyone that the Dasha Military Academy is a place for beast masters to cultivate. Dear students, I don't know how you have spent these 3 weeks, but I believe some of you have been diligently cultivating, while others have been dazzled by the flashy world of university. Whether you're a mule or a horse, we'll find out soon enough.
There is nothing much to say about the new student tournament. Please get ready, the next challenge is the first battle that the Academy is presenting to you.
After Chao Hongsho finished speaking, he stood up.
A small demon cave has been discovered in my region of Zhengzhou. This is a trial gift left for you from the military department. As students of the Academy, enemies you will face are not just fierce beasts but also the more brutal abyssal monsters. As soon as the principal's words fell, the students below instantly erupted in noise.
In high school, they had learned about the history of abyssal monsters. The integration of games revealed that, besides bringing revival to this world, fierce beasts and beast masters also brought a strange place called the Demon Cave. The appearance of demon caves is not fixed, and their size and scale also vary. Demon caves always appear at unexpected times and places in the wilderness, and when they do appear, they will do so in a very short time.
Swallow all the fierce beasts around.
And turn these fierce beasts into magical creatures. After becoming magical, the fierce beasts can gain double or even more power. Similarly, the magical creatures become even more ruthless, and their intelligence will increase. Each time the abyss monsters appear, the scale is different. Therefore, the Great Xia has classified the scales of monsters into small, medium, large, super large, destructive, and doomsday levels. It is said that once the monster cave reaches the large level, it will give birth to intelligence. The Great Xia calls it the Demon King. All the monsters that are swallowed will follow the orders of this Demon King unconditionally. The Great Xia once experienced the most severe invasion from the monster cave, which was at the destructive level, and it has been 100 years since then. It is said that during that year, this destructive monster cave gave birth to 7 demon kings and 1 demon emperor. It is said that several provinces were destroyed, and countless beast masters from the Great Xia spent over 10 years, sacrificing numerous beast masters just to seal that monster cave. Moreover, several legendary and king-level beast masters have been guarding that monster cave for many years. Fighting against monsters is different. The state between magical creatures and beast masters is a fight to the death.
The danger level is more than 3 times that of fighting fierce beasts.
At this time, at the airport of the Great Xia Military Academy, 10 transport planes were already warming up their engines. Before long, the new students who were still attending the orientation meeting were all gathered at the airport.
Wow, they are serious, going all out.
Su Ming and Lei Jin ran alongside the large group to the side of the airport. One transport plane after another took off, carrying away the personnel in front.
Is this the Great Xia Military Academy? This rhythm is really intense.
Su Ming could also feel a smell of battle in the air. Su Ming was among the last group to board the plane, shortly after the transport plane took off. While sitting in the cabin, Su Ming suddenly heard a scream from inside the cabin.
Everyone poked their heads outside.
Su Ming turned his head to look, and a giant dragon engulfed in flames roared past. Above the dragon was Principal Chao Hongsho.
Next came a fire phoenix spewing black flames and a celestial horse, among various top beasts.
His teacher's flying beast was a western dragon. This dragon, to be precise, is a type of subdragon and not a true dragon. The teachers of the military academy all set off with everyone to the monster cave.
About an hour later, the transport plane gradually landed, and a small airport appeared before Su Ming's eyes.
One transport plane after another landed, dropping off all the transported students before taking off again to make room for the next plane. As the transport plane Su Ming was on had just landed, the cabin door had already opened. During the taxiing process, the announcement in the cabin had already started. Please prepare all students to disembark in an orderly manner once the transport plane comes to a complete stop.
10 minutes later, at one side of the airport.
The principal stood before them, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone did very well, and you were all quite fast. Now behind me is the newly appeared small monster cave, which we have already sealed. The monsters inside are for you.
If you have any questions, please feel free to ask now.
As soon as the principal finished speaking, someone raised their hand.
No need to raise hands, just speak if you have questions. Principal, may I ask what the levels of the monsters are? I have only learned about them from books. Are they really that brutal?
Chao Hongsho smiled slightly. That's a good question. Since it is defined as a small monster cave, the levels of the monsters inside cannot exceed level 30, and the lower you go, the higher the monster levels will be. Some students with lower strength should not overestimate themselves and enter the deeper monster cave. The small monster cave has been confirmed to have 5 levels, with the monsters on the 4th level exceeding level 20. Please remember this. The reason why the monsters are called monsters is that they are devoid of emotions. All students must completely kill the monsters without giving them any chance to breathe. Here, do not act like a saint, just be a butcher that slaughters the monsters.
Principal, is this our freshman competition?
I heard that there are rewards for the freshman competition.
Once again, someone in the crowd asked a question. That's right, this is your freshman competition.
The one who comes in first can receive 3,000 contribution points and an A-class resource, while second and third place will receive 3,000 contribution points and a B-class resource. The principal explained all the rewards.
As long as you participate, you will receive at least 500 contribution points. Students, killing monsters will drop monster cores, which is how your scores will be calculated. The academy will also purchase monster cores based on their value, giving equivalent contribution points in return.
The academy has offered enough resources for everyone, and the purpose is simple: you all need to give your all to kill the monsters.
Yes.
Chao Hongsho nodded in satisfaction and continued, next, we will distribute a protective ball that can withstand attacks from level 30 monsters for 1 hour. If you encounter an unbeatable monster, make sure to protect yourself and immediately use the academy app to request help.
Other students closest to the danger will receive an immediate alert.
Entering the monster cave is a test for everyone and also a chance for you to understand this world faster. Competition is important, but of course, if you see a fellow student in need of help, you should also assist each other.
Our only enemy is the monsters.
As soon as the principal finished speaking, someone shouted, "Kill the monsters!
Kill the monsters!"
Instantly, the entire airport echoed with the deafening roar of killing. Chapter 37, The oppressive force of the insect race army sweeping through the monster cave. At the entrance of the monster cave, Su Ming looked at the bottomless cave before him. A wave of invisible pressure suddenly surged from his heart. The entire monster cave looked like a collapsed ground. Standing above looking down was a pitch-black abyss, completely unable to see what was inside. Everyone had a floating robot that not only monitored and recorded but also provided illumination.
Dear students, this is something you must go through.
The seal will soon open, so please get ready. You must all enter within 10 minutes after the seal opens. As soon as the principal's words fell, some people had already summoned their beasts. 1 minute later, with the principal's command of seal opened, all students immediately enter the monster cave. In the next second, everyone charged into the cave without hesitation.
Su Ming was also in the crowd, entering through the opening.
More than 3,000 people quickly rushed into the first layer of the monster cave, then scattered rapidly.
Some formed small teams to engage in battle, while others acted as lone wolves, quickly separating from the main group.
Su Ming was clearly the latter. His own insect army destined him not to blend in with others. Although the monster cave had only 5 layers, each layer was vast.
Finding the entrance to the second layer was not an easy task.
Su Ming did not overestimate himself and unleashed all of his beetle troops.
Go find the entrance to the second layer. At this moment, a low growl suddenly entered Su Ming's ears.
The guardian bug beside him flashed, and Su Ming received a kill notification in his mind.
Successfully killed a level 1 monster, the magic mouse. Experience plus 20, points consumed plus 20. A level 1 monster? Why is the experience twice that of an ordinary savage beast?
The moment Su Ming saw the information, a bold idea suddenly floated in his mind.
If killing monsters of the same level grants double the experience compared to killing the same level savage beasts, then if he killed monsters, wouldn't it be more efficient?
At this moment, the armored bug came to Su Ming, holding a small purple-black crystal in front of him. Looking at the thing in front of him, Su Ming knew it was the magic crystal the principal mentioned. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly stored the magic crystal into his storage ring. Immediately after, messages about killing level 1 monsters rang in his mind.
Successfully killed level 1 monster magic rat, experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20. Successfully killed level 1 monster magic rat, experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20. Successfully killed level 1 monster magic rat, experience plus 20, consumption points plus 20.
All the killed monsters were magic rats, which made Su Ming judge that he was still on the outer area of the first layer of the magic cave. To kill higher-level monsters, he still needed to go deeper. At this moment, at the temporary headquarters built by the Daxia army,
hundreds of already built monitoring platforms showed the surveillance screens of all personnel in sight. We have images, they finally came back.
Vice Principal Wu Nian said excitedly. In the footage, almost all beast tamers had already begun fighting. Right now, everyone is still on the first layer, facing monsters no higher than level 5, so no one is in any danger. It seems that everyone is not frightened by the monsters, which is great. Chao Hongsho nodded appreciatively, looking at everyone in the footage. At this moment, a figure caught Chao Hongsho's attention. Su Ming's figure had already outpaced everyone, delving deep into the first layer, facing monsters that had reached level 5.
This student who cultivates insect-type beasts, if I remember correctly, is your student, right, Lao Qi? Chao Hongsho looked at Qi Shantian behind him and asked.
Qi Shantian just casually glanced and nodded, saying, yeah, this kid's speed really isn't fast. After more than 10 minutes, he's still wandering around here. What's so great about staying on the first layer?
Principal, I've heard that this Su Ming is not only a dual talent but also has a beast taming space unlike others. He's a natural insect master. It seems the rumors are true. With this number of insect-type beasts, Su Ming at this level has almost no opponents. The racial value is too low. If he had this number of beasts, and their racial values could reach high or even higher levels, Su Ming could definitely become a battlefield killing machine. He could even match a whole division by himself. Chao Hongshou also saw this limitation of Su Ming. But what he didn't know was that Su Ming's talent enhancement allowed his low-level insect beasts to stand their ground against high-level ferocious beasts or monsters. So far, it seems the new students this year have not shown any signs of fear in battle. This is a good start. Let's wait and see. The battle has just begun. At their current speed, it will probably take them about 3 days to clear all the monsters in this magic cave. Now that we can directly see their battle footage, we can better understand how this new generation behaves and performs when facing monsters. The first layer of the magic cave is very large, like a maze. After splitting up, everyone found their own path to explore towards the entrance to the second layer. Su Ming also relied on the wing slice insect to soar and finally encountered higher level monsters. Level 5 monsters, it seems I'm not far from entering the second layer. Su Ming felt great joy. Although the experience and consumption points obtained from killing these low-level monsters were doubled, these experience points were already tasteless for him now. Thousands of insect beasts behind him swept through all the monsters blocking his way like locusts. An hour later, looking at a deep passage in front of him, Su Ming knew this was the entrance to the second layer. Without any hesitation, he dove straight in. Like Su Ming, the other students who chose this path also proceeded on. Being extremely cautious. Be careful, the light in this devil's lair is really too dim. You never know when a monster might jump out to attack us. We should have already entered the depths of the first level. The monsters' levels here should have also increased. Everyone must be cautious. A temporary team cautiously explored forward. At this moment, someone in the team voiced their confusion. Has anyone noticed that we haven't encountered a single monster on our way here? I've actually picked up several magic crystals. Could it be that the people in front of us have cleared all the monsters from this path? No way, that would be too unethical. They feast on the meat and just toss us a few magic crystals as soup. Su Ming had indeed dropped many magic crystals because he wanted to quickly enter the next level. He didn't bother carefully picking up some of the magic crystals. At the base, Moon Yan saw the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh. Old Chi, your student is just like your working style, taking advantage. The students who follow him are really unlucky, they can't eat a single piece of meat. Chapter 38 Experience Boost, Exciting Monster Killing. At this rate, the students following Su Ming won't get any training. Vice Principal Xia Xia said with concern. Qi Shantian sneered coldly, who can't eat meat is their own problem, they are not strong enough and not fast enough, can we blame my student? Qi Shantian, the purpose of the academy doing this is to let all students get training, not just for your student to eat until full. Then should I go down now, grab Su Ming out, and tell him he is too fierce, others have no meat to eat? The argument between the two made everyone else around them afraid to speak. Chao Hongshou stepped between them with a smile and said, all right, there's no need to argue about this. Anyone who can kill monsters in the devil's lair should kill them, those who can't blame others. Xia Xia stared hard at Qi Shantian, who looked indifferent, which only fueled her anger. With a cold snort and a glare at Qi Shantian, she directly walked out of the room. The others watching the scene chose to remain silent as well. As the party involved, Qi Shantian looked indifferent, seemingly not bothered by what just happened. Upon entering the second level, Su Ming continued with his swarming insect army sweeping forward in one direction. The monsters in this level ranged from level 5 to 15, even at the same level, the combat power of these monsters was much stronger. But still, they were no match for Su Ming's insect army with a tenfold boost. A dense mass of knife worms, along with some shield worms, tiger armored worms, tiger head armored worms, and even exotic armored worms charged forward. These monsters had never seen such a spectacle. The pressure from thousands of insect beasts was unbearable for any monster. Su Ming activated the push mode. Any monsters that stood in his path were doomed to be killed by him. As for the magic crystals, Su Ming had already lost count of how many he'd collected. Anyway, with his insect beasts helping him pick them up, he didn't need to worry about that. What Su Ming wanted was still to enter the fourth level and challenge monsters above level 20. It took Su Ming less than 3 hours to clear the second level. The path that Su Ming passed through was cleared of monsters entirely. Anyone who followed Su Ming's path would only be left with nothing. The group of king-level beast masters at the base exclaimed at the scene before them, Su Ming is relying on his talent, leading such a large insect army crashing through. This kind of competition is simply tailor-made for him. Yes, Su Ming's advantage is quantity, especially in killing these low-level monsters. He can kill more monsters in the same amount of time. He has already entered the third layer of the demon cave, while Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue, who are also provincial champions like Su Ming, have only just entered the second layer.
Hearing that his student was being targeted, Shi Shantian also stood up and said, "Old Lei, don't say the grapes are sour just because you can't reach them."
What's wrong, can't you stand my student?
Old Shi, it's your student's actions that make it hard for other students to compete and get training.
Shi Shantian waved his hand and said, that has nothing to do with me or my student. This is something our principal should consider.
If you're not satisfied, after the competition, let's have my student compete with your student. I don't want my student to compete with yours, that bunch of bugs is tiring to kill. King Lei waved his hand, not wanting to continue arguing with Shi Shantian.
Shi Shantian crossed his arms, showing an attitude of, if anyone dares to criticize my student, I will criticize you back. Alright, everyone be quiet. You're all over 100 years old, still acting like children.
At this moment, the principal also spoke, and Shi Shantian returned to his seat. Then the principal continued, an animal trainer like Su Ming, if he levels up, could be a one-man army. Although the combat power of insect-based beasts is low individually, if their numbers increase, they can also be a very tricky existence.
Vice Principal Wu Nian also clapped his hands and said, yes.
The reason we have been at a disadvantage in fighting against monsters and feral beasts is that we have too few animal trainers. We train tens of millions of animal trainers every year, but the number of feral beasts is 5 times our trainers, and the number of monsters is even more exaggerated, 100 times ours. In large-scale battles, Su Ming's insect beasts can play a huge role, but Su Ming's level is still too low and not enough yet. After 6 hours in the demon cave, almost everyone had entered the second layer, and a few had already entered the third layer.
Some people were faster because they took Su Ming's route.
The journey was smooth, and they hadn't encountered even a shadow of a monster. In the team, Yu Manghai, who had been looking for Su Ming's figure, was also very frustrated.
This is really strange. We clearly entered the demon cave together. How did Su Ming suddenly disappear?
I want to follow him, he eats meat, and I just want to drink a little soup.
Old Yu, didn't you say that entering the demon cave would let us find a big brother to lead us? Where is he?
The people beside him were also confused and asked.
Yu Manghai forced a smile and said, the key is I can't find him either. Who are you talking about?
There are only a few big shots in our class.
Present a name.
Yeah, Old Yu, stop bragging. Facing others urging, Yu Manghai had to say, Su Ming, he's the top scholar of our Haidu province. I came to the academy with him.
Do you think he'll pay attention to you?
That?
I can't say for sure, what if? Cut it, you can't get a response.
Before, you sounded so confident. Yu Manghai looked at his teammates, but he really had no clue about Su Ming's whereabouts right now. How could he know that right now? Su Ming was already rampaging in the third layer of the demon cave.
Awesome.
I just cleared 2.5 layers and leveled up again.
The speed of leveling up by killing monsters in this demon cave is even faster than I imagined.
High experience, and if I want to double my experience by hunting feral beasts, I need to kill those of high racial value. And monsters not only have racial value bonuses but also bonuses after being enchanted.
Hunting these monsters is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
It seems that in the future, I should hunt more of these monsters.
It's much faster than hunting feral beasts. Su Ming's speed in hunting was. The advantage of Su Ming's insect army did not slow down as he entered the third layer.
Now facing the more than level 15 monsters, 1 knife insect is not enough, 2 or 3 will do.
Anyway, Su Ming is not lacking in low-level knife insects right now. Chapter 39, Increasing Difficulty, Mini-Boss Level Monsters. How big is Su Ming's beast controlling space? This beast controlling space is absurdly large.
Many people also felt it was unbelievable, even the king-level beast tamers could not understand Su Ming's massive insect army. Principal Chao Hongshou shook his head and said, this is not strange, the size of a beast controlling space is not fixed.
It's just that Su Ming's beast controlling space is a bit ridiculously large.
Since the game merged, this world can no longer be described by common sense. Fortunately, Su Ming is from our school and our great Xia. That's true, as long as Su Ming is our great Xia's soldier, his growing strength is our fortune. In the 4th layer of the demon cave, upon entering, Su Ming found that the originally maze-like lair had turned into a series of connected rooms. Unlike before, as soon as Su Ming arrived at the first room, a level 20 demonized giant horned rhinoceros guarded by a group of monsters below level 20 was there, and Su Ming estimated there were over 50 of them. In the scene, the leaders watching were stunned by what was before them.
He can't possibly want to take them on alone.
With this number of insects, it shouldn't be difficult to solo, but if he continues like this, his insects will be consumed greatly. He took a long time to gather such a large number of insects. Indeed, this is a major flaw in Su Ming's strength. Without a numerical advantage, his power will be greatly reduced. The king-level beast tamers had sharp insights. Su Ming's weakness was indeed that he could not reduce the number of his insect beasts. If too many insects were killed in a short time, his strength, along with the enhancement from his talent, would significantly weaken. However, they did not account for the fact that Su Ming's insect production speed was very fast, and it would only get faster. For now, Su Ming was taking it relatively easy. As long as he maintained over 1,000 insect beasts, he would achieve a tenfold enhancement.
He still had 2 Lord-level beasts, the winged knife insect and the bloodthirsty demon insect.
And their numbers had reached a considerable 6. With 6 Lord-level beasts, even if they were the weaker insect beasts of the same level, having a tenfold enhancement with 6 times the number meant that even a true dragon lord facing them would not dare to claim victory. With a thought, a winged knife insect and a bloodthirsty demon insect appeared beside Su Ming.
Take them down.
At the entrance of the 3rd and 4th layers, several beast tamers arrived here at the same time.
Among them, Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue were the ones Su Ming recognized.
The others were also formidable figures, all ranking in the top 10 in the province during the big exam. In true combat, they wouldn't be notably inferior to the top scorer.
You all came, huh?
The 4th layer has monsters above level 20, these monsters are indeed tricky. According to what we know, the battle will resemble a boss-level fight after the 4th layer. Since we are all here together, it seems inevitable that we will take down the demon lair together.
Monsters cultivated in the demon lair should be eliminated by everyone. Cooperation isn't really that important as long as we can destroy these monsters.
Yes, but the number of monsters in this demon lair is far fewer than I anticipated. I hardly encountered any on my way through the 3rd layer, I wonder who took them down first. Hearing this, Lei Jin suddenly realized that one person among them was missing, someone of the same strength.
Strange, could it be that Su Ming has already entered the 4th layer early? Lei Jin, the Su Ming you mentioned, is he the top scholar Su Ming from our Haidu?
Yes, with his strength, he shouldn't be slow. I estimate he has already entered the 4th layer.
At that moment, Luo Qianxue coldly snorted and said, is he? We can just go down and see.
However, for someone who plays with bugs, when encountering these magical beasts, I bet his true self will be exposed, wondering where he is fighting fiercely in the 3rd layer.
Ignoring Luo Qianxue's mockery, Lei Jin paid no attention.
The others did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the 4th layer. The fastest among them was Lei Jin, whose lightning beast provided him with the speed of electricity. Before others arrived, he was already there.
My God!
Who did this?
Upon hearing Lei Jin's voice, a few others also quickened their pace. Lei Jin, what's wrong?
The other 5 quickly gathered around Lei Jin, asking. At this moment, Lei Jin slowly raised his hand and said, you can see for yourselves. Everyone looked up, and the first large door had been opened, but the sight showed signs of fierce battle. This is the bug tribe's beasts, Su Ming has arrived early. One person rushed forward and saw dozens of blade bugs and shield bugs' corpses. Lei Jin and the others walked over and nodded, saying, indeed, these are Su Ming's beasts, only he would have such low-level bug beasts. There are already over 100 here.
How many bug beasts does Su Ming have? One person, unfamiliar with Su Ming, asked in shock.
Well, I don't know either, but I heard that Su Ming has left battle data with over 1,000 bug beasts on the all-data combat platform. Hiss, then how big does his beast space have to be? Maybe this is one of the reasons for his limitations, it seems he can only contract bug tribe beasts.
Lei Jin speculated.
However, if Su Ming were present, he would definitely refute this. He does not only contract bug tribe beasts, rather, the feedback from contracting bug tribe beasts is the highest.
Hurry, we need to catch up.
Su Ming is probably clearing a few bosses alone, and we won't even get to sip the soup.
Yes, let's catch up quickly.
I saw the cleared routes in layers 1 and 2, it must be Su Ming's doing. This guy's bug army clears these low-level magical beasts with ease. At this time, Luo Qianxue was also a bit angry and said, he just likes to rely on numbers to rack up points, it's really annoying. Lei Jin nodded and said, we'd better hurry to catch up with Su Ming, he is still fighting and can't be far from us. Meanwhile, Su Ming was still battling the demonic beasts that had been corrupted. Now, the magical beasts here had reached level 23, and their racial values were extraordinary.
The difficulty could not be understated.
He had soloed 2 bosses already, but he had lost over 200 blade bugs, and shield bugs were almost the same. Even though his wing blade bugs and bloodthirsty magical bugs were strong, these corrupted demonic beasts had absurdly high attack power. He had amplified his strength tenfold, yet still, some blade bugs and shield bugs were being killed. And the number was not small. At that moment, a sudden voice from behind made Su Ming turn around involuntarily. He saw Lei Jin and a few others quickly approaching his position.
Su Ming, you are too unreasonable. You've cleared out all the magical beasts, leaving us with nothing. Su Ming, you need to stop. Let us fight for a while too.
Lei Jin shouted as he reached Su Ming's side.
Su Ming, you're too fast.
Looks like it's still your bug army that clears these magical beasts quickly. You can't blame me, I can't just wait for you all, Su Ming replied calmly.
Lei Jin nodded and said, yeah, now we're here to relieve some of your pressure.
I noticed you lost quite a few bug beasts on the way here.
Su Ming did not refuse. Although he had the ability to handle it all, these magical beasts were indeed not solely his. They have no right to drive them away. Now, it's all about who is stronger. Whoever is stronger will kill more. I see you, Su Ming, have already killed so many monsters. Let us handle the next ones, you can just rest here. At that moment, a boy standing behind Lei Jin spoke up. Su Ming frowned and couldn't help but ask, who are you? Hua Haichang, from the same coastal area as you. The boy stepped forward confidently, and Su Ming's gaze swept over him and the girl standing beside him, Luo Qianxue. He couldn't help but nod and said, it seems I'm not the only one who is not satisfied with your top score. Su Ming's words were meant for both Hua Haichang and Luo Qianxue. Just because you got the highest score doesn't mean you're stronger. My three-headed lion kills your little bugs as easily as squashing ants. Really? Then go ahead and kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar from a demonized extraordinary beast, the empty beast, immediately pulled the arguing group back to reality. Lei Jin looked at everyone and said, I think we should deal with this monster first. You guys don't have to make a move, my three-headed lion is enough. Whoever kills it gets the kill, don't try to take advantage. As he spoke, the beast companions of the other few dashed out like arrows. Su Ming recalled his insect beast to avoid innocent casualties during the battle. Seeing this, Hua Haicheng sneered, you're quite perceptive, otherwise, you would have been taken down with them. The surveillance footage made the argument among the group crystal clear. Bang! This Hua Haicheng is nothing but a piece of rat droppings. Faced with monsters, instead of thinking about how to kill them, he thinks about fighting among ourselves and even attacking his companions' beasts. Such a beast master, even if he grows stronger, will be an arrogant one. Vice Principal Wu Nian slammed the table in anger and stood up. Immediately, Principal Chao Hongshou turned to one of the king-level strong individuals. King Ponu, you must pay attention to this matter. Don't let the beast masters cultivated with hard work by Daxia go down the wrong path. Those who stray from the path always start like this. A slender man immediately stood up angrily, yes, Principal, I will educate them well after the new student competition. It's understandable for young people to be reckless, but don't encourage this kind of behavior. Yes. The other king-level strong individuals also immediately responded to the principal's admonition. Faced with the attack of three lord-level beast companions, the powerful beast known for its defense, the golden-horned crocodile, even after being demonized, could not endure. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and the winged knife insect beside him received his silent cue. The next second, it swiftly flew out. With its lightning speed and sharp limbs, the already exhausted golden-horned crocodile was quickly seized by the opportunity and was cut in half by the winged knife insect. Moreover, the magic crystal was quickly taken down and brought to Su Ming's hand. Everything happened so fast that Su Ming only reacted when the magic crystal was already in his hand. Su Ming! What do you mean by this? Hua Haicheng rushed angrily in front of Su Ming. However, the winged knife insect beside Su Ming was already prepared for battle. As long as Su Ming gave the order, Hua Haicheng would end up just like the golden-horned crocodile, cut in two. This monster can be killed by anyone, what's wrong with me killing it? Besides, before you arrived, I was the one fighting this monster. No matter whether you participated or not, I could have killed it. I don't mind sharing the fruits of victory with you, who came afterward, but did you think it's too easy for me to let you think I'm easy to bully? Su Ming was obviously furious. If it were just the two of them without surveillance equipment, Hua Haicheng would have been dead by now. Seeing this, Lei Jin immediately stood between the two and said, it's just a magic crystal, our goal is to quickly eliminate these monsters. Hua Haicheng snorted coldly, leading his beast forward first. The others quickly followed, with Lei Jin and Su Ming staying behind. Seeing Su Ming's angry expression, he smiled bitterly and said, Su Ming, why compete with this guy? Just give him a magic crystal, his score can't possibly match yours. Lei Jin, if I back down, he'll really think I'm easy to bully. Lei Jin patted Su Ming on the shoulder and said, calm down, calm down. Talking to someone like him, the more you argue, the more excited he gets. In the following battle, with the addition of several people, Su Ming barely exerted any effort and successfully reached the entrance from the 4th layer to the 5th layer. Unknowingly, Lei Jin had become the most recognized person in the team. Su Ming even admired this a bit. It's the last layer, there will surely be many monsters gathered inside. No matter what grievances we had before, let's all work together to eliminate the monsters. Don't worry, Lei Jin, we will prioritize the larger picture. Lei Jin nodded and then said, let's go. In the monitoring room, Lei Jin's performance received the praise of the principal and others. A natural leader, this Lei Jin is indeed impressive. He resolved the conflict with just a few words, that's truly good. But to have the ability to solve problems, one must have the strength to solve them. Lei Wang, you must cultivate this Lei Jin well. Hearing this, Lei Wang immediately stood up and said, don't worry, principal, I will definitely do my best to cultivate him.
soon, as the few of them entered the fifth layer.
In the darkness, countless eyes suddenly opened. When the searchlights of the seven swept across the fifth layer, everyone took a sharp breath.
Monsters, a sea of them, some crawling on the ground, others hanging in the air. Wherever the gaze fell, it was all monsters. Their levels varied, with some below level 10 and others above 20.
Damn! One of the seven cursed quietly, and in an instant.
All the monsters were awakened. Lei Jin immediately shouted, "Everyone, with this number of monsters, don't hold back your strength, otherwise, we might all die here."
What about the others from our school? Haven't they reached the fourth layer yet?
The fourth layer had been cleared. As long as they entered the fourth layer, they would quickly arrive at the fifth layer.
Su Ming said little and, with a thought, ordered all the insect beasts to surge out like a tide.
Can't worry about that now, hold on, our support will arrive.
Chapter 41, Unexpected Change, Level 30 Lord Monster. Isn't the scale of monsters too much pressure for them? Moon Yan asked the principal, Chao Hongshou, beside him.
In response, Principal Chao Hongshou helplessly shook his head and said, "We anticipated beforehand that there would be dozens of people entering the fifth layer at the same time. I didn't expect Su Ming and the others would lead so much. The others still need at least 10 minutes to reach the fifth layer, so it depends on whether they can withstand the attacks of these hundreds of monsters during this time."
A worried expression appeared on Chao Hongshou's face. At that moment, Lei Wang behind him said, "If it were an ordinary seven, they might not manage, but isn't there a Su Ming?
Look at that vast army of insect beasts he controls. In terms of numbers, Su Ming's side is not at a disadvantage." In the footage, Su Ming's army composed of insect beasts acted like a sharp sword, stabbing directly into the heart of this mass of monsters. Information about killing monsters flashed repeatedly in Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed 14-level demon horned bull, experience plus 560, consumption points plus 560. Successfully killed 19-level demon tail fox, experience plus 760, consumption points plus 760. Successfully killed 18-level demon thorns pig, experience plus 720, consumption points plus 720. Su Ming's army was at the front, while the beast companions of the others followed behind his insect army. At this moment, Lei Jin shouted, "Everyone, don't let Su Ming steal the spotlight alone. Our beast tamers have strong individual combat power, let's take down those high-level monsters, and leave the low-ranking mobs to Su Ming's army of insects." Others did not disagree. At this moment, arranging our forces reasonably was the key.
Su Ming laughed and said, "Who says my beasts can't handle high-level battles? Winged blade insect, bloodthirsty demon bug, go."
As soon as he finished speaking, the winged blade insect charged, leading the bloodthirsty demon bug toward a level 27 monster, the extraordinary ironbone bear.
Su Ming, be careful.
That ironbone bear is quite a tough beast among extraordinary creatures, not to mention its power now that it's been demonic, it must be even more terrifying. Lei Jin shouted a warning to Su Ming. In response, Su Ming said, "Don't worry. It's simply seeking death." As expected, too many beasts to care about their survival, said Hua Haichang loudly, making sure Su Ming could hear him.
This made Su Ming very angry. "Hua Haichang, once this battle is over, I will challenge you one-on-one.
If you keep buzzing in my ear like a mosquito, I will take down your beasts first." Su Ming's words infuriated Hua Haichang as well. In the next moment, Hua Haichang's three-headed lion intentionally or unintentionally struck Su Ming's fighting bug.
"Sorry, there are just too many monsters here, and with your countless insect beasts, accidental hits are unavoidable. But with your many insect beasts, losing a few shouldn't bother you, right?"
Seeing Hua Haichang sneer, a cold glare flickered in Su Ming's eyes.
Bang!
In the surveillance room, Vice Principal Wu Nian's face had already darkened.
"Who let this Hua Haichang in? Our military office doesn't need someone who can't unite in the face of monsters, and even attacks teammates during battle. How can others trust him on the battlefield? This is a disgrace to our military office. King Panu, how did you teach this student?
With a student like this, what he learns will just turn him into a troublemaker on the battlefield." Vice Principal Wu Nian's outburst made Hua Haichang's teacher break into a cold sweat. Joking around is one thing, but when a legendary beast tamer gets really angry, even a king-level tamer can't handle it. In the footage, Hua Haichang continued to intentionally disturb Su Ming's beasts. While not fatal, it was certainly very annoying.
Nearby, Luo Qianxue frowned and said, "Our enemy is the monsters, what are you doing?"
Hua Haichang replied with a light smile, "I am also killing monsters, it's just that with so many of Su Ming's insects, my three-headed lion has a wide attack range, so it's unavoidable."
"Don't you know that maybe the principal and the others are watching through the surveillance equipment?"
Lei Jin reminded Hua Haichang to tone it down, but Hua Haichang didn't care, saying, "I didn't do anything wrong.
Why is everyone targeting me?"
The principal will understand, I didn't kill Su Ming's beasts." Su Ming turned to glance at the surveillance. Killing Hua Haichang's beasts wasn't difficult. The hard part was that if he did, he would bear the blame for killing a teammate.
That would be troublesome.
Just then, a roar of a fierce beast echoed.
Everyone froze for a moment.
In the darkness, a shadow of blood flashed, and the three-headed lion in front was sent flying by a powerful force. 2 out of the 3 huge heads were brutally severed. Roar! The three-headed lion screamed in pain. Losing 2 out of 3 heads meant this beast was basically done for.
Three-headed lion!
Hua Haicheng shouted, now frightened by this sudden turn of events.
All eyes turned to look at the monsters lurking in the darkness. Boom! 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 Every step carries an immense sense of pressure. Lesion, this is a lord-level ferocious beast, the Sun Yue Demon Wolf. Sun Yue Demon Wolf, this is a ferocious beast with the bloodline of the divine beast, the White Spirit Wolf.
How could there be such a level of ferocious beast here?
Everyone was terrified by the appearance of the ferocious beast. Moreover, this Sun Yue Demon Wolf is an incredibly frightening level 30. In the monitoring room, seeing that Sun Yue Demon Wolf before them, they stood up in shock. What's going on? Wasn't it an extraordinary Sun Yue Wolf? How did it become a lord-level Sun Yue Demon Wolf? Old Qi, you are a king-level cultivator, what is happening? The principal looked to Qi Xiantian beside him and asked.
It should be that the Sun Yue wolf fell into the demon cave, and under the influence of the cave, it mutated and intensified the bloodline within it, thus evolving into the lord-level Sun Yue Heavenly Wolf. A level 30 lord-level demon creature is not something these young beast tamers can withstand.
Quickly send people into the demon cave for rescue. Wu Nian stood up and said.
At this moment, Principal Chao Hongshou said, wait, it's not time yet, let's first see how these young people's performance will be. However, people can enter the demon cave first, but do not interfere in their battle until it is the most dangerous moment. Wu Nian glanced at the principal, nodded and said, alright, I'll make arrangements right away.
Yes. Chapter 42, Work Together, the Bloodthirsty Magic Worm Strikes. This. A lord-level demon creature, isn't it beyond our ability to defeat? And there are so many low-level demon creatures here. It's over, this is bad, we've hit a brick wall.
At this moment, Hua Haicheng hugged his nearly dying three-headed lion, his eyes bloodshot.
You killed my three-headed lion, I want you dead.
Bai Qing beast, kill him for me. Hua Haicheng shouted to his second beast not far away, knowing that his level was only 20. Although the Bai Qing beast is also of lord-level species, sending it to kill a 30-level lord-level Sun Yue demon wolf was basically like sentencing it to death. The death of the first beast is a huge blow to most beast tamers. Most beast tamers put their utmost effort into their first beast, which is also the most loyal to them. When the Sun Yue demon wolf appeared, the demon creatures that were originally scattered quickly gathered around the demon wolf. Unknowingly, that Sun Yue demon wolf had become their leader. Aru! That Sun Yue demon wolf howled to the sky. All the demon creatures became excited. What the hell is happening? At this moment, another group of beast tamers arrived on the 5th level. There were dozens of them, and upon seeing the reinforcements, Lei Jin instantly became excited. Great, you finally came. Lei Jin? Su Ming? Luo Qianxue? The 3 champions, without a doubt the most famous. At this time, this group noticed the distant army of demon creatures. That's the Sun Yue demon wolf. Sun Yue demon wolf. How could there be such a demon creature here? For a moment, some people felt scared and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately said, everyone stay calm, let us handle the high-level demon creatures, we need everyone to help hold back these low-level demon creatures, there are too many, and we can't be distracted. Su Ming is right, we will handle the high-level ones, the rest is for everyone. Aru! The Sun Yue demon wolf roared again, and all the demon creatures charged towards the crowd. No time to hesitate, kill! Su Ming shouted, and all the insect beasts rushed out. The wing blade worms and bloodthirsty magic worms had a clear target, those high-level demon creatures. Everyone, seeing this, did not hesitate at all. Kill these demon creatures, damn it, I won't back down. Yeah, even if I have to start over, kill. In an instant, the military mansion quickly formed a team of over 100 beast tamers, excluding Su Ming. Their levels are basically between level 15 and 20, with their summoned beasts having extraordinary and lord-level attributes, enough to deal with these low-level magical creatures. A flash of lightning streaked by, and a huge lightning beast instantly dashed through the crowd of magical creatures, directly attacking the distant moon-howling wolf. Following closely, another lightning bird soared overhead. Its target was also the distant moon-howling wolf. Su Ming turned his head to look at Lei Jin beside him, both lightning attributes summoned beasts belonged to him. Both had reached lord-level attributes and were extremely powerful among the lord-level beings. On the other side, Luo Qianxue's 2 summoned beasts were also charging toward the moon-howling wolf. Su Ming took a glance, Luo Qianxue's summoned beasts were just like her name, belonging to the ice attribute. One was a three-tailed snow fox, said to have the purest bloodline, capable of evolving to grow 9 tails at its peak, with destructive power. The other summoned beast was also exceptional, an ice bird of the sub-phoenix level. Whether it was Leijin or Luo Qianxue, their summoned beasts all carried the bloodline of divine beasts. The purer the bloodline, the stronger their power, and the easier it was for them to evolve. In comparison, Su Ming's insect beasts seemed quite ordinary. However, Su Ming didn't mind, his talent combined with the system far surpassed these divine beast bloodlines. Just ask, what divine beast bloodline can increase combat power tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1000-fold? An increase of 1000-fold power means even a low-level summoned beast can crush legendary summoned beasts. The summoned beasts of the others were also no ordinary beasts, perhaps the only difference among them was effort and the talent of the summoned beasts. Besides Su Ming, 3 blood-sucking magic insects and 3 winged blade insects awaited his command.
Awu! The moon-howling wolf roared, its incredible speed swiftly toppling the charging three-tailed snow fox.
Quick! They are all at the Lord level, but the moon-howling wolf's level far exceeded Luo Qianxue, plus it had the boost of demonic power. Even if Luo Qianxue's summoned beast had a talent boost, her three-tailed snow fox was instantly knocked down. Leijin's face changed, lightning beast, thunderstrike. Roar! A bolt of lightning shot out from the lightning beast's mouth, striking the moon-howling wolf and causing it to howl in pain. However, this attack could not injure the wolf. Damn, the level difference is too great. Everyone, attack together. But the moon-howling wolf had already raised its sharp claws and slashed down with lightning speed. No! Luo Qianxue's face changed dramatically. At this moment, several glimmers of cold light flashed. In the darkness, several streaks of blood light fell. Awu! The moon-howling wolf howled in pain, and everyone looked up to see Su Ming's 2 winged blade insects directly wounding the wolf's 4 limbs. Although it was not fatal, it gave the three-tailed snow fox a chance to escape. Breaking free from the moon-howling wolf's grasp, Luo Qianxue's expression eased significantly. Her gaze towards Su Ming softened as well. Su Ming, how is your insect beast so strong? Leijin was also surprised, and Su Ming smiled. I am a higher level than you, and who said insect beasts are necessarily weaker than your divine beast bloodline summoned beasts? Though there was still a 6-level difference, and the magical wolf's power after demonic transformation was stronger. The already powerful winged blade insects, after receiving his enhancement, became extraordinarily terrifying. This Su Ming's insect tribe summoned beasts seem a bit different from the ones I've seen before, their combat power is comparable even to those with higher purity bloodlines of divine beasts. Su Ming's talent has an enhancement based on the number of leading insect tribes, this talent surely makes Su Ming's insect tribe summoned beasts much stronger than others. Shi Xuantian's words made both the principal and vice principal realize in a flash. They nodded and said, summoned beast talent is truly a miraculous existence. Some are like chicken ribs, but some are comparable to godlike beast tamers. Su Ming's mind was very clear, and he did not give up on choosing the right beast for himself just because the individual combat strength of the insect tribe's beasts was weaker. He chose to ignore his own talent, and many wasted their beast-taming talent this way. If it were only like this, the Sun Yue demon wolf would still not be their opponent. Chapter 43, Kill the Sun Yue demon wolf, Exterminate the demon cave. An attack of this level still cannot kill the Sun Yue demon wolf. The battle is not over, give these kids some time, don't disturb their fight, teamwork is very important on the battlefield. Many king-level experts present were also worried as they watched the situation on the monitor screen. Most of them had their students inside, and any loss would also make them very sad. In the 5th layer of the demon cave, as more and more people entered, the previously disadvantaged Great Xia military side began to show overwhelming strength. And the most powerful Sun Yue demon wolf was surrounded by Su Ming and several others. Cover my beast, as long as my beast attaches to him, we can defeat it. Su Ming said to the others. Hua Haicheng looked at Su Ming with red eyes and said, Su Ming, do you really have a way to kill this Sun Yue demon wolf? Of course, now is not the time for jokes. Alright. I will put everything on the line with my last beast to take down this guy. Leijin also looked at the others and said, everyone, cover Su Ming's beast to approach the Sun Yue demon wolf. Okay. Su Ming nodded, and the bloodthirsty magic insect crawled on the ground, continuously getting closer to the Sun Yue demon wolf. Countless attacks continued to harass the Sun Yue demon wolf. And the extremely clever Sun Yue demon wolf wanted to eliminate them one by one. Especially for the lower-level beast tamers, if they got close to the Sun Yue demon wolf, they would be in great danger. Damn it, beaching beast, take it down. Hua Haicheng shouted, and a blue-faced yellow lion pounced directly at the Sun Yue demon wolf. In close combat, no one's beast present would be a match for the Sun Yue demon wolf. Hua Haicheng's move was undoubtedly to create an opportunity. Roar! The Sun Yue demon wolf slammed its palm onto the beaching beast. Hua Haicheng shouted to Su Ming, Su Ming, what are you waiting for? Su Ming's gaze turned cold. Here it comes. 3 wing-blade insects quickly swept through the low air, and at this moment, the bloodthirsty magic insect was less than 100 meters from the Tsunyue demon wolf. Whoosh! The wing-blade insects quickly grabbed the bloodthirsty magic insect from the ground and threw it onto the back of the Tsunyue demon wolf at high speed. Hiss! 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 The bloodthirsty magic insect landed on the back of the Tsunyue demon wolf, with its powerful tearing force firmly fixing itself onto the Tsunyue demon wolf. A hard, large mouth pierced into the back of the Tsunyue demon wolf. Roar! The Tsunyue demon wolf let out a terrible roar of pain. The tragic screams instantly attracted other monsters. Among them are also extraordinary level monsters above level 25, equally powerful. They continuously approached the beasts of Su Ming and the others. At this moment, the wing blade insects that were freed up, Su Ming quickly ordered. Wing blade insects, take those insects and kill these guys. Then, Su Ming said to Lei Jin beside him, Lei Jin, this Tsunyue demon wolf is too strong, my bloodthirsty magic insect needs time to wear it down, during this time, we need to hold it off. Don't worry, leave this to us, you take some of our beasts and go eliminate those monsters. Su Ming nodded. Then he shouted to the hundreds of fellow new beast tamers behind him, classmates, destroy the monsters, let your beasts charge. Kill. Kill. In an instant, the 5th layer of the demon cave was filled with the sounds of battle. It's actually the bloodthirsty magic insect. This insect beast seems to be from our beast ranch. For many years, no one had made a contract. Yes, this bloodthirsty demon worm is famously violent. It took a lot of effort to capture it back then, but Su Ming's ability to contract it may be related to his talent. Being drained by this bloodthirsty demon worm is a troublesome matter, and being drained by 3 of them will leave the Tsunyue demon wolf severely weakened, even if it escapes. The more blood it drains, especially from divine beasts, the stronger it becomes. Su Ming contracted this beast, which is like adding wings to a tiger. The worries of the big shots were lifted. Even though the Tsunyue demon wolf struggled to shake off the bloodthirsty demon worms, it did not succeed. And the 3 bloodthirsty demon worms acted like blood pumps, quickly draining the Tsunyue demon wolf's blood. The fighting power of the demon wolf visibly declined at a rapid pace. Seeing this, Lei Jin and others immediately shouted, good opportunity, everyone attack with full strength, kill the Tsunyue demon wolf. Kill. Countless attacks, from an unknown source of beasts, poured down like a storm. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a kill notification. Successfully killed the level 30 Tsunyue demon wolf, experience plus 3000, consumption points plus 3000. Killed by my bloodthirsty demon worm? Su Ming was also surprised, as he didn't intend to steal the kill of this Tsunyue demon wolf. Unexpectedly, it was still killed by his own bloodthirsty demon worm. With the death of the Tsunyue demon wolf, Lei Jin and the others cheered excitedly. We killed it, the Tsunyue demon wolf is dead. Everyone, let's kill these monsters. Kill. Without the backbone, the monsters immediately crumbled like a defeated army, instantly being wiped out by everyone. Everyone was putting in their all to kill the monsters. In less than an hour, not a single monster remained after being surrounded and beaten by thousands of beasts. By the end of the battlefield was littered with the bodies of the monsters. There were also many bodies of classmates' beasts among them. Su Ming's insect-type beasts suffered significant losses, with nearly 1,000 knifeworms, shieldworms, and other insect beasts dead. Seeing this made Su Ming feel a pain in his heart. Fortunately, it hadn't damaged their core abilities. At that moment, someone suddenly walked up to him. Su Ming looked up. It was Luo Qianxue. Miss Luo, I don't have the energy to compete with you right now. If you want to avenge your partner, please wait until I recover. Su Ming, thank you. If it weren't for you, my 3-tailed snow fox might have been severely injured. Oh, if it were anyone else, I would still save them. Su Ming said calmly, in fact, if it were anyone else, he would have acted the same way. Luo Qianxue said nothing more and turned to leave, not mentioning her desire to battle Su Ming. At that moment, someone suddenly approached with a very large magic crystal. Su Ming, this is the magic crystal from the Tsunyue demon wolf that you killed, it should belong to you. Hua Haicheng handed the magic crystal to Su Ming. Su Ming was a bit taken aback, this guy's hostility toward him was quite strong. I was petty before, and I apologize, I hope you won't take it to heart. From watching the recent battle, I've realized you are indeed impressive. Su Ming smiled slightly but did not accept the magic crystal. The magic crystal should go to Lei Jin, we killed it together, and it's not just mine. I've already received the experience from the kill, so I've gained enough. After this dungeon battle, he indeed gained a lot. Not only did his level rise from 23 to 25, but he also earned over 70,000 consumption points. Chapter 44, The Strength of Legendary Beasts, Destroying the Dungeon. Everyone was immersed in the joy of exterminating the monsters. At this point, at the exit of the 5th level, The principal and a group of school leaders suddenly appeared before everyone.
Some people did not react in time. The one who reacted immediately shouted, "The principal is coming, quickly line up."
Su Ming also got up quickly upon hearing this, and everyone lined up swiftly, each person finding their spot. Principal Chao Hongshou scanned the somewhat disheveled crowd, and satisfaction was clearly evident in his eyes. "Dear students, we have been watching your performance the whole time. According to our estimates, you would need at least 3 days to completely clear out the monsters from this small magic cave. I didn't expect that you finished it in less than a day. This is an incredible achievement." Then, Chao Hongshou continued, "This is the first point that makes me very satisfied. The second point is your teamwork on the 5th level of the magic cave.
When facing the Lord-level monster, the Xun Yui magic wolf, you did not show fear.
Instead, you quickly collaborated based on your strengths and killed this level 30 monster, which is truly remarkable. At that time, the wolf was only at the extraordinary level, but unexpectedly evolved into a Lord level. We were all very anxious for you, but your performance did not disappoint us. Of course, during this period, some students' actions made me angry. Plotting against each other and thinking of creating obstacles even on the battlefield is not allowed in our military academy. Your enemies are the monsters and ferocious beasts, not your fellow beast masters fighting alongside you.
I won't name names.
Initially, we were prepared to give this student the strictest punishment, but considering that this student recognized their mistake after the battle, I believe they will change in the future." Hua Haichang stood among the crowd, knowing that the principal was talking about him. Clearly, the principal's decision not to name him and to not punish him was a significant show of concern for him.
Chao Hongshou then smiled, "Everyone's performance has been excellent. In light of your performance, I discussed with other academy leaders.
This time, all participating students, except for those with high scores who will receive additional rewards, will all receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points."
Woohoo!
Immediately, warm applause erupted from the crowd. Principal Chao Hongshou then signaled for everyone to quiet down. "Dear students, since it's a competition, there will naturally be rankings. I have brought the staff and machines responsible for evaluation. The top 10 students, please quickly submit all the magic crystals you collected into the machine to calculate your scores, and the academy will buy the magic crystals you obtained at normal prices." As he spoke, 10 evaluation machines appeared in front of them. Su Ming exchanged glances with a few people nearby and walked towards the front. Upon reaching the evaluation machine, the staff informed, "Students, please pour all your magic crystals into the funnel." "Okay." Everyone curiously leaned forward to see. Those in the first row were all among the top scorers in the entrance exam. Their strength was naturally not far off. Splash! Lei Jin was the first to pour out his magic crystals, which cascaded into the evaluation machine like rain.
"Wow, so many. I feel like I don't even have a fraction of what he has."
"Unbelievable, this is the strength of the top scorer." Next, Luo Qianxue, Su Ming, and Hua Haichang, along with 9 others, began to pour out their magic crystals. 10 seconds later, all 9 of the others had finished pouring out their crystals. Su Ming's magic crystals were still pouring down continuously.
"Wow, Su Ming has the most. How many did he kill?"
His swarm of insects probably swept through an entire pathway. There must have been a route in levels 1, 2, and 3 that was completely empty. This is truly absurd. He poured for a full 30 seconds before finishing. Then, the evaluation machine completed its calculations, and the principal received the first batch of data.
"Okay, now I will announce the rankings for the first round. Su Ming, Magic Crystal score, 10,689 points. Lei Jin, Magic Crystal score, 3,214 points. Luo Qianxue, the Magic Crystal score, 2,999 points. Su Ming is currently ranked first. For the Magic Crystal score, we will purchase it at 1 contribution point per point scored. I got over 10,000 points, almost the total of the next 9 people combined.
This is just ridiculous.
Can someone grant me a beast space like Su Ming's? I also want to cultivate insect-type beasts. Can you even compare to Su Ming? He has dual talents, both related to insect-type beasts. What do you want?"
What a foolish wish. Back in the team, Lei Jin also had a bitter smile and said, "Su Ming, you are just too abnormal, not giving us any face at all." Su Ming smiled and replied, "Sorry, I just can't help myself." Then, each batch of 10 people consumed basically no more than 20 seconds, and soon over 3,000 people were finished. Principal Chao Hongshou looked at the score list in his hand and said, "Students, I will just read out the top 10 rankings. Afterwards, we will send the rankings to each student, and the contribution points each student gets will be credited to your personal accounts within 3 hours. First place in the new student Magic Cave competition, Su Ming. Second place, Lei Jin. Third place, Luo Qianxue. Fourth place, Deng O. I hope all of you will work hard to cultivate in the future. The battles against the monstrous beasts are still very long and need your strength.
I now announce the successful conclusion of the 308th new student competition of the Great Xia Military Academy. Applause immediately echoed in the magic cave. Soon, everyone left the magic cave. After leaving the magic cave, everyone did not leave immediately. Instead, they stood at the airport position, waiting to observe.
Once the magical creatures in the cave had been cleaned up, that magic cave's purpose was completely gone. The principal would personally demonstrate his beast's power, directly destroying the magic cave. Of course, with the principal's strength, he could have handled it all alone long ago. However, although the magical creatures posed a significant threat for beast masters, they were also a great place for training and leveling up. Therefore, most magic caves would let suitable beast masters handle the cleanup. As for the final destruction of the cave, it was usually entrusted to at least Grandmaster-level beast masters. The principal also wanted the new students to see the real power of a strong person, to inspire everyone to become stronger, so he chose to destroy the magic cave himself. The holy fire flame dragon appeared in the sky, and just its nearly 100-meter-long body gave people great shock. Surrounded by flames, it was incredibly holy, as if it could purify everything in the world.
Holy fire flame dragon, use dragon breath.
At this moment, Vice Principal Wen Yan also smiled and said, "The principal's holy fire flame dragon is a true dragon. Everyone can listen to the roar of a true dragon."
Roar.
High-pitched dragon roar pierced through everything, and a huge wave of firepower gathered in the mouth of the holy fire flame dragon. Even from thousands of meters away, one could still feel the sudden rise in temperature around.
Is this the power of a legendary-level strong person? To easily change the surrounding environment. What kind of existence is a myth-level beast master?
Su Ming thought to himself.
Boom! A loud boom sounded, and the original magic cave vanished without a trace in a dazzling firelight, replaced by a deep pit hundreds of meters deep. This deep pit would be filled by dedicated personnel. TSK, if this blast hit us, we'd definitely be bruised all over. If it hit you, that would be like using an atomic bomb on a mosquito. No, it should be mosquito eggs. Chapter 45, Su Ming, I beg you for one thing.
In the sky, a giant blue bird sped through the clouds. On this giant blue bird were Su Ming and his teacher, Qi Xiantian, who had just finished training in the magic cave.
Teacher, where are we going?
Su Ming was extremely gloomy. He had just finished a fierce battle in the magic cave and hadn't yet rested. Just as he was preparing to board with the others, his teacher Qi Xiantian had
directly caught out.
Qi Xiantian stood with his arms crossed, facing the wind. Your first month of training has ended, and from your performance, I am very satisfied.
It's nothing, just normal operations.
Hearing the teacher's praise, Su Ming also accepted it without hesitation. 3 tasks he had completed according to the teacher's requirements.
Qi Xiantian turned his head, a smile appearing on his lips.
Since you have done so well, the training plan I originally prepared may no longer be suitable for you.
Su Ming felt a wave of bad anticipation rising in his heart. Teacher, what are you asking me to do? Qi Xiantian did not answer Su Ming's question, but instead asked, Su Ming, do you want to have a Beastmaster level beast? Beastmaster level.
Su Ming jumped up suddenly, and the strong gust almost blew him away.
He immediately crouched down again. Teacher, are you going to help me evolve a Beastmaster level beast? Is it the bloodthirsty demon worm or the winged blade worm?
Su Ming was incredibly delighted.
If his system were to evolve, it would be astronomical.
If his teacher was willing to help him evolve his beast, he would definitely be very willing. Of course, it's the winged blade worm. I haven't learned about the bloodthirsty demon worm, but while helping you evolve to the winged blade worm, I have also studied the possible evolution routes of the winged blade worm.
Evolving to the Beastmaster level should not be a problem.
Su Ming's eyes brightened immediately, and he hugged his teacher's leg, saying, Teacher, tell me.
What do you need me to do?
The green bird under your feet is a beast with the bloodline of the divine beast Qinghuan. Right now, relying solely on the bloodline purifying agent is no longer effective, only the divine blood of Qinghuan can help it progress further.
Teacher, you mean for me to help you find the divine blood of Qinghuan? That seems unrealistic.
Su Ming said with a wry smile, not to mention I can't find it, even if I do find something this precious, as a Beastmaster under level 30, it's not something I can touch. I have already found Qinghuan's divine blood, and what is needed is a Beastmaster at your level to have a chance to obtain it.
Hearing this, Su Ming immediately agreed. Teacher, as long as it's something I can do, you can rest assured I will do my best to get this. With this, Qi Xiantian's tense expression immediately relaxed.
There is a hidden realm where I learned that the final reward includes the divine blood of Qinghuan. You just need to obtain the final reward and choose the divine blood of Qinghuan.
Hidden realm? Teacher, aren't there strict limitations to enter hidden realms? Su Ming frowned. After the integration of games and reality, various hidden realms had been appearing worldwide. The school teachers had once described hidden realms to them as instances in Blue Star.
Unlike instance dungeons, in a hidden realm, as long as you complete some challenges or tasks, you can obtain rewards from the hidden realm. Most of these rewards are extremely precious. Some rare hidden realms even reward Beastmaster level or even King level beasts, but that is just rumors. There has never been a real case of someone obtaining one. However, since there are rumors, Su Ming believed it must be true. But hidden realms are exceptionally precious. All hidden realms are controlled by the Great Xia government. To obtain the opportunity to enter a hidden realm, one must either spend a large amount of money or have military merits or similar rewards. Qi Shantian nodded and said, "Don't worry about the entry qualifications, I have already resolved that." Su Ming nodded, "Teacher, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you?" Caught by Su Ming, Qi Xuantian's old face turned red. "I'm not asking you to work for nothing, rest assured, you will not lose out." In Great Xia, within Bazhou. This is one of the least populated provinces in all of Great Xia, mainly because it borders the frontier. To the west of Great Xia is a vast primordial forest. Most of the fierce beasts on land gather in places where many beast tamers capture them as adventurers enter this primitive forest. Therefore, the prices of beast tamers in Bazhou province are somewhat lower, and the variety is richer. This time, the secret realm Su Ming is going to enter is located within Bazhou province. Teacher, are there competitors in this secret realm? No, it still tests your personal strength. You will definitely need to enter secret realms in the future. This secret realm is just a practice. Teacher, if you say that, my pressure increases even more. Don't feel pressure, just do your best. Su Ming nodded, and soon a large building hidden in the forest appeared before him. Looking at the fortified protective facilities in front of him, he couldn't help but say, there should be many fierce beasts disturbing this secret realm, right? But inside the secret realm, there is always a grandmaster on duty, so it's not too dangerous. Oh, I see. The blue bird flew straight down, and just as they were about to reach the surface of the fortress, the protective shield above the fortress suddenly opened. Su Ming and the others seamlessly entered the fortress. As the blue bird entered, the protective device above the fortress immediately closed. Xiaoyao Wang, you have finally arrived. As soon as they landed, a hearty laugh was heard. Su Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man standing nearby with a smile on his face. The two jumped down, and that man immediately came forward. Xiaoyao Wang, I didn't expect to hear the news that you were coming. Qi Shantian smiled faintly and said, there's no choice. My blue bird needs the essence blood of the Qinghuan to evolve. Currently, there is no Qinghuan essence blood in the entire Daxia, and I heard that you manage the secret realm that has it, so I brought some help. Saying this, he waved Su Ming over. Old Tao, let me introduce you to my new student this year, Su Ming. Su Ming, this is Tao Yong, the grandmaster I told you about. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately clasped his fists and said, Su Ming pays respects to Grandmaster Tao. A talented person indeed, being able to follow Xiaoyao Wang for training must show exceptional talent. Qi Shantian nodded and said, his talent is indeed good, he was the top scorer in the major exam of Haidu province this year, otherwise I wouldn't have brought you to this secret realm. Saying this, Qi Shantian looked at Tao Yong and said, there are some things about this secret realm that you need to explain to my student. I also worked hard to obtain this opportunity to enter the secret realm. Don't worry, as long as the strength is solid, there shouldn't be any major issues. However, the essence blood of the Qinghuan you need has very high requirements. Chapter 46, The Shenbird Secret Realm, The Goal. As long as the strength is sufficient, there won't be any problems in this secret realm, Tao Yong said with a smile. Qi Shantian waved his hand and said anxiously, don't talk about these, just tell Su Ming about the situation in this secret realm and what to pay attention to. Tao Yong nodded, let's go sit down and talk. The three then went to an outdoor pavilion outside the fortress. As soon as they sat down, Tao Yong turned his gaze to Su Ming. Su Ming, Xiaoyao Wang shouldn't have introduced this secret realm to you. Su Ming shook his head and said, I came in a hurry, the teacher hasn't had time to tell me. Tao Yong smiled slightly and looked at Xiaoyao Wang, saying, Xiaoyao Wang, you could have mentioned these on the way. Oh come on, old Tao, don't pressure me, hurry up. Alright. Tao Yong waved his hand with a smile and then said seriously, our secret realm is named the Shenbird Secret Realm, which is a sustainable secret realm discovered in early Daxia. As the name suggests, it continuously produces resources, thus it is also a strategic secret realm belonging to our Daxia. Su Ming, listen to the name of our secret realm, Shenbird. Most of the resources produced in our secret realm are related to bird-type divine beasts. Old Tao, I didn't ask you to teach Su Ming history. Qi Xuantian's face suddenly showed a hint of impatience. Tao Yong, however, smiled at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, look at your teacher, he is anxious. Xiaoyao King, I know you are anxious, but please do not rush. If Su Ming doesn't understand this, diving in will only lead to trouble. Qi Shantian raised his hand and said, alright, go on. Tao Yong continued, Su Ming, I believe this is your first time entering the secret realm.
The secret realm is similar to a dungeon, but different.
In a dungeon, killing fierce beasts gives you experience. In a secret realm, you can gain experience and resources.
Some come from drops, while others come from accumulation. Our Xian bird secret realm relies on accumulation. Accumulation? Is it the accumulation of killing fierce beasts? Exactly. The number of fierce beasts you kill determines how many resource rewards you can obtain.
Your teacher needs you to help him get the essence blood of the Qingyuan, which requires you to kill at least 10,000 level 1 low-level fierce beasts or exchange for a number by killing higher-level fiercely beasts. For example, a level 2 low-level beast equals 2 level 1 low-level beasts, a level 1 middle-level beast equals 2 level 1 beasts. If the racial value increases by 1 level, the quantity doubles. If the level increases by 1, the quantity adds 1.
First add the level, then multiply by the racial value. Do you understand? Su Ming nodded and said, understood. Just kill more high-level beasts with high racial values, right? That's no problem. Tao Yang smiled slightly, then let me quiz you. If you kill a level 20 extraordinary fierce beast, how many level 1 low-level fierce beasts is that equivalent to?
Upon hearing this, Su Ming fell into deep thought, tracing figures on his palm with his fingers. After about 10 seconds, Su Ming confidently replied, 120.
Indeed.
So it seems we have solved the most important point. You need to calculate, as even 1 less means you cannot exchange for the essence blood of the Qingyuan.
Su Ming asked curiously, why do I need to calculate? Isn't it enough as long as I kill enough? Tao Yong smiled mysteriously and said, this leads to the next thing you need to pay attention to. You only have 24 hours. On average, you need to kill about 400 level 1 low-level fierce beasts each hour. Senior Tao, can't I just kill 4 high-level ones instead? Su Ming answered confidently. You need to find them first. In the Xian bird secret realm, most are low-level fierce beasts. There aren't many beasts above level 20, and it tests your speed. At this moment, Qi Xiantian broke into laughter. Tao Yang looked at Qi Xiantian, puzzled, and asked, Xiaoyao King, what are you laughing at?
For others, this might be very difficult, but for my student, it's the least of worries.
Oh? Su Ming, do you have some special ability? Tao Yang also became curious.
Su Ming smiled faintly and humbly said, actually, there's nothing special.
It's just that I have many beast companions. Many beast companions? As a beast master in his 20s, how many can you have? Tao Yang laughed dismissively. Right now, there are about over 2,600.
If I hadn't just participated in the Demon Cave trial and lost several hundred, it would have been over 3,000.
Pooh.
Tao Yang, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spat it out.
Over 2,000. Tao Yang's eyes widened as he turned to Qi Xiantian for confirmation. That's right.
Su Ming's beast space is unlike any other and can hold a vast number of beasts, but it has a flaw, it can only contract insect-type beasts. No, teacher, it's not that it can only contract insect-type beasts, but it's best to contract them.
Oh, right. The two conversed, not noticing Tao Yang's astonishment at all.
Qi Xiantian patted Tao Yang and said, Old Tao, don't mind this, continue with your explanation.
I'm not worried about that. Aren't you afraid your student will attract attention from the Holy Sky sect?
Tao Yang asked, somewhat shocked.
What Holy Sky sect? What's that?
Qi Xiantian waved his hand and said, I'll explain this to you later, Su Ming. It's a fallen Daxia beast master organization. An organization specifically serving other countries, persecuting our great Xia beast masters.
Oh. Tao Yang waved his hand and said, since that's the case, then there is nothing to worry about.
With more than 2,000 beast masters scattered, it will definitely be finished in 24 hours.
Qi Xiantian nodded and said, of course I know that, otherwise I wouldn't bring my student here.
What I mean is, I spent a lot of money for this entry qualification. Since my student has this advantage, if he can kill more fierce beasts, he can redeem more resources, which is beneficial for him. You mark some key areas with more fierce beasts so that my student can unleash these 2,000 plus beasts for slaughter.
Tao Yang smiled slightly and said, that's no problem, but we only have a paper map. You know, in the secret realm, some electronic signals are blocked. It's different from our copies, our electronic devices will be useless once we enter. A paper map is fine. You just mark the route, and leave the rest to Su Ming.
Tao Yang nodded, then stood up and looked at Su Ming, saying, Su Ming, at first I thought that King Xiaoyao wanted you to do hard work, but now it seems your teacher is still thinking about you.
The opportunity to enter the secret realm is very precious.
Su Ming nodded and confirmed from the information he just learned. The blood of the Azure Luan that his teacher wanted only required 10,000 low-level fierce beasts at level 1, and after he defeated more than 10,000, the rest would be his. At that time, he could also redeem some resources in the secret realm. Even if they are useless, they can be exchanged for consumption points, which wouldn't conflict.
Chapter 47, Entering the Secret Realm, the Army Charges. Here is the map of the Xian Bird Secret Realm.
I have already marked the areas with key fierce beast activities on the map. Tao Yong handed over the map, and Su Ming immediately got up to receive it. Looking at the marked routes on it, along with which high-level fierce beasts lived in each area and where the group-like fierce beasts were located, everything was labeled very clearly.
Qi Shantian looked at the map and was also very pleased, patting Tao Yong and laughing, "Old Tao, you really didn't waste your years stationed in the Xian Bird Secret Realm. It's so detailed."
Tao Yong immediately waved his hand to dodge and said, "Don't flatter me, King Xiaoyao." At this moment, Su Ming also had a question, which Tao Yong noticed. If Su Ming has any questions, just speak it out.
Once we enter the secret realm later, there won't be another chance. Senior, is the entrance to the secret realm fixed? Isn't it like the copies that teleport randomly? It won't.
The entrance is fixed, but when the time comes, you will still be forcibly teleported out.
Su Ming understood and nodded. Qi Shantian, also a bit impatient, asked, "Su Ming, how about it? Can we go? Can't your teacher let you rest for a bit?" Tao Yong immediately scolded. Su Ming shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I can enter the secret realm at any time." "Alright then, let's head to the entrance of the secret realm."
The three crossed through the fortress, arriving at the deepest part. At this moment, what came into Su Ming's view were two 10-meter-high stone pillars, with colorful lights swirling between them.
This is the entrance to the secret realm. Once you enter from here, you can reach the secret realm directly.
You won't be able to return until the time is up, Tao Yong continued.
Senior, should I go in directly? Su Ming asked. If you are ready, then go ahead. Su Ming nodded and looked at both Qi Shantian and Tao Yong. Teacher, Senior, I'm going in. Qi Shantian nodded and said, Su Ming, although this is your teacher's request, do your best, and safety comes first. Yes. Su Ming clasped his hands together and then rushed into the entrance of the secret realm without looking back. After a moment of confusion, Su Ming opened his eyes again and found himself on top of a cliff. Behind him was what seemed to be a recently closed door to a secret realm. This is just too much, the exit is set here. If I fall directly, I won't end up black and blue. The entire cliff was so high that its depth was invisible, so he took out the map. He discovered that even the height of the cliff was marked by Senior Tao. Over 3,000 meters, ridiculous. Looking at the map in his hands, Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately took action. The beast taming level here was not high, and there was basically no danger, so he had to hurry. First, go to the nearest spot, Achio Hills. With a thought, the winged cutter bug appeared beside Su Ming. Following that, Su Ming released all the other bugs as well. Kill all the living ones, don't leave a single beast for me. As soon as the words fell, all the insect beasts rushed towards the forest ahead. Su Ming looked at the winged cutter bug and said, Winged cutter bug, take me to fly. The winged cutter bug immediately crouched down, allowing Su Ming to climb onto its back better. Once Su Ming was ready, the winged cutter bug took off into the air. Although the winged cutter bug wasn't very big, it was more than enough to carry Su Ming. Throughout the journey, he kept receiving information about his insect army's kills. Successfully killed 1-level mutant cicada, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed 1-level giantfoot mosquito, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Successfully killed 1-level digging mouse, experience plus 10, consumption points plus 10. Wherever the insect army passed, it was like locusts sweeping through, any ferocious beast found it hard to escape the eyes of his beasts. In less than an hour, the number he had killed reached 700. This requirement, if it were someone else, would be nearly impossible to complete, the difficulty is indeed too high. Fortunately, he had enough insect beasts to unleash them to kill. At this moment, he had arrived at the first main location marked by Senior Tao. The map indicated that over 500 ferocious beasts lived on this hill, varying in level, most of them being the social beasts, big-eared rabbits. According to Senior Tao's markings, this small hill of less than 100 meters has almost been dug out by big-eared rabbits. For others, this might be very difficult, because if the big-eared rabbits hid in their caves, even a tamer of over 20 levels would struggle to destroy the hill. But his insect beasts were not large and could easily enter the holes dug by the big-eared rabbits. Su Ming rode on the winged cutter bug express and swiftly arrived here. The connection between the tamer and the beasts allowed them to sense Su Ming's thoughts. Thus, Su Ming immediately urged a batch of cutter bugs to hurry over. In less than 5 minutes, over 100 cutter bugs and tiger beetles arrived beside him. You see the hill above? Those entrances are the nests of the big-eared rabbits, go in and drive them out. Receiving Su Ming's command, the cutter bugs rushed in without hesitation. Subsequently, the insect army arrived beside Su Ming 3 minutes later. At this moment, the rustling sounds came from within the hill. The big-eared rabbits were being driven out by the cutter bugs. Su Ming was overjoyed and shouted, "Charge in, don't let a single big-eared rabbit escape." In the next second, his insect army pounced onto the little hill like starving tigers, encircling it. Su Ming left this place to his low-level insect beasts and continued with the winged cutter bug and bloodthirsty demon bug to the next location. According to Senior Tao's markings, there was a level 25 wind bird here. If this were before, he definitely would not have come. Because without flying beast companions, he would be utterly helpless against those bird beasts. However, now that he had a flying winged cutter bug, he had no such worries. The bloodthirsty devil bugs can also follow the blade-winged bugs and take the opportunity to jump onto the opponent's body during battle to attach themselves. Half an hour later, Su Ming arrived at the next location. In the bird forest, where the race value of the extraordinary level windwing bird reached level 25. As soon as Su Ming stood on the ground, he said to the blade-winged bug, "Next, it's up to you. Go find that windwing bird." The blade-winged bug nodded, and then all three blade-winged bugs flew out. Su Ming, along with an exotic armored bug and his own bloodthirsty devil bug, searched for other low-level ferocious beasts to hunt in the forest. At this rate, I should reach 10,000 soon. Chapter 48, Crazy Sweep, Achieving the Goal. Xiaoyao Wang, don't be anxious. It's no problem for your student to gather this number of beasts, 10,000 is not an issue. Tao Yon looked at Qi Shantian, who was pacing, and comforted him. Qi Shantian shook his head, saying, "I'm not worried about that, but about what you mentioned before." "What?" Tao Yong looked at Qi Shantian in confusion. But when Qi Shantian's gaze turned towards him, Tao Yong immediately answered, "Are you talking about the Holy Heaven Church?" "Yes." Qi Shantian nodded with a troubled expression. "Su Ming's strength isn't that outstanding, it's just that his ability will eventually attract those people's attention." Bang! These traitors! The Great Xia nurtured them and now they want to harm the future of our Great Xia. Tao Yong slammed the table in anger. Qi Shantian sighed, "It's hard to guard against." "I didn't think of it before, you just reminded me." Yes, it's necessary to remind Su Ming. Whether on missions or in dungeons, he needs to be more cautious. MHM. After their conversation, Qi Shantian sat down, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the secret realm. "I wonder how much Su Ming has completed now." "Completing on time is not a problem," Tao Yong replied. Qi Shantian shook his head, "I hope he can kill more in exchange for some resources. As his teacher, I can't let him work without reward." In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. According to the map given by Elder Tao, Su Ming had removed 6 marked locations. Based on his progress, Su Ming hadn't calculated precisely but estimated that he had already killed about 6,000 ferocious beasts if converted into level 1 low-level beasts. At this rate, he could help his teacher achieve the needed celestial phoenix blood within 10 hours. The remaining 14 hours would belong to him. The celestial phoenix blood is incredibly precious, 1 drop can allow those divine beast bloodlines to transform. With my current speed, I could at least gather another 10,000 within 14 hours. If calculated this way, I could exchange for resources equivalent to celestial phoenix blood. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face, just thinking about this made him happy. It was worth all the hard work of being dragged here right after finishing the demon cave assessment. Then he shouted towards the bug army that was fighting in front of him, "Kill! Make sure to kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Every ferocious beast you kill earns money for your master." The blade bugs had very low intelligence and would unconditionally obey Su Ming's orders. With Su Ming's fighting spirit high, they were also incredibly excited. The only place left is the green grassland. According to Elder Tao's markings, there are plenty of sheep-like and wolf-like ferocious beasts there, with moderate levels and race values. It should be the area with the most ferocious beasts among all marked locations. After putting away the map, Su Ming looked at the direction and then called the blade-winged bugs, leading his bug army grandly toward the grassland to kill. At this moment, outside, Qi Shantian was getting ready to rest. A phone call suddenly came in. Seeing the caller ID, Qi Shantian immediately answered. "Principal, you haven't slept so late?" "Qi Shantian, where have you taken Su Ming?" On the other end, Principal Chao Hongsho's voice carried a hint of reprimand. Training, I'm Su Ming's mentor, of course, I brought him to train." "Qi Shantian, you've taken Su Ming to the Xian Bird Secret Realm, haven't you? Did you send Su Ming to get some Qing Luan blood for you?" Caught by the principal, Qi Shantian immediately confessed. "Principal, you've discovered it, your insight is really impressive." "Humph. If it were someone else, I wouldn't let you off, but Su Ming should also be able to earn some resources in that secret realm. However, in our military academy, it is absolutely not allowed for mentors to usurp students' resources." Hearing this, Qi Shantian's face immediately changed. This label was quite serious for him. He immediately explained, "Principal, I didn't. Su Ming is my student, how could I harm him?"
Plus, he is helping me get Qinghuan blood, and I promised to help him evolve his beast. How could I take advantage of my own student?
As long as you know.
The principal's tone softened a lot. Seeing the principal's mood improve a bit, Qi Xiantian tentatively asked, Principal, you called me so late. It can't just be about this, right?
Is this matter small?
By the way, after you handle things in the secret realm, hurry up and bring Su Ming back.
Our exchange meeting with the Haidu Beast Academy is about to begin. You took my general away, how can I send someone?
Qi Xiantian couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out this was the reason for the principal's call.
He quickly replied, Understood, Principal. Once I'm done here, I will bring Su Ming back to the academy.
Su Ming is our key training target. If you bring him back poorly, I won't let you off.
After hanging up the phone, Qi Xiantian looked at his phone and cursed, Don't I care about my own student? At this moment, Qi Xiantian couldn't help but look toward the entrance of the secret realm.
I wonder how many fierce beasts Su Ming has killed by now.
In the blink of an eye, a night had passed.
Qi Xiantian had woken up early and was waiting at the entrance of the secret realm.
Tao Yong teased Qi Xiantian for getting up so early. Wang Xiaoyao, aren't you being a little too worried?
I'm not worried about my Qinghuan blood, I'm more worried about Su Ming's safety.
Our boss even specifically called me last night.
Tao Yong was a bit surprised when he heard this.
Even Principal Chao is this concerned? It seems Su Ming's position in your academy is very high.
Qi Xiantian chuckled, In all of Dixia, can you find anyone with a beast space like my student? As long as Su Ming continues to grow, he can lead a powerful army all by himself. That's right, such a genius must be protected.
By the way, it should have been 18 hours by now. Tao Yong looked at the time and nodded, Yep, exactly 18 hours. That's fast.
Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Su Ming. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, feeling a bit tired from the intense battle. After a night of slaughter, all the fierce beasts on the grassy plain had been taken down by his insect beasts. And his losses weren't significant.
According to the estimate, my progress is now around 18,000.
There's still 6 hours left, it's time for a final push. In 6 hours of sprinting, all the locations marked by Elder Tao had been completely cleared. What's left are the scattered places. Su Ming did not hesitate. Apart from leaving his beast to protect him, he sent all his other beasts out. The requirement is simple, anyone who can hunt ferocious beasts, no matter how far, just needs to kill them. Su Ming didn't even know how many ferocious beasts he had specifically hunted, in any case, it was definitely a lot. 6 hours passed in a flash for Su Ming, who was fully immersed in battle. At the moment when the 24 hours ended, a message appeared out of nowhere before Su Ming's eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted ferocious beasts in 24 hours, a total of 24,980. Please choose the rewards you want to exchange. 1. Phoenix Blood, 14,000. 2. Rock Blood, 14,000. 23. Qinghuan Blood, 10,000. 97. Beast Control Fire Sculpture, 100. 98. Beast Control Windbird, 100. 99. Beast Control Wingbird, 100. Seeing the rewards before him, Su Ming unhesitatingly chose, I choose Phoenix Blood plus Qinghuan Blood plus Beast Control Silver Fire Sculpture. His selection totaled 24,900, and as for the last 80, there was nothing he could do about it. At the moment Su Ming finished his selection, the message before him disappeared. In its place were 3 treasure chests in front of him. Su Ming stepped forward quickly. The first chest contained the most valuable Phoenix Blood, the second contained Qinghuan Blood and the least valuable Beast Control Silver Fire Sculpture. Su Ming intended to use the Phoenix Blood and Silver Fire Sculpture to exchange for other resources.
The Qinghuan Blood would be handed over to his teacher.
The Silver Fire Sculpture was a beast with the bloodline of the Golden Winged Roc. Although its overall stats were only high tier, it was still a very strong existence among high tier beasts.
It is said that the Golden Winged Roc can prey on true dragons.
However, for Su Ming, it was really hard to say who was stronger or weaker among these divine beasts. After all, he had never seen them fight. What he needed was to maximize his benefits. Especially the Phoenix Blood, most people's flying beast would choose one with the Phoenix bloodline.
The Phoenix Blood he chose would definitely be fiercely competed for.
It was certainly worth much more than directly exchanging it with the system. After securing the 3 rewards, Su Ming was immediately expelled by a strong force. Meanwhile, outside, Qi Xiantian and his companion were anxiously waiting. They saw the energy at the secret realm entrance stirring and immediately showed joy.
He's out. In the next second, Su Ming's figure was thrown out.
Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Su Ming felt a sudden force behind him that caught him. Looking back, it was his teacher, Qi Xiantian. Teacher! Su Ming steadied himself, and the expression on his face made Qi Xiantian feel relieved.
How was it, Su Ming? What did you gain?
At this moment, Tao Yong also asked.
Teacher, I didn't let you down.
Saying this, Su Ming took out the bottle of Qinghuan blood.
The blood was extremely precious, contained in a specially made jade bottle, completely transparent.
Qi Shantian took the jade bottle of Qinghuan blood, the blood inside seemed to transform into a Qinghuan, and the high-pitched bird cry shocked the three of them greatly.
This is the blood of the divine beast Qinghuan.
With a smile on his face, Qi Shantian carefully stored it in his storage space.
He then turned to Su Ming and said, Su Ming, thank you for helping me solve a big issue.
Hearing this, Su Ming scratched his head and smiled. Actually, it's nothing. It's not like I gained nothing.
Oh? Su Ming, I didn't ask you, what did you choose besides the Qinghuan blood? Tao Yong also asked curiously. Su Ming did not hide it.
1 drop of phoenix blood in 1 high-tier beast, the silver fire sculpture.
Wow, you killed a total of 24,900. Tao Yong exclaimed in shock.
To be precise, it's 24,980, the last 80, I couldn't exchange since the minimum is 100.
Su Ming smiled, looking a bit regretful. Well done, you truly deserve to be my student. Qi Shantian sincerely felt happy for Su Ming.
Seeing that Su Ming seemed to have something to say, Qi Shantian immediately comforted, Su Ming, just say what you want, there are no outsiders here. Okay, teacher, actually, I wanted to exchange the phoenix blood for other resources. The Great Summer Coin is fine, or any resources useful for my insect tribe beast taming, are all acceptable. Hearing this, Qi Shantian and Tao Yang exchanged glances.
This phoenix blood is definitely hot property in the market. Qi Shantian nodded and said, that's not a problem. We in the Great Summer have an independent auction website.
I'll help you list the phoenix blood for auction, everyone can bid within a set time, and then you can choose who you want to trade with based on the bids.
But what about my phoenix blood?
Every city in the Great Summer has a site, you just need to submit your phoenix blood there. They serve as intermediaries, and the most important part is, they won't take any commission.
Tao Yong then added an explanation for Su Ming. Okay, then let's auction off my beast as well, they are the same anyway.
We can wait until we return to the academy, then I'll have your senior take you there.
Su Ming nodded, and at this moment, Qi Shantian also looked at Tao Yang and said, Old Tao, thank you for the past few days. Once your term here ends, I'll treat you to a drink.
Elder Tao.
Alright, you two, hurry back. Tao Yang smiled slightly, and Qi Shantian didn't say much.
The two seemed to have been familiar with each other for a long time, and their relationship was quite special. Then they summoned the blue bird. As the blue bird flapped its wings, the two quickly flew towards the sky. At this moment, the fortress's protective shield also opened. Su Ming turned to look at the figures on the ground getting smaller and smaller. Then, the fortress closed again.
Teacher, what about those people guarding the secret realm? How do they train?
They have channels to enter the dungeons and can also hunt in these forests. Training is not a worry, actually many people want to come.
Why? It's so boring.
Su Ming said, somewhat confused.
Qi Shantian smiled faintly and said, once you're here, everyone is allowed to enter the secret realm once.
You can go yourself or entrust others to go, the rewards are quite substantial.
Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up.
If he could go a few more times, he could gain consumption points much faster.
At this time, Qi Shantian poured cold water on Su Ming's hopes. Each person can only enter the secret realm once, only some specific secret realms have no entry limit.
I wanted to say, doesn't that mean there will be many professions similar to bounty hunters?
Qi Shantian laughed and said, the rules of this world won't let you exploit loopholes.
Chapter 50, Great Summer Auction.
Successfully returning to the military mansion, it had already been several hours. The continuous battles these days had left Su Ming feeling exhausted, even though he had leveled up to level 26 and gained quite a few resources. But Su Ming still felt the pressure of lacking strength. Just after returning to his dorm and lying on the bed, he couldn't help but start calculating his upcoming training progress in his mind. First, he still had 150,000 consumption points, earned from hunting monsters and beasts in the secret realm, not yet used. His academy contribution points included a 3,000 reward from the academy plus an extra 1,000 for everyone, totaling 4,000, plus selling magic crystals which earned him 10,689, along with over 2,000 earned from previous tasks. In total, he had close to 18,000 contribution points. Next was the awarded Class A resources, which could also be exchanged for a lot of consumption points. Lastly, there was the harvest from the secret realm, Phoenix Blood. This was a major resource. Phoenix Blood is a valuable item that is hard to find on the market, and the beast taming market is vast, making it a resource with a high premium. As long as he put it up for auction, his teacher guaranteed he wouldn't get less than 500 million Great Summer coins, and it might even be higher. Of course, if it was just about money, many big families would compete with high bids for his Phoenix Blood. Except for wanting to exchange the day summer coins for consumable points, Su Ming also wanted to contract some insect beasts. Currently, with 18,000 contribution points, it was still not enough for him to contract any of the remaining 4 Lord-level insect beasts in the academy. A Lord-level insect beast requires at least 30,000 contribution points, and he still had a long way to go. At the moment, it seems that if I convert all the resources I have into consumable points, my strength could make a leap forward.
If I can contract a few more insect beasts, my insect army could be even richer.
From the battles in the magic cave, Su Ming had learned some truths. His current number was still not enough to achieve a qualitative change. To achieve a qualitative change, he would need at least 100,000, 1 million, or even 10 million, or 1 billion in quantity. And to increase the breeding speed, the shorter the time, the more consumable points would be used. Now, if he wanted to increase the breeding speed of the knifeworm from 3 minutes to 1 minute, it would cost 100,000 consumable points.
To reach 1 second, Su Ming estimated it would take 10 million consumable points.
This 10 million in consumable points would convert to 1 billion day summer coins.
The purchasing power of day summer coins is very large. 1 billion is not something a century-old big family can easily take out.
Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. Damn, this system is powerful, but it costs so much money. Thus, Su Ming decided not to think about it anymore and went straight to sleep.
The next day passed in the blink of an eye. In Zhengzhou City, Su Ming followed the address given by his teacher and found the location of the day summer auction house inside Zhengzhou City.
At first, his senior brother was supposed to accompany him. However, Wang Zhaoshang had been busy reselling resources lately, causing the tasks arranged by the teacher to be delayed for too long. When the teacher returned, he directly asked him to complete his training tasks. So, Su Ming had no choice but to come to the day summer auction house alone. As soon as he entered, a long-legged beauty in black stockings came up to him.
"Hello, is there anything I can help you with?"
Su Ming nodded and said, "I am a student of the Carefree King and need to auction off a few items. This is my first time here, so I need to register an account." Upon hearing the words Carefree King, the staff member immediately became more enthusiastic. Anyone associated with a king is definitely a king-level beast master. The beautiful staff member enthusiastically said, "Oh, you're a student from the military academy. Please come in, I will go get our supervisor to assist you." Su Ming nodded, and after a while, a middle-aged man came in front of Su Ming. Before he even reached, his hand was already extended. "Hello, I am Zhu Hua, the supervisor here.
May I ask who you are?"
"I'm Su Ming, a student from the Day Summer Military Academy."
Zhu Hua immediately smiled and said, "Su Ming, is there anything I can help you with? I have 2 items that need to be auctioned."
"Sure,
what items are you looking to auction?"
"A drop of phoenix blood and a high-level beast, the silver fire eagle, which possesses a thin bloodline of the golden-winged great roc." Upon hearing the words phoenix blood, Zhu Hua immediately said, "Please, let's discuss this privately in a room."
"Okay."
After a while, Su Ming was taken to a luxuriously decorated private room.
As soon as he sat down, Zhu Hua couldn't wait to ask, "Do you really have phoenix blood?"
Su Ming nodded, confidently taking out the phoenix blood.
When the phoenix blood appeared, Zhu Hua's hands couldn't help but tremble. "Indeed, this is phoenix blood. It's a hot commodity." Su Ming nodded and said, "Yes, that's why I want to auction it." Zhu Hua carefully placed it down and then asked, "How would you like to auction it?" "What method?" Su Ming asked in confusion.
Seeing that Su Ming didn't understand, Zhu Hua quickly explained, "We have 2 auction methods here, one is bidding, and the other is fixed price. Bidding can fetch a higher price, which is best for items like phoenix blood.
A fixed price would be most suitable for your beast." Su Ming nodded and said, "Since Supervisor Zhu suggests it, let's follow your advice."
"Good, I wonder what special resources you plan to bid for." Su Ming shook his head and said, "It could be Daxia coins, but if you want to exchange for resources, it needs to be resources related to insect-type contracted beasts, including the insect-type beasts themselves."
"Is there a requirement for the race value?"
"The upper limit is at the Lord level, with no lower limit.
My current level is only in the 20s, and being at the Lord level of a contract is already the limit."
"Alright, are there any other requirements?"
"None, I wonder when it can end."
Regarding Su Ming's question, Zhu thought for a moment and said, "My suggestion is to extend the bidding time since phoenix blood is very sought after.
The longer the time, the more people will bid."
"Okay, thank you, Supervisor Zhu."
Su Ming stood up and said.
Zhu stood up, smiling, and said, "You're welcome.
Serving you is also serving ourselves.
Soon, I will have them help you register an account, and you can monitor the bids on the platform in real time.
If you're interested in something, you can just confirm the auction." Su Ming nodded and asked, "My teacher said the auction doesn't take a cut?"
"Yes, we are fully funded by the government, aiming to provide a good resource exchange platform for beast masters."
"Then how do you benefit?" Su Ming asked curiously.
Seeing this, Zhu lowered his voice and said, "Classmate Su Ming, for scarce and highly sought after resources like phoenix blood, we will provide this information to major families, and they will give a cut. If they win the bid, we can also receive a share." Su Ming suddenly realized that the information gap is indeed a good way to make money. "By the way, do you need to auction anonymously?" "Sure, let's make it anonymous." Su Ming nodded. Many people he knew had also contracted insect-type beasts with phoenix bloodlines, and he didn't want anyone using his friends' names to find him. Chapter 51, Auctioning Phoenix Blood, a super hot item. After seeing Su Ming off, Zhu looked at the phoenix blood in his hand. He immediately shouted, "Quick, put this phoenix blood on the recommended list of our auction, this will definitely be a hot product." "Yes, supervisor." As soon as the phoenix blood was uploaded to the app's homepage, it didn't take long for the news about it to spread like wildfire on Daxia auction app. Beast masters across the country had an enormous demand for phoenix blood. A single drop of phoenix blood immediately triggered countless bids from beast masters. Just back at the academy, Su Ming felt his phone in his pocket vibrating continuously. Opening his phone, he was greeted by over 99 auction notifications. User Zhang Hai bid, 100 million Daxia coins, message, is the phoenix blood genuine? User Wu Qi bid, 300 million Daxia coins, message, your 100 million Daxia coins on the first floor are only enough to buy a fake. User Jean who bid, 300 million Daxia coins plus one extraordinary level insect type contracted beast witch spider, message, your money on the second floor isn't the key, it's clear this seller is a beast master in need of insect type beasts. Each message showed that everyone's bids were almost exceeding the previous one. Su Ming had thought about the popularity of the phoenix blood, but he didn't expect it to be so explosive. The current highest bidder had already reached 500 million Daxia coins. Although there were no insect type contracted beasts involved, 500 million Daxia coins was still an enormous number. This is indeed crazy. Since it's so hot, let the bids keep flying for a while longer. Su Ming smiled slightly and directly muted the notification for his auction app. After all, the auction lasts a month, and there was no need for him to waste time on it. Finding a quiet place, Su Ming took out his phone and opened the Academy app. Following the prompts, Su Ming immediately filtered out Class A resources. He categorized them under insect-type resources. All that came into view were the few resources related to the insectoid beast masters. Seeing this, Su Ming felt a bit speechless and said, "Is the insectoid beast master really that unpopular? Even the resources related to insectoid beasts are so few." Su Ming also felt quite helpless. In this world, the types of insectoid beasts could be said to be the most numerous. However, whether in the beast master market or in these resource markets, everything related to insectoid beasts was comparatively scarce. The reason was quite simple, the relationship of supply and demand. Most people would not choose insectoid beasts which had more individual combat power. His teacher, who had a king-level insectoid beast, was a very rare exception. At that moment, his teacher's call came in. "Hello, teacher. Su Ming, are you ready to evolve your beast?" Hearing his teacher's words, Su Ming became polite. "Teacher, no need, helping you is a small matter, and besides, I've gained quite a lot." "Then if you don't want it, forget it, it saves me some trouble." What came from the other end made Su Ming immediately say, "But teacher, since you care so much about your student, I naturally cannot disappoint your goodwill. I want to evolve my bloodthirsty magic insect." "I knew you would need to evolve this. I have prepared the materials for the bloodthirsty magic insect, but I'm short of a heart from the blood demon winged insect." "The heart of the blood demon winged insect? That sounds familiar." Su Ming froze for a moment, and the next second, he quickly opened his Academy app, and there it was in the A-class resources. "Teacher, I have a chance to exchange for A-class resources, I'll exchange for it." "Good, just fill in my address and have the bloodthirsty magic insect sent over." "Okay." After hanging up, Su Ming immediately used his chance. However, after confirming the order, Su Ming suddenly felt something was off. Could it be that the teacher deliberately said this one material is missing? But then he thought, an A-class resource could be exchanged for a master-level beast, so it couldn't be a loss. After placing the order, Su Ming immediately took the bloodthirsty magic insect to his teacher's residence. "Teacher, I've placed the bloodthirsty magic insect here." Shi Xiantian glanced at Su Ming and nodded. There's your training plan for next month on the table. Complete it on time, and when you finish, I'll help you evolve the bloodthirsty magic insect." "Ah." Su Ming immediately picked up the note on the table. 1. Accumulate contribution points to reach 30,000. 2. Participate in the exchange meeting with the Haidu Beast Master Academy. 3. Enter the top 3 of the human rankings. Looking at the 3 tasks above, Su Ming was stunned. He looked at his teacher and said, "Teacher, are these tasks something a person can come up with?" "What? Is it difficult?" Shi Xiantian looked at Su Ming with a smile, as if not minding Su Ming's slightly impulsive words.
Of course, the top 3 of the human rankings, plus the contribution points of 30,000.
I'm only at 18,000 now, how could you expect me to earn 12,000 in a month?
His senior brother finds it a bit difficult to earn 5,000 a month, and he was just a freshman. Even those hundreds of tasks, if he did 2 a day for 30 days without breaks, he'd still have to work hard. Ji Xiantian waved his hand. Look, you're anxious again.
Don't I have solutions for you?
The representative team from the Haidu Beast Master Academy will come to our military academy soon. If you perform well, you could probably earn most of those points in a day. Su Ming looked at his teacher with a resentful gaze. Teacher, I heard my senior brother mention this exchange meeting as well. It happens every year, and our military academy was defeated 7-3 by Haidu last year. That's right, our principal has already stated that for every person you defeat from the Haidu Academy, you can earn 1,000 contribution points. There are 10 people in total, so you can earn up to 10,000 contribution points, and if the team wins, you can each share 20,000 contribution points.
Teacher, do you mean for me to take them all on by myself?
Su Ming wore a bitter smile. Your teacher really thinks highly of himself.
Solo play is challenging, but as long as you win, your pressure will be much less.
Of course, you can only win. If you lose, you will need to prepare your own materials for evolving your beast. Su Ming nodded, indicating he understood his teacher's intention. It's to push himself to give his all in this exchange match. Don't worry, teacher, when the people from Haida come, I promise to wipe them out completely. Good, then keep the bloodthirsty magic bug with me, you don't need this one. Su Ming forced a smile. His teacher's training plan truly was extreme. Even the donkey in the production team wouldn't dare to be treated like this. But thinking about it, having such a teacher who constantly watches over his training and keeps him in an absolute training state is a blessing.
This kind of beast master would find it hard to become weak.
What's more, his teacher was willingly helping him evolve his beast for free, which others could never enjoy.
Chapter 52, Exchange Match, Haidu Beast Master Academy. Leaving the instructor's residence, while considering whether to go do a dungeon task.
Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice called out to him from behind. Turning his head, it was Luo Qianxue, who had threatened him during the new student competition.
Su Ming, wait a minute. Luo Qianxue jogged up to Su Ming.
Su Ming glanced at the spot where Luo Qianxue had just appeared. There was a shallow mark in that corner.
Luo, were you waiting here for me? Luo Qianxue did not deny it and nodded, saying, that's right. I want to ask if you can sell me some phoenix blood. Phoenix blood? What do you mean by that? Su Ming furrowed his brow, but deep inside he was puzzled. How did Luo Qianxue know he had phoenix blood even when he was anonymous?
Luo Qianxue chuckled lightly at Su Ming's denial and said, Su Ming, besides you and the Great Xia, I can't think of anyone else who would exchange phoenix blood for resources related to insect beasts. Su Ming was immediately speechless. His title as an insect beast master had spread so widely.
So tell me, Su Ming, how much do you want for that drop of phoenix blood?
Luo Qianxue folded her arms, her curves becoming accentuated in that moment.
The phoenix blood is indeed mine, but if you want it, you can leave your bid in the auction. If it's suitable, I will consider selling it to you. Su Ming maintained a blank expression, acting completely businesslike.
Luo Qianxue stomped her foot in frustration and pouted, Su Ming, just sell the phoenix blood to me. We're classmates, we should help each other. Looking at Luo Qianxue's sparkling eyes, Su Ming remained unmoved. I'm sorry, but I'm doing business, not favors. Besides, we don't even know each other that well.
Just leave it. If you need it, leave your bid in the auction.
Su Ming turned around to leave but suddenly thought of something. He glanced back at Luo Qianxue and said, since you know I'm the one selling it, please don't spread the word, I prefer to keep a low profile. Watching Su Ming walk away, Luo Qianxue stomped her foot in anger. But it was also a feeling of helpless fury. In the next 2 days, Su Ming was also busy, completing 3 tasks and earning 1,000 contribution points. Because his teacher had informed him in advance about the importance of this exchange match, Su Ming did not choose to go do dungeon tasks before the 3rd day. On this day, a bus slowly drove into the Great Xia Military Academy. The welcome team that had been arranged early on, along with the 10 people from Su Ming's preparing for battle, were also pulled into the welcoming team. Lei Jin stood beside Su Ming, clapping and laughing, while quietly saying to Su Ming, be careful, among the people from Haidu Beast Master Academy, there is a person who has a very big opinion about you.
Whom? Who is it?
Su Ming frowned. At this moment, Hua Haicheng immediately answered, Lei Jin is talking about Yan Xiao, Luo Qiang's fiancé, the 2nd place in the province's major exam.
How do you know? Of course I know.
Since the last new student competition ended, Hua Haicheng has been deeply impressed by himself. He has become very respectful toward Su Ming. His 3-headed lion was killed in that battle, but his family quickly sent him a golden war lion as a replacement beast. Both are lord level, and the combat strength of a golden war lion and a 3-headed lion can be said to be comparable, each with its own strengths. The bus door opened, and the lead teacher got off first.
As a representative, it was the vice president of the school, Marshal Wunyan.
Seeing Marshal Wunyan, the lead teacher of the other side was also extremely humble and said, "Hello, Marshal Wun. Teacher Su, welcome to our military academy for the exchange. The military academy has always been a model for us in Haidu." While the two were talking, the 10 representatives from Haidu Beast Taming Academy also got off the bus. 5 men and 5 women, quite balanced. Lei Jin wore a look of glee and whispered, "Su Ming, do you want me to tell you who Yin Xiao is?" "No need, it should be the first guy, right?" Su Ming shook his head. "Oh. How do you know?" Lei Jin asked in surprise. Su Ming chuckled softly. "That guy got off the bus and immediately stared at Luoqiang's, then looked at me with a face full of hostility. Who else could it be?"
"Heh, your eye for this is really good.
But Su Ming, you really need to be careful. Although Yin Xiao lost to you in the major exam, he was first in the new student competition this time. You should know that Haidu has taken in 4 top exam beast tamers."
"I didn't underestimate them either."
Soon, after a round of pleasantries, Marshal Wun led the exchange team to tour the military academy. They learned about the academy's culture and the martyrs who sacrificed for the great Xia against the monsters. By the time it was done, half a day had passed. The sun had just set, and Marshal Wun smiled and said, "Teacher Su, that's it for today's visit." Marshal Wun, thank you very much for taking the time to explain your school's history. I brought 10 new beast tamers from our academy this year, and I wonder if there will be an opportunity for them to spar and communicate with students from your school."
"Of course, it's getting late today, let's do it tomorrow morning." "Okay. Friendship first, competition second."
Marshal Wun smiled and waved goodbye to the Haidu exchange team.
At this moment, Hua Haicheng, who was listening to the two, asked in confusion, "Isn't the exchange competition the main event for the two schools? Why do they still need to mention it separately?"
"That's just a polite remark, do you understand?"
Lei Jin replied. At this time, someone among the military academy participants suddenly raised their hand. "Marshal Wun, should we be polite when exchanging with them tomorrow?" Hearing this, Marshal Wun looked at the person in confusion. "What? Do you know someone over there?" "No." "Then why be polite?" Marshal Wun's words surprised everyone. "Marshal Wun, didn't you say that competition is second, and friendship is first?" "I was just being polite, who told you to take it seriously?"
"Our military academy has been bullied by them for years, your mentors should have told you."
"In the exchange competition, beat them hard, make them cry."
"I'll reward you with my own contribution points. In short, one phrase, get back the face of the military academy for me."
"Yes." The 10 answered in unison. "All right, go back and rest. Tomorrow will be a tough battle, the opponent is not an easy one. Don't let your guard down." "Yes."
At night, on the streets of the military academy,
a man and a woman walked hand in hand. "Jianxue, our 2 academies are going to fight tomorrow, you are considered to be." Yan Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Of course I won't.
I have already agreed with our team leader that Su Ming must be defeated by me."
Chapter 53, First Battle, Barbarian Style. "You want to fight Su Ming?"
"His strength is really impressive," Luo Qianxue said with a serious expression. "I know, I've heard about his achievements, but I am confident." Yan Xiao smiled lightly. "I just want to prove that this Su Ming's top student status is only because he has those trash beast pets. Trash is ultimately trash." Luo Qianxue wanted to say something else, but Yan Xiao took out his phone and said, "By the way, Qianxue, I saw a drop of phoenix blood at the Great Xia auction yesterday. I have already bid on it, but phoenix blood is very sought after, and my bid doesn't seem to have an advantage." As he spoke, Yan Xiao looked a bit puzzled and said, "This seller is also strange. Why does he only want Great Xia coins and resources related to insect tribe beast pets?
Could it be that he, like Su Ming, is someone who likes to contract trash beast pets?" Luo Qianxue then said, "Have you thought that this person might be Su Ming?" No way, how could he possibly have phoenix blood?" Yan Xiao couldn't help but feel a shock.
In response, Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, "My teacher reminded me that Su Ming's teacher took him to the Xian bird secret realm, which is probably where he got it."
Secret realm? This guy actually entered a secret realm. Yan Zhao's eyes suddenly showed envy.
"Yes, I approached him a few days ago hoping he would sell me the phoenix blood, but he didn't want to."
Sighing, Luo Qianxue said, "So it was this guy's phoenix blood.
If we combine our bids, we might have a chance to buy it."
Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, "Not necessarily.
I estimate he would prefer resources related to insect tribe beast pets. With our combined 700 million Great Xia coins, it would be hard to move him." After speaking, Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, "Forget it.
If there is a chance in the future, I will also enter the Xian bird secret realm and try."
Yan Xiao nodded but began to think in his eyes.
The next morning came.
All the freshmen in the first year at school were gathered in the school's martial arts arena. The representative teams from the Great Xia Military Academy and the Haidu Beast Master Academy had also arrived early at the martial arts arena to wait. Vice Principal Moon arrived at the center of the competition venue. Dear students, today the exchange team from Haidu Beast Master Academy has come to our Great Xia Military Academy for an exchange. According to our exchange process in recent years, today each side will send out 10 people for a friendly sparring of beast mastery. To be blunt, we at the Great Xia Military Academy have sent our strongest 10 freshmen, and I believe Haidu Beast Master Academy has done the same.
Today will be a wonderful match.
Please keep your eyes sharp and watch carefully. Let's give a round of applause for the Haidu Beast Master Academy team coming from afar. As soon as Vice Principal Mu finished speaking, warm applause erupted throughout the venue. I won't say too much more, I will now hand the competition over to our young beast masters. With Vice Principal Mu exiting the stage, the 10 members of the Great Xia Military Academy exchanged glances. I'll go first and win us a great start. Hua Haicheng stood up and said with a relaxed face. The others did not object, and they had roughly decided who would go first while preparing a moment ago. As Hua Haicheng stepped onto the competition stage, he called out towards the Haidu Beast Master Academy, Great Xia Military Academy. Hua Haicheng, here to battle. In the next moment, a figure in purple flashed by.
A female student from Haidu Beast Master Academy quickly arrived on the competition stage.
Haidu Beast Master Academy, Jiang Ning. Seeing the opponent, Lei Jin, who had already prepared the information, immediately said, looks like Haidu wants to grab the start too. This girl in purple is the top student from Sanjiang Province, her beast mastery talent is Windrunner. It is said that she has contracted 3 summoned beasts, and their race values are all at the Lord level.
Windwalker? What kind of talent is that? A curious person asked nearby. It can increase the speed of one's summoned beasts.
It is said that the higher the level of the summoned beasts, the faster they will be.
It's an incredibly abnormal talent.
Lei Jin said indifferently. So, that means her summoned beasts should excel in speed. At that moment, a beast roar broke the tranquility of the venue.
A giant blue wolf with wings on its back, and 2 large birds, 1 yellow and 1 blue. It's the sky blue winged wolf, thunderbird, and hurricane eagle. All top-notch lord-level summoned beasts.
Hua Haicheng is going to suffer, his summoned beasts are not speed types. Seeing the 3 summoned beasts, Hua Haicheng showed no fear at all, instead, he became even more excited. 3 summoned beasts, truly deserving of being a top scholar. In the next moment, 2 summoned beasts also appeared beside Hua Haicheng. They were his Golden War Lion and Azure Beast. Hua Haicheng's summoned beast talent Fury could temporarily boost his summoned beast's battle power. However, the duration of Fury was limited, and after the talent boost, the summoned beasts would fall into a period of weakness.
Please guide me.
Please. The 2 clasped their fists and bowed, and the next second, their summoned beasts rushed out like cannonballs.
The Golden War Lion and Azure Beast lunged straight at Jiang Ning's sky blue winged wolf.
Ignoring the attacks from Jiang Ning's other 2 flying summoned beasts, the 2 summoned beasts began to frantically surround the sky blue winged wolf. Hua Haicheng intends to knock the sky blue winged wolf out of combat first before dealing with the strength of the other 2 flying summoned beasts.
Lei Jin shook his head and said, that won't work, they won't hold up.
No way, Hua Haicheng's Golden War Lion and Azure Beast are tough, it can't be that bad.
Boom!
Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Hua Haicheng's Azure Beast. Immediately after, the Hurricane Eagle swiftly waved its wings, and several invisible wind blades sliced into the Azure Beast's body. In an instant, the previously healthy Azure Beast was drenched in blood.
Damn it! Hua Haicheng looked at the relaxed Jiang Ning, realizing his Golden War Lion and Azure Beast could not land a hit on the opponent's summoned beasts.
It was like having strength but hitting cotton. I don't care, I'll take one down first.
Golden War Lion, Azure Beast, take down that sky blue winged wolf.
Roar!
With a furious roar, the Golden War Lion and Azure Beast's aura surged violently.
Jiang Ning immediately said, Sky blue winged wolf, fly up quickly.
Want to run?
Impossible. Even if I lose, I will take down one of your summoned beasts.
The sky blue winged wolf flapped its wings, ready to take off.
But the Golden War Lion struck it down with a paw. Roar! With another howl, the Azure Beast charged, bearing its injuries and the attacks from the 2 flying summoned beasts, lunging at the sky blue winged wolf.
Jiang Ning was startled by Hua Haicheng's crazy approach. Although the sky blue winged wolf had decent power, it wasn't enough against the Golden War Lion, which had the Fury boost. Painful howls echoed throughout the fighting arena.
I surrender, sky blue winged wolf, I give up the fight.
Jiang Ning announced without hesitation that his sky blue winged wolf was out of combat.
Seeing his goal achieved, Hua Haicheng revealed a smirk.
Chapter 54, Dual Top Scholars of a Province, Fateful Rivals. Come back, Azure Beast.
Hua Haicheng wasted no time and called back the Azure Beast to rest in the beast space.
At this moment, only the Golden War Lion and Jiang Ning's 2 flying summoned beasts remained in the arena. What a reckless man.
Jiang Ning was furious, unable to understand Hua Haicheng's one-for-one approach.
Reckless? I quite like that title, thank you.
After speaking, Hua Haicheng's gaze turned cold.
Golden War Lion, bring down those two big birds for me.
Roar! The Golden War Lion leaped into the air, quickly rising over 10 meters high.
Quick, dodge. Jiang Ning's flying beast reacted extremely fast, the Golden War Lion's front paws flailed in the air.
And at this moment, the Golden War Lion, which could not fly, undoubtedly had no defensive capabilities. The Thunderbird and Hurricane Eagle also arrived at the sides of the Golden War Lion. Without needing Jiang Ning's command, the two beasts simultaneously attacked the defenseless Golden War Lion. With the combination of lightning and wind blades, the Golden War Lion spilled golden blood. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but say, I had only heard before, but the golden blood of the lion is indeed golden. Alas, Hohai City suffered because of the beasts, the two big birds easily beating his Golden War Lion is like a father hitting his son. Seeing his Golden War Lion injured, Hohai City raised his hand and said, I won't fight anymore, I concede. Saying this, he summoned back his Golden War Lion. His fury had run its course, and soon his beast would also fall into a state of exhaustion.
Not to mention catching Jiang Ning with his two fast-flying beasts. Thank you for your kindness.
Jiang Ning, although angry, still maintained the courtesy that should be observed. The first battle lost made the people at the Great Xiao military mansion feel a wave of disappointment. In the resting area of the Haidu Beast Academy, looking at the currently quiet arena, one couldn't help but laugh. The martial arena of the Great Xiao military mansion is quieter than our Haidu Beast Academy's library. The voice was not low, and many people heard it. Without a doubt, it was a heavy slap on the military mansion's face. Hohai City lost, and Jiang Ning was still able to continue fighting. While the Great Xiao military mansion would need to send out another fighter. Hohai City left the arena, and the optimism on his face had vanished.
I'm sorry, I lost. It's fine, it just started. Luo Qianxue comforted at this moment. Su Ming looked at everyone and said, Everyone, does anyone want to go for the next round? We need our beasts to be able to restrict the opponent's speed-type beasts.
Lei Jin stood up and said, Let me go, I still have an advantage against beast masters who are good at speed.
Good. Su Ming nodded. Lei Jin's talent was electrical amplification, and all his beasts were thunder attribute beasts.
In terms of speed and attack, they were top-tier beings.
There wouldn't be an obvious shortcoming like Hohai City's.
When Hohai City stepped onto the arena, the audience erupted once again.
Go Lei Jin. Take down Haidu.
Lei Jin, show Haidu our military mansion's true strength.
Go Lei Jin. Go Lei Jin. Go Lei Jin. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Ning in the arena, smiling faintly. Classmate Jiang Ning, please enlighten me. Lei Jin. Jiang Ning frowned. The next second, Lei Jin focused his mind.
In the space around him, a beast flashing with lightning slowly walked out.
Caw! A high-pitched bird call echoed, and a thunderbird flew out first.
When the thunder beast fully emerged, Su Ming immediately noticed the difference. Compared to before, it had a horn on its forehead. This Lei Jin's thunder beast seems different from the one in the magic cave.
This is the Thunderhorn Beast. Lei Jin's Thunder Beast has the bloodline of the Divine Beast Thunder Emperor. Although it is still at the Lord level, the appearance of the Thunder Horn indicates that its bloodline purity has exceeded 50%.
With the Thunder Phoenix and Thunderhorn Beast, Lei Jin has only two beasts, but these two beasts are truly luxurious. As several people saw Lei Jin's beasts, they immediately began to discuss curiously.
Bluffing. Jiang Ning lightly scolded, and her two beasts quickly moved through the air to attack Lei Jin's beast.
Roar! The Thunderhorn beast let out a furious roar, and its horn shot out two bolts of lightning, directly neutralizing the opponent's attacks.
Classmate Jiang Ning, your speed won't work here. Thunder Phoenix, Thunderhorn Beast. Thunder Net. In the next second, the attacks from the two summoned beasts quickly wove into a giant net of lightning. Quick, dodge.
Seeing this, Jiang Ning panicked, but in terms of speed, the Phoenix bird's speed was enhanced by the lightning. It was not much slower than Jiang Ning's speed. Watching his summoned beast visibly surrounded by the lightning net. As the net tightened, in the next second. Ziz ziz ziz. The fierce power of the thunder made even the already lightning attribute lightning bird struggle. You lose, Jiang Ning. If not, your beast won't be in a good state like this. Looking at Lei Jin, Jiang Ning glanced at his summoned beast again. Despite his grim expression, he gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. Woohoo! Brother Jin is amazing. Lei Jin's Thunder Beast is too strong. Please, Brother Jin, show the might of our military. Brother Jin, sweep them away. In an instant, the once quiet competition arena erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Jiang Ning walked back to the resting area with a gloomy face, and the other 9 looked at each other. Who will go? I will go. A boy stood up, and no one opposed.
He quickly made his way to the competition arena. Leishan, long time no see. Long time no see, Yan Kai. You've become stronger again. Not bad, you must have not wasted time either. From their conversation, it was clear that the two knew each other. Su Ming looked puzzled at Zhu Shi, who was also from Xihua province like Leishan. Yan Kai is our second in Xihua province, and Leishan is the first. They both have the same score in the big exam. Double champions? Hua Haicheng asked in surprise. Yes, one plays with thunder, the other with fire. The battle later will be very exciting. Wow, double champions are really rare, it's like a meteor colliding with Earth. Hua Haicheng was also excited. Yan Kai's summoned beast stepped out, a flame demon beast and a flame phoenix bird. Not only are these two strong, but their summoned beasts also look alike. One against one, it's a true battle of equals. Not only the military academy, but also the Haidu Beast University was curious about which of the two double champions would win. At this moment, Hua Haicheng suddenly stood up. He moved to a spot visible to the audience and began to wave his arms continuously. In an instant, the home advantage started to stir up rapidly. Listening to the cheers around him, Leishan couldn't help but smile. Looks like I'm benefiting from the home advantage today. Chapter 55, 2 against 3, Su Ming takes the stage. What does it matter if you have home advantage? Flame Demon Beast, go! Yan Kai gestured grandly, and his two summoned beasts charged out immediately. Leishan smiled faintly. You're still like this, hot-tempered? For summoned beasts faced off, Thunderhorn Beast against Flame Demon Beast, Phoenix Bird against Flame Phoenix Bird, one battled on the ground and the other in the air. Both sides were closely matched, with the four summoned beasts continuously clashing their skills. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Truly deserving of the title of double champions, they've been battling for over 10 minutes, and still, no clear difference in strength is visible. Thunder and fire are the strongest attributes in attack, they are natural rivals. Leishan has home advantage, but Yan Kai has the advantage of going second, both are really evenly matched. Unless there are other tricks, it now comes down to the perseverance of their summoned beasts. Watching the fierce battle of the four summoned beasts, no one could predict the outcome. Yan Kai looked at Leishan and said, Leishan, at this rate, it's hard for us to distinguish a winner. Yeah, do you have any other moves? Hearing this, Yan Kai chuckled lightly and said, to deal with you, how could I go without a backup plan? In the next second, a beast enveloped in flames slowly walked out from the space beside Yan Kai. The third summoned beast. Su Ming and Hua Haicheng's group stood up in shock. This third summoned beast looks like a lord-level flame war lion, from the same species as Hua Haicheng's golden war lion. Hua Haicheng nodded and said, the war lion has all kinds of attributes, it's... My golden battle lion belongs to the metal attribute. If it faces the flame battle lion from Hohai City, I'm at a disadvantage in attributes. It's over. We've lost a beast, and it's a lord-level beast. The balance is broken. Compared to the pessimism at the Daxia military house, the people at the Haidu Beast Master Academy are almost crossing their arms, feeling not the slightest surprise. Su Ming's gaze turned toward the Haidu Beast Master Academy. At this moment, Yan Xiao also looked at Su Ming. The two of them locking eyes, Su Ming could feel the unusual hostility from the other. Luo Qianxue, is your boyfriend sick? Why does he look like I owe him millions? He. Luo Qianxue looked at Yan Xiao in the distance, and also smiled wryly. She indeed wanted to say that because Su Ming had become the top scholar, Yan Xiao received fewer resources in the academy. To say Su Ming robbed Yan Xiao of millions, there was some truth in it. And watching the two laughing, Yan Xiao, who already harbored hostility toward Su Ming, tightened his fist even more. On the field, Leishan looked at the flame battle lion before him and shook his head with a smile. Yan Kai, so you were waiting for me here. Yan Kai looked at Leishan, a proud smile appearing on his face. Leishan, don't hide it. I know you have one too. Only those who know me, know Yan Kai. As soon as the words fell, a beast covered in lightning slowly walked out beside Leishan. Wow, Thunder Battle Lion, do these two have such a tacit understanding with their contracted beasts? Thunder Battle Lion, if you say they don't have some kind of relationship, I wouldn't believe you even if you killed me. What are you trying to say, dog head warning? Once Leishan's third beast appeared, the people from Haidu were somewhat in disbelief. Leishan actually contracted a battle lion as his third beast. These two really have a kind of metaphysical tacit understanding. In this case, it's about who can't hold out in the end. Leishan and Yan Kai exchanged a smile, and the three beasts charged towards each other again. The audience watching the intense battle couldn't help but cheer. The two battled for nearly an hour, and in the end, their beasts nearly collapsed from exhaustion at the same time. In this battle, Leishan and Yan Kai were just short of fighting each other. After recalling their beasts, both returned to their team's resting area. Leishan sighed and said with a wry smile, Sigh, we're both top scholars, it's impossible to break through. Too fierce, brother Jin, the advantage of the opponent's top scholar is gone. Let's see how we do next.
Lei Jin and Hohai City both eliminated the other's two top-level beast masters. At this point, the original advantage of having one more top scholar from Haidu was no longer there. As soon as Su Ming stood up, another boy rushed up. Wu Zhou, he was the second in the provincial exam in Zhengzhou, and his strength was also very formidable.
Haidu sent out a powerful female beast master as well.
The battle between the two was extremely intense, and Wu Zhou narrowly won. In the subsequent battles, neither side's top-level beast masters fought immediately. Others basically maintained a one-for-one exchange until the last two remained. On the field, the only one standing from Haidu was also a top beast master from the grand examination.
On the sideline stood Yan Xiao and another person of top-level status.
And the people from the Daxia military house knew that Yan Xiao was stronger than both of the other two. Su Ming and Luo Qianxue, one of them had to take down at least one, even two of the opponent's beasts to potentially achieve a tie.
Sorry everyone, I didn't help you take down one of his beasts. Just as Luo Qianxue was about to stand up, Su Ming said, Luo Qianxue, let me go first.
Luo Qianxue glanced back at Su Ming and nodded, saying, okay. Su Ming quickly rushed onto the competition field. At this moment, the audience of the Daxia military government was incredibly disappointed. If you lose to the opponent on your home ground, it would truly be embarrassing beyond belief. 2 against 3, it's clearly a loss. The opponent still has 3 top-tier beastmasters. Does Su Ming fear the numbers? But his numbers are bugs. If his bugs were dragons, then even with Haidu and the others combined, they still wouldn't be able to match Su Ming. I hope Su Ming and Luo Qianxue can create a miracle. Let's cheer for Su Ming. Don't give up, brothers. Su Ming, go for it. Su Ming, go for it. Su Ming, go for it. The thunderous cheers reached Su Ming's ears.
Seeing Su Ming, Kong Peng laughed lightly. You are the champion of Haidu, the beastmaster who plays with bugs?
Yes.
It's impossible, how could Yan Xiao lose to you? Maybe the strength is a bit lacking.
Su Ming looked relaxed, and Kong Peng then pointed his hand. Enough nonsense, summon your beasts, let me see what kind of power a person who can defeat Yan Xiao has.
You will find out. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth, and in the next second, the beast space behind him opened, and countless insect-type beasts poured out like a tide. Seeing so many insect-type beasts, Kong Peng was not afraid but rather excited. Just a bunch of cannon fodder. No matter how many rabbits there are, can they really bite a lion to death?
Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled lightly. My insect beasts are not rabbits, and you are certainly not a lion.
Chapter 56, The Bet, True Dragon's Blood. Is that so? You are really confident.
Kong Peng also had 3 Lord-level beast companions, 2 of which were flying beasts. Su Ming looked at the 2 beasts in the sky, and his mind moved. The wing blade bug flew out like a ghost. Now, Su Ming's insect army had already surpassed 4,000. The enhancement had also reached 10.4 times. Although the wing blade bug was not considered excellent among Lord-level beasts, with Su Ming's talent, his 5 wing blade bugs directly surrounded the opponent's 2 flying beasts. And on the ground, the army led by the blade bugs surged forward like a tide.
Amidst this army, Su Ming's bloodthirsty demon bugs were also mixed in. A group of clowns, what use is there in having more? Just a bunch of bugs. Oh really? As soon as Su Ming's voice fell, all the insect beasts launched their attacks simultaneously.
The lightning-fast speed of the wing blade bugs caught Kong Peng off guard. And the bloodthirsty demon bugs, which had been hiding behind the wing blade bugs, seized the chance and leaped onto Kong Peng's beast. Almost at the same moment, the bloodthirsty demon bugs on the ground also attached themselves to Kong Peng's beast. In an instant, the empowered bloodthirsty demon bugs acted like a powerful engine. They quickly drained the blood from Kong Peng's beast. Seeing the scene before him, Kong Peng immediately narrowed his pupils.
What are you doing?
To Kong Peng's question, Su Ming did not respond but instead said mockingly, if you don't surrender, your beast will die. Hurry up, my bloodthirsty demon bugs are quite fast.
Looking at the beast quickly wilting at an observable rate, Kong Peng had not reacted yet when Yan Zhao's voice suddenly rang out from below. Kong Peng surrenders.
Su Ming did not pay attention to Yan Zhao's words from below but looked at Kong Peng in the ring. He surrendered for you, do you accept?
No. Stop draining. I surrender.
Kong Peng was truly scared. The once strong beast, in less than a minute, was about to be drained to a dried corpse. In a one-on-one situation, if the bloodthirsty demon bug could not attach to the opponent's beast, then its combat power could easily be defeated by the blade bugs. But once attached by the bloodthirsty demon bug, even a lord-level beast could be drained of half its life.
Su Ming smiled slightly, nodded and said, isn't it better to surrender early? Our Haidu Beast Control Academy's big lion. You. Kong Peng's eyes turned red, and an angry expression leaped onto his face.
At that moment, a hand rested on Kong Peng's shoulder. Kong Peng turned around to see Yan Xiao already on the field.
Yan Xiao. Alright, Kong Pang, it's your own carelessness.
His beast is a bloodthirsty demon bug. If it latches onto you, it's very hard to shake off, and this bloodthirsty demon bug is quite strong.
Ordinary ones don't possess such strong blood-sucking ability. Yan Zhao's words eased Kong Pang's angry gaze significantly.
After recalling his beast, he directly retreated back to Haidu's resting area. Judging by this battle, Kong Peng's beast would struggle to restore its peak battle power in a month without external help.
Yan Xiao looked at Su Ming's insect-type beast and couldn't help but laugh. Now I understand why you were able to defeat me and achieve first place in Haidu.
Yan Xiao paused, then continued, you really have a lot of junk, grinding those low-level fierce beasts, I can't keep up with your speed. I'm good at grinding small monsters, and of course, I handle big bosses effortlessly too, Su Ming replied, picking up the conversation.
Yan Xiao raised his head, still looking down. Su Ming, how about a bet? Bet? Let's each put something on the line. Whoever loses will give their stake to the other.
Su Ming looked at the leaders of their schools watching from a distance, and seeing no one object, he was happy to go along. Since someone is offering a gift, it would make no sense not to accept.
So, what are we betting on?
Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Yan Zhao's mouth. I know you have a drop of phoenix blood, and I happen to have a drop of true dragon blood. Whoever loses will give their blood to the other. At these words, Su Ming couldn't help but look back at Luo Qianxue. Clearly, Su Ming didn't believe Yan Xiao would know about his phoenix blood. This clearly seems premeditated. However, there is no clear line between the hunter and the prey. Luo Qianxue felt uneasy under Su Ming's gaze. Lei Jin, seeing Su Ming's look and then glancing at Luo Qianxue, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. All right. Saying this, Su Ming took out the phoenix blood, shimmering under the sunlight, as if he could hear the call of a phoenix. At the same time, Yan Xiao also took out his true dragon blood from his storage ring. A drop of true dragon blood sparkled with golden light, echoing with the sound of a dragon's roar.
Since you two are so eager, allow me to be the notary.
At this moment, Mu Gong took the blood from both their hands. With Mu Gong as the notary, no one could back out now. Resources have always been heavily privatized, and since neither Su Ming nor Yan Xiao opposed, the academy would not stop such behavior. Su Ming looked at Yan Xiao and chuckled, looks like you're after my phoenix blood.
I just happen to know, and I feel that this friendly match is a bit dull. Let's add some stakes for more fun. Are you confident in your strength?
Su Ming looked at Yan Xiao, and information began appearing before his eyes.
Name, Yan Xiao. Level, 22. Talent, Dragon War, increases the strength of his dragon-type beasts, each dragon contract doubles the battle power. Beasts, Eternal Night War Dragon, Lord, Heavenly Cosmic War Dragon, Lord, Two-Headed Flame Dragon, Lord. A 3x increase, is that your confidence? Su Ming quietly laughed in his heart, 3 heads of sub-dragon beasts, a 3x increase, is that your reliance?
At this moment, Yan Xiao spread his hands, and the beast space behind him opened. 3 dragons with extremely pure bloodlines slowly walked out. The Eternal Night War Dragon and the Heavenly Cosmic War Dragon were both ground war dragons without flying abilities, while the two-headed flame dragon possessed flaming wings. 3 dragon beasts, and the purity of their bloodlines has probably reached over 50%.
It's too scary.
It's not the scariest part to get these dragon beasts, the scariest part is being able to contract these dragon beasts and train them to this level.
It's too rare. Even for beast tamers, having powerful beasts like dragon beasts in the same tamer's hands is not easy to coexist peacefully.
Contracting one dragon beast and wanting to contract another is not just about the contracted dragon resisting, the newly contracted dragon will also resist. Being able to contract 3 dragon beasts in a row is enough to show Yan Zhao's strength.
Chapter 57, Crushing. Yan Xiao is going to be driven mad. Yan Zhao's face showed no hint of hiding his confidence.
He raised his head high, directly pointing his nostrils at Su Ming.
What do you think, Su Ming? Can my beast catch your eye?
Yan Zhao's confident smile made Su Ming feel a wave of disgust.
Turning to look at Luo Qianxue, he had the look of, is this the kind of person you're dating? Hua Haicheng sneered, what's Yan Xiao pretending for? 3 dragon-type beasts can be arrogant in anyone's hands. This guy is clearly arrogant but still wants to put on an act. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, no need for nonsense, let's start the fight.
As you wish. With a wave of Yan Zhao's hand, 3 dragon beasts charged towards Su Ming's army of insect beasts like arrows shot from a bow. Lei Jin couldn't help but shake his head at the scene, sighing, these 3 dragon beasts are probably a bit too strong. Although Su Ming has an army of insects, most of his insect beasts are low-level species.
These dragon beasts rushing in are like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Luo Qianxue's mood was very complicated at this moment.
She didn't want her boyfriend to lose to Su Ming, nor did she want the military to lose to Haidu.
The conflict between these two thoughts made Luo Qianxue feel completely out of the game watching.
Everyone be careful, these bugs are not only numerous but also have certain attacking abilities.
Yan Xiao was also serious enough. The three dragon beasts looked back at him and nodded in response. Su Ming smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said, "Let the three dragon beasts see what it means to have many bugs and great power." Roar! The three dragon beasts roared at the sky at the same time. The two-headed fiery dragon even directly spewed flames down from the sky to the ground. The shield bugs, tiger beetles, and armored bugs rushed to the front, taking the brunt of the attack. Some shield bugs couldn't withstand the heat and were burned to death. The air was filled with a charred smell. "Su Ming, your insect beasts might taste good when roasted." Yan Xiao smiled slightly, obviously very satisfied with his beast's attack just now. Su Ming's eyes turned cold, and thousands of knife bugs quickly surged toward the two dragon beasts on the ground. Seeing this, Yan Xiao remained calm and unhurried. "Take them out." The two dragon beasts simultaneously unleashed their skills, causing the ground to crack rapidly and dozens of earth pillars to rise. In an instant, dozens of knife bugs were impaled. Yet this attack did not stop Su Ming's charging knife bugs. And the damage caused by this strike was something Yan Xiao had not anticipated. How could this be? Block them. Knife bugs, surround them. Amidst the swarm of bugs, the bloodthirsty devil bugs had already hidden themselves, waiting for the moment to strike. Meanwhile, in the sky, the winged knife bugs had surrounded the two-headed fiery dragon. With 10 times Su Ming's power boost, the winged knife bugs could compete with the two-headed fiery dragon, which had a bloodline purity of 50%. Yan Xiao, perhaps you still haven't realized that low-level species of beasts are low-level because they're weak, but my insect beasts are different. The sheer number of my bugs is not something your two subdragon beasts, which aren't even purebred, can match. Hearing this, Yan Xiao chuckled lightly and said, "I still stand by my words. Do dragons really fear a swarm of bugs? Is that so? Then you can give it a try, and don't forget one more thing. You and I are not on the same level." What? Yan Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. This was something he had always ignored, something everyone had overlooked. Su Ming's level had already broken through to level 26, while even Yan Xiao, who was ahead of everyone, was only at level 22. "Take them down." Su Ming waved his hand dramatically, and the knife insects showed no concern for dying. Those in front would die, while those behind continued to follow. Yan Xiao's two dragon beasts stood back to back, but Su Ming's army of insect beasts was too numerous and charged at them from all sides. At that moment, several red figures flashed by. They landed directly on the two dragon beasts. It worked! A smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. Once attached to his bloodthirsty magic worms, their battle power would be interfered with. Coupled with his tenfold boost, the blood-sucking speed of the bloodthirsty magic worms had skyrocketed. Oh no! Yan Zhao's face changed suddenly. No matter how he prepared, he had not defended against Su Ming's bloodthirsty magic worms. Su Ming shook his head with a smile and said, "Yan Xiao, once you're glued by my bloodthirsty magic worms, even if you can get rid of them in a minute, how will you face my army of insects?" Su Ming's hands spread open, and at that moment, the army of knife insects appeared endless in Yan Zhao's eyes. Meanwhile, in the sky, the two-headed flame dragon had one of its heads directly chopped off by the winged knife insect. Hiss! Su Ming also took a cold breath. Once one head of the two-headed flame dragon was chopped off, regrowing it would not be easy. Although nowadays, it should be possible to regrow a lord-level beast's head with resources, the resources required might be enough for Yan Xiao to form a new bond with another beast. I concede. Yan Xiao raised his hand. If he did not admit defeat now, his dragon beast would be completely killed. In a short time, it would be very difficult for him to recover his energy. Looking at the dragon head on the ground, Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, Yan Xiao, I couldn't control my insect beasts." Yan Xiao picked up the dragon head from the ground, looking at Su Ming with resentment. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Yan Xiao, hurry, and give me the two-headed flame dragon, there's still a chance to save it." The leader from the Haidu Beast Master Academy, who had been watching the battle, quickly rushed onto the competition stage. Yan Xiao looked at his leader with bloodshot eyes. "Teacher, my beast almost got killed." "Yes, I know. The priority now is to reattach your two-headed flame dragon's head." At this moment, Vice President Moon Yin's figure also landed on the stage. Looking at the two-headed flame dragon on the ground, he glanced at Su Ming. Then he said, "Leave it to me, I will restore it to its original state." Yan Xiao was somewhat taken aback, but his leader immediately stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "Then I will trouble you, Mr. Mu." Okay. Just as Yan Xiao was about to leave, Su Ming spoke up, "Wait, haven't you forgotten something?" "What thing?" Yan Zhao's eyes glowed red. If he could, he wanted to kill Su Ming right now. "The bet was your request, you wouldn't want to go back on it now, would you?" Su Ming crossed his arms, showing no concern for having almost killed one of Yan Zhao's dragon beasts just moments ago. Hearing this, Yan Xiao clenched his hands tightly, his fingers even digging into his skin. "Yan Xiao, this is not the time to waste."
His leader was now anxiously urging him. Here. A transparent jade vial was thrown by Yan Xiao, and the force was clearly intent on not letting Su Ming get it. But in the next second, a shadow flashed by, and the vial containing the true dragon's essence blood appeared in the winged knife insect's hand. Su Ming took the true dragon's essence blood, looking at the blood inside that seemed to still have the true dragon roaring. He smiled slightly. With this true dragon's essence blood, his strength would increase by a large margin again. Chapter 58, with the essence blood in hand, auction immediately. Like Phoenix essence blood, true dragon essence blood was also a sought-after treasure. Dragons are inherently greedy, and savage beasts containing true dragon bloodlines can be said to have the most of all divine beast bloodlines. Then there was the Phoenix. This also led to many capable beast masters choosing to contract with the sub-dragon and sub-phoenix as their main beasts. The Phoenix blood was still being snapped up, and now that I had obtained the true dragon blood, if I also put it up for auction, the price would surely increase compared to the Phoenix blood. Thank you. Su Ming pocketed the true dragon blood, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Yan Xiao, who was already walking toward the exit. However, Su Ming's thanks almost caused Yan Xiao to spew out a mouthful of old blood. Su Ming, if I don't repay the humiliation you gave me today, then I am not Yan Xiao. Lei Shen looked at the scene before him and felt a chill all over. He turned back to take a look at Hua Haicheng beside him and said, "How do you feel now?" "Fortunately, I am not Su Ming's opponent." Lei Shen smiled faintly and said, "I wonder who wanted to teach Su Ming a lesson back in the demon cave." "Don't mention it, Lei Shen, this matter is truly embarrassing." Hua Haicheng sighed bitterly. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue, sitting in her spot, worriedly watched Yan Zhao's disappearing figure. Looking at Su Ming on the field, seemingly unaffected at all, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. After Yan Xiao left, only one girl was left in the Haida Beast Master Academy. She was also a provincial champion-level Beast Master, and her strength was very strong. Su Ming looked at her and clasped his fists, saying, "Please give me your guidance." "Classmate Su Ming, I hold no hostility towards you. I came here to communicate, not to fight to the death. Just don't let your bugs kill my beasts." In response to her showing weakness, Su Ming chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, my bugs are very weak." Puff. You're truly heartless, Su Ming. If Yan Xiao hadn't already left, he would have truly been so angry he could have coughed up blood. With strength, one can truly act as they please. The military academy is majestic. If your bugs are weak, then Yan Zhao's beast wouldn't have had its head chopped off. In our academy's competition, I am not Yan Zhao's opponent, he is not your opponent, and similarly, I cannot be your opponent. You really know how to exchange positions, are you trying to surrender? Su Ming frowned and asked. Not at all. Surrendering would be too embarrassing. Let's fight with all our strength. I also want to see if your bug master's strength is really as terrifying as it just appeared. As you wish. As soon as the words fell, the two immediately clashed together. The collision between beasts instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the watching students. However, in less than 10 minutes, after Su Ming lost nearly 200 knife bugs and other low-level beasts, the other side directly admitted defeat. Looking at her injured beasts, Lin Shu also smiled bitterly and said, "Really, this is quite shameless. With so many beasts just killing, they would be exhausted to death. You can do it too." Hearing this, Lin Shu shook his head and said, "Who can compare to your beast space? If I had your beast space, I wouldn't have contracted bugs. Can you tell me why your bugs are so strong?" "I've already said, my bugs are not ordinary bugs." Lin Shu nodded and took his beasts down from the field. The audience watching below was also stunned. 1 against 3, 3 champions. So awesome, Su Ming is awesome. Su Ming! Su Ming! Su Ming! The whole place instantly erupted with cheers. At this moment, Su Ming's face was also beaming with smiles. Without a doubt, this exchange competition was a great harvest for him. This true dragon blood must be auctioned off as fast as possible. Returning to the rest area, the other few immediately gathered around. Each person's face was filled with the joy of victory. Su Ming looked at Luo Qianxue, who appeared somewhat lost, and couldn't help but ask, "Classmate Luo Qianxue, why do you look so worried? Aren't you happy to have one?" As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Yan Xiao is Luo Qianxue's boyfriend, too. This is something widely known. Su Ming, what did you do to Yan Xiao? You even got such precious true dragon blood from him. Luo Qianxue wanted to be happy for the Dixia military mansion, but it was hard to feel any joy at all. What do you think? Luo Qianxue said with a hint of anger in her eyes. Su Ming, however, didn't care and said, "To be honest, I also didn't know he had true dragon blood, but I have no idea how Yan Xiao found out about my phoenix blood. He even challenged me to a bet, but unfortunately, he ended up shooting himself in the foot." Luo Qianxue's expression immediately turned pale upon hearing Su Ming's words.
Indeed, if she hadn't mentioned this matter to Yan Xiao, he wouldn't have used his true dragon blood to wager against Su Ming.
The current loss wasn't that severe.
With Lord Wu taking action, Yan Zhao's life was basically safe.
But losing a drop of true dragon blood would severely impact Yan Zhao's future plan to raise beasts. If you want it, you can go to the auction to bid.
Relying on these crooked ways is not a good path. After Su Ming finished speaking, he didn't continue celebrating with them.
He walked directly towards the academy's exit.
He needed to quickly put this drop of true dragon blood up for auction. After the exchange match ended, the members of the Haidu Beast Tamer Academy hardly lingered and left the military mansion. Although they didn't return in complete defeat, they also had no intention of staying here. Su Ming quickly took a vehicle and, familiar with the route, arrived at the Dixia auction house.
Seeing Su Ming, the staff immediately went inside to call manager Zhu out. Mr. Su Ming, why are you here? Isn't the auction deadline not yet up? I'm here today to add an auction item.
Su Ming said calmly.
Add an auction item. Manager Zhu's eyes instantly brightened. He approached Su Ming enthusiastically and asked, what does Mr. Su Ming want to auction this time?
Su Ming didn't hold back and directly took out the drop of true dragon blood he just acquired. Seeing the item in Su Ming's hand, Manager Zhu instantly became excited.
This is true dragon blood.
Exactly, help me put it up for auction. Set the bidding time to 30 days, just like the phoenix blood. Hearing this, Manager Zhu immediately nodded and said, okay, I'll handle it right away. Soon, Su Ming saw the information about his true dragon blood listed for auction.
He nodded in satisfaction, and at that moment, Zhu Hua returned to Su Ming, saying, Mr. Su Ming, your action is really extraordinary. In just a few days, how did you manage to acquire a drop of true dragon blood?
To this, Su Ming simply replied, someone gave it to me.
Gave it to you? Who was so generous as to give away true dragon blood for free? Chapter 59, Ambushed, the closest to death ever.
Not long after leaving the Dixia auction house, Su Ming's phone immediately rang with notifications. Su Ming saw that someone had already begun to bid on his true dragon blood.
Wow, what kind of identity does this seller have?
They just bought Phoenix blood a few days ago, and today they're auctioning true dragon blood again. True dragon blood, Phoenix blood, two of the most sought-after blood types are actually in their hands.
Could it be that a descendant of some big family needs money and is selling off their resources? What a big spender! What a big spender!
Looking at the comments on the auction information, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Indeed, very few people can take out both Phoenix blood and true dragon blood for auction.
However, his identity was indeed easy to guess. The note specifically requested insect clan resources, and in the entire Dixia, it was probably hard to find a second person like him. Setting the auction app to Do Not Disturb, Su Ming was ready to continue selecting some tasks to do. The cultivation tasks given by his teacher, after winning this competition, the contribution value was still significantly lacking. It is basically impossible to complete the task without doing it. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Su Ming instantly had a bad feeling.
With a thought, the winged blade insect and the unusual armored insect quickly appeared beside him, protecting him. In just a moment, the open space within a few hundred meters around him was directly sealed off.
What is this?
Su Ming's expression changed, and suddenly a voice came from behind him. This is the ability of the Beast Master Ghostface Bat, the Dark Cage. As long as the level and race value of your beast are lower than that of the Ghostface Bat, you cannot leave here unless you defeat it. Su Ming turned around to see a thin old man had appeared behind him without him noticing. The system information panel quickly displayed information about the thin old man in front of Su Ming.
Name, Pu Yi. Level, 51. Talent, Ambusher.
Beasts, Ghostface Bat, Lord level, Underworld Mantis, Lord level, Dark Knight Hunter, Lord level.
What?
Su Ming was shocked, as the opponent's strength far surpassed his.
Just the Lord level beasts alone already totaled 3.
His level was also more than 20 levels higher than Su Ming. After a moment of panic, Su Ming immediately calmed down. He was now in the central state city area, only less than 3 kilometers away from the academy. As long as he could hold on for a while, support would definitely come. But Su Ming was unsure what the opponent's intentions were.
Who are you, and what do you want? As Su Ming spoke, he released all of his insect beasts.
Seeing this, the old man coldly laughed and said, "You truly are a special beast master.
No wonder I need to come personally to kill you." Kill me? Do I have a grudge against you?
At that moment, Su Ming could only think of one person.
Yan Xiao.
However, the opponent had just finished the exchange match, so it shouldn't be possible for them to find a killer to attack him so quickly. If it wasn't him, Su Ming couldn't think of anyone else he had a feud with.
Before I die, can you tell me why I am dying?
Su Ming raised his hand and asked.
Does it matter, kid?
Of course it does.
You're over level 50, killing someone over level 20. I really can't figure out why I'm worth being sent to kill.
Su Ming tried his best to lower his stance.
The old man smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing I can do. The task I received is to kill you. If you don't die, many people won't be able to sleep." Many people?
Su Ming frowned in confusion. However, the old man didn't say much more, and his beasts instantly surged out. 10 beasts over level 50, 3 of them were at the Lord level, charging straight into his insect army. In just a moment, the original 4,000 insect troops lost 1/10.
Damn it, does he really think I'm made of mud?
Su Ming was enraged, and with a wave of his hand, all the insect beasts quickly pounced on the weakest beast.
The old man, seeing this, sneered and said, like a mayfly shaking a tree.
"But if you were really at my level, this number of beasts would indeed make people feel fear."
"Kill him."
The Lord level mantis appeared in front of him like a ghost within just a breath. The unusual armored insect rushed up quickly. But 2 flashes of blade light passed by, and the once proud armor of the unusual armored insect was sliced open like tofu. Green blood splattered all over Su Ming.
Am I going to die?
Looking at the enemy before him, Su Ming had no power to resist. It was purely a crushing difference in numbers, but it wasn't an absolute crush. What a pity, my millions of insect army. The most aggrieved protagonist in death, probably no one but me, doesn't even know who my enemy is. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes,
waiting for the arrival of death. Bang! Crack!
Like the sound of shattering glass, the originally dark environment suddenly brightened up.
Pu Yi, you have such boldness, you dare to attack my student.
In the sky above, Shi Tian stood on the bluebird, which had now become 7 parts similar to the blue phoenix. The mantis closest to Su Ming was instantly stomped to the ground by a griffin.
Pu Yi's face changed when he saw the newcomer. Shi Tian, you came quickly.
Pu Yi did not expect that he had launched an attack on Su Ming at such speed.
He didn't think the newcomer would arrive so fast. Pu Yi, since you want to kill my student, then you shall leave your life here today. Beside Shi Tian, more than 10 top-tier beast tamers all appeared.
Su Ming looked at the lineup in front of him, almost all of them were king-level beast tamers, and he took a deep breath.
His teacher's king-level beast taming skill was indeed extraordinary. Shi Tian, I want to leave. Even if you are a king level, what can you do to me? In Pu Yi's hand, a black ball suddenly appeared. Bang!
With a loud explosion and a puff of black smoke, Pu Yi instantly vanished without a trace. And his beasts, except for that bat, all stayed at the scene. Shi Tian, seeing this, did not pursue. In just a few breaths, the powerful beasts in Su Ming's eyes instantly turned to ashes. After confirming his safety, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. He slumped to the ground.
I almost died.
Su Ming gasped heavily. At that moment, he was really prepared to die. Shi Tian came to Su Ming's side and pulled him up, saying, "How about it, scared?"
Su Ming nodded. I almost died.
If I hadn't said one more word to him, I would have probably been cut in half by that mantis. This person is a professional killer, almost no new generation of beast tamers can escape. You are the first. Su Ming let out a bitter smile and said, "It's just a pity that my beasts are almost all wiped out." His gaze swept over the battlefield. Out of more than 4,000 insect-type beasts, now less than 300 remained. The high-tier combat power, the winged blade insect and the bloodthirsty demon insect, had been completely annihilated. Shi Tian patted Su Ming's back, saying, "Take it slow, as long as you are alive, you can still grow stronger."
Chapter 60, Thunder Shaking and Selling Essence Blood.
Shi Tian looked at the beast corpses in front of him and gently patted Su Ming's shoulder.
Teacher, is there something I can ask you for? Say it, Shi Tian nodded. Can this month's task be reduced a bit? My losses are too severe. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Shi Tian couldn't help but smile.
Don't worry, this month's task, I will exempt you from. Su Ming nodded. After losing such a large batch of insect beasts, he would need some time to recover. It seems that I need to auction off my Phoenix Essence Blood and True Dragon Essence Blood soon. Su Ming thought to himself. At this moment, in the sky above, Vice Principal Moon Yan and several teachers from the school also arrived here.
Looking at everything happening on the ground, Moon Yan looked at Shi Tian and asked, "What happened?"
The Holy Heaven Church has started to target Su Ming again. The Holy Heaven Church, it really is them, this group of sellouts.
Moon Yan's tone revealed an immense anger.
At this moment, Su Ming also recalled the Holy Heaven Church his teacher had mentioned.
He couldn't help but say, "Teacher, the Holy Heaven Church you mentioned, is it the organization specifically hunting down the great Xia beast tamers?"
Yes, obviously your talent has entered their hunting list, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Pu Yi to kill you.
Moon Yan was somewhat surprised and said, "Pu Yi? This guy actually came himself?"
Yes, Vice Principal. Luckily he arrived in time, if he had come any later, it might have been too late.
Qi Shen also felt a bit of lingering fear. Su Ming then asked, is this person very strong?
Why are you teachers so surprised? Wu Nian shook his head and said, he is not very strong, but he is one of the hunters who has killed the most young beast masters of our great Xia. He has never missed his target, and Su Ming, you are indeed a bit lucky to be alive. Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled awkwardly and said, I talked to him for a bit, I knew as long as I held him up, you teachers would definitely come to save me. Wu Nian then angrily said, these people from the Holy Heaven sect, it seems they haven't been dealt with for too long. Previously, they only acted in dungeons, secret places, and monster caves.
Now they dare to hunt our people right in the city. Master Wu, we must teach them a lesson. Can we act against that base? A teacher beside him asked.
Gather all teachers above the minor master level immediately, and eradicate their base completely.
If they resist, kill them all.
Yes. In a corner of the city, Puyi walked a few steps and slowly sat down. He breathed heavily, grateful that he had survived. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared from the darkness.
Failed?
Yes, they arrived too quickly, the attack was less than 3 kilometers from the academy, it was too difficult. Puyi shook his head helplessly. With your strength, killing a Su Ming only takes 10 seconds, but you wasted a full minute.
That is the reason for your failure.
The shadow's voice grew angry, and Puyi, facing the other's accusation, stood up angrily and said, I lost almost all my beasts, do you know what kind of strength that kid has? Those countless bugs, even if my level crushes him, I still have to clear those bugs away first.
We'll help you replenish your beasts.
Su Ming must be killed before he grows stronger, it's too dangerous. Puyi chuckled lightly and said, I've almost killed all of that kid's bugs. Even if his talent can replicate beasts, it will take time for him to recover his energy.
If you give me a chance soon, I will make my move.
We will create an opportunity for you, but if you fail again next time, you should know your fate. After the shadow finished speaking, he gradually disappeared into the darkness. Puyi watched the disappearing shadow and chuckled. Failing to kill a level 20 beast master would be shameful. If I fail next time, I might as well just kill myself.
After returning to the academy, Su Ming went back to his dormitory.
Because he won the exchange competition, he gained an additional 5,000 contribution points.
Currently, he now had 23,000 contribution points. The auction has just started, and many young masters from big families still don't know.
The price hasn't gone up yet, selling now would be a big loss. Su Ming immediately looked worried, he was in desperate need of money now.
With his insect beasts killed, his current strength had decreased dramatically. Moreover, he needed to upgrade his army. Having only knife insects in large numbers would still put him at a disadvantage.
If he could increase the number of shield insects to match that of knife insects, he could hold out longer. If the production speed of knife insects and shield insects is the same, I would be able to form a well-balanced army. To achieve this speed, my insect mother's production speed has to reach seconds level. Su Ming murmured to himself as he looked at his savings and contribution points on his phone. However, to accomplish all this required astronomical resources. Even selling 10 drops of phoenix blood and 10 drops of true dragon blood would be hard to reach that goal.
I need money, if only someone would give me money right now. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang.
Seeing the caller ID, Su Ming picked up the phone with confusion.
Lei Jin? Su Ming, are you okay? I heard about what happened to you.
On the other end of the line, Lei Jin asked with concern.
I'm okay, just that I lost quite a few of my insect beasts. Su Ming nodded and then asked, what's wrong? Did you call just to comfort me? That's one of the purposes. What else is there?
Su Ming smiled faintly, wondering how it could be just a casual call. Lei Jin paused for a moment and said, Su Ming, the phoenix blood and true dragon blood at the Daxia auction were let out by you, right?
Why? Are you interested?
I remember your beast seems not to have the bloodline of these two types of divine beasts.
I don't have it, but my friend does. He told me he knows you and wants me to introduce him. The price is negotiable. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly and said, is that so? My price isn't low. Price is not a problem. And don't you want resources for insect-type beasts? My friend's family is into beast taming, they can satisfy this. So how much can your friend offer?
If it's good, I can sell these 2 drops of true blood to him. Upon hearing this, Lei Jin immediately said, alright, I'll contact him right away and let him make an offer.
Offer his maximum acceptable price. I don't want to negotiate. If I'm not satisfied, it's fine.
Okay, don't worry, I will definitely pass on the message. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming opened the ranking app, as he indeed needed to sell these 2 drops of blood quickly. To make up for today's losses.
Chapter 61, Huge Sum. 2.2 billion Daxia coins.
About half an hour later, Leijin called again. Hey Su Ming, I've sent you the list. He gave several proposals. Take a look, and if there's one you like, I'll have him bid on the app right away. Okay, let me check. Su Ming hung up, and immediately a message popped up. Proposal 1, 2.2 billion dasha coins. Proposal 2, 1 monarch-level insect-type beast plus 2 lord-level insect-type beasts. Proposal 3, 1.2 billion dasha coins plus 1 monarch-level insect-type beast. There were 6 proposals, but they were all the same. The price was fixed at 2.2 billion dasha coins, averaging 800 million dasha coins for each drop of blood. Generally speaking, a drop of blood can sell for a maximum of 1 billion dasha coins. And the other party's offer of 2.2 billion is already 200 million more. For people like them, money isn't the issue, it's the blood that is rare and essential. As long as they could become stronger, they wouldn't care whether they spent a bit more or a bit less. Although their family also sold beasts, compared to this person's deal, it was simply like a small fish meeting a big shark. Opening the app to check the bidding situation, the highest bid for a drop of blood was only 1 billion dasha coins. If given more time, it could rise further. But it probably wouldn't be too far off from this price. Thinking this, Su Ming immediately dialed Leijin's number. Leijin, I agree. Let him bid under my auction, I'll agree right away. Good, so which proposal do you choose, Su Ming? Proposal 1, 2.2 billion dasha coins. Hearing this, Leijin was momentarily stunned. Why do you need so much money? The monarch-level beast is much better, it's rare. Leijin suggested. No need, I have my own uses. Just when can that money be in my account? Don't worry, as long as it's a transaction under 10 billion dasha coins on dasha auction, it can be credited immediately. Su Ming, just bind your bank card, once you agree to the transaction, he can transfer the money right away. Alright, let him place a bid under my auction, I agree to the transaction immediately. Okay. After hanging up, Su Ming just opened the mobile app. He saw a bidding message. Mountain full of monkeys, bid for phoenix blood plus true dragon blood 2.2 billion. Su Ming immediately confirmed his auction with him. The transaction process was also very simple, once both sides confirmed. The auction item immediately changed to sold status. The previous bidding messages also immediately stopped. In less than 10 minutes, his bank card received a transfer of 2.2 billion. It's tax-free. Su Ming smiled slightly, without any hesitation. System, help me convert this 2.2 billion into consumption points. Exchange successful, obtain 22 million consumption points. 22 million. So exhilarating. Su Ming looked at the number 22 million displayed on the system panel, and his previously lost mood was instantly swept away. In its place was a frown of uncertainty on how to use it. 2 paths lay before him, one was to use these 22 million consumption points to evolve his insect beasts. He should be able to evolve 2 insect beasts to the level of Lord. The second option was to spend all 22 million consumption points on the breeding speed of his low race value bladeworm and shieldworm mothers. This would allow him to quickly amass a large army of insects. Consequently, the number of insects could be transformed into a boost for his own beast strength. While Lord-level beasts are certainly important, they are not impossible to acquire. But if I can increase the numbers to 1,000, or even 100,000, with a 10-fold or 20-fold increase in battle power, even low-race value bladeworms and shieldworms would have terrifying power. With this thought, Su Ming asked without hesitation, if I put all 22 million consumption points into the breeding speed of the bladeworm mother, what level can it reach? You can consume 19.8 million consumption points, bladeworm mother breeding speed 30 seconds per each. 30 seconds? Su Ming was taken aback, at this speed, he could produce about 3,000 in a day. Consume. Su Ming said excitedly. Successfully consumed 19.8 million consumption points, bladeworm mother breeding speed increased to 30 seconds per each. There are still over 200,000 left, let's put all of it into the breeding speed of the shieldworm. Successfully consumed 2.11 million consumption points, shieldworm mother breeding speed increased to 3 minutes each. In an instant, the originally 2.2 billion summer coins were almost completely spent. However, Su Ming was still happy. Now, in less than a week, he could have a 2,000-strong army of insects. This was much faster than his previous expectations. In this way, the combat power he had lost could be recovered in just one day, with a single night's sleep. Ah, it's great to have money. Su Ming laughed heartily, sweeping away the gloom of the day. After a night passed, the incident where he was ambushed by the Holy Heaven sect yesterday spread throughout the new students. Many people looked at him with a hint of sympathy. After all, everyone knew that one's strength depended on the number of their insect beasts. Having nearly been slaughtered, his strength had dropped drastically. However, Su Ming's face was beaming with a happy smile.
Within one night, the number of his insect beasts had regrown to over 3,000. Though it couldn't be said to be fully restored, it was not far from his state yesterday.
At that moment, Lei Jin walked over, warmly greeting Su Ming. Su Ming. Lei Jin.
Su Ming felt quite grateful towards Lei Jin. If he hadn't introduced friends to Bai, it would have been challenging for him to restore his vitality in a short time.
Su Ming, my friend asked me to thank you. Lei Jin spoke first.
Su Ming shook his head. It should be me saying thank you. The price he offered is already higher than the market price.
Then, Lei Jin shook his head. You don't understand.
This guy has money, but things like essence blood are hard to buy with money. Su Ming nodded. That point was indeed correct, or else it wouldn't be such a high price.
Where are you going? To the instance dungeon. Not much to do, just running a few instances to earn some contribution points. Hearing this, Lei Jin was a bit shocked. You're going to the instance dungeon? Didn't you just get attacked by the Holy Heaven sect yesterday?
I heard your insect beasts were almost killed. But there are still some left. I can't just wallow in despair all the time. Su Ming smiled faintly, patted Lei Jin on the back, and then headed straight towards the instance dungeon center.
Watching Su Ming's back,
Lei Jin couldn't help but say, it's not shameful to lose to someone who is more talented and works harder than you.
Chapter 62, Lord Level Beast Master, Blood Demon Battle Insect. What? My true dragon blood has been sold. Yan Xiao was furious upon hearing this news.
Yes, along with the phoenix blood, it was packaged and sold. This Su Ming is really quick. Having just obtained it, he sold the blood. His goal must be to quickly restore the beast he lost in the sneak attack by the Holy Sky Sect. Indeed, the Holy Sky Sect has started to hunt young beast masters.
Su Ming is the first person to report it. Boom.
Hearing this, Yan Xiao slammed his hand on the table. Being prioritized for an attack by the Holy Sky Sect proves Su Ming's talent, making other countries feel threatened. Su Ming, I will make him pay. He stole my true dragon blood and nearly killed my two-headed flame dragon. The two people beside Yan Xiao immediately said, don't worry, his insect beasts have almost all been killed. It will be difficult for him to recover in a short time. This is your chance to surpass him. Your level is far behind Su Ming. That's right, I need to go to the dungeon and grind fierce beasts to level up. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Su Ming's level has now also broken through to level 29, and the number of his insect beasts has reached a terrifying amount. Now, Su Ming can finally call his insect army a legion. With around 100,000 insect beasts, the number of blade insects has reached a horrifying 90,000, and there are over 10,000 shield insects. Other types, such as the exotic armored insects, winged blade insects, and bloodthirsty demonic insects have also regained their numbers. During this month, he earned more than 20,000 contribution points. He contracted a brand new Lord-level beast, the explosive insect. A beast that can release explosive spores anytime. At this moment, Su Ming was on his way to his teacher's residence. Yesterday, his teacher sent him a message saying that the bloodthirsty demon insect has successfully broken through to Lord level. Contracting a Lord level beast before reaching level 30 is probably rare in the entire Great Xia. The main issue is the low level. A beast master at this level faces significant difficulty in subduing a Lord level beast master without absolute suppression. Even a contracted beast may forcibly break the contract and no longer obey your commands. However, Su Ming does not worry, he has absolute suppression over the insect race. Contracting an insect beast won't bring him much pressure. Even if it were a king-level insect beast, Su Ming is now bold enough to contract it. It's just a pity that such high-rarity beasts are no longer accessible to him right now. Not to mention that the prices are beyond what he can afford at the moment. Moreover, king-level beasts are extremely rare, usually held by top beast masters. He entered his teacher's residence with ease. At this moment, Su Ming found that his senior brother had also come. Senior brother, long time no see. Wang Zhuoxing smiled slightly upon seeing Su Ming and said, Junior brother, I heard about your situation. It's nothing, senior brother, it's all in the past now, and I've recovered. Su Ming grinned, and Wang Zhuoxing smiled back knowingly. Come on, the teacher has been waiting for you. Okay. Upon entering, he saw a giant insect beast over 5 meters in size. Su Ming looked at the beast before him and had a premonition without needing the system's prompt that this was his bloodthirsty demon insect. Shi Xiantian smiled slightly and said, You've come. Take a look, your beast. Su Ming slowly approached. With his teacher present, even if the bloodthirsty demon insect wanted to attack him, he was absolutely safe. Teacher, why has my bloodthirsty demon insect become like this? The bloodthirsty demon insect size was still less than 50 centimeters. It's now over 5 meters tall. And it's a beast over 5 meters, with explosive muscles all over its body. This is not to say it looks like my bloodthirsty magic worm at all. I can only say it's completely unrelated. This is not evolution, it is clearly a kind of perversion.
Qi Shantian awkwardly smiled and said, I added the wrong material during evolution. Although it successfully evolved, it seems there won't be any further evolutionary paths for it. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was a bit dazed. No further evolutionary path? Does this mean this beast cannot evolve? I wonder if my system can help it evolve. Thinking of this, Su Ming focused his thoughts, and the system panel quickly appeared before him. Name, Blood Demon Battleworm. Race value, Lord level. Introduction, evolved and mutated from the bloodthirsty magic worm. Blood is the stimulant that invigorates the blood demon battleworm, a creature without pain, fighting endlessly until death. Attack, 23,921. Speed, 23,131. Consume 100 million consumption points to evolve into Super Blood Demon Battleworm, King level. 100 million consumption points. Seeing the cost of this evolution, Su Ming nearly choked. From the introduction, it looks like this Blood Demon Battleworm's combat power has already reached a horrifying state. Generally, Lord-level beasts have an attack speed around 18,000. My Blood Demon Battleworm surprisingly can reach 23131. Teacher, what material did you actually put in? Why do I feel a sense of fear coming from this beast of my junior? At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing also noticed the Blood Demon Battleworm's extraordinary nature and couldn't help but ask. Qi Xiantian smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. Su Ming, although this Blood Demon Battleworm will find it hard to evolve later, among Lord-level beasts, it will definitely not lose to those with Divine Beast bloodlines, because I added a drop of unknown beast's essence blood during its evolution. Although I don't know its origin, I can confirm that the owner of this essence blood will not be weaker than those divine beasts. Essence blood of an unknown beast? Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but look at their teacher with curiosity. Qi Shantian explained, I obtained it accidentally while exploring a secret realm. Because I did not know its source, I was afraid to use it. The good thing about insect-type beasts is that anything can be fed to them, so I boldly tried it. Although it will be hard to evolve later, the strength of this Blood Demon Battleworm is definitely terrifying. After finishing, Qi Shantian said, Su Ming, give it a try. Although the Blood Demon Battleworm is powerful, you must see if your level can now tame it. After speaking, Qi Shantian stepped aside. The Blood Demon Battleworm looked at Su Ming. Without any hesitation, it knelt down on one knee, lowering its once proud head. Su Ming smiled slightly and directly accepted it into the beast space. In the next second, the system directly generated a Blood Demon Battleworm mother for him. Blood Demon Battleworm mother breeding speed, 10 days per each. It takes 10 days to breed one, indeed a privilege for Lord-level beasts. With this Blood Demon Battleworm, in the same battle, I would definitely not be weaker than anyone else. Plus, my current combat power increase has already reached 20 times, this Blood Demon Battleworm would surely be a terrifying presence on the battlefield. Chapter 63, The Tide of Demons Approaches, an Opportunity. Teacher, you're too biased, right? This beast of my junior looks so fierce. At this time, Wang Zhuoxing suddenly spoke up. Qi Shantian turned back and gave Wang Zhuoxing a white glance and said, What's wrong? Did you also manage to obtain the essence blood of the Azure Phoenix, or were you attacked by the people of the Holy Heaven sect? Teacher, I also want a beast like my juniors. Upon hearing this, Qi Shantian smiled slightly and said, Sure, if you can secure the representative spot for the next Great Xia, I will evolve the beast for you. Teacher, if you don't want to, just say it directly. How can I compete for that? There are only 3 spots nationwide. Hearing the conversation between the two, Su Ming curiously asked, Senior brother, what 3 spots are you talking about? Junior brother, you don't know? It's the spots for our Blue Star Global Beast Tamer competition. Each year from freshman to senior, there are 3 spots. Global Beast Tamer competition. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was comparable to the World Cup of his previous life, even surpassing the World Cup in excitement. It's the largest Beast Tamer event in the world, held every 3 years. Every country sends its most outstanding young generation to compete. From freshman to senior, each grade has 3 spots available to select participants for the competition. What attracts all the contestants most are the rewards of this Beast Tamer competition. The champion team, each contestant can earn at least a royal-level beast, and some contestants have even received beasts with legendary-level species values. It can be said that the Global Beast Tamer competition is a cradle for future powerhouses. Senior brother, I remember the next Global Beast Tamer competition is in October next year. Yes, only 1 year is left, and our country's selection should be around June next year, Brother Wing nodded. At this moment, Qi Shantian spoke up, You two, if either of you can obtain the qualification to compete, I will help you evolve your beast once more. Teacher, really? Su Ming exclaimed again in excitement. Of course. If you can win the championship in the Global Beast Tamer competition, your growth path as a beast tamer will be significantly shortened. Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing sighed. Senior brother, why are you sighing? Junior brother, you have the strength to compete, I can't. Our cohort is full of monsters.
Qi Shantian also nodded. Your senior brothers indeed have strength ranking in the top 3 in our military academy, but if we talk about the whole country, they'd be outside the top 10.
Is the gap really so big?
Yes, the strongest in our cohort is Xia Qingzhu from the Great Xia Beast Tamer Academy. Her beast taming talent is so abnormal that it's on par with your talent, junior brother.
On par with mine?
Su Ming frowned. His talent was not that strong, what was strong was the changes brought by the system. If the system had not given him unlimited beast taming space, it would have been impossible to contract an army of insectoids. Her beast taming talent is called Heaven's Revelation, which allows her to imbue her beasts with the power of divine beasts from their bloodline during battle.
The higher the level, the longer the duration, quite abnormal, right?
While Wang Zhuoxing spoke, there was helplessness on his face regarding that power. Su Ming was greatly shocked to hear about this talent. Directly extracting the divine beast bloodline from the beast means that in battle, one's own beast becomes a divine beast. That combat power, even if it lasts for just 1 minute, is devastating.
Now, how long can she maintain it? Su Ming asked next.
It should be close to a minute.
It's terrifying. When fighting, it's like a real dragon or phoenix. Doesn't this mean a father fighting his son?
These beasts also have bloodline suppression.
Su Ming nodded. Indeed, such a talent was unsolvable.
It's not like you're competing with her, there are still 2 spots available, you just have to snatch one. Qi Shantian said somewhat regretfully. Teacher, those 2 spots, those other monsters are not something I can handle.
Wang Zhuoxing shook his head and placed a hand on Su Ming's shoulder. Junior brother, it's up to you.
I will. Su Ming nodded, determined that he must participate in the Global Beast Tamer competition. As long as he goes, he can quickly gain a large amount of resources. As long as there are resources, he can keep getting stronger. Now, there are still about 6 months until the selection. You still have plenty of time to prepare.
Zhuoshang, your task is to level up.
Your beast power is already strong, and if you can reach the top 3 strength, I will evolve a king-level beast for you.
Su Ming, your task is to level up and, as much as possible, collect enough insect-type beasts before the selection begins, using your numerical advantage.
I understand, teacher.
Teacher, for your promise, I'll give it my all.
At this moment, Wang Zhuoshang also stood up, firmly declaring.
The next day passed in a blink.
Since Su Ming learned from his teacher that the Global Beast Master competition was starting, he had developed a bit of a fear of being underpowered. Especially after hearing about his senior, Xia Qingzhu, whose talent was indeed exceptionally monstrous. Su Ming questioned himself whether the number of beasts he currently had was enough to compete with these beast masters who possessed divine-level power.
Still a bit lacking in numbers.
But I don't seem to need to worry too much, there is nearly a year's time until the global competition. In this time, it is enough for my army to break past 1 million.
1 million insect-type beasts, even if I send them to fight, could wear out the enemy's beasts.
However, Su Ming still couldn't be sure what kind of power those beast masters with strength comparable to Xia Qingzhu could unleash.
With 3 slots, securing one should not be a problem.
While Su Ming was in thought, suddenly, the school was filled with a sound similar to an air defense alert. Su Ming immediately dashed out of his dormitory, watching as many classmates began rushing towards the mission center.
Senior, what happened?
Su Ming quickly grabbed a second-year senior to ask. Freshman, this is a demon tide alert. A demon tide has appeared less than 500 kilometers from our military government.
Demon tide, what is that?
Su Ming looked at him in confusion. The boy then looked at Su Ming and immediately recognized him.
You are the freshman Su Ming, right? You don't even know what a demon tide is? The teacher never taught us about it.
Su Ming smiled wryly. Let's talk while we go, we need to hurry to the mission center. Su Ming nodded and summoned his beast to run together with him.
Senior, what exactly is this demon tide you just mentioned? A demon tide is a phenomenon that reflects a large-scale demon cave reaction.
It won't create collapses like a demon cave, but many ferocious beasts in vast forests will be affected by the demon tide. This is a great opportunity for hunting magical creatures and leveling up, something that is hard to encounter even once a year.
Hearing this, Su Ming was also excited. Can I go, senior? The demon tide is very dangerous. If you are not afraid of dying, then go ahead. As long as you accept the demon tide mission, you can leave the city. Then why not just accept it on the phone? Why do we all rush to the mission center? Demon tides are random events, and this task won't be updated on the phone. You can only collect it at the instance center. No wonder everyone is rushing toward the instance center. Hurry up!
The demon tide is not limited to us, beast masters from society will also flood in.
If we are late, we might not even get a drop. Is it really that outrageous? Chapter 64, Charging into the Demon Tide, Madly.
Outside the city, large groups of beast masters were driving their beasts swiftly toward the location where the demon tide occurred. Su Ming was among the crowd, but the person who had initially taken him to collect the mission had long since left him behind. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but fortunately, the winged blade insect could fly, reducing the chances of encountering ferocious beasts on the ground.
The demon tide wasn't too far away.
With a distance of 500 kilometers, his winged blade insect could reach the site in just about an hour. In the distance, Su Ming could already see a wave of purple-black magical mist spreading over the treetops.
Even from over 100 kilometers away, he could still feel the overwhelming magical aura.
It really is spectacular, so many beast masters have come to hunt the demonized ferocious beasts.
Sure enough, as long as everyone could improve their strength, dangers would be completely cast aside.
Within the entire Zhengzhou city, besides the military government, there were also 5 beast tamer academies. This time, more than 1,000 beast tamers participated in the magic tide.
It seems I can't fall behind either, otherwise, it would be a waste of time.
Soon, Su Ming arrived at the outskirts of the magic tide. Winged blade insect, go down. Su Ming didn't choose to delve into the magic tide, mainly because he couldn't be sure about the strength of the ferocious beasts affected by it.
If he encountered a magic beast over level 40, hunting it would be quite challenging. After landing, a dense magic aura enveloped the entire forest.
So this is the magic tide? This world is still too incredible. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, a sudden sound of leaves rustling came from behind.
Suddenly turning around, a newly mutated grey wolf slowly emerged.
Due to not being mutated for long, Su Ming could still see some grey fur of the ferocious beast on this grey wolf.
Name, Mutated Grey Wolf. Level, 23. Rarity, Intermediate. Roar.
Seeing Su Ming, the mutated grey wolf immediately lunged at him. Winged blade insect, take him down. A flash of blade light passed, and the mutated grey wolf in the sky was sliced in half.
Successfully killed 23 level mutated grey wolf, experience plus 920, consumption points plus 920. Nice.
After hunting fierce beasts in the dungeon for a month, Su Ming found hunting mutated beasts to be utterly different. With a thought, a large number of insect beasts poured out from Su Ming's beast tamer space. Su Ming didn't choose to release them all, instead, he ordered only part of his insect beasts to hunt. The area around this magic tide was mixed with all kinds of creatures, so leaving some trump cards was also to ensure his own safety. However, even so, the number of blade insects he released exceeded 50,000.
Dense blade insects quickly spread out in all directions. To ensure his blade insects wouldn't be mistakenly killed by other beast tamers, each insect squad had over 50 insects.
This way, once a battle broke out, he could immediately mobilize his beasts to join the fight. Meanwhile, the blood demon battle insect his teacher helped him evolve was left in the beast tamer space. This was currently his biggest trump card aside from the sheer number of his army. With the 20-fold enhancement from the blood demon battle insect, even facing a level 40 lord-class beast, Su Ming still dared to say he wouldn't fall behind. At the same time, inside the Great Summer military government, Qi Shantian looked at his phone, realizing that his call could not be connected and then switched to call Wang Zhuoxing.
Hello, Zhuoxing, I can't get through to your junior brother's phone. Do you know where he has gone? Ah, I don't know. Maybe he went to the dungeon? Then what are you doing? Me? Teacher, I'm preparing to go to the magic tide.
I heard the scale of this magic tide is really big, and I also want to level up. As soon as Wang Zhuoxing finished speaking,
the two of them almost simultaneously said, Is Su Ming going to the magic tide?
With such a big commotion, he must know about it.
It's very possible considering his personality, teacher.
This child, he is only at a few levels. The beasts in the magic tide can be over level 60, a single breath from them could kill him. He was just attacked by the Holy Sky Sect, and now he goes out again. If the people from the Holy Sky Sect find out, he will be in danger. Qi Shantian muttered to himself. On the other end of the phone, Wang Zhuoxing said, Teacher, please check the task center. If junior brother goes to the magic tide, he might need to take a task. I'll head to the magic tide first to see if I can run into junior brother.
Alright, you go ahead.
But your strength isn't at the level to act recklessly, be careful.
Don't worry, teacher.
I might not be good at fighting, but preserving my life is my top priority.
Regarding Wang Zhuoxing's words, Qi Shantian did not deny it.
When it comes to the ability to escape, even he had to admire it. After hanging up the phone, Qi Shantian immediately dialed another number.
I am Qi Shantian, please help me check Su Ming's task status.
He has accepted the task of the magic tide 2 hours ago.
Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Qi Shantian shook his head, but the next second he laughed.
This kid is really fearless, good, go and explore, honestly improving strength will never amount to anything. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed.
The situation of the magic tide showed no signs of weakening, instead, its range was expanding. During this time, Su Ming had already seen many master-level beast tamers join the battlefield. As a high-level beast tamer just at level 30, even with these insect soldiers, he still felt somewhat inadequate. However, leveling up by 1 level in just 3 hours, as long as this magic tide lasts for 1 to 2 days, I can at least level up 2 to 3 more levels. I could only level up 3 levels in a month. In the magic tide, I could achieve that in 2 days. The main reason is that the magic tide not only doubled experience but also brought these mutated beasts, who don't fear death and will fight back if provoked. In the instance, I would still need to spend time looking for fights. In the magic tide, while standing still, those mutated beasts could continuously come to fight me. At this moment, Su Ming received feedback from his knife bug. A beast tamer attacked his knife bug. Sure enough, someone attacked my beast. Su Ming didn't hesitate and rushed over immediately. The attacked knife bug wasn't too far away, and the winged knife bug got him to the battlefield in under half a minute. At a glance, a small team of 50 knife bugs had now dropped to less than 20. At this moment, across from them, a small team of 3 young men was still commanding their beasts. Kill! Kill these damned bugs! Stop! Su Ming was furious, and the 3 people nearby were stunned. Their beasts also stopped moving. Can't you tell that beasts will not be mutated in the magic tide? Your beasts? At this point, the leading man turned to Su Ming and asked, "Are you ready to die for killing my beasts?" Chapter 65, Instant Kill. Blood Demon Battle Insect Massacre. What? I must have misheard. Ah, you're just one person, a mere 30-level beast tamer, who gives you the courage. Come on, we killed your beast, it's just a bunch of bugs. The 3 laughed at Su Ming's words instead of being surprised. Seeing this, Su Ming smirked condescendingly. If he hadn't seen their strength, he wouldn't so easily say such things. Among the 3, the leading boy was the highest level, level 36, with a main beast that was a lord-level split earthwing tiger. The other boy and girl were only level 34. Their beasts were also lord level, but compared to the split earthwing tiger, were far inferior. With such strength, his insect army didn't even need to go all out to defeat them. Killing my beasts and still so arrogant, you must also be academy students, right? Don't you know that killing another beast tamer's beasts in the wild is prohibited, especially during the magic tide? Su Ming's tone was icy, filled with killing intent. You must also be an academy student, right? Level 30, haven't you trained since your first year? In your second year still at level 30, with this strength, you dare come to the magic tide to die. Which academy are you from? I advise you to take your bugs and get lost, or I'll kill you altogether. Killing you in this magic tide, no one will know. In the wild, it was common for beast tamers to fight each other. Although Great Xia strictly controlled the mutual killing of beast tamers, in wild battles, it was impossible to investigate. Thus, most beast tamers would choose to resolve personal grudges in the wild or in instances. Su Ming chuckled coldly, who told you all that? I'm a sophomore now, and speaking of you all being sophomores at this level, you dare to speak so arrogantly to me? Since you want to kill me, then you can't be left alive. As a sophomore now, I see you all at this level, and you dare to boast to me. Since you want to kill me, then you must be dealt with. Su Ming waved his hand, and the beast controlling space behind him opened up. Su Ming waved his hand, and the beast control space behind him opened. In the next moment, like a tide, the knife bugs and shield bugs continuously surged out. In the next second, like a tide, knife bugs and shield bugs kept pouring out. And the 3 people who initially had smiles on their faces, seeing Su Ming's seemingly endless beast controlling space, had their expressions visibly change. The 3 people, who were still smiling, felt their expressions change visibly at the sight of Su Ming's seemingly endless beast control space. What the heck is going on with this person? Why does he have so many low-level insect beasts? What is going on with this person? Why does he have so many low-level insect beasts? Could it be that his beast controlling space is endless? Could his beast control space be infinite? Just then, the girl among the 3 suddenly screamed. At that moment, the girl among the 3 suddenly screamed. Ah! The girl's face turned pale with terror. He is Su Ming, the monster from the Xia Military Academy who only contracts insect beasts with double beast controlling talent. Ah! The girl's face changed to panic. He is Su Ming, the monster from the Xia Military Academy who only contracts insect beasts and has dual beast controlling talent. What? Su Ming? What? Su Ming? The leading man's expression changed dramatically, and his gaze at Su Ming was now filled with fear. The leading man's face changed drastically, and his eyes turned fearful as he looked at Su Ming. Then that means he is just a freshman, level 30. So he is just a freshman, level 30. Su Ming listened to their conversation and chuckled lightly. What? You know me now? Hearing their words, Su Ming smiled lightly and said, What's wrong?
You recognize me now?
Su Ming, we are from the neighboring Yu Mountain Academy. We are a secondary academy of our military academy. After all, we are still alumni.
Su Ming, we are from the neighboring Yu Mountain Academy, a secondary academy of our military academy.
In the end, we are still alumni.
Yes, Junior, it was our mistake just now. We shouldn't have killed your insect beasts.
That's right, Junior, it was our fault earlier. We shouldn't have killed your insect beasts. The two boys immediately chimed in. The two boys immediately spoke up. At this time, the girl also joined in. Junior Su Ming, you have so many insect beasts, losing a few shouldn't matter. How about we apologize, okay? Sister can introduce you to the senior sisters from our academy. They are all very beautiful, and they all know about your achievements and want to communicate with you. At this moment, the girl also added, Junior Su Ming, with so many insect beasts, losing a few shouldn't be a big deal. Let's apologize, okay? I'll introduce you to the beautiful senior sisters from our academy. They all know about your accomplishments and want to talk to you. As she spoke, the girl even threw flirtatious glances at Su Ming. As she spoke, the girl tossed seductive glances at Su Ming. Su Ming heard this and shook his head, saying, I've already wasted too much time with you. If my strength were weak, I would probably be at a disadvantage in this demon tide. Even if I don't die at the hands of the demonized beasts, I would die at yours.
Do you think I would let you go?
Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and said, I've wasted too much time with you. If I were weak, I'd probably suffer this loss. Even if I don't die in this demon tide, I'd die at your hands.
Do you think I would let you go?
Hearing his words full of murderous intent, the leading man immediately angrily shouted, Su Ming, don't think that just because your bugs are many, they are just a bunch of rabble.
Do you really think you have us cornered?
Upon hearing this threatening statement, the leading man angrily retorted, Su Ming, don't think that just because you have many bugs, they are just a disorganized crowd.
Do you really think you've got us cornered? Is that so? Then let's try it. Is that so? Then let's give it a try.
Su Ming focused his mind, and the previously closed beast controlling space opened once more. Su Ming concentrated, and the beast control space that had been closed reopened. A completely blood-red humanoid insect beast appeared in front of the three. A fully blood-red humanoid insect beast materialized in front of the three.
What is this? What is this?
As soon as the blood demon war insect appeared, the pressure of a lord-level beast was instantly revealed. As soon as the blood demon battle bug appeared, the pressure of a lord-level beast immediately became apparent. A beast with high race values has a natural suppression over beasts with lower race values.
Higher race value beasts naturally dominate over lower race value beasts.
This is why Su Ming always needed to maintain a presence of high race value within his insect beast army.
That is why Su Ming always kept high race value beasts in his army of insect beasts.
With the blood demon war insect standing guard, Su Ming's low race value knife bugs and shield bugs wouldn't be afraid of these lord-level beasts. With the blood demon battle bug providing support, Su Ming's lower race value knife bugs and shield bugs would not fear these lord-level beasts.
To kill you, since you want to kill me, prepare to be killed by me.
You disgrace of the academy, just die.
To kill you, since you want to kill me, be ready to be killed by me. You.
After dealing with the three people, Su Ming did not linger. Quickly adjusting his mindset, his immediate priority was to hunt down as many demonized beasts as possible before the tide of demons receded. Tens of thousands of blade worms were again divided by Su Ming, spreading out towards the edges of the forest. Meanwhile, Su Ming came to the bodies of the three that had turned into blood mist and picked up the three fallen storage rings.
How many consumption points can I exchange for here?
3 storage rings, 239,122 dasha coins, can exchange for 98,324 points. The 3 rings combined yield only 98,000 consumption points. That's a bit too little. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, but this also gave him another way to make money. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Killing 3 was fine, but killing too many would be against Dasha's laws. If caught, he would face consequences too. Moreover, he wasn't at the level of casually hunting other beast masters yet. But if someone took the initiative to provoke him, he wouldn't refuse. He would take everything, both people and their possessions.
Chapter 66, Chaos in the Demon Tide, Possessing Treasures is a Crime.
Above the Demon Tide forest, at this moment, Wang Zhuoxing had also arrived here. Looking at the forest, now spread by the tide of demons, it was boundless. He felt somewhat helpless. With such a large area, trying to find my junior brother is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
But my junior brother has a blood demon battle worm evolved by the teacher. As long as he doesn't act too recklessly, he shouldn't encounter any major danger. It's better for me to hunt demons first, as this is a good opportunity to level up. Thinking this, Wang Zhuoxing commanded his beasts, diving into the forest. After dealing with the 3, Su Ming immediately started another round of harvesting demon beasts.
In the next few hours, almost all the demon beasts within a kilometer radius were harvested clean by Su Ming's army of blade worms. Su Ming could confirm that he was not yet in a high-level fierce beast's habitat. This was good news for Su Ming. Although hunting high-level fierce beasts could yield greater results, in the same amount of time, hunting low-level fierce beasts could also make up for the difference. I'm quite lucky, there are no other beast masters around here competing with me for these demon beasts. Su Ming thought to himself. Just then, a loud explosion immediately alerted Su Ming. Such violent destruction, if caused by a fierce beast, would certainly be significant. Su Ming quickly commanded his blade worms to approach the source of the sound, with himself following behind. Soon, Su Ming arrived at a small hill, and the recent noise was exactly from below. Cautiously, Su Ming peeked out, discovering it was a duo teaming up. In front of them was a beast master who had almost lost all combat capability. Don't kill me. I can give you the demon tang flower, just don't kill me or my beasts. The attacked beast master took out a purplish-black flower from his storage ring at this moment. Su Ming recognized it at a glance. It was a precious herb called the demon tang flower. This herb was essential for many dark-type beast masters to evolve to the lord level, and it only appeared with a chance during the demon tide. Because of its rarity and widespread use, the demon tang flower was categorized as a B-class resource in the military's resource library, and it was one of the most sought-after B-class resources. Its value could surpass 10 million daxia coins. No wonder it was being fought over. This thing was indeed priceless yet unavailable. Indeed, in this demon tide, the most dangerous thing is not the demonized creatures but human hearts. Having resources is not scary, being unable to protect those resources due to lack of strength is scary. It's simply impossible to safeguard what you have worked hard to obtain. Su Ming couldn't help but think, in today's world, being too simple is a sin. Even if you are killed in the wild, as long as it is within a controllable range, the official daxia government would not spend manpower to investigate the cause of your death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blade of wind attacked from behind, and a winged knife bug guarding Su Ming blocked the blow directly. At this moment, Su Ming turned around and saw a swift bird appear behind him without him noticing. Friend, if you want to watch the clam and the heron fight for profit, you must have the strength of a heron. The person below slowly spoke, and Su Ming realized that he had already been discovered. He stood up and looked at the two beast masters below. And that swift bird had already been entangled by one of his winged knife bugs. Upon seeing Su Ming, one of them frowned and said, Su Ming? You know me? As a fellow student from the military academy, it's hard not to recognize you, the beast master who can play with bugs and still come first. Hearing this, Su Ming realized that the two in front of him were also students from his military academy. From their levels, they should be sophomores. Since you are students of the military academy, it's a bit too much to openly grab other people's resources. Su Ming Jr., I advise you not to interfere. If you can keep your mouth shut about this, we can share some with you. He has more than one magical vine flower. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was taken aback. It seemed this person was unreasonably lucky. Junior, seeking justice requires strength, don't get yourself into trouble. Listening to their blatant threats, Su Ming chuckled lightly. Sorry, but I really want to be that person. Su Ming Jr., don't push us. Your teacher is the king of freedom, we don't want to offend him. But if we kill you, he would find it hard to trace it back to us. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled and said, 3 people just said they wanted to kill me, but they all ended up dead. They were also sophomores like you. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the two who had just been threatening him exchanged wary glances. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Junior, so you are here. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Ming felt a surge of joy and looked up ahead. Wang Zhuoxing was guiding his beast towards Su Ming step by step. Seeing Wang Zhuoxing appear, the two below also changed their expressions. Wang Zhuoxing. Their voices naturally couldn't escape Wang Zhuoxing's ears. Seeing the two, he immediately smiled and said, Oh, it's the Li brothers, Li Gan and Li Shang. Long time no see. Wang Zhuoxing, are you also going to intervene? Li Gan looked at Wang Zhuoxing warily and asked. To this, Wang Zhuoxing did not answer but turned to Su Ming and asked, Junior, do you plan to intervene? I want to. Su Ming did not hesitate and spoke directly. Sorry, my junior wants to intervene. If you don't make a move, I won't. But if you do, you know my junior is more promising than me. He is my teacher's treasured pupil. If you hurt him, I can't just sit back and do nothing, otherwise, my teacher will skin me. Listening to his senior's words, there was no jealousy regarding the teacher's favoritism towards him, rather, it was more of a senior's affection for his junior. Bro, 2 against 2, we don't stand a chance, let's retreat. Li Gan took a deep look at the two and then said, Alright, we have plenty of time to meet again. You're leaving just like that? Don't you want to stay and chat a bit longer? Watching the two leave, Su Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Both. The strength of the Li brothers is not low, you know. In this magic tide, it is common for beast masters to die, and Dashio won't send anyone to investigate.
I actually didn't want to get involved.
I was discovered while hiding and watching. I was taken up. Fortunately, you came, senior brother.
Good that I was here.
At this moment, the beast master below suddenly shouted to Su Ming and the others, "Can you two come down for a moment?
Can you two come down for a moment?"
The person below shouted again at Su Ming and the others.
Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and smiled slightly. "Let's go."
Okay. The two made their way to the base of the hill, where the man was leaning against his beast.
TSK, this beast is seriously injured. Do you have healing medicine? Wang Zhuoxing asked with a sigh. I have some. Thank you very much, you two. Please accept this.
As he spoke, the young man took out 2 magic vine flowers from his storage space.
Looking at the purple-black, magic-infused magic vine flowers, Su Ming asked in confusion, "What? Are you giving this to us?"
"Yes, I'm giving them to you.
It's much better than having them taken away later.
I don't have any magic vine flowers on me, and no one will target me anymore." Before Su Ming could respond, Wang Zhuoxing had already reached the young man and took the flowers without hesitation.
Thank you, but in your situation, it won't be easy to go back. Do you still have a beast? Wang Zhuoxing asked.
Yes, I still have a beast. This time, I really suffered a big loss in the magic tide. The young man laughed self-deprecatingly. Wang Zhuoxing nodded and turned to Su Ming, placing 1 magic vine flower in Su Ming's hand.
Junior brother, let's go.
This magic tide will likely last for some time, and we need to hurry to improve our strength.
All right.
Although Su Ming didn't understand why his senior brother did this, he didn't hesitate to follow his senior brother's pace.
After walking a distance, Su Ming asked, "Senior brother, are we just taking these magic vine flowers like this? It seems no different from robbery." Actually, it's quite similar, but we helped him.
If he had those 2 magic vine flowers, the Li brothers wouldn't let him go. Now that he has no magic vine flowers, they naturally won't waste time on him.
Having precious items brings trouble. After hearing his senior brother's explanation, Su Ming nodded in realization. At this moment, Su Ming remembered to ask, "Senior brother, did you just arrive at the magic tide?" "Yes." "You little rascal didn't even inform the teacher when coming to the magic tide."
"You scared him to death, urging me to hurry and see if I could find you. Luckily I found you. If the Li brothers had surrounded you, you would be in big trouble,"
Wang Zhuoxing said while walking and laughing.
"Ah.
Is the teacher angry?"
Su Ming's expression changed.
He never thought that much.
"I heard that the magic tide can level up and earn contribution points, so I just followed the large group out of the city," Su Ming said with an awkward smile. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head with a smile and said, "Junior brother, you are quite bold. You have already been targeted by the guys from the Holy Heaven sect, and you still dare to come out alone.
How dangerous. Isn't it okay? The forest is so big, it's not easy for them to find me."
At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing stopped.
He looked at Su Ming and asked, "What do you plan to do next?"
"I want to kill magic creatures quickly, senior brother.
This is a great opportunity to level up. My insect army loves fighting this kind of battle.
As long as the magic tide lasts long enough, I can level up faster." Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing nodded and took out a signal flare from his storage space.
"Junior brother, take this signal flare.
If you encounter danger, fire it immediately, and I will come to save you." Su Ming took the signal flare and nodded, "Thank you, senior brother. Well, mainly because I hunt higher-level magic creatures. The two of us together might actually slow down our leveling speed." The words of the senior brother hit home for me. Used to being a lone wolf, Su Ming still felt a bit uncomfortable even while hunting monsters with his senior brother. "Let's say it like this, if you encounter danger, immediately set off a signal flare. This watch you wear is a positioning device, I can locate you right away." "Okay, don't worry, senior brother. I value my life, and I won't start conflicts with others recklessly," Su Ming said obediently while putting on the watch. Wang Zhuoxing shook his head and said, "In this wild, if you don't look for trouble, trouble will come looking for you. Beast tamers, to be honest, are all about resources. As long as you can improve your strength, it's hard to trace back if someone kills you out here."
"I understand now, senior brother."
Wang Zhuoxing still showed worried eyes and said reluctantly, "Why don't you just stick with me?
If I have one bite to eat, you do too."
Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and replied, "Senior brother, we are both competing for spots. If we stick together, my speed slows down, and so does yours."
"Okay.
Don't worry, senior brother.
Take care by yourself. If anything happens, set off the signal flare."
"All right." Watching his senior brother's departing figure, Su Ming looked down at the watch on his wrist, feeling a warmth flow through his heart. Whether it's teachers or senior brothers, their kindness towards him is beyond words.
Alright. Time to start hunting monsters.
Su Ming organized his emotions and immediately summoned his army of blade worms.
Kill all monsters. In the next second, tens of thousands of blade worms scattered into the forest.
In the monster-tide forest, the small team formed by Lei Jin and Hua Haicheng had also arrived here.
Lei Jin, why didn't you bring Su Ming along?
With Su Ming here, we'd feel more secure. Hua Haicheng, ever since Su Ming beat you that time, you've been crazy about praising him.
We have Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue, what's lacking in our little team? Hua Haicheng shook his head and replied, can you honestly say Su Ming isn't strong? Plus, Su Ming's insect beasts can help us search for monsters, avoiding many dangers. Old Hua, you think I don't want to find Su Ming to team up? I just can't contact him.
I bet he's already here, Lei Jin said helplessly.
Right. Let's hurry to find Su Ming. At this moment, Luo Qianxue turned her head and gave Hua Haicheng an annoyed look. Are you stupid? This monster-tide forest is so big. We're here to hunt monsters, not to look for Su Ming.
Just then, Lei Jin suddenly stopped.
Everyone be careful. There seems to be a high-level monster ahead. Get ready for battle. Oh, wow. We just arrived and found a big one. Don't rush, let me scout first.
Saying this, without waiting for the others' reactions, Hua Haicheng commanded his golden battle lion to charge forward. After sending his insect beasts back into the forest, Su Ming's vision was filled with kill notifications again.
Successfully killed a level 21 demonic wolf, experience plus 840, consumption points plus 840. Successfully killed a level 18 demonic spiked boar, experience plus 720, consumption points plus 720. Successfully killed a level 24 demonic red tiger, experience plus 1440, consumption points plus 1440. Chapter 68, The Holy Heaven Sect attacks again, Puyi the old scoundrel faces death. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Su Ming sat tiredly under a giant tree.
His army of insect beasts had hunted over 500 monsters in this day. His level had also broken through to level 31, and most importantly, his consumption points had rapidly increased.
With consumption points, he could accelerate the production speed of his insect beasts. This monster tide doesn't seem to have any intention of receding. This truly is an opportunity.
Su Ming loved this kind of environment, as it not only allowed him to level up but also gain consumption points, two benefits in one.
Kid, you made it hard for me to find you. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and Su Ming's heart tightened.
Immediately, the sky slowly turned black again.
Coming again.
At this moment, Su Ming was also angry, but he calmly launched the signal flare his senior brother had given him.
He immediately summoned as many of his insect beasts back to his side as possible. Whoosh!
The moment the red signal flare shot into the sky, the curtain of darkness completely closed.
Su Ming looked at the surrounding insect beasts gathering around him.
Luckily, because he had been resting, most of the insect beasts were not far from him. About 70% of the summoned insect beasts returned to his side.
You members of the Holy Sky Sect are truly relentless. Su Ming's gaze fixed ahead, and in the next moment,
in the darkness, that skinny figure appeared before him again.
I, Puyi, have never missed when hunting young beast masters like you.
Without Qi Xian Tian and the others protecting you this time, I can slowly torture you to death.
After Puya's raspy voice finished speaking, he let out a harsh, eerie laugh.
Su Ming sneered, a bunch of rats living in the dark. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Relying on resources obtained through scheming, at your age, you're only at this level.
Give me a year, and I will beat you down to the ground.
In response to Su Ming's angry retort, Puyi laughed instead of getting angry. Yes, you so-called geniuses rely on your family's resources to rob us ordinary people of everything.
How can we cultivate?
But I believe what you said, give you another year, and my strength might not be enough to hunt you.
But unfortunately, you won't live to see today pass.
As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind Puyi opened up. Several beast masters charged out again.
However, when Su Ming looked, the originally Lord-level beast masters had now become the Lord level.
It seemed that after his teacher killed all of Puyi's beasts, he hadn't had time to replenish them.
Is this the level of beasts you have to hunt me with?
Su Ming no longer felt the initial tension. Given the number of his army, these few Lord-level beasts, even with a level advantage, couldn't easily defeat him.
Killing you is enough, kid.
Don't think that those weaklings can help you survive, they are just a group of ants. In response to Puyi's words, Su Ming just laughed. Seeing Su Ming laugh, Puyi was even more puzzled.
What are you laughing at? Because you are ridiculous. What kind of strength do I need to have to change your view of my insect beasts? Don't underestimate my insect beasts, you fool.
Su Ming shouted, as thousands of knife insects surged like a tidal wave toward Puyi's beast masters.
Ah, ridiculous.
A bunch of insects can't cause any waves, kill them, kill all these insects. Puyi waved his hand, and all his beasts lunged at Su Ming's army of insects. At this moment, behind Su Ming, the space with beast masters opened again.
Who told you that these are the only insect beasts I have?
As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wave of knife insects and shield insects surged out of the beast master space, immediately joining the battlefield. Seeing the countless insect beasts in front of him, Puyi was stunned. It had only been a little over a month since he had killed Su Ming's insect beasts, and the number of insect beasts now exceeded 70,000.
How could there be so many?
Su Ming sneered, I have always been wary that someone would come to harm me, and I didn't release all my insect beasts. I didn't expect you to really come, and compared to before, you are weaker now, while I am stronger. Puyi could also see that Su Ming's army of knife insects was not only numerous but also had become more powerful in their attacks. With a 20-fold increase, even if his knife insects were weak, they could still cut off a piece of meat under such an enhancement. But it was too late for Puyi to realize that something was wrong now.
Tonight, I will put everything on the line, even if I have to kill all the insect beasts to take you down, Puyi.
The Holy Heaven sect, I will uproot them entirely.
Don't you really think I am just a lump of clay?
Hearing Su Ming's furious scolding, Puyi, who was originally flustered, immediately calmed down.
Puyi, I have investigated. You cannot open this dark curtain unless the time is right, and even you yourself cannot open it.
As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the army of knifeworms rushed forward in a dark wave. At that moment, in the sky above the demon-tide forest, a figure quickly flashed by.
Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!
It was Su Ming's senior brother, Wang Zhuoxing, urging his beast to go faster.
Damn it! Hurry up, hurry up!
Inside the dark curtain, although Su Ming had already lost many knifeworms, to the tens of thousands of knifeworms, these few thousand losses were not enough to harm the root. The most critical point was that many of Puyi's beasts had already been injured to varying degrees. Su Ming's army, composed of knifeworms and shieldworms, was filled with fighting power. Puyi, looking at the scene before him, knew that if this continued, Su Ming's insect beasts would not be killed, and his own beasts would be slaughtered. Capture the thief, first capture the king.
Eliminate Su Ming. In the next second, behind Puyi, a black bat quickly flew out.
In just a moment, it vanished into the air again.
Su Ming frowned, suddenly.
A chill appeared behind him.
Puyi's lips couldn't help but curl into a slight arc. I told you, what good is having so many? They are just a rabble, die.
Swish! A flash of bloodlight passed. Su Ming stood still, and behind him, a giant figure was firmly pinning down Puyi's black bat.
What?
The sudden change caught Puyi off guard.
Who told you I only had these beasts? I was waiting for you.
The black bat was a lord level, and the blood demon battleworm was also a lord level. Although the black bat's level exceeded the blood demon battleworm by 20 levels, Su Ming had a 20-fold combat power increase. Plus the mysterious blood that the teacher had added to the blood demon battleworm. The combat power of the blood demon battleworm, at the same level and same race value, would not be weaker than those divine beast bloodline beasts. And the black bat was just an ordinary lord level. Even though it had a level advantage, for the moment, it couldn't do anything to Su Ming's blood demon battleworm. Old bastard Puyi, today is your day to die.
Chapter 69, if you don't want to talk, then don't, kill Puyi.
Old bastard Puyi, if I don't kill you today, I, Su Ming, will take your surname. The army of knifeworms gradually overwhelmed Puyi's few beasts, but his strongest black bat was now entangled by Su Ming's blood demon battleworm, unable to escape. Puyi's eyes were hollow, and his body involuntarily retreated.
Impossible, how is this possible? This is not reasonable.
As Puyi retreated, he was unwilling to believe what was happening before him. Impossible, how could you have so many beasts in such a short time, how could that be? Su Ming let out a cold laugh, nothing is impossible.
Didn't you say resource allocation is unfair? Give me resources and I can kill. Help me.
Puyi shouted, but all his beast companions, although still capable of fighting, were entangled by Su Ming's insect beasts and could not break free at all. Killing beast companions is quite difficult, but killing their master is much easier. This is also why Su Ming always keeps a beast companion with fighting strength beside him. He was worried about being ambushed. In a battle of life and death, there is no reason to talk, the only goal is to kill the opponent, and any means can be used.
No. Please, don't. Su Ming, let me go. I have money, a lot of money. I can give you everything.
Puyi shouted, pleading to Su Ming.
Is that so? Then let's see how much money you have?
As soon as Su Ming's words fell, Puyi, who had a knife at his throat, felt like he had been granted amnesty. Make your beast stop, or I can't guarantee that my beasts will behave.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Puyi immediately shouted excitedly. In the next second, all of Puyi's beast companions stopped resisting. Seeing this, Su Ming chuckled lightly and then took control of those beasts.
Speak, how much money do you have? 10 million daxia coins, can it buy my life?
Pu Yi said excitedly.
10 million?
It seems your life is only worth 10 million. Seeing Su Ming unmoved, Pu Yi continued, 30 million, 30 million. After saying this, Pu Yi looked at Su Ming with hope. 30 million daxia coins was already quite a sum. But Su Ming chuckled lightly and said, if you only have this much money, then you can go die.
Wait. 30 million is too little.
Pu Yi said bitterly.
Have you never seen money, or do you think I've never seen money?
You've killed so many young beast masters, those guys overseas must have given you a good price.
But I still need to cultivate.
Pu Yi said with some grievance.
Cultivate? Improve your strength and come back to kill me? No, no, no. I absolutely won't. I wouldn't dare to kill anyone else.
Pu Yi looked troubled. He had seen enhancements in strength, but never someone like Su Ming who could improve strength in such a short time.
Where's the money?
I don't have time to waste with you.
It's in my overseas bank. Then I can't get it. You can. I can transfer it.
Pu Yi said anxiously.
Quick, transfer.
Su Ming was starting to show some impatience. However, Pu Yi smiled and said, I need to ensure my safety before I can give you this money, or what if you kill me after getting the money? Seeing Pu Yi's smile, Su Ming nodded and said, okay, then you can die. Without giving Pu Yi another chance to explain, the sharp blade at his throat directly severed his head. His wide-open eyes seemed to still be in disbelief that Su Ming was so decisive. Really, so much nonsense.
After killing you, I still don't believe I can't get your money.
As the Beastmaster died, the beasts that had a contract with him also died along with him. This is the fate of beasts. Beastmasters are powerful, only then can they make their beasts powerful. If the Beastmaster dies, they will also die together. After getting rid of Pu Yi, Su Ming sighed with relief. If he couldn't directly kill Pu Yi to end the battle, although he should still be able to win in the end.
But the cost would definitely be most of his insect beast army.
With his level set, even though his blade insect had a 20-fold combat power boost, his attacks could injure Pu Yi's beasts but still could not be fatal. It was only the advantage in numbers that allowed his insect beasts to hold Pu Yi's beasts sufficiently. As the black bat died, this dark veil was also lifted. Su Ming approached Pu Yi, and people like him place great importance on resources. All important things are surely carried with them at all times. After removing his storage ring, Su Ming swept his mind through it. He got a rough idea of the resources inside. Pu Yi really hid quite a lot of resources. This must be his assets overseas.
In Su Ming's hand.
At this moment, a black card appeared. Leaving Pu Yi's black card behind, all the resources in the storage ring were converted into consumption points. Successfully converted 3,329,339 daxia coins, Jigai Gen.
Obtained consumption points plus 265,634.
These resources, converted into consumption points, could total over 200,000. As for the money in this black card, Su Ming didn't know if there was a way to extract it. Just then, a shout came from the sky. Junior brother. Su Ming looked up and saw his senior brother.
Senior brother, I'm here.
Su Ming waved to Wang Zhuoxing, and soon Wang Zhuoxing landed.
As soon as he landed, Wang Zhuoxing came to Su Ming's side and scrutinized him closely. Junior brother, you are fine.
I almost had trouble, but I resolved it.
What happened? What danger?
Wang Zhuoxing frowned, and Su Ming pointed to Pu Yi's body nearby. The Holy Heaven Sect sent people to hunt me down, but this time, his beast control failed, and I killed him in return. Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing walked incredulously to Pu Yi's body, then looked at those mutilated beasts that were accompanying him.
You did this? Su Ming nodded and said, yes, I was lucky.
My goodness, if the teacher knows you killed Pu Yi alone, he might go crazy.
What's wrong, senior brother? Is there a problem? Su Ming asked with confusion. Chapter 70, Secrets.
The Grudge with the Cherry Blossom Country.
Senior brother, is there something wrong? Su Ming was somewhat puzzled. Isn't it good that he was strong?
Senior brother Wang forced a smile and said, Junior brother, it is true that you are strong, but this way, the Holy Heaven Sect will know your potential more, and they will send stronger assassins to hunt you down. Hiss, this is indeed true. Well, senior brother, I have already killed that person. Su Ming laughed bitterly. It seemed he wouldn't have peace until he eradicated the Holy Heaven Sect. Wang Zhuoxing approached Pu Yi's body, thought for a moment, then said, after the demon tide ends, let's say we killed Pu Yi together. This way, they won't have a clear understanding of your strength, and even if they send assassins later, you can handle it yourself. Hearing his brother's words, Su Ming nodded and said, thank you, senior brother.
I'm sorry to have wasted your training time.
Su Ming's face was filled with regret. He hadn't expected to have the strength to kill Puyi. Without truly fighting a hard battle since gaining 100,000 insect beasts, he still didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength. As long as you're safe, junior brother. To be honest, 3 slots are too tough, it's more about participation. But you have a chance, you must enter the Global Beast Master competition. When you encounter the Beast Masters of the Cherry Blossom Country, don't hold back, kill if you can. Hearing his senior brother say such harsh words, Su Ming couldn't help but feel disbelief. The Cherry Blossom Country is a small island nation near Disya. Because of its small territory, during the game integration with the world, their country didn't experience much beast mutation. Therefore, their beast masters could develop steadily. This provided them with a certain strength foundation, and the Holy Heaven sect had their country's support behind it. They were even dissatisfied with their territory and wanted to enter Disya to seize land. Unfortunately, as soon as they set foot on Disya's land, those beast masters were completely annihilated, leading to the bitter enmity between Disya and the Cherry Blossom Country. Those dogs from the Cherry Blossom Country, without you saying, I will kill one if I see one. I was hunted down by the Holy Heaven sect, and they are to blame. Su Ming nodded and quickly agreed. However, at this moment, his brother's eyes were bloodshot and said, no. It's not just because of our hatred, it's for our senior brothers and sisters. Our senior brothers and sisters? What happened? Senior brother Wang suppressed his sadness and patted Su Ming's shoulder, saying, do you know why? Did you see a teacher's student of mine in the academy? Senior brother, are you saying that senior brothers and sisters were killed by the Sakura country? Yes, senior sister Jua was killed by a beast master from Sakura country, and senior brother Sha was also killed in collaboration with the Sakura and Baguette countries. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately became angry. How dare this Sakura country? Who gave them the courage? Senior brother Wang sighed and said, alas, although our great Xia is strong, it has also attracted the unanimous targeting of other countries. In the global competition, we are isolated and helpless. Senior brother, don't worry. In the global competition, I will kill everyone from Sakura and Baguette countries in my match, leaving none alive. I'm counting on you, junior brother. At this moment, Su Ming remembered the black card he got from Puyi. Senior brother, is there a way to get this foreign black card to work? Saying this, Su Ming took out the black card. Wang Zhuoxing looked at the black card in his hand, surprised and asked, junior brother, where did you get this? From him. Su Ming pointed to the already dead body of Puyi. It's not easy, but there is a chance. I will try it when I get back. Okay, then we'll split it equally. Su Ming grinned. Wang Zhuoxing also laughed, then wouldn't that be taking advantage of you? Senior brother, you came to save me, so it's only right for junior brother to contribute a bit for your travel expenses. Haha, alright, let's just get it out first. Su Ming nodded. Now that he had dealt with the pursuit from the Holy Heaven sect, he wouldn't encounter much danger in a short time. Senior brother could also leave with peace of mind. After sending off his senior brother, Su Ming looked at the beast corpse he had killed, with its battle power lasting just under 10 minutes. His blade worm had also lost nearly 10,000. It seems that there are still too few numbers and the level is too low. Organizing his thoughts, Su Ming knew that there weren't many monsters left nearby for him to hunt. He had to go deeper. At this rate, even if the tide of monsters hasn't ended, the affected monsters will still be wiped out. Now every second counted as he contended with other beast masters for the opportunity to hunt monsters. Blood Demon Battleworm, let's go. In the next second, the Blood Demon Battleworm lifted Su Ming up. Then they vanished into the forest at lightning speed. In the forest, a group of 5 from Hohai City were sweating buckets on their faces. In front of them stood 3 tiger crocs with levels exceeding 40, with race values reaching the Lord level. These ferocious beasts were not only high in race value but also liked to live in groups. With the influence of the tidal wave, their strength was even more terrifying. It's all your fault. Who told you to charge in like a reckless fool? Look where we are now. Hohai City wore a bitter face. How was I to know the golden battle lion would leap at that tiger croc? I didn't expect its parents to follow. Enough, now is not the time to shift blame. We may not have the level advantage, but at least we have the number advantage. There's no chance to escape, this tiger croc is extremely fast. To survive, we must kill these 3 tiger crocs. At this moment, Lei Jin immediately calmed everyone's spirits. Lo Qianxue said, I'll hold one back, can you all work together to kill the other 2? No way, the trouble was caused by me. If anyone's going to hold it back, it should be me. Hohai City said. Are you stronger than me? Do you want your battle lion to be killed by a monster? Lo Qianxue retorted angrily. For a moment, the originally reckless Hohai City fell silent. Lei Jin looked at Lo Qianxue, and the two exchanged glances. Alright, leave it to us.
The pressure on you will be greater, so if you can't hold on, call us. Okay. Lo Qianxue nodded, and immediately, the 5 of them summoned their beasts.
Lo Qianxue took the lead to draw away the strongest tiger croc,
leaving behind the 2 weaker ones.
Lei Jin and the others saw the opportunity and immediately shouted, "Good chance!
Hohai City, Li Mi, let your beasts cooperate with me. We'll take down one together, and Zhou Jing, you go distract the other." Okay.
The tiger crocodile resembled a tiger, with the hard scales of a crocodile covering its body. Not only was it fast, but it also had high attack power and extremely strong defense.
Although the tiger crocodile did not possess the bloodline of a divine beast, this did not stop many beast masters from choosing it as their first choice when selecting a lord-level beast. And after being demonized, these attributes increased exponentially.
Plus, there was the level disparity. Despite Lei Jin and each of his companions having 3 beasts, a total of 9 beasts surrounding the weakest tiger crocodile, they still felt overwhelmed.
Damn it! This tiger crocodile's defense is really troublesome.
Hohai City shouted angrily. With one paw, his golden war lion could tear apart ordinary lord-level beasts. Yet, the tiger crocodile only showed some claw marks on its scales. At this moment, Lei Jin was also anxious. The 3 of them hadn't even reached level 30 yet, and they were up against a demonized tiger crocodile that was 11 levels higher. They truly had no significant advantage.
Concentrate your attacks. This tiger crocodile's defense is indeed strong, but it's not invincible.
Okay. The 3 beasts attacked together, and at the moment they struck the tiger crocodile, they managed to create a gaping wound. Roar! The tiger crocodile's painful roar immediately attracted the attention of 2 stronger tiger crocodiles.
Realizing their companion was in trouble, they quickly rushed back to protect it.
"Hurry, I can't hold it any longer,"
Zhou Jing shouted.
Next to her, Luo Qianxue also said, "I can't hold on either, I can't stop it." Watching this scene, Lei Jin helplessly said, "If only Su Ming was here with us, his army of insect beasts could easily deal with these 2 tiger crocodiles."
Just then, in the dense forest around them, countless black knife insects suddenly appeared on their battlefield. These insects. It's Su Ming. Hohai City recognized Su Ming's knife insects at a glance.
At that moment, from the grass nearby, a blood demon war insect carrying Su Ming appeared before everyone.
Lei Jin, were you thinking of me?
Su Ming smiled at them. "It looks like you're not doing too well." "Su Ming, stop talking nonsense, we're about to die.
Hurry up and help," Lei Jin shouted.
Su Ming jumped off the blood demon war insect and was shocked when he saw the 3 tiger crocodiles before him. One was a level 45 lord-level tiger crocodile, another was a level 43 lord-level, and the last was a level 41 lord-level tiger crocodile. "You guys are really fierce, I wouldn't dare to provoke all 3 of them at once. Bro, I really can't hold on anymore, please help." Zhou Jing, under the most pressure, was about to cry.
Her beast couldn't withstand the tiger crocodile's rampage.
With such a large level gap and the racial value not differing much, the demonized tiger crocodile's battle power was even more powerful. Although they had a strong beast master talent, it was difficult to make up for this huge disadvantage. Su Ming looked at the blood demon war insect beside him and silently commanded, "Take down all 3 of these tiger crocodiles." In the next second, the blood demon war insect charged towards the already injured tiger crocodile. Zhou Jing watched this scene in shock. "Su Ming, I'm the one who needs help here." Meanwhile, not far away, Luo Qianxue was having an even harder time because she faced the highest level tiger crocodile, which had an even stronger impact. Su Ming said, "Coming. I'll let my general deal with the injured one first, my little soldiers will come to help you." In the next second, hundreds of knife insects and shield insects formed a team and charged towards Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue's direction. Roar! 2 tiger crocs roared simultaneously, trying to intimidate these low-tier bug beasts. But how could Su Ming's knife bug fear a lord-level, bloodless tiger croc? They had just killed several lord-level beast tamers teams.
With Su Ming's addition, Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue finally felt the pressure ease.
On the other side, the blood demon battlebug transformed into a blood shadow, frantically striking the tiger croc.
Its powerful attacks directly created several bloody holes in the tiger croc's body. I've never seen Su Ming's beast before.
Lei Jin looked at the blood demon battlebug's attack with surprise. The combined strength of their beasts couldn't match Su Ming's blood demon battlebug.
However, that didn't mean they were weak. You must know, they were already among the strongest of the younger generation in the Great Xia.
But Su Ming's blood demon battlebug was not only lord level but also had a combat strength boost of up to 20 times. In terms of levels, it surpassed all of them by far. Thus, the blood demon battlebug's power was not over the top, it was the result of a logical enhancement. The tiger croc kept roaring, and despite its incredible agility, it appeared clumsy in front of the blood demon battlebug. Seeing this, Lei Jin said to the other 2, "We don't need to be here, go help Zhou Jing and Luo Qianxue." But at that moment, Hua Haicheng smiled wryly and said, "It seems they don't need us either." Lei Jin turned around, puzzled, to look at the other side. At this moment, Su Ming had already increased the army of bugs to over 1,000. With an attack style that didn't fear death, where every cut was considered a gain, Su Ming had killed over 1,000 bug beasts in no time. Yet, the two high-level tiger crocs were also severely injured, blood covering their bodies. Although it was not fatal, their fighting power was already weaker than at the beginning. Meanwhile, Su Ming's bug army was still endless. Looking at the scene before him, Lei Jin felt a chill running down his spine. The others also felt goosebumps all over their bodies. With such an absolute numerical advantage, in a one-on-one situation at the same level, who could be a match for Su Ming? At least, they didn't have that confidence. Luo Qianxue watched the fighting power of Su Ming's beast, her eyes filled with complexity. Since that exchange match, her boyfriend Yin Xiao and Su Ming had formed a grudge. However, seeing Su Ming's fighting power like this, she had no idea how her boyfriend could ever defeat him. A minute later, a piece of information flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed 41 level demonic tiger croc, experience plus 3,280, consumption points plus 3,280. Although killing these high-level demonic beasts yields more experience and consumption points, if it weren't for my current strength allowing me to easily kill them, it might be slower than killing weaker beasts for experience and points. Su Ming thought to himself, but the other two tiger crocs were already worn out under the attack of Lei Jin and the others. He also secretly told the blood demon battlebug to ensure it got the final kill, only the last kill would grant experience. These two tiger crocs could provide him with nearly 7,000 experience points, and he wouldn't give them away for free. 10 minutes later, two pieces of information flashed simultaneously in Su Ming's eyes. Successfully killed 43 level demonic tiger croc, experience plus 3,440, consumption points plus 3,440. Successfully killed 45 level demonic tiger croc, experience plus 3,600, consumption points plus 3,600. Su Ming, since you came, you've taken all the experience for yourself. At this moment, Lei Jin looked at Su Ming helplessly. Hee, I can't help but not take advantage. When I arrived, these three tiger crocs were nearly at full health. Su Ming's words left them speechless. Indeed, without Su Ming's joining, they would surely not die, but they would definitely lose their beasts, that was without a doubt. Chapter 72, The Beast Tide, The Demon Tide. Su Ming, do you want to move together? More people means more power. But Su Ming shook his head and said, forget it, I prefer to act alone, it gives me more freedom, and if you guys come with me, we won't be able to kill the demon beasts. Lei Jin was immediately dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Su Ming smiled slightly and said, I just heard some noise here, so I came over out of curiosity. I didn't expect it to be you guys. If it were someone else, I would definitely wait for that tiger alligator to tear their beasts apart before coming out to reap the benefits. I'll take my leave now. That tiger alligator's magic crystal will be yours. Stay safe, the wild areas are indeed mixed and chaotic. But just as Su Ming turned around, a beast roar suddenly echoed through the forest. In an instant, countless flying demon beasts flew into the sky from the forest, and the ground began to shake continuously. Su Ming frowned, the creature that had just let out that roar must be powerful. At this moment, Lei Jin's voice trembled as he said, run. Hurry up. What's wrong, Lei Jin? Where are we going? Didn't we just arrive? Hua Haicheng asked in confusion. Run, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. We must get away from this beast tide. Lei Jin's face was still filled with terror. Lei Jin was usually very calm, but now he was so out of sorts, it was clear he knew the secret behind that beast roar. Lei Jin, do you know something? What exactly is happening? Lei Jin looked at Su Ming, and in the next second, he grabbed Su Ming's body and said, it's a beast tide. The beast tide is coming. We must hurry, if we don't leave, we will all die here. Beast tide. Luo Qianxue was also somewhat shocked, looking at Lei Jin and asking, Lei Jin, are you saying a beast tide is about to happen here? Everyone was deeply shaken by these two words. The beast tide was the most shocking attack from fierce beasts against humans. Beast tides can be large or small ones consist of thousands of fierce beasts with varying powers, crashing like a flood, leaving destruction in their wake, and no one can stop them. A large beast tide can easily destroy a city. Since the beast masters of the Great Xia have solidified their presence in this land, there hadn't been a beast tide for a long time. I heard my father say that within the demon tide, the most powerful leader beast will be born. It has the ability to command all the demon beasts within the tide. That roar just now must be from that beast. How could that be? The Great Xia sees at least 10 demon tides in a year, but I have never heard that a demon tide could be accompanied by a beast tide. Hua Haicheng questioned. It depends on that specific demon beast in the demon tide. Some leader beasts are killed before the demon tide begins, others simply don't choose to trigger a beast tide.
Lei Shan looked at everyone with urgency and said, in any case, we should retreat to a safe place first, the beast tide is beyond what we can handle at our level. Alright, let's hurry. The group began to back away, but Su Ming stood still, unmoving. Seeing this, Lei Shan shouted, Su Ming, hurry up and run. If you don't, it will be too late. You guys go ahead, I'm going to take a look. Are you crazy? That's a beast tide. Su Ming grinned and said, haven't you heard a saying? What saying? The bigger the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. Upon hearing this, Lei Shan felt dizzy. Su Ming, don't be foolish. The beasts in this beast tide are of varying levels, even though you have many worm beasts, they can't withstand so many. Don't worry, I'm not done living yet. I'll take a look. If it doesn't work, I will run. After saying this, without waiting for the reaction, Su Ming jumped onto the body of the winged blade insect, moving towards the direction of the sound. Looking at Su Ming's back, the others momentarily lost their actions. Let's retreat, Su Ming's strength is way beyond ours, and he has so many beasts to protect him. If we follow him, we will only be a burden. Lei Shan sighed deeply, then began to climb upwards with the others. At this moment, Su Ming, high in the sky, had already seen the rolling dust in the distance. Wow, it's really happening. As far as the eye could see, there was a massive convoy, over 3 kilometers long, moving vigorously toward him. Just then, on top of the clouds, a tiger's head peeked out, and in the next second, dozens of top bloodline beasts appeared in the sky. On their backs stood a top beast master. Most of these people, Su Ming had seen before. Because they were teachers from the Daxia Military Academy, all powerful beast masters who had reached the king level. A blue bird appeared before him, looking like a blue phoenix, was none other than his teacher's beast. It seemed Shi Xiantian also sensed Su Ming's gaze. Turning his head, he happened to see Su Ming. Their gazes crossed briefly, and Shi Xiantian raced toward the beast tide with the large group. Su Ming was dumbfounded, not expecting such strong support from so many king-level beast masters for this beast tide. I need to hurry over, otherwise, if my teacher attacks, I won't even get a drop. The scale of the beast tide was enormous, and although his teacher's group was not small, it was surely impossible to kill all these monsters. He had to pick up the scraps. If luck was on his side, he might even get quite a few magic crystals, which could be exchanged for plenty of contribution points. At the same time, among the beast master teams from various universities in Zhengzhou, the vice principal of the Daxia Military Academy, Wu Gong, became the leader without any debate. Everyone, we must eliminate this beast tide within the forest. Once they break into the city, it will be a devastating blow to our city. Yes. That Earthcore demon dragon over level 80, leave it to me, your job is to eliminate all monsters. Yes. As soon as the words fell, all beast masters soared to the sky above the beast tide. Looking at the unstoppable beast tide that crossed over 3 kilometers, the horror of this beast tide was evident. This beast tide is too massive, we must split it up. Lao Tu, Lao Nan, it's time for your beasts to move. Don't worry. The surrounding men laughed heartily, and in the next second, numerous gigantic creatures walked out of their beast spaces. Boom! With a loud crash, 5 massive beasts, each over 30 meters tall, stood like small mountains directly blocking the beast tide's path. Once the beast tide launched, it could not be stopped. If you stop, the beasts behind will trample you into a pulp. When met with an obstacle, they would swiftly split into several paths. After the beast tide was split into 6 parts, more than 10 beasts landed and continued to divide the tide. Chapter 73, Brothers Plan, Plotting the Beast Tide. Dividing, constantly dividing. The originally enormous beast tide was like a river, split into numerous smaller streams. At this moment, Su Ming, who had been watching from the side, gazed at the scene before him. He marveled at the commander's wisdom. This way, whoever faced the beast tide would feel much less pressure. Just as Su Ming was mesmerized, he was suddenly patted on the back. Su Ming turned around abruptly to see his senior brother standing behind him, having arrived without him noticing. Senior brother. Why are you here? What a guy, everyone else is running from the beast tide, but you. You dare to get so close? The beast tide is not a joke. Wang Zhuoxing looked at Su Ming and smiled. I want to see if I can pick up some monsters that others have missed, I haven't killed enough yet. Su Ming grinned. He then asked, Senior brother, how did you find me? You forgot? You still have the locator watch I gave you. Su Ming looked down at the watch on his wrist and suddenly realized. At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing spoke up, Junior brother, how about we pull off a big score? Pull off a big score? What do you mean? Look, the beast tide has been divided into smaller streams, the flow has decreased a lot. Let's find a route that is currently undefended and clear out all the monsters on that path. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Senior brother, you handle the high-level monsters in the beast tide, and my insect beasts will take down the lower-level monsters. Exactly. What do you think?
Even though it's just the two of us brothers, I believe it's enough.
Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately agreed.
Let's get to work. Senior brother, since you say so, you must have had your eye on a spot, right? Which one should we pick?
Wang Zhuoxing smiled slightly and then led Su Ming toward the direction of the beast tide. At this moment, Shi Xiantian, who was in a fierce battle, seemed to sense something. Turning his head, he saw Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing rapidly flying across the horizon.
These two little brats really are bold.
Shi Xiantian did not try to stop them. Beast tamers are not delicate flowers. Without risk, there are no gains. To stand out, aside from talent, hard work is essential. Under his senior brother's leadership, Su Ming was now rushing down a stream of beasts that had just been separated. After several splits, this stream of beast tide, now less than 10 meters wide, was at a level that the two could manage.
Junior brother, hurry up.
Other people will soon come to grab a share.
Su
Ming nodded and directly dove toward the ground. Quickly outpacing the beast tide, he showed no hesitation, and countless insect beasts surged in like a tide.
Su Ming waved his hand and shouted, "Block these monsters!"
Tens of thousands of knife insects swiftly stopped the monsters that wanted to push forward. The monsters behind could not stop, and many did not die at Su Ming's hands but at the feet of other monsters. At this time, because they had stopped, many monsters no longer rushed toward the route of Su Ming and his senior brother. Su Ming and his senior brother exchanged glances, and the two almost simultaneously began to act.
The monsters were now extremely frantic, roaring as they charged toward Su Ming's insect beasts.
They had different levels and different species, but their goal was the same: to break through their defenses and continue forward. Blood Demon Battle Insect, this is your feast, go and kill to your heart's content. As soon as Su Ming's voice fell, the Blood Demon Battle Insect transformed into a blood shadow and dashed out. Immediately, a stream of kill notifications flashed constantly before Su Ming's eyes.
Successfully killed 14th level demonic spike boar, experience plus 560, consumption plus 560. Successfully killed 34th level demonic tiger rhinoceros, experience plus 2040, consumption plus 2040. Successfully killed 34th level demonic bull lion, experience plus 2040, consumption plus 2040. In just 1 minute, over 100 kill notifications flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Such speed allowed Su Ming to instantly level up. Awesome! This is the feeling, kill!
With this speed, as long as he maintained it, he could level up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the safe area, Leijin and others looked at the distant beast tide, which seemed to have calmed down.
It seems the school's tutors have already intercepted this beast tide. Should we also go take a look? I've never seen what a beast tide looks like.
In Hua Haiqing's eyes, there was an unspoken yearning. Leijin looked at the others.
They are also filled with curiosity and excitement. Each of them is a beast master with top-notch talent and a prestigious background. Becoming stronger is also what they desire. Alright, let's go too. If we can meet Su Ming, that would be the best.
What they don't know is that at this moment, Su Ming is charging forward with his insect beasts against the beast tide.
Senior brother, this is so cool, it's all experience. Junior brother, although I don't understand, the number of your insect beasts is just terrifying.
Hearing his senior brother's praise, Su Ming smiled widely and said, Senior brother, this is my talent, otherwise, why would those guys from the Holy Sky sect want to kill me repeatedly?
In response, Wang Zhuoxing didn't reply. Because he could be certain that if they knew how terrifying his junior brother's talent was, the people they sent wouldn't just be the level 51 Puyi. At the very least, they would be top master level beast masters. However, the intense battle didn't leave much room for Wang Zhuoxing to think. Although he could easily defeat the strongest of the magic beasts here. The key point is that despite Su Ming's terrifying insect beast army suppressing them, the number of these magic beasts seemed endless. An hour later, Su Ming also felt the terror of the beast tide.
His insect beasts, which originally numbered close to 100,000, had rapidly decreased to less than 50,000 in just an hour. Although he had killed thousands of magic beasts, compared to the loss of his insect beasts, it was still a bit of a loss. However, this was understandable because his insect beast army was not just hunting these magic beasts but also tasked with blocking the continuous waves of incoming beasts. This passageway, he and his senior brother did not intend to let a single magic beast pass.
Thus, many of Su Ming's insect beasts perished under the impact of the massive number of magic beasts.
At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind.
Su Ming.
Looking back, he saw Leijin and the others.
Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help.
Su Ming shouted, and upon hearing his words, Leijin and the others immediately reacted. Their beasts joined the battle against the beast tide.
Chapter 74, Crazy Slaughter, Violent Upgrade. Is this the beast tide? This is incredible.
Hua Haicheng shouted as he could see the experience points flashing before his eyes. This was real, and they didn't even need to look for magic beasts themselves.
The magic beasts here were continuously being delivered towards them. Su Ming, I regret it, I should have followed you directly, I've missed over an hour of hunting these magic beasts. Lei Jin also shouted. Su Ming smiled slightly, it's good that you're here. My senior brother and I found it a bit tough to handle this beast tide alone. This is like an all-you-can-eat buffet, the magic beast's strength isn't high. The stronger beasts are dealt with by senior brother Wang, and even more powerful beasts are intercepted directly by our military instructors. It's fantastic. Looking at it this way, the beast tide doesn't seem so terrifying after all. The group felt quite relaxed, and Su Ming and Wang Zhoushang also sighed in relief. With Lei Jin and the others joining, clearing this beast tide became much easier. Su Ming's insect beast numbers rapidly decreased, turning from a sharp drop to a slow decline. This also made Su Ming breathe a sigh of relief. I really don't know what kind of magic beast can summon such a vast beast tide. Su Ming murmured to himself. His senior brother explained, such a large beast tide probably exceeds level 90. Level 90. Does that mean it has already reached king level or above? Senior brother Wing nodded. According to level classification, every 10 levels corresponds to a new level. When the level exceeds 60, starting from the Grand Master level, their range is defined by every 20 levels as a level. Those above level 90 have already reached the level above king, and they are not something an ordinary king beast master can compete with. In addition, with the power boost from the monstrous beasts after their demonization, most king beast masters find it difficult to handle king monsters above level 90. I just saw that Master Wu has already arrived, there shouldn't be any major issues. Master Wu is here too. He is a legendary level, there should definitely be no problems. Senior brother Wing nodded and looked toward the beast tide. The speed has already slowed down, it seems there are not many magical creatures coming our way. After we clean this place up, let's continue upstream to take a look. Okay. Everyone responded vigorously at the same time. To level up, everyone was sparing no effort in killing the magical creatures in front of them. Successfully killed a level 14 demonized spiked pig, experience plus 560, consumption points plus 560. Successfully killed a level 34 demonized tiger rhinoceros, experience plus 2040, consumption points plus 2040. Successfully killed a level 34 demonized bull lion, experience plus 2040, consumption points plus 2040. Awesome! In just 3 hours, I've leveled up twice and reached level 33. This speed, even looking globally, is hard to beat. Su Ming confidently said in his heart. The magical creatures in front of them had almost been cleared out, and everyone was picking up the magic crystals while hunting. They could exchange these for corresponding contribution points later. My level has broken through to 28, I've leveled up twice. Lei Jin shouted excitedly. Others shouted the same, I also broke through 2 levels, I'm at level 27. Hua Haichang looked at himself with excitement. Almost everyone had at least broken through 2 levels. And Su Ming had broken through from level 30 to 33, leveling up 3 times, with the experience points needed for his 3 levels being several times that of the others. However, they didn't find it strange. In the beast tide, most of the mid and low-level magical creatures were hunted by Su Ming. But similarly, Su Ming's insect beasts had also suffered great losses. Close to 100,000 insect beasts had shrunk to below 50,000 within just 3 hours, more than half were lost all at once. It would be a lie to say he wasn't pained. However, Su Ming didn't feel too distressed, he could recover that number of insect beasts in a few days. The main thing was that the level increase brought an overall strength boost to his beast army. With a thought, Su Ming's consumption point information appeared before him. Consumption points, 237,8320. Over 2 million consumption points is equivalent to over 200 million day summer currency. This was his harvest this time. This was mainly due to the conversion of consumption points gained from hunting magical creatures. He still had a magic flower worth over 10 million, which could also be exchanged for about 100,000 consumption points. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt happy. He could increase the breeding speed of his knife insects again. As long as it shortens to 1 second, he would stop the breeding speed of the knife insect mother. Instead, he would accelerate the breeding speed of other insect mothers. This was also for balanced development. After all, as he slowly leveled up, the role of the knife insects would diminish, and they would mainly just provide numbers for his army to support his strength increase. Let's go, junior brothers and sisters, let's go ahead to see if there are more magical creatures to hunt. As soon as senior brother Wang's voice fell, there was a violent explosion sound in the distant sky. Everyone looked up, a purple-black magical creature was surrounded by several beast masters. Each beast master was surrounded by blazing flames. That's Master Wu, he's surrounded by top fire attribute beasts. He's one of the strongest fire attribute beast masters in day summer. The battle of a legendary level beast master. Su Ming looked at the powerful energy waves in the sky. With his current strength, even with 1 billion insect beasts under the flame of the beast master, everything would turn to ashes. It's actually the Earth Core Demon Dragon Beast, he's still alive, and he's hiding near our Zhangzhou city. At this moment, senior brother Wang recognized the monster and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Earth Core Demon Dragon Beast? Senior brother, does he have some background?
Yes, when the Earth Core Demon Dragon Beast had just become a king-level ferocious beast, it was Wu Gong who led people to kill it. You know that no king-level ferocious beasts are allowed to appear within 500 kilometers of our city, as they would pose a great threat to us. At that time, Wu Gong hadn't yet broken through to the legendary level, and after the Earth Core Demon Dragon Beast was heavily injured by them, it went missing. We thought it was dead, but unexpectedly, it's still alive and even stronger. So then, Wu Gong and this Earth Core Demon Dragon Beast are sworn enemies. Yes, this time, the Earth Core Demon Dragon Beast cannot escape. In the sky above, a sea of flames seemingly stained the entire sky red. The temperature in the air was constantly rising under Wu Gong's beast control attack. We must leave here quickly, the attack from a legendary beast controller is too powerful.
Your levels are too low, you will be affected.
Seeing this, senior brother Wang immediately urged everyone to start retreating.
And Su Ming was even more captivated, with a desire for power that had reached its peak. Chapter 75, Rich Harvest, 60,000 contribution points.
A few people were so engrossed that they didn't notice the figure suddenly appearing behind them.
You guys?
Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. Su Ming snapped back, and he saw his teacher, along with everyone else's teachers except for Luo Qianshue's, appearing behind them.
Good kids, you actually hunted so many monsters.
At this time, Lei Wang, Lei Zhen's teacher, looked at the pile of monsters in front of him and praised them.
Qi Shantian smiled slightly as he glanced at Wang Zhuoxing, who was trying to sneak away not far away. Everyone, since it is like this, please take your own students away.
As for Qianxue, Lei Wang, you can take care of her.
All right. Soon, everyone was taken away by their mentors.
Only Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing remained in place. The two stood there, like children who had made a mistake, waiting for their teacher's judgment.
Speak up, whose idea was this? The beast tide is not a joke.
Teacher, it was my idea, Wang Zhuoxing spoke up first. It was my proposal, teacher, Su Ming quickly followed. Teacher, don't blame my junior brother, it's my responsibility, I was eager to level up. Teacher, don't blame my senior brother, it was my proposal, I was anxious to advance.
Watching the two argue, Qi Shantian slowly raised his hand and said, I didn't say I was going to punish you, no need for you to fight like this.
Hearing this, the two who were arguing immediately stopped. Teacher, you should have said so earlier, you scared us to death. Qi Shantian smiled slightly but suddenly changed his expression and asked sternly, Su Ming, who told you to sneak out?
Do you understand the monster tide? The Holy Sky Sect hasn't stopped hunting you, and you dare to run out alone?
I'm sorry, teacher, I was just anxious. Su Ming lowered his head and immediately admitted his mistake. As the saying goes, the child who cries gets the milk, and Su Ming was just leveraging this point with his teacher.
Alright, thankfully you two are safe now.
It's quite rare that the Holy Sky Sect didn't come after you. Qi Shantian said, noticing that Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing were silent, his expression suddenly changed.
The Holy Sky Sect has come? Su Ming nodded. Who? Still that one, Pu Yi. What?
Su Ming raised his head, somewhat helplessly said, I don't know how he found me, but don't worry, teacher, that guy has already been killed by me. Thanks to you for killing all his beast companions last time, he didn't have many beasts this time, so I managed to kill him. By the way, teacher, that blood magic battle insect you gave me is too powerful. As Su Ming bragged, he didn't notice the change in Qi Shantian's expression.
You killed Pu Yi.
Yes, teacher. At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing, who had been silent, said, Teacher, I think this is what we should do. We will say that it was my joint effort with junior brother to kill him. Otherwise, if the Holy Heaven Sect finds out junior brother can kill Pu Yi, who is level 50, at level 30, they will probably send a great master to hunt him down.
Qi Shantian nodded and said, let's do it this way.
Just as Su Ming thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the teacher furiously said, You two, get back here.
Without my permission, you are not allowed to go out for training. Ah.
Teacher, how am I supposed to level up then?
Go run dungeons.
A few hours later, Su Ming was brought back to the academy by his mentor. Right after that, the military office released the news that he and his senior brother had killed Pu Yi from the Holy Heaven Sect. The people from the Holy Heaven Sect must be furious when they find out. They can only hurry to get stronger to eliminate the Holy Heaven Sect later. At this moment, Su Ming was walking towards the military office's dungeon center. His storage ring already had a mountain of magic crystals. He needed to hurry and exchange them for contribution points. Entering the dungeon center, he arrived at the Intelligent Exchange Center.
Su Ming verified his task information. Welcome, student Su Ming. Currently, a task in progress is detected, slay monsters in the magic tide.
You can exchange magic crystals for contribution points. Here are the contribution points that can be exchanged for each level of magic crystals. 1. Low-level species value, magic crystals not exceeding level 10, 1 contribution point each. 2. Medium-level species value, magic crystals not exceeding level 10, 2 contribution points each. 3. High-level species value, magic crystals not exceeding level 10, 4 contribution points each. Please pour the magic crystals you have onto the scanning conveyor belt in front of you. Su-ming looked at the conveyor belt in front of him without hesitation and opened the space in his storage ring.
In the next second,
magic crystals quickly fell, countless in number, large and small, everything you could imagine. The sound of magic crystals falling immediately attracted the attention of people nearby. After about 30 seconds, Su-ming finally poured out all the magic crystals. The conveyor belt inspected quickly. In less than 3 minutes, it appeared on the display screen. Student Su-ming, your magic crystal details are as follows. 1. Low-level species value, magic crystals not exceeding level 10, 164 pieces. 2. Medium-level species value, magic crystals not exceeding level 10, 211 pieces. 3. High-level species value, magic crystals not exceeding level 10, 123 pieces. Magic crystals can be exchanged for contribution points, total 59876.
50,000. To be exact, I am just over 100 points away from breaking 60,000.
Su-ming excitedly looked at the number in front of him. This contribution point was enough for him to exchange 2 more insect beasts from the military office's beast holding ranch.
59,876 contribution points have been credited to your account. Please check.
If you have any objections to the exchange of contribution points, you may apply for a review immediately. Su-ming did not choose to review, his number of magic crystals was indeed about that much.
Going for a review would just waste his time. He immediately opened his phone app and walked out of the dungeon center.
A campus bus heading to the beast holding ranch was already waiting in front of him.
Without hesitation, Su-ming got on the bus.
On the way, Su-ming contemplated which 2 insect beasts to contract. I have already contracted the blast worm. The remaining ones to exchange should be the earth shield worm and wind shadow worm.
Su-ming murmured to himself.
Along the way, Su-ming made his decision and directly spent contribution points to exchange, immediately consuming 60,000 contribution points. As soon as he entered the contract room, Su-ming impatiently said, I have exchanged for the earth shield worm and wind shadow worm. Please bring them to me, I want to contract them.
Both at once?
Yes, both together.
It saves time. Okay, please wait a moment.
While waiting, Su-ming began to calculate the members of his insect beast army.
Calculating based on species value.
Low level, blade worm, shield worm. Medium level, frenzied blade worm, giant shield worm, tiger shell worm. Senior level, tiger-headed beetle. Extraordinary level, strange armored beetle. Lord level, exploding beetle, winged sword beetle, bloodthirsty demon beetle, earth tank beetle, wind shadow beetle. Master level, blood demon war beetle. Among these levels from intermediate to extraordinary, the number of bug beasts is already very few, especially the crazy sword beetle and the giant shield beetle. Because they mainly breed sword beetles and shield beetles, their numbers in their own legion are almost 0, and the tiger armor beetle is almost the same. However, this also fits Su-ming's plan, to use low-level bug beasts to replenish numbers and increase the strength of high genetic value beast tamers. The most important thing is that low-level genetic value bug beasts require fewer resources to improve breeding speed.
Chapter 76, The Moves of the Great Xia Military Office, Time to Smash Resources. What? Puyi is dead.
Yes, Puyi hunted down Su-ming, and was killed by the coming Wang Zhuoxing teaming up with Su-ming. We have already investigated the scene, and indeed, there are corpses of Su-ming's bug beasts as well as Puyi and his beast. Su-ming really has 9 lives. Last time it was Qi Xiantian, and this time it's his senior brother. In the central division of the Holy Sky sect, Su-ming is their number 1 target to hunt. After 2 consecutive failures, the person in charge of this division is extremely angry. Qi Xiantian has already prohibited Su-ming from leaving the military office on his own.
Next, Su-ming will probably only go to the dungeon to cultivate. Dungeons. That's troublesome. All dungeons controlled by the Great Xia academies are carefully selected by Great Xia. Many dungeons are only open to students in the academies, and we can't enter. If Su-ming's level increases further and he obtains a ticket to the Global Beast Tamers competition, it will pose a huge threat to other golden countries. Sir, let's use our developed dark pawns. We have spent so much financial resources to train them, they should give us a return. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the division head's eyes immediately brightened. But the next second, he shook his head and said, they are the seeds we will use to infiltrate the core of Great Xia in the future. We cannot expose them unless absolutely necessary. Let's wait for an opportunity. Su-ming isn't worth us paying such a high price yet. Understood.
In the Haizhou Beast Tamer Academy, Yan Xiao had just returned from the dungeon cultivation when he saw a call from Luo Qianxue.
He was excited and called back. Hello Qianxue, I just returned from the dungeon cultivation. Yan Xiao's mood was evidently good. On the other end of the line, Luo Qianxue was silent for a moment, and Yan Xiao noticed something was wrong. He immediately asked again, "What's wrong, Qianxue? Is it because I didn't pick up your call right away?" "No, Yan Xiao, I want to say, could you stop competing fiercely with Su Ming?"
At this moment, Luo Qianxue's words came from the other end of the phone. This made Yan Xiao, who had been in a very good mood, furrow his brows instantly. Now almost everyone knows that Su Ming is his taboo, and no one would mention him in front of him.
Why?
I saw the scene of him fighting.
He is too strong. As soon as these words came out, Yan Xiao on the phone couldn't help but laugh in anger. You think I'm no match for him?
After Yan Xiao asked this, a long time passed before Luo Qianxue replied,
Ha ha. Impossible, Qianxue.
Su Ming almost killed my two-headed flame dragon and stole my true dragon essence. This matter isn't over. I will prove to you that I am stronger than Su Ming. In the Global Beast Tamers qualification selection, I will defeat him and kill his beast. Then, Yan Xiao changed the subject and asked, are you, perhaps, in love with Su Ming?
Just because I lost to him? As soon as these words came out, the originally calm Luo Qianxue suddenly exploded in anger. Yan Xiao, what do you take me for? Have you seen Su Ming's current strength?
I have seen it, tens of thousands of bug beasts, dense and overwhelming.
Can you defeat Su Ming? Do your dragon beasts have enough power to crush his bug beasts?
I understand this person, Su Ming. He will not show mercy to anyone who has grudges against him.
If you continue to fight with him, I don't know what the future will hold. Luo Qianxue's excited words instantly calmed the previously furious Yan Xiao. However, he replied, tens of thousands? That can't be possible. Where did he get so many insect beasts? Do you understand his talent?
No one knows why Su Ming could defeat you.
His talent is strong, otherwise, a fool wouldn't choose to contract insect beasts.
Luo Qianxue tried to convince Yan Xiao to give up the fight against Su Ming. At least from the current perspective, Yan Xiao had no chance of winning.
Yan Xiao, listen to me.
A gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge.
Our beast must be of higher level and bloodline before we can absolutely crush Su Ming's insect beasts. Right now, there is no chance of victory.
On the other end of the phone, Yan Xiao was silent for a long time before he slowly said, Qianxue, there is still almost half a year until the Global Beast Master Competition qualification selection. I will work desperately to cultivate and improve my strength during this half year. I will do my best to defeat Su Ming. I don't believe my contracted dragon beast will lose to him, it's impossible.
After hanging up, Luo Qianxue looked at her phone and exclaimed.
Yan Xiao's plan to return was immediately interrupted, and he headed to the instance center instead. At the same time, Su Ming, who was being watched from multiple angles, had already successfully contracted 2 brand new Lord-level beast companions. With an infinite space, having more contracted insect beasts would, in fact, speed up the growth of his insect army in a veiled way. It's just a pity that my current resources still can't accelerate your breeding speed at the same time, otherwise, just think about it, 100,000 Lord-level insect beasts would be exciting. Su Ming smiled slightly because his teacher did not allow him to leave the military residence. He also needed to start planning his future cultivation direction again. At his age, there are only 3 slots. Having faced off against the Haizhou Beast Academy, many of their peers have the potential to become his rivals. However, there are almost no fatal threats. It's quite simple, if they couldn't defeat him at the beginning, then his speed of improvement would far exceed theirs. They would never be able to catch up with him. As for the so-called strongest Dasha Academy, he hadn't had contact with the students inside. The Polar Beast Academy probably wouldn't differ much in strength from Haizhou. However, there are only 3 slots, so he couldn't be careless, he must do his utmost to enhance his strength to the maximum. A few days later, Su Ming returned from completing tasks in the instance and received a flurry of phone calls from his teacher and senior brother. Looking at so many missed calls, it was clear that there was something they needed to discuss with him. He quickly called back to his teacher. After ringing a few times, it was connected. Hello, teacher. Are you looking for me? You're back? Yes, I just returned from Fuban. Teacher, why did you and senior brother call me so many times? Is there something urgent? Yes, since you're back, come to my place, and call your senior brother to come along. Oh, okay. Su Ming hung up the phone and immediately called his senior brother. Hello, senior brother. I'm back from the instance. Teacher wants us both to go see him. Okay, I'll be there in an hour. At this time, Su Ming curiously asked, Senior brother, is there something happening? You and teacher both called me several times. Yes, it's a big deal. Our military residence needs to start preparing for the Global Beast Master competition slots. Teacher is definitely calling us for this reason. It's said that this year, our military residence is investing heavily, ready to use resources to.
Chapter 77, The Black Card Deciphered, Extra Huge Funds.
In the blink of an eye, at the teacher's residence, Su Ming and his senior brother had already arrived in front of their teacher.
After the three sat down, Qi Xiantian looked at the two and said, "You should all know, right?
The goal of the military government for this Global Beast Tamer competition is to secure at least 4 slots, striving for 5, and if we could get 6 that would be the best. Teacher, there are only a total of 12 slots.
If the 4 major academies share, that means only 3 each. Junior brother, you are mistaken. There are actually 16 slots.
Each academic year can carry 1 substitute slot, but this substitute can only enter after the starting members become unable to fight." At this moment, Wang Zhuoxing explained. However, since the Global Beast Tamer competition is next year, first-year students are not included. So, junior brother, what you said about 12 slots is not wrong either. Wang Zhuoxing continued with a change of tone.
Qi Xiantian leaned back into the sofa. Su Ming, the number of slots isn't important. You just need to enter the top 3.
Currently, our military government is selecting individuals who can strive for slots and providing resources for training.
This can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
With the military government's support, your training will be much more efficient, and your beasts can also improve rapidly. At this moment, the senior brother, who had been showing some indifference, became a bit anxious.
Teacher, please don't keep hiding it. What are the selection criteria of the military government? Is there a limit to the resources?
Qi Xiantian smiled slightly, looking at the two and said, "As for the limit of resources, I am not quite sure yet, but I can assure you it will definitely help your beasts, including purifying your beasts' bloodlines. As long as you awaken the divine beast talents within your beasts, it will change their combat power."
The divine beast talent is a special ability that only ancient divine beasts possess. Usually, divine beasts like true dragons and true phoenixes hold more than one divine beast talent.
However, due to bloodline issues, even with a purity of 100%, a current beast can have at most one divine beast talent. This talent that the beasts themselves possess, when enhanced, will significantly boost their strength. This is why people continuously pursue purifying their beasts' bloodlines. Only in this way can they possibly awaken the divine beast talent within their beasts.
If that's the case, I don't seem to have much significance. My insect beast doesn't have divine beast blood.
Su Ming chuckled bitterly.
Insect beasts can have divine beasts, but his insect beast currently does not. That's okay. You can obtain others.
Regardless, this extra resource support from the military government has no precedent.
It's an opportunity for you. Then teacher, how will they assess us? Su Ming asked next. First is the demon suppression tower, to see how many levels you can reach.
Based on your levels, we'll judge if you qualify to enter. Of course, there's a level restriction for first-year to third-year students. First-year students need to reach level 27 before entering the tower, second-year students need to reach level 45, and third-year students require level 55. You both meet these 2 conditions, and only 7 from each year will be selected from the Demon Suppression Tower. The second round will be a measure of your current true strength, and in the end, only 4 will remain. There is no doubt that the teacher's words indicated that the competition this time is brutal. But for Su Ming, there wasn't much pressure. He was already the strongest among the first-year students. Even if he entered the Demon Suppression Tower, he would still be the strongest.
Zhuoxing, I'm not worried about my junior brother.
I know his strength, and of course, I know your strength too. Although your strength is currently within the top 3 of the military government, it is still not stable enough.
So you still have to give it your all.
Don't worry, teacher, I won't let this opportunity slip away from me. Qi Xiantian nodded and looked at the two, saying, "According to the information I've received, this announcement will be made by tomorrow at the latest, and at the earliest today. The assessment will start in 3 days, so each of you get ready and show your best state."
Yes, teacher.
After leaving the teacher's residence, Su Ming looked at his senior brother beside him. "Brother, good luck.
Oh, by the way, junior brother, the card you gave me, I've already had someone help me crack it. It has quite a bit of money in it." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes brightened. "Really? You could crack just 1 card?" I had lost hope. Wang Zhuoxing smiled lightly and said, "What's so hard about that? After all, it's Puya's money.
Blame him for using his real name to store the money, otherwise, it would have taken a bit more time. His account has a total of 300 million.
I'll have someone transfer it to your account shortly. 300 million.
Brother, you've helped me so much, let's split it, or I would feel embarrassed taking it all." Su Ming immediately refused, knowing that without his senior brother, not only would he not have half of 150 million, but he wouldn't even have a single cent.
No need. I'm not short on money. I can tell you really need it. Does your talent have something to do with money, or do you need to buy some resources? Looking at his senior brother, Su Ming knew that his secret couldn't be absolutely confidential. All he could do was try to perfect it. After all, anything could happen in this world, and they couldn't discover his system. As long as everything was attributed to his talent, that was enough.
Yes, brother, but this secret still needs your help to keep. Brother Wang smiled lightly and said, don't worry, I know this very well.
Alright, I need to prepare now. I'm not like you, who has secured a spot. Brother, you must work hard.
Let's go and conquer Sakura country together. Yes, I should also step up. Less than 10 minutes after parting from his brother, Su Ming saw 300 million dashas in his account, which his brother helped him get. Looking at the pile of money, Su Ming wasted no time exchanging it for consumption points.
300 million dashas, 3 million consumption points. I have 3 million consumption points now. Should I continue to speed up the reproduction of the knife bug and shield bug, or strengthen the blood demon battle bug or other insect beasts?
For a moment, Su Ming also felt a bit hesitant.
3 million consumption points, not too much and not too little.
But how to use it, he couldn't make up his mind for the time being. Because now, speeding up the knife bug's reproduction, each consumption exceeded 1 million, while the shield bug was fine, but 3 million consumption points wouldn't improve it much. The real selection isn't for a while, so I don't need to rush to improve my high racial value insect beasts.
6 months is enough for me to continue gathering a large amount of consumption points.
These 3 million can be kept. If I evolve a king-level insect beast, it could be a strong trump card during the selection. Thinking this, Su Ming decided to hold off using his 3 million consumption points for now. Combined with what he had left before, he now had over 4 million consumption points. Chapter 78, Selection begins. Enter the demon-suppressing tower again. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Outside the Dasha military house's instance center, 3 long lines had already formed. Nearly 10,000 people were preparing to participate in this selection competition announced by the military house. Although most people knew that this spot wasn't meant for themselves, they all came to give it a try. No one would refuse free resources, even if they knew that this resource didn't originally belong to them. I wonder what resources our school will prepare for those who are selected.
Surely a lot.
I heard the reward is a king-level beast. Gifting the blood of divine beasts as rewards.
Damn, if this is true, the academy is really making significant investments.
In the previous 2 selection rounds, our military academy only secured 2 spots. Although our Great Xia has consistently ranked in the top 3 in the global Beast Master competitions over the years, the casualties were immense, and other countries of Blue Star almost surrounded us. This year, our military academy is here to redeem our honor. It's not just our military academy, the other 3 major academies are the same.
It's a requirement from our government.
I can't even imagine how terrifyingly skilled they could train those confirmed to participate in the Global Beast Master Conference. Sigh, other countries are not that easy either.
Surrounded by so many nations, we are indeed in a dire situation. Speaking of this, it makes me furious.
The cherry blossom country and the stick country, these tiny countries, jump in front of us.
I really want to send troops to destroy them. It's not easy to wipe them out.
However, to the west of our Great Xia lies the primeval forest, and within our territory is the world's largest demon lair, both of which require a large number of beast masters to guard. If we really take action, the world would go into chaos. After all, our biggest enemies right now are still the demons and fierce beasts. Su Ming stood in the crowd, waiting for his turn in line. The person in front of him turned around and immediately smiled, saying, Su Ming, let's swap places.
You go first. No need, I can wait in line.
Su Ming shook his hand to refuse. The other person smiled and said, you should go first.
You will definitely secure a spot, I'm just here for fun.
You go ahead. Saying this, without giving Su Ming a chance to refuse, the boy stepped back and swapped his position with Su Ming. Then, the person in front also did the same. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming, who was originally at the back of the line, was directly sent to the front. Seeing Su Ming move to the front, Lei Jin in front of him began to discuss with others in line.
Who do you think will make it to the second round in the first selection?
It goes without saying, Su Ming, Lei Jin, and Luo Qianxue are definitely in.
The remaining 4 are uncertain.
They're evenly matched. Hua Haichang, Zhou Jing, Lu Yingrun, and Yi Shanhu have the highest chances. I don't deny the first 3, but the last 4 are indeed questionable.
No one is slacking off, there's still competition.
However, with only 4 spots, Su Ming and the others occupy 3, so the remaining one will be a battle among Hua Haichang's group. Due to this selection, the Military Academy's Instance Center specially opened 6 instance entrances leading directly to the Demon Exorcism Tower. The Demon Exorcism Tower is a solo challenge instance, so there's no issue with accommodation, meaning they don't need to worry about exceeding the number of participants in the selection.
Su Ming, how many levels do you plan to break through this time? Lei Jin asked with a smile.
I don't know, I'll go as far as I can and earn some contribution points along the way. Su Ming replied lightly with a smile. I can't tell if you're being humble or proud.
Come on, this opportunity is truly rare.
That's right, I won't easily give up first place to you.
Seeing Lei Jin's eager appearance, he nodded and said, yeah, then you better work hard.
Without opponents, I indeed feel very lonely.
You brat. Soon, it was finally Lei Jin and Su Ming's turn.
Before entering, Lei Jin called out to Su Ming, I won't necessarily lose to you.
Oh really? Looks like you are fully prepared. You better put in your effort. Definitely. The next second, both swiftly entered the demon exorcism tower. Just after entering the tower, a familiar voice rang in their ears. ID 1213895527, welcome to the demon exorcism tower. Would you like to begin the trial?
Yes. As soon as the word left his mouth, rustling sounds came from the grass in front of him.
The next second, a giant-eared rabbit jumped out from the grass. A level 10 giant-eared rabbit? When he first entered the demon exorcism tower.
The first layer has a level 1 giant-eared rabbit, but this time it's starting at level 10.
Alright, the challenge has begun.
Su Ming focused his mind, opening the beast mastery space, and countless blade insects appeared right beside him. In less than a breath, that giant-eared rabbit was killed instantly.
Challenge successful, please enter the second layer.
A light circle appeared before him, and after Su Ming stepped onto it, he quickly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a grassy field. At that moment, a sand scorpion crawled out from the desert.
Level 10 sand scorpion.
Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face. It seemed that aside from the difference in level, there wasn't much difference from when he first entered the demon suppression tower to challenge. For a challenge of this level, every second spent was a waste of time for Su Ming. Meanwhile, in the central meeting room of the second layer of the dungeon, the principal of the Great Xia Military Academy and 2 vice principals, along with most of the royal level mentors, were present. Before them, not only could they see each person's challenge progress, but they could also view everyone's battle scenes. These young beast masters are very spirited. The first group to enter has already reached the 30th layer. This time, the resources we offered are unprecedented, so of course, they're full of fighting spirit.
Let's wait and see.
It's been over 3 months since the freshman competition, and I also want to see how much these young people have changed in strength. The principal's gaze was fixed on the numbers before him. At that moment, Vice Principal Wu turned to Qi Xiantian, who was sitting in the corner. Old Qi, did Puyi from the Holy Sky sect really get killed by Su Ming alone, or as you said, together with Wang Zhuoshan? Qi Xiantian glanced at the mentors present, thought for a moment, and then said, to be honest, Vice Principal Wu, Puyi was indeed killed by Su Ming alone, but he had a bit of luck. A level 30 beast master killing a level 50 professional hunter is no longer just luck. The principal turned around and looked at Qi Xiantian, saying, Old Qi, your student is a very promising talent. He's likely to secure a position without much trouble, the rest depends on him. Qi Xiantian felt quite good, and in response to the principal's praise, he talked freely. Su Ming told me before that as long as the resources are in place, he can become even stronger. With resources in place, any beast master can do well.
Chapter 79, Break the Record, the topic is full. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed.
All participating beast masters had spent at least 2 hours in battle, even the latest entrants.
Currently, the results were already clear to see.
This freshman's performance is truly outstanding. Su Ming has actually reached the 126th layer. This is the best result for our academy.
It's close to the best historical result nationwide.
The best historical result was created by our Great Xia's Lord Xia. Lord Xia, the strongest beast master of Great Xia, was said to have reached that legendary god level, and he even had divine beasts in his hand. Of course, these are all rumors, as no one has seen Lord Xia in action for a long time.
But the battles requiring Lord Xia's intervention were already at a level that could destroy a nation.
Lord Xia entered the demon suppression tower when he broke into the legendary level, killing a total of 138 layers. Beyond that, it seems fierce beasts of divine level appeared. If our academy can produce another expert on the level of Lord Xia, then the current predicaments surrounding Great Xia will be cleared away.
It's still too early to say.
However, Su Ming has now entered the Holy Sky Sect's kill list.
What to do about this score?
Once it is announced, Su Ming's future will likely be pursued more than imagined. At this moment, a king-level mentor expressed his concerns.
Old Qi, Su Ming is your student. What will you do? I think we should just announce it. There's nothing to fear. The Holy Heaven sect is just a bunch of pests. Su Ming needs some pressure to move faster. Being too stable isn't good for him.
Qi Xiantian spoke calmly. As Su Ming's teacher, this was his stance.
Others naturally had nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Su Ming looked at the increasingly twisted beasts and felt immense pressure.
The dragon has already appeared. If it goes any further, I will probably have to face true divine beasts.
Su Ming dared not think about it, the divine beasts felt too distant this time. If he could fight once, he could truly feel what that legendary creature is, what kind of terrifying existence it is.
But right now, the dragon was already making him exhausted to cope. The gap in levels and racial values was nearing its limit. His insect beasts had already been killed quite a few within this magic tower. Although the beasts wouldn't die for real, they would be sealed into the beast master's space and unable to rejoin the battle. As the battle dragged on, his fighting strength was actually getting worse. On the 127th floor, when that beast appeared before him, Su Ming was instantly dumbfounded. A dragon and a phoenix appeared before him. Although they weren't real dragons and phoenixes, their racial values had reached a terrifying legendary level.
Let's not mention anything else. Right now on Blue Star, anyone who could have legendary beasts was undoubtedly a peak powerhouse standing at the world's pinnacle. Now, he had to face two, and their levels exceeded 50.
A sense of powerlessness swept over him entirely. What the hell is this?
Su Ming only saw the sea of fire filling the sky, mixed with lightning capable of destroying everything, and his army of insect beasts collapsed outright.
This is absolute crushing?
In the next moment, Su Ming was instantly ejected from the entrance of the dungeon. Although he had no outward injuries, Su Ming lay on the ground, feeling the power from the fight just now. That kind of unresistible power made him feel utterly helpless.
I don't have enough insect beasts, and they aren't strong enough.
If I could amplify my strength 100 times, 1,000 times, with billions or hundreds of billions of insect troops, even those true dragons and phoenixes wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Even if my pets don't have divine beast bloodlines, I could still rely on the system to evolve to god level.
Thinking of this, Su Ming immediately stood up.
At this moment, in the hall, the vast majority of people had already come out of the magic tower.
Only a few remained.
Feeling all eyes on him, Su Ming suddenly felt his face flush. It seemed like he lay on the ground for a bit too long. Walking up to Lei Jin and the others, he noticed their gazes had already changed.
Why are you all staring at me like that? Su Ming waved his hand in front of them, asking. Devil, you are simply a devil. Su Ming, do you know what you've done? Huh? What's wrong?
Su Ming looked at them in confusion, while Lei Jin truly felt like throttling him. He had seen many flaunting their abilities, but never like this.
How far did you get in the magic tower? 127th floor. It's too strong, I can't get through.
Su Ming shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless.
Self-raising, if it weren't for me not being able to beat you, I really want to kill you. Do you know you've broken our school's historical record, almost breaking the national record? The principal and a few others came out of the conference room on the second floor. Everyone immediately fell silent. Students, I believe you have all seen the results of the first round of selection. The scores are indeed impressive, and everyone has made great progress. However, with such strength, participating in the Beast Master competition is almost equivalent to sending yourselves to death. The principal's opening remarks were, as always, a mix of praise followed by a reality check. He intended to strike a blow to everyone's confidence and then motivate everyone to work harder, something Su Ming had long since become accustomed to. The 7 students from each grade have been selected. Our requirement is for the final 4 to receive the school's resource support. Next, let's head to the martial arts arena. Without any rest, everyone was moved to the martial arts arena. In the blink of an eye, the seats in the martial arts arena were completely filled. It really is lively. The speed our academy's people come to watch the excitement is quite impressive. This battle represents the strongest fighters from each grade of our military academy. Honestly, since we entered the military academy, we haven't had a proper competition. Su Ming turned to look at the speaker, Lei Jin, and said, Lei Jin, I hope I can meet you first. Hearing this, Lei Jin's expression changed instantly.
If Su Ming met him first, it would mean he would be disqualified from the competition.
Lei Jin, Su Ming, I'm up at 8 a.m.
Chapter 80, my suggestion, Su Ming directly obtains a quota. For this match, let the freshman from the first year lead the way. Once everyone was gathered, the principal, who was already in position on the stage, began to designate the participants for the first round of matches. The rules are simple, each pair will compete in cross matches.
Winning earns 1 point, losing or conceding earns none. The 4 students with the highest scores will earn the final quotas.
As he spoke, Principal Chao Hongshou glanced towards Su Ming and the other 7 waiting nearby. You only have 7 people, so go ahead and draw lots.
Since there are 7 of you, 1 person will have a bye.
After the principal finished speaking, Su Ming prepared to step up to draw lots. At that moment, Lei Jin, standing behind Su Ming, raised his hand slowly and said, Principal, I have a suggestion.
Lei Jin, what suggestion do you have?
Su Ming also stopped, and all eyes turned to Lei Jin.
Principal, I think we should just directly give Su Ming the first quota in our first year group. I really can't beat him. The 127th floor of the Demon Tower? I can't even dare to think about it.
Let him secure the quota directly, and the rest of us can compete among ourselves.
Lei Jin's words made the principal laugh. Lei Jin, is this your own idea, or is it the opinion of the other 6?
It's my own idea, Lei Jin said.
The principal looked at the other 5 besides Su Ming and asked, what about you? Do you support Lei Jin's suggestion to let Su Ming secure a quota directly?
I agree, after all, I can't beat him. I agree too, if I fight Su Ming, all my beasts will get hurt, and I'll suffer a big loss.
I also agree.
In an instant, all 6 others, except for Su Ming, agreed to let Su Ming secure the quota directly.
This action surprised most people.
Alright, since you all have no objections, then Su Ming will directly receive 1 quota. The 6 of you will compete in a round-robin format to decide the last 3 quotas. After the principal finished speaking, he looked at Su Ming and said, "Congratulations, Su Ming.
You can go rest now." Seeing Lei Jin's mischievous smile, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh.
This guy had hidden this card up his sleeve.
However, he was glad to take it easy and simply returned to his seat. The audience in the stands was also quite shocked by this turn of events. It can be done like this? Just lock down the quota directly? That's awesome. If you can do it, you can too. Let's see if Lei Jin and the others will tell the principal. I'll give you a spot.
Yes, anyway, the spot will be chosen from those 7, and as long as those 6 have no objections, it will be fine.
Su Ming's strength is already on a different level from them. It's still about hard power, isn't it? This is called winning without fighting.
In the second year group, Old Wang, your junior brother is impressive, his strength has already earned the recognition of all of them. Wang Zhuoxing smiled slightly and said, "It's a sure thing that my junior brother will secure a spot in the Global Beast Master competition, there's nothing surprising about it."
So confident?
The children of those powerful families in Daxia Academy are not to be underestimated. In each competition, there are 16 participants. Let's not even talk about the first year group, usually, 2 out of every 4 are theirs. In the second to fourth year groups, they will take up 4 to 5 spots, leaving the remaining 7 or 8 spots for us academies to compete for.
We won't compare with Daxia Academy.
It's located in the imperial capital, where the strongest and most prestigious beast master families in the country are almost all there. They don't need academy resources, they can still cultivate powerful beasts. A little talent isn't a hindrance, the world of beast masters is never fair. After saying that, Wang Zhuoxing shifted his tone and said, "However, even so, my junior brother can still secure a spot, it's just a matter of ranking. Let's hope so, I really hope your junior brother can enter the Global Beast Master competition. The number of insect beasts he has can bring great help to the team.
Let's wait and see.
I have great confidence in my junior brother. I may not be able to handle the dogs from the Sakura country and the Bat country, but my junior brother will." Sitting in the resting area, Su Ming looked towards the battle stage.
Without his suppression, Lei Jin and Luo Qianxue's strength also significantly outpaced the other 4. In reality,
in the first year group, the already confirmed spots are Su Ming and his 2 companions, the remaining 4 would compete for the last spot. Lei Jin was the first to secure a spot, followed by Luo Qianxue. The last spot in the first year group went to the one nicknamed Mad Dog, Hua Haicheng. His strength might not be the strongest among the remaining 4, but he was definitely the most reckless in battle. The other 3 hesitated to conserve their beast's combat power for a war of attrition, but Hua Haicheng fought with all his might every time, and in the end, he scored the highest. After confirming the personnel of the first year group, the large screen in the martial arts arena timely displayed some of the already announced information about Su Ming and the others.
Good.
Our military academy's representatives for next year's Global Beast Master Competition national qualification selection for the first year group are tentatively set as the following 4 students.
They will also receive resource support from the military academy. Some students may feel unbalanced in their hearts, wondering why they can receive support from the military academy, and I cannot.
Principal Chao Hongshou paused, his powerful gaze sweeping across the audience.
I can tell you now, please put away those thoughts.
The world of beast masters has never been fair.
To obtain resources, prove your strength, prove your talent. If any first-year students believe they can defeat these 4 and stand up to defeat them, the spot will be yours. As soon as the words fell, the audience fell completely silent.
Then, the principal looked at Su Ming and his 3 companions. Of course, you shouldn't have a false sense of security, thinking that with the military academy's resource support, everything will be fine.
The military academy will conduct strength assessments every half-month.
If you don't meet the requirements, your resource support will be directly cancelled. The purpose of this approach is solely to cultivate a few sufficiently powerful beast masters to compete for the supreme honor that belongs to young beast masters.
Alright, next it's the turn of your sophomore group.
The principal finished speaking and sat back down. Senior Wang Zhuoxing passed in front of Su Ming, and their eyes met. They both smiled at each other.
Senior, let's go.
Don't worry, I'll definitely get it. Looking at the members of the sophomore group, Su Ming turned to the side and asked Lei Jin, who was keen on gathering intelligence. Lei Jin, my senior is in the sophomore group.
How do you think his strength ranks? Senior Wang Zhuoxing?
He should be in the top 3, but he probably can't beat the first.
Who is the first? Lei Jin looked a bit surprised. You don't know? It's Yuan Tian. He has a giant ape that can use weapons, and he's very strong. Chapter 81, Confirming Quotas, Private Conversations. Yuan Tian is undoubtedly the best in our military academy's sophomore class. Hua Haiqing's expression and the way he looked at Yuan Tian from a distance were completely different. The two have similar beast fighting styles, and clearly, Hua Haiqing admired Yuan Tian quite a bit. Su Ming nodded and said, a beast that can use weapons is indeed rare.
A weapon-wielding giant ape instantly brought to mind the figure of the Buddha of battle, clad in purple gold armor, stepping on clouds. If the opponent's beast truly is that, it probably isn't just divine level, it might be super divine level. Just so you know, true dragons and true phoenixes are all handled by the Monkey King.
Soon, the sophomore group's competition began with a signal, and the battle started immediately. Sitting in the audience, Su Ming kept switching his gaze between his senior and Yuan Tian's battle arena.
His senior's talent was called absolute defense. As the name suggests, his beasts were primarily known for their defense and mostly controlled earth and metal elements. In battle, it was rather dull. Most of the time, it involved passively taking hits, but among his senior's beasts, there were those with bloodlines like the purple gold bimon. When they fought with earth and metal elements, their burst of power wasn't bad. On the other side, Yuan Tian was much more ferocious. What surprised Su Ming was that Yuan Tian's giant ape beast was indeed wielding a stone stick. In battle, it's one that stick just like the Buddha of battle from his past life, striking down gods and demons.
So strong. If I could reach senior Yuan Tian's level, I'd be satisfied.
Hua Haiqing looked at Yuan Tian as if he were an 18-year-old girl falling in love for the first time. The sophomore group's matches were much better to watch than the freshman group's. The battles were more intense. His senior also faced no danger and secured a spot in third place. The third-year group's members also drew lots, and Su Ming looked at the people in front of him, finding no outstanding beast masters.
This left Su Ming feeling puzzled. What's going on? Why do the third-year seniors seem not so strong? Hearing Su Ming's confusion, Lei Jin leaned over. Su Ming, didn't you see?
Last year's Global Beast Master competition, our Great Xia only got third place because our competitors were targeted together by beast masters from other countries. Several beast masters even stayed forever in the global competition, including your seniors. Upon hearing Lei Jin's words, Su Ming immediately connected the dots. It was the Sakura Nation and the Stick Nation. Su Ming's eyes filled with anger, echoing his senior's words in his ears. It was them, but just relying on them isn't enough. There are several other big countries supporting and helping.
I know, the bald eagle. If I encounter them this time, I won't hold back.
Su Ming's heart was already ablaze with anger.
What is the purpose of cultivating power? It's to avoid being bullied. I can refrain from bullying others, but I will not tolerate being bullied myself.
The mentors in the stands, seeing the members of the third-year group fighting on the field, many mentors were filled with emotion.
The previous Global Beast Master competition is a painful memory for many.
At this moment, Qi Xiantian had tears in his eyes. To speak of loss, none of his 2 students returned from that competition.
Our students are recovering well.
If it weren't for 2 years ago, our group would still be the most competitive one. Mu Gong slammed his hand on the table in anger. The battle 2 years ago had caused too much loss to the military government. The battle had lasted from day to night, and all the lights in the fighting arena were already on.
The competition of the third-year group could be said to be the most intense.
Each person was almost using all their strength, and many of their beasts were close to death.
It's over.
Looking at the match, Hua Haiqing felt a bit weak and lay down. The intensity of the competition forced them to concentrate intensely on watching. And prolonged focus was indeed very exhausting. Principal Chao Hongshou slowly stood up, and at that moment, the spotlight shone on him.
The fighting arena was almost completely dark. Just as Su Ming was focused on watching the principal, Lei Jin tugged at his clothes. Su Ming, it's time to go. The 4 stood at the very center of the fighting arena in the darkness, guided by people.
Dear students, a day has passed, and I think you are all tired, but those who participated in the selection are even more exhausted. They have gone through 2 rounds of selection, and finally, 12 people were chosen to receive special resource support from the Great Xia military government. I hope after you receive these resources, you can work hard and strive to represent our Great Xia military government to secure tickets for the Global Beast Master competition.
Let's congratulate them.
As soon as the principal finished speaking, the spotlight also fell on Su Ming and the others standing at that moment. The applause and cheers from nearly 100,000 people were deafening, like a roaring mountain sea. Feeling such a warm atmosphere, Su Ming's heart was filled with boiling blood, restless with excitement. Now, I will announce the list of students confirmed to receive special resource support from the Great Xia military government. First year group, Su Ming, Lei Jin, Luo Qianxue, Hua Haicheng. Second year group, Yuan Tian, Sun Inheo, Wang Zhuaxing, Yang Ruoxue. Third year group, Du Mao, Miao Jia, Song Yanwu, Zhuahaoxi. Once again, congratulations to these 4 students. The next morning, Su Ming was awakened by the urgent ringing of the alarm clock. He returned to the dormitory late into the night yesterday, and according to the academy's instructions, each of the 12 had to talk individually with the academy leaders to confirm their resource choices. As the top of the first year group, he would be the first to speak with the academy leaders. Su Ming quickly got out of bed, cleaned up briefly, and headed to the office building where the academy leaders were located. Since the address was provided in advance, Su Ming did not have much difficulty finding it. Arriving at the door of the meeting room, Su Ming glanced down at his watch. It was 8:50 in the morning, 10 minutes shy of the required 9 o'clock. Luckily, I'm not late, Su Ming thought to himself. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking 3 times on the meeting room door, Mu Gong's familiar voice immediately came from inside. Come in. Hearing the voice, Su Ming cautiously opened the door to the meeting room. His gaze quickly swept across everything in the room. The meeting room was large, a very standard meeting room. The principal and vice principal sat on one side, along with his own mentor Qi Xiantian, totaling 4 people seated there. Upon seeing Su Ming, the 4 of them almost simultaneously revealed smiles. Student Su Ming, have a seat. Teacher Wu smiled faintly, and Su Ming immediately nodded and said, okay. Chapter 82, Super Resource Subsidy, 4 billion. Su Ming, did you not rest well last night? You seem a bit tired. Teacher Chao showed a caring smile, which made Su Ming a bit nervous. After all, the people sitting in front of him were all powerful legendary beast masters. I'm okay. Beside him, Qi Xiantian kept giving Su Ming hints with his eyes. At this moment, Teacher Wu spoke up, Student Su Ming, the reason we called you here individually is purposeful, because each of us beast masters has different directions for our beasts, and one resource cannot suit everyone. Since we have done this, we naturally want to cultivate you into the strongest among your peers. Su Ming nodded and said, I understand, Teacher Wu. Good, since you understand, Su Ming, do you know your current direction of beast mastery and what resources you need? Principal Chao looked at him and asked. This question, Su Ming hardly needed to think about. He needed resources, any resources would do, the more expensive and rare, the better. Secondly, he needed insect beasts because there were no restrictions from the beast mastery space. As long as he was willing, he could contract countless insect beasts, forming a huge army that included all types of insect beasts. After pausing for a while to think, Su Ming slowly replied, Principal Chao, you should know that my beast mastery strength mainly comes from my insect beast army, and the power they bring allows me to crush my opponents with overwhelming numbers. At this moment, Principal Chao raised his hand and said, Su Ming, let me interrupt you. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a while, does your talent have specific conditions that can speed up the copying speed of your beasts? Seeing the expectant gazes from the others, Su Ming unhesitatingly nodded and said, yes, my beast mastery space actually works like a stomach. As long as there are resources continuously feeding it, it can not only expand the space but also increase the copying speed of my beasts within the space, but it's limited to insect beasts. Su Ming slightly modified the introduction of his system's ability to present it to the principal and the others. This way, it wouldn't raise their suspicion, and he could smoothly acquire the large amount of resources he needed. What a magical talent! Indeed, genius always comes in all sorts of strange forms. Your talent works on the beast mastery space, and that is quite rare. The vice principal, Xiaxia, also agreed greatly, a system that works on the beast mastery space is something I've encountered for the first time in my life. However, nothing in this world is perfect. If you can copy more powerful other beasts, your talent will become beyond description. Su Ming smiled lightly and said, with a talent like this, I'm already very satisfied. So, Su Ming, what resources can your beast mastery space accept? It just needs resources, money is fine too, it's not picky, the more expensive, the better. Hearing this, the smiles on their faces grew wider. We were worried about how to give you resources, because all your beasts are insect beasts, with no divine beast bloodlines, we can't help you purify bloodlines. But since you mentioned this, each student's resource value, according to our resource distribution this time, can reach a total of 3 billion. Considering the uniqueness of your talent, if you are willing to receive the Dian currency, we can add an additional 1 billion to your cultivation resources on top of the 3 billion, and any insect beasts available in the academy, as long as you have the ability, you can contract them. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's heart could no longer be described as excited. 4 billion daxia coins can be exchanged for 40 million consumption points.
Selling the true blood of true dragons and true phoenixes at that time earned 2,200,000 consumption points, greatly increasing my strength. Now, directly getting 40 million consumption points feels like sitting on a rocket taking off.
Seeing Su Ming not answering, Vice Principal Xiaxia continued to ask, Su Ming, do you accept this distribution of resources? Su Ming.
Qi Xiantian also shouted loudly at this moment.
This immediately pulled Su Ming's attention back. Su Ming, do you accept this way of distribution?
I accept, of course I accept, it's just. Principal Chao Hongshou noticed Su Ming's thoughts and asked, Su Ming, if you have any needs, you can mention them now. Su Ming shuffled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed and said, actually it's nothing serious, it's just that principal, you just said I can contract all the insect beasts in the academy, but a couple of days ago, I spent 60,000 contribution points to contract 2 lord-level insect beasts.
Ah, I thought it was something big, good. I will return the contribution points to you, how about that?
Alright. Su Ming grinned widely. Immediately, Chao Gong and others laughed along. After leaving the room, Su Ming found that Lei Jin and the others were already waiting at the door.
Seeing Su Ming come out, they excitedly asked, how was it, Su Ming, what resources did you get?
You'll know once you go in and chat, anyway everyone's will be different, the school just controls the value of resources, what you need you decide for yourselves.
Hearing this, the others immediately had their eyes light up. They all curiously inquired, so what did you choose, Su Ming?
Of course that's a secret, if I told you, how could I stop you from secretly surpassing me?
Su Ming, just wait, I'll definitely surpass you. To this, Su Ming shook his head and said, I know you're eager to surpass me, but don't rush, don't overdo it.
After saying that, without caring about Lei Jin's hungry eyes, Su Ming walked straight out of the building.
40 billion. 40 million consumption points, I really don't know how to choose in a moment.
40 million consumption points is already a somewhat exaggerated number.
Instant level, directly break through to the instant level, or I could break through a few more lord level insect beasts.
40 million consumption points aren't enough for my blood demon battle insect to break through to the king level. You have to know, my blood demon battle insect needs to reach 100 million consumption points to break through to king level. At this moment, Su Ming was deeply conflicted.
Should I continue saving?
I'm still more than 50 billion away from 100 million consumption points. However, with almost half a year left, if I work hard, I have a chance to achieve it. A king level beast, combined with my combat power boost, and the evolved blood demon battle insect's battle power would certainly be extremely violent. In terms of quantity, I currently have about 3,000 a day, and in half a year, I can accumulate hundreds of thousands of insect armies, but if I invest all 40 million consumption points into the breeding speed of knife bugs and shield bugs, I could probably exceed 10,000 a day. Calculating all the way, Su Ming still didn't have a precise idea. At that moment, his account received a transfer of 40 billion daxia coins from the military government.
Seeing this number, Su Ming's mind instantly short-circuited. Just use it. Save for what? I'll spend and keep earning. Isn't it just 100 billion daxia coins, 1 million consumption points?
I don't believe my insect army can't generate 1 million consumption points in 6 months.
Chapter 83, producing 20,000 insect armies a day, invincible. Bang! Slamming the dormitory door shut, Su Ming immediately sat down on the living room floor.
With a thought, the system's transparent value panel appeared in front of him. System, help me convert 40 billion daxia coins into consumption points. Conversion of 40 billion daxia coins successful, consumption points plus 40 million.
Display consumption points balance. Consumption points, 404255352.
44 million consumption points, the system consumes 20 million to increase the breeding speed of the shield bug mother to 10 seconds per bug. Consumption of 24.8 million consumption points, breeding speed of the shield bug mother 10 seconds per bug. The remaining consumption points will all be used to increase the breeding speed of knife bugs. Consumption of 19.9 million consumption points, breeding speed of the knife bug mother 5 seconds per bug. Looking at the nearly empty consumption points, Su Ming felt as if his soul had been drained away.
4 billion was spent in just a few seconds. It went faster than a round at a casino. Even if you burned 4 billion, it would take a long time to finish.
At that moment, Su Ming had to sigh. Although the system was powerful, it was indeed a money burner. But Su Ming immediately sat up.
He needed to calculate how many low-level insect beasts he could obtain in a day. 6 times 60 times 24 plus 12 times 60 times 24 is equal to 25,920 insect beasts. Adding the other insect beasts bred from my other bug mothers, I can exceed 26,000 insect beasts in a day. If half a year passes, I can accumulate close to 4.5 million insect beasts or more. This amount, if calculated by the legion, my pet beasts would be enough to form dozens of legions. 4.5 million, the combat power increase can reach 34 times. This can be said to be a terrifying number.
As a master-level beast master, with this increase, even facing opponents of the same level, royal beast masters, I would not be afraid.
My plan for a billion insect army should be achievable before I graduate from university.
Su Ming felt secretly pleased, but his next goal was to save money. Every increase in speed for knife bugs and shield bugs in the future will require over 100,000 consumption points. Such consumption is not worth it. I have already reached under 10 seconds.
I can completely turn to speed up other higher-level insect beasts.
When I become even stronger and can obtain more resources, I can then increase the speed of knife bugs and shield bugs. In the evening, Su Ming and Wang Zhuoxing went to their teacher's residence.
Teacher, did you call us here to arrange the next training plan? Wang Zhuoxing asked first.
Oh?
Are you confident about competing for places?
Qi Shantian smiled, jokingly looking at Wang Zhuoxing. The academy has given us so many resources, if we don't take back a few places for the academy, we would feel embarrassed. Wang Zhuoxing said with a smile while scratching his head. Looking at his two students, Qi Shantian showed a look of appreciation.
All right, back to the point.
I called you tonight to discuss your upcoming training plans. Although there is still some time, for you, there isn't actually much time left. If you want to earn the final spots, you need to know what level you should reach. Hearing this, Su Ming also raised his head. Those who can participate in the Global Beast Master competition must be the strongest of the younger generation, in any aspect. Su Ming, for example, you are in the freshman group. During the national selection in the second half of the year, your level must at least break level 42. It would be best to reach level 45. Additionally, among your opponents, some will undoubtedly have contracted royal beast masters. And their beast masters can at least surpass 5, or even 6, 7, or 8 is not impossible. Each of them may have 1 to 2 royal beast masters, and the rest will be at the master level. Hearing this, Su Ming could not help but gasp in shock. These beast masters, they cannot all rely on themselves, they must have the support of their families. Qi Shantian sneered, having a strong background is also a form of strength, and it is a key factor that decides whether a beast master is strong. Poor talent and noble talent do not exist among beast masters. Wang Zhuoxing wanted to speak, but Qi Shantian changed the subject again. I know. Your junior brother is an oddball, but likewise, without resources, your junior brother cannot compete with those from wealthy families. To this, Su Ming did not deny, cultivation is 3 parts talent, 7 parts battling for resources. And his system simply adjusted this ratio a bit. Su Ming, I will prepare a king-level beast for you. My golden horn magic insect is almost ready. I estimate I can contract it to you before your selection. Although your swarm army will have a terrifying number by then, most of your insect beasts are of low-level races. If you lack a king beast to withstand the pressure of the opponent's king beast, you will suffer greatly.
Teacher, are you really giving me your golden horned magic insect? Su Ming exclaimed in joy. Did you not take me as your master just to get my golden horned magic insect?
Teacher, that was at first. Now, I am completely surrendered to your personal charm. At this moment, Su Ming started to flatter him. Beside them, Wang Zhuoxing immediately laughed and looked at Qi Shantian, a bit spoiled, saying, Teacher, you have given my junior brother a king-level beast. I feel even more pressure in my third group. I'm really afraid they will bring out legendary beasts. How about you get me a legendary beast?
Do I look like I can?
Qi Shantian frowned, his gaze at Wang Zhuoxing filled with the impulse to slap him. If I can contract with you, then don't mention just the third group. I'd even dare to take on the fourth group.
I think you're itching for a beating. Saying this, Qi Shantian took out his belt, feigning to strike.
Wang Zhuoxing quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, Sorry teacher, just joking, just joking. Qi Shantian put his belt back on and impatiently said, I don't have legendary beasts, but I can try hard to help you evolve a king-level beast. Don't think king-level beasts are everywhere. The competition you're facing is the topmost beast event globally, without exception. The interests involved are enormous. No beast master from any country will take this competition lightly, but even so, king-level beasts are almost the ceiling for your event. I want legendary beasts too.
Teacher, what should we do for training next? Su Ming asked.
Facing this question, Qi Shantian only smiled slightly. There's nothing much to do, just enter the instance to hunt fierce beasts. If luck is on your side during this time, you might encounter a magic tide or magic cave to speed up your level.
Chapter 84, The St. Heaven Church's Bounty, 1 billion.
After leaving the teacher's residence, Su Ming separated from his senior brother to rest. Early the next morning, Su Ming went to the beast ranch of the academy.
Hello, I am Su Ming. The principal said I could contract all the insect-type beasts in our academy, is that true? As he spoke, Su Ming handed over his student ID.
The other party checked his information and then raised his head to say, Yes, there is a note in the system. Then please send all your insect beasts, from low level to legendary, to my contract room. Classmate, we don't have any legendary insect beasts here, not even one at the Lord level, and there is only one left at the Lord level. Hearing the explanation, Su Ming smiled slightly and said, I know, just give me all the insect beasts, I've contracted them all. Alright, please wait in the contract room, we will bring them over shortly.
Su Ming nodded and said, thank you.
About an hour later, more than 10 insect beasts, ranging from low level to lord level, were placed before him. For one kind of beast, having only 10 from low level to lord level is indeed not a lot.
Is this all?
Looking at Su Ming's puzzled gaze, the staff also smiled bitterly and said, classmate. In the Great Xia army, apart from you, no one would choose to contract these insect beasts, they were just caught along with other beast tamers when capturing them.
Alright, thank you, Su Ming replied with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat helpless.
Good luck with your contract.
After the staff left, Su Ming's gaze swept across all the insect beasts before him, including the last lord-level insect beast of the academy, the split blade bug. There were 3 low-level insect beasts, 2 mid-level insect beasts, 2 high-level insect beasts, and 1 extraordinary insect beast. Su Ming didn't actually pay much attention to their abilities.
After all, after the contract, they would just be used to increase the numbers of his insect army.
As for their uses, he would learn about that later.
In less than 10 minutes, Su Ming left the beast taming farm.
The next task was to find a suitable mission and dive directly into the dungeon to start hunting.
Next up, it's time to focus on hunting the deadly beasts in the dungeons.
Meanwhile, in a room in Zhengzhou City, 2 fully armed figures could not be seen clearly.
What's the matter? In this situation, you still called me out.
I heard Su Ming broke the record for your Great Xia Army's Demon Tower yesterday, reaching the 127th floor.
That's right, it caused a sensation among the high-level officials of the army. After speaking, the man looked a bit surprised and said, you still want to take action against him? What's wrong? Is it not allowed? Do you know what position Su Ming holds in the army now? If you kill him, those old guys like Chao Hongshou will go mad. The man's tone trembled with fear. Do you know what Su Ming's bounty is on the internet right now?
No amount is worth touching him, that would cost us our heads.
1 billion.
Upon hearing this, the previously fearful man widened his eyes in disbelief.
1 billion. He's worth that price, so what do you think? Are you in or out? I need to think about it. The man said. The other laughed and said, this depends on you.
Right now in our Holy Sky sect, there are many who want to hunt Su Ming. I don't care who kills him or how he dies, as long as Su Ming is dead.
Okay, let's wait for news. Don't say many people are eyeing him, even royal beast masters finding a way to kill Su Ming isn't an easy task. That's not my concern, killing Su Ming is all that matters. A month later,
Su Ming returned to his teacher's residence, as required, to recheck his results after a month. Mainly, it was to report his recent progress to his teacher.
Since his senior brother was still training in the dungeon, today he was alone.
Teacher, I've reached level 35 in just this month. At this rate, despite the increasing experience needed for each level, by the time of the selection, your level could surpass 45.
Qi Shantian nodded, clearly pleased.
Su Ming's speed at leveling up was nearly unmatched among all first-year beast tamers.
The advantage in levels would significantly boost a beast tamer's combat power.
Teacher, I will continue training in the dungeons to try and raise my level.
That's an important matter. Also, you must pay attention to your safety in the dungeons.
Don't worry, teacher.
The beasts I face in the dungeons, although they are higher level than me, cannot threaten me.
Su Ming flashed a confident smile about this. What I'm talking about is not from the beasts. Not from beasts, then it's humans?
Qi Shantian confirmed with a nod and said, exactly.
Do you know what your bounty is on the internet now, thanks to the Holy Sky sect? How much? Su Ming became curious.
To this, Qi Shantian slowly raised one finger.
Su Ming looked at the finger and guessed, 100 million Great Xia coins?
You really think too little of yourself.
That is, 1 billion? Qi Shantian smiled slightly and nodded.
Hiss.
Am I really worth that much? 1 billion is enough to buy a royal beast, right?
Yes, that shows how wary those countries are of you.
Because of this, even if you are in a unique instance of the academy, you still need to be careful. The Holy Sky sect's personnel are everywhere. Although we have taken out several of their strongholds, their people are scattered all around. The Holy Sky sect, nice on the outside, is actually just a killer network that issues bounty orders. Whoever kills you can find a person from the Holy Sky sect and claim your bounty. For some people, the temptation is just too great. Also, in the instance, it's hard to trace who attacked you. Even if you can identify someone, there's a high chance you can't confirm it, because there are no monitors in the instance. For some people, this is an opportunity, do you understand? Su Ming nodded and said, I understand, teacher. I will be careful while cultivating.
But you don't need to worry too much.
In the academy, outsiders cannot enter.
The only ones you need to guard against are the internal personnel, including other students like you.
They could also attack you. Okay, I understand. Alright, go and cultivate. We cannot let their bounty hinder our training. Yes. Chapter 85, Hidden Members of the Holy Sky Sect in the Military Academy.
The next day, Su Ming went to the center of the instance early. Besides Su Ming, Lei Jin and others were also the same, almost spending 24 hours in the instance. As soon as he entered the instance, he heard someone calling his name behind him.
Su Ming, Su Ming.
Su Ming turned around to see a familiar figure quickly walking toward him.
Su Ming, long time no see.
Looking at the boy in front of him, it was Yu Manghai, who, like him, came from Haidu. Back then, he arrived at the military academy on the same transport plane.
Long time no see. You're here early to farm the instance too? Su Ming responded politely. Yeah, but I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why? Su Ming asked in confusion. Su Ming, look at my level, I'm only at level 27 right now. This speed is too slow. Your level is the highest among freshmen, I want to follow you.
Seeing the pleading look in Yu Manghai's eyes, Su Ming smiled and shook his head.
Why not, Su Ming? Old you, it's not that I don't want to take you, it's that I really can't. If you follow me, you won't be able to gain any experience. Huh? Why? Yu Manghai looked puzzled.
Su Ming looked at the first friend he got to know since entering the military academy, and explained patiently, my insect beast army, when entering the instance, is like locusts passing through.
As long as it's a fierce beast, I can ignore the cost of their casualties.
I just need to kill those fierce beasts to increase my experience and level up. If you follow me in training, your beast won't have the chance to snatch a fierce beast from my insect beast army, so you should just train by yourself. Really, find a suitable instance and continually hunt fierce beasts. There's no trick to it, once your strength increases, everything will be fine.
Can I go with you to one instance?
Seeing the eager look in Yu Manghai's eyes, a hint of doubt flashed in Su Ming's eyes but quickly returned to normal.
He smiled slightly and said, alright then, it's up to you. Okay, thank you. Yu Manghai was overjoyed.
Soon, the two completed the procedures to enter the instance. As the entrance to the instance opened, the two disappeared from sight. This time, the instance Su Ming chose was a level 40 difficult desert instance. Although the desert has a harsh environment, the number of fierce beasts is actually more than in some forest instances. Su Ming, what are we going to do next? Yu Manghai curiously asked while following Su Ming. If you follow me? Sure, here's the translation following your instructions. Please do not disturb me while I practice, you can let your summoned beasts hunt fierce beasts alongside my insect beasts. Any fierce beasts that are killed can be considered your ability. Okay. Su Ming nodded slightly, and with a thought, countless insect beasts swiftly rushed out from the summoned beast space. Without needing any verbal orders from Su Ming, they instinctively began to search for traces of fierce beasts within the dungeon.
Seeing so many insect beasts, Yu Manghai couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, where should I go? Su Ming smiled faintly, I can't be concerned about that anymore.
After speaking, Su Ming jumped onto the back of the winged blade insect and flew directly into the sky.
Watching Su Ming distance himself, Yu Manghai also summoned his own summoned beasts, casually directing them to follow Su Ming's army of insect beasts.
From high above, Su Ming looked down at Yu Manghai.
He could notice that Yu Manghai's gaze occasionally drifted in his direction.
It seemed he was worried about being left behind.
I want to see if you are the same as I think.
In his heart, Su Ming commanded his army of insect beasts, making it impossible for Yu Manghai to gain any experience. A day passed, and the number of fierce beasts hunted by the two in this desert dungeon reached a terrifying number.
Of course, by the end of the day, Yu Manghai's summoned beasts hadn't claimed even a single fierce beast's experience from Su Ming's insect beasts. How's it going, old you? Didn't I tell you that following me is actually bad for you?
You really are impolite, not allowing me to gain any fierce beast experience at all. Yu Manghai gasped for breath, he didn't have a flying summoned beast, so he had been nearly chasing after Su Ming.
How could I allow you to gain experience and improve your strength to kill me?
As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the winged blade insect directly controlled Yu Manghai.
Yu Manghai's summoned beasts were also under the control of Su Ming's army of insect beasts.
The sudden change caused a strange expression to appear on Yu Manghai's face.
Su Ming, what do you mean?
Regarding Yu Manghai's fury, Su Ming didn't respond but instead looked around the desert.
If you want to kill me, then just show yourself.
Your sense of smell is quite sharp. A female voice laughed as she walked out from beside a sand dune. Looking at the person in front of him, Su Ming had no impression of her whatsoever. Beside him, Yu Manghai immediately shouted, "President, save me."
President? You are the president of the Mutual Aid Association?
That's right, I am Zhuo Lin from the Mutual Aid Association of our Great Xia Army. Zhuo Lin walked towards him slowly.
Before Su Ming, Zhuo Lin's information appeared as well. Name, Zhuo Lin. Level 53. Talent, Lifelink. Summoned beasts, Three-tailed Firefox, Lord level, Withered Treant, Lord level. President of the Mutual Aid Association? I would think that isn't your true identity, you are from the Holy Heaven sect, right?
While answering, Su Ming started to back away, with the army of insect beasts constantly protecting him from behind.
Yu Menghai shouted, President, help me. Quickly kill Su Ming. Killing.
Su Ming looked at Zhuo Lin and questioned.
Hee, you don't need to know that, dead people don't need to know so much. Su Ming looked at Zhuo Lin, even if you kill me, can you really escape? That's not something you need to worry about.
The Mutual Assistance Association can exist in the military government because of my ability.
Hearing this, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank.
Zhuo Lin's meaning was very clear, within the military government, there are even higher figures who are members of the Sacred Heaven sect. Chapter 86, A Powerful Enemy, Su Ming's True Strength. Su Ming, I know your strength is quite good, you can fight above your level, but I wonder if my strength is enough to kill you. Su Ming looked at Zhuo Lin, he had not killed without advantage in levels before. But that time, he was able to kill Puyi mainly because his beast's race value was relatively low. And although Zhuo Lin did not have a king-level beast, all of her beasts were of the master level. Su Ming calculated the number of his insect beasts in his heart. After a month of development, the number of his insect army had approached 900,000. In terms of augmentation, he could achieve a 29-fold increase. With a 29-fold increase, an 18-level difference in ranks, a clear numerical advantage, the other side has 13 master-level beasts, I have 5 master-level beasts, which can offset 4 of their master-level beasts, and I currently have 127 lord-level beasts, among them, bloodthirsty magic insects, blade-wing insects, and so on, enough to offset the remaining 8 master-level beasts. After calculating in his heart, Su Ming's previously tense heart relaxed.
It seems you are very confident in your strength?
Su Ming looked at Zhuo Lin. At this moment, Zhuo Lin also opened her beast space behind her. Her 13 master-level beasts also appeared in front of her. Even though there were no king-level beasts, the pressure from the lead three-tailed firefox, although still only master-level, was already infinitely close to king-level. If I practiced for 2 more years and still couldn't kill you, I admit your talent has far exceeded the bounty of 1 billion.
Is that so? Then let's give it a try.
Su Ming's mind moved, and the beast space behind him opened. Compared to others, a space exit over 10 meters high appeared behind Su Ming.
In the next second, countless insect beasts surged out like a tide from the pitch-black beast space exit. Blade insects, shield insects, and so on.
Looking at the endless insect army before him, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. However, Zhuo Lin, who originally thought victory was in her grasp, did not fear seeing so many insect beasts. But when Su Ming's 5 blood magic battle insects appeared beside him, her expression suddenly changed.
What's the matter? Why do you have 5 identical master-level beasts? Zhuo Lin couldn't help but ask. My talent is beyond your understanding. Since you want to kill me, you should also be prepared to be killed by me. Go! Su Ming waved his hand, and countless insect beasts immediately surged toward Zhuo Lin.
Seeing such a dense insect army charging, even Zhuo Lin felt her scalp go numb.
Quick, take me up.
Zhuo Lin jumped onto the back of a flying beast and quickly ascended, ensuring she wouldn't be caught off guard by Su Ming's low-level insect beasts.
At this moment, Su Ming's 5 blood magic battle insects were now engaged in battle with Zhuo Lin's 5 master-level beasts. The combat power of blood magic battle insects ranks above average among all master-level beasts. Coupled with the effect of the power boost, the level disadvantage was greatly compensated.
Although there were still some disadvantages, what was powerful about Su Ming was that his blood magic battle insects weren't just one fighting. The reckless blade insects and shield insects continuously disrupted Zhuo Lin's beast battles.
And Su Ming's team of lord-level beasts.
Immediately, Zhuo Lin's remaining lord-level beast was surrounded.
Su Ming, do you think you can defeat my lord-level beast with these low-level beasts?
Many people have doubted the strength of my insect beasts, and those who doubted me have either been defeated by me or have already died.
Kill. There was no emotion in Su Ming's eyes.
He knew that facing a beast master of Zhuo Lin's strength, he had no real advantage.
If things went wrong, he could die too.
Being in such a dangerous situation was not what Su Ming wanted. But clearly, if he didn't deal with this matter quickly, he would face an endless stream of Holy Sky sect hunters coming to kill him. They couldn't understand his strength, which greatly limited their ability to act against him.
Kill Su Ming.
Without him, these insect beasts are useless. Zhuo Lin also knew that as long as she killed the Beastmaster, everything would end.
And the Beastmaster was the weakest link of the beasts. Receiving the command, the beasts went crazy, attacking Su Ming's location.
Su Ming would not back down either. Dozens of winged blade insects had already surrounded Zhuo Lin.
Juolin, let's see if your beasts kill me first or my beasts kill you first. Ridiculous, I can't finish off your insects. Can your insects stop my beasts from killing you? The next second, a wave of scorching flames swept in.
The terrifying heat was like a ferocious beast pouncing directly at him.
The next second,
a gust of wind blew past, and Su Ming's body vanished from where he stood. The one who saved Su Ming was the wind shadow insect he had just contracted.
Good job, wind shadow insect.
At the same time, the blood demon battle insect seized the chance when the three-tailed firefox attacked, delivering a powerful punch to it.
The tremendous force almost broke the three-tailed firefox's waist. However, this blow severely injured Juolin's strongest beast. But she didn't have any extra attention to estimate her own beast's condition.
Even though Su Ming's winged blade insects were lord level and amplified by 29 times. There were more than 30 of them. Such a terrifying number directly compensated for the disadvantage in level and race value. More insects can bite, and this saying is not just talk. Su Ming smiled slightly, this was the advantage of his insect army. In life or death battles, both beast masters aim to resolve things quickly by directly killing the beast master.
This could quickly and effectively end the fight.
Su Ming also knew he needed to end the battle quickly. Although he had enhancements, his insect beasts had low racial values, plus the level difference. With the opponent's lord-level beasts, one fire breath, one ice blade, and his insect beasts would suffer heavy losses. The longer it took, the weaker his enhancement ability would become.
And at that moment, the bloodthirsty demon insect hiding on the winged blade insect pounced towards Juolin's beast underneath her.
Swish! In an instant, 5 bloodthirsty demon insects attached to Juolin's beast at the same time.
Seeing this scene, Su Ming's spirits lifted immediately. Take advantage of your sickness and take your life. Kill for me, kill.
Su Ming roared, and the emotions of the beasts followed their beast master.
Feeling Su Ming's fervent fighting spirit, all the insect beasts surged with killing intent.
They showed no fear against the powerful strength of the opponent's lord-level beasts. The shield insects charged in front, one wave fell, and then another came.
Like waves, they came ceaselessly.
As she felt the fighting strength of her own beasts rapidly depleting, Juolin panicked.
Quick, shake off these insects. Juolin, my bloodthirsty demon insects are not so easy to throw off. Chapter 87, Kill Juolin, Teacher's Comfort Prize. Shake them off.
Juolin screamed hysterically. Her beast had already taken her, restricting many of her movements.
But ultimately, it was a lord-level beast, the bloodthirsty magic insects were knocked off him in less than 3 minutes. However, these 3 minutes were enough. 5 bloodthirsty magic insects, 3 minutes was enough to drain this lord-level beast to weakness. Kill her.
The winged knife insects rushed towards Juolin from all directions. On the ground, Juolin's beasts could not withdraw to protect their beast master at this moment. Despite having exhausted all their strength. And Su Ming did all he could do to block these beasts from saving Juolin. He almost wove his entire army of insects into a big net to stop them. Similarly, his insects were dying at a geometrical rate.
Kill.
Su Ming stood on the ground, watching the sharp blades of the winged knife insects slice through Juolin's body.
Whoosh.
A flash of bloodlight passed, Juolin's body shattered instantly under the attack of the winged knife insects. And her beasts died simultaneously as if they had crashed at the moment of her death.
Bang.
Juolin, along with her beast, fell to the ground. Su Ming looked at everything in front of him and sat down a bit helplessly. Although he won, the victory was tragic. Nearly 900,000 insect beasts, over half had been killed. If it dragged on a bit longer, it would have been himself who died. Through this battle, Su Ming realized that he lacked flying beasts among his own beasts. The winged knife insects were good, but not enough, their racial value was too low. At least a lord-level beast was needed to meet his upcoming battle needs. Despite losing a large number of low-level insects, Su Ming was not too sorrowful. After all, in just a month, he could restore to a normal state. Looking at the fragments of Juolin on the ground, Su Ming sneered. He directly took his remaining insects and continued hunting fierce beasts. He had chosen the time to hunt fierce beasts to be 7 days, until the time was up, he couldn't leave the dungeon. 6 days later, at the dungeon center. Just as Su Ming walked out of the dungeon, he immediately took out his phone and dialed his teacher's number.
Hello, teacher, I was attacked in the dungeon. Attacked? Who did it?
Xishan Tian, on the other end, immediately got excited. It was Juolin from the Mutual Aid Association. Many members may have been brainwashed, and there must be other high-ups in our military office who belong to the Holy Heaven sect. Even in the dungeon center, there must be some. She dared to follow me directly into the dungeon, and if she succeeded, there would definitely be staff from the dungeon center helping her erase her record of entering. In these days, Su Ming had also been constantly thinking about the Holy Heaven sect. If he did not root out this Holy Heaven sect, he would never have peace. What you analyzed makes a lot of sense. Come to me immediately, and I will order the Academy to block all members of the Mutual Aid Association, including those who have already graduated. There aren't many people in the Dungeon Center who have permission to erase records. This investigation is not difficult. Su-ming nodded and said, "Okay, teacher, I'm a bit tired, so I'll come over and sleep."
"Good, come to me first."
After hanging up the phone, Su-ming ran to his teacher's place. As soon as he saw Su-ming, Qi Xiantian began to check him carefully.
"How is it, Su-ming? Are you hurt?"
"No, teacher, I have already killed Zhuolin, and we must carefully investigate another member.
At least in the following selection, you will not encounter any major surprises. Teacher, I can't afford to be complacent.
My advantage is still my insect beast army, but the high base value beast, the blood demon battle insect that you helped me evolve, is still not enough." Su-ming shook his head, knowing that although he had the ability to fight at higher levels, life and death battles were determined by who could defeat the opponent's beast master. And in a competition, this was certainly not possible. If the battle continued, he really might not be able to defeat all of Zhuolin's beasts. It was possible that before he could eliminate her beasts, his own insect beasts would run out. It should be noted that without combat power enhancement, his blood demon battle insects would not be able to compete with her lord-level beasts.
You have this awareness, which is good. Is there anything you need help with, teacher?
Su-ming nodded, saying, "Yes, it would be even better if there were resource subsidies. I lost more than half of my forces in this battle."
Hearing this, Qi Xiantian asked curiously, "Didn't the Academy just give you 4 billion? Have you used it all up?"
"Teacher, my beast space is a gold pit.
No matter how much you give it, it will never be satisfied."
Su-ming smiled bitterly, and after thinking for a moment, Qi Xiantian said, "I will apply to the Academy. If we can eliminate more members of the Holy Heaven sect this time."
"Thank you, teacher." Qi Xiantian smiled slightly, took out his phone, and began to operate it. "Look at your phone."
Su-ming took out his phone, and a text message appeared before his eyes. "Your Daxia Bank has received a transfer of 500 million Daxia coins from Qi Tian.
500 million. Teacher, what is this?"
Su-ming looked at his teacher in shock.
"A gift for you, to make up for the teacher's failure to protect you as a moral compensation." "But teacher, this is too much."
Su-ming also felt a bit embarrassed. This way, the teacher was indeed too biased towards him. It seemed that Qi Xiantian saw Su-ming's concerns and said lightly, "Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned about your senior brother feeling unbalanced. His family is rich enough, he doesn't need my help."
"Ah? Then why does he keep looking for you to evolve his beasts?"
"That's another matter.
There aren't many who can evolve king-level beasts.
It's not easy to get them just with money. Of course, your senior brother would think of me first."
"Oh, I see. Thank you, teacher." Qi Xiantian nodded, saying, "You should rest well. Here, you are safe.
I need to go assist the military office in catching these bootlickers."
As students of the military office, how could they engage in such activities?
Over the years, I don't know how many beast masters' blood they have stepped on to have the strength they have now.
Teacher, what about the higher-ups in our military office?
They must have members of the Holy Heaven sect among them.
What will happen to them?
This needs to be investigated thoroughly. Digging down shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 88, The whole country is shaken, no king-level beasts left.
Su-ming didn't think about the upcoming events anymore.
What was left was not something he needed to consider. He directly found a guest room with the teacher and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. While Su-ming was sleeping, the outside world was in chaos. The Mutual Aid Association had been in existence for many years in the military office, with many beast masters either on the front lines or professors at various universities. Now, in less than 12 hours, dozens of members of the Mutual Aid Association were caught participating in the Holy Heaven sect's hunting of young beast masters within the country. The personnel involved triggered a stir among the top levels of Daxia. When Su-ming woke up after a night of sleep, he was extremely shocked to see the news. He had thought that many people had done such things, but he never expected so many would be involved. There were even king-level beast masters among them. As a result, in a short time, several battles broke out among king-level beast masters within Daxia. At this level of beast mastery combat, it can already be described as moving mountains and filling seas.
The destructive power it can cause can easily destroy a large city.
Senior brother was also called by Qi Xiantian. And my own teacher is still dealing with those students or teachers confirmed to be members of the Holy Heaven sect. Junior brother, you are quite amazing. Now the Holy Heaven sect is seriously weakened in our great Xia, their foundation has been shaken. Facing my senior brother's praise, Su-ming smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother, don't make fun of me. I guess it's not just the captured members of the Holy Heaven sect, but those people abroad want to kill me even more intensely now.
Since we are here, let's settle down.
I didn't expect Zhuolin to be a member of the Holy Heaven sect, no wonder she wanted to invite you to join, it seems she wanted to corrupt you after you joined back then. Su Ming nodded and said, yeah, fortunately you reminded me, but I thought about it, and it seems they have their reasons for doing this. Indeed, the resources they can obtain are quite few compared to what I can get myself.
Facing Su Ming's confusion, Wang Zhuoxing knew he had to correct Su Ming's inner doubts immediately.
Otherwise, the confused Su Ming would greatly affect his future cultivation.
Junior brother, if you give them your resources, can they be stronger than you? Undoubtedly, no, since they can't, why give them?
Our current situation is not absolutely safe, we can't pursue equality yet, we might not even have the chance to survive. Where does equality come from? I understand, senior brother, the Holy Heaven sect is just an intermediary. To completely solve this, we must subdue those countries opposing us thoroughly, or even destroy them directly.
Hearing Su Ming's words, Wang Zhuoxing also strongly agreed, that's right.
Then let's start from the Global Beast Master competition, senior brother.
Alright, let's crush them.
The storm-chasing members of the Holy Heaven sect continued for several months, with some beast masters even sneaking away from Great Xia to seek refuge in other countries.
However, Great Xia also has hunter teams.
As long as they are locked on, no matter how far they escape, they still cannot escape death. In the blink of an eye, 4 more months passed. All the contestants about to participate in the selection were giving their all to improve their levels during this time. Su Ming was no exception, obtaining a spot wouldn't be too difficult for him. However, his goal was not just that. Inside the instance, Su Ming, who had just finished hunting, sat down on a huge rock to rest. This time leaving the instance is to prepare to head to the imperial capital, getting ready to participate in the Global Beast Master competition selection.
My strength should have no problem securing a spot, right?
With a thought, his personal information appeared on the system's translucent panel.
Name, Su Ming. Level, 44. Talent, Leader.
Beasts, Blood Demon Battle Insect, Lord level, Swift Windwing Insect, Lord level, Bladewing Insect, Lord level.
Number of insects, 3,642,320.
Amplification multiplier, 33.64x.
Consumption points, 378,900.
In these months, aside from leveling up, he had also been accelerating the breeding speed of his insects. He even evolved one wind shadow insect to the Lord level, and now had 6 of them, so he wouldn't suffer too much in the air. A Lord-level pet has a breeding speed of 1 every 10 days. His Blood Demon battle insects had now reached a terrifying number of 17, which could form a small team, allowing them to have a fighting chance against king-level beast masters.
With this kind of combat power, saying I can barely secure first place is a bit humble, right?
At this moment, Su Ming looked at the number of his insects, this was his greatest confidence.
This is also why he chose to contract insect beasts.
Although he is not limited to insect beasts, if he contracted a sub-dragon-type beast. But he could not enjoy the benefits of his system's mother bug. Unable to breed in large quantities, the Blood Demon battle bug, though weaker individually than the sub-dragon species, was not enough with just 1, he had 2, 3, countless. This was the powerful ability brought by his system. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a strong force suddenly descended upon him.
In the next second, Su Ming's body vanished from the instant's dungeon.
In the blink of an eye, at the exit of the dungeon's center. As soon as Su Ming stepped out, he saw his senior brother standing there.
Senior brother, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Let's go, the teacher is waiting for you.
Oh, okay.
Su Ming nodded, there was less than a week until the selection began.
According to the requirements, they needed to go to the imperial capital in advance.
The teacher looking for him now surely had something to remind him.
Back at the teacher's residence, Shi Xiantian looked Su Ming up and down.
His eyes were filled with approving gazes.
Not bad, level 44. There shouldn't be anyone who can exceed you in level. I have so many insect beasts, if my level is lower than others, I'd really be the laughingstock.
Su Ming grinned, he had a natural advantage in hunting fierce beasts. At this moment, Su Ming noticed something strange in his teacher's expression.
He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, did you ask my senior brother to pick me up at the dungeon center to discuss something? Shi Xiantian nodded and said, That's right, Su Ming.
The Golden Horn Demon Bug, which was originally planned to be produced this month, is currently unable to be produced.
Hearing this, Su Ming immediately understood his teacher's concern.
Without a king-level beast, he would be at a disadvantage in battles against others. But for Su Ming right now, it did not have a significant impact.
It's okay, teacher.
Even without a king-level beast, I can still secure a spot. I promise you, I will take the first place.
Chapter 89, The competition approaches, strong rivals.
Teacher, even without a king-level beast, I can still secure this spot. Su Ming's words were incredibly firm, supported by his own strength.
Junior brother, I wish I had your confidence.
Beside him, Wang Zhuoxing couldn't help but sigh at Su Ming's words. Su Ming smiled slightly. Senior brother, I just calculated my strength. Even if the opponent has one king-level beast, I can still hold my ground.
If that's the case, then teacher, I can rest assured.
From the information I have now, Su Ming, none of your competitors are easy to handle.
Shi Shantian nodded, concern filling his eyes. Teacher, do you have any information? Su Ming also felt curious. This is also one of the reasons I called you here. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you will never be defeated. Understanding your competitor's strengths will give you a clear mind.
After speaking, Shi Shantian looked at Wang Zhuoxing beside him and said, Zhuoxing, turn on the projection.
Okay, teacher.
The projection screen opened, and Shi Shantian operated his computer to connect to the projector.
Let's first talk about Su Ming.
Based on my understanding of you, Su Ming, I have divided your potential threats into two categories, dangerous opponents and potential opponents.
Among them, there are 7 potential opponents and 4 dangerous opponents. As he spoke, a PPT was projected, showing not only images but also very detailed information.
The first one, Su Ming, you should be very familiar with, Lei Jin.
The reason he poses a threat to you is simple: his talent is strong, and his background is not low.
Based on my estimation, he must have contracted a king-level beast. Su Ming did not doubt Lei Jin's identity or strength, he had always been strong. If it weren't for Su Ming, he would have been the leader of the military academy.
The second one is Luo Qianxue from our academy.
Her situation is similar to Lei Jin's, and the teacher is our legendary vice principal, so do not underestimate her strength. I know her very well, she wouldn't accept an ordinary student. Looking at Shi Shantian, Su Ming couldn't help but say, Teacher, do you have a history with Deputy Principal Xia Xia? Hiss. Hearing this, Wang Zhuoxing beside him widened his eyes in fear and looked at Shi Shantian.
Children, don't ask what you shouldn't ask.
As he spoke, Shi Shantian switched to the third slide of the PPT. The third one is Yan Kai from Haidu, his strength is comparable to Lei Jin and is a potential threat to you. The seventh is Su Yuhan from the Extreme Beast Academy. As far as I know, she has already contracted a king-level subdragon beast, and she won't be a small threat to you.
Su Yuhan. Upon hearing this name, Su Ming felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness.
This name hadn't appeared in his ears for a very long time.
Su Ming, the Su Yuhan, as I know, is the daughter of your uncle, right? Shi Shantian looked at Su Ming and asked.
Yes, but back then, because I contracted a bug beast, my parents and I fell out with the family. If I were to meet her, it would indeed lead to a fierce battle. As Su Ming spoke, he showed no signs of nervousness, instead, he was a bit eager. He was looking forward to what level this cousin had reached now. Shi Shantian nodded and continued, the 7 I just mentioned shouldn't pose a huge threat to you, but the next 4 people can each take away your spot. After finishing his sentence, a new slide appeared. When Su Ming saw the photo, he couldn't help but smile. Su Ming, I know that this Yan Xiao lost to you in the exchange match, but times have changed. His strength is definitely a strong competitor for the spot. Like Su Yuhan, he also has a contracted dragon beast, but compared to Su Yuhan, his strength is even more terrifying, and the quality of his beast is several levels above hers. Seeing Su Ming unconcerned, Shi Shantian immediately warned him. Yes, teacher, I will not be careless. Next is Wu Tianxian from Daxia Academy. He possesses a family-inherited beast, the White Tiger.
White Tiger? Is it the divine beast White Tiger?
Su Ming asked in shock. Shi Shantian shook his head and said, no, if it were the divine beast White Tiger, you would not be able to be his opponent at all, but this White Tiger possesses the pure bloodline of the divine beast White Tiger, which is extremely close to it. Moreover, his talent, White Tiger's divine might, will pose a great threat to you.
Divine might? What kind of talent is that? Su Ming frowned, able to guess a bit from the name.
It enhances the pressure exerted by his tiger beasts. Su Ming, your bug beast's racial value is too low, his divine might will create a significant pressure on them.
After talking about Wu Tianxiang, Shi Shantian switched to the next slide of the PPT. Next is Xiong Tianba from the Extreme Beast Academy.
Just like Wu Tianxiang, he has a primal mammoth, which has the pure bloodline of the ancient mammoth divine beast.
This is their most powerful beast and the most difficult one for you to deal with. I'm curious, teacher, who did you put at the end?
Hearing this, Shi Shantian smiled lightly and said, the last person, his surname is Xia. As he spoke, the PPT switched to the last slide. Xia Lin, a direct descendant of the strongest in Daxia, King Xia. In terms of beast contracts, there's not much to say, they are all top tier. King Xia did not grant a divine beast bloodline to his family, but the reason I placed Xia Lin first is that he possesses the same talent as King Xia, Heaven's Revelation.
Heaven's Revelation.
Senior brother Wang Zhuoxing said, Heaven's Revelation.
No way, teacher, has someone awakened this talent again?
Yes, the Heaven's Revelation talent grants oneself the battle power of the divine beast within the bloodline of their contracted beasts. The higher the level, the longer the duration. The bloodline of King Xia is too powerful. Currently, besides Xia Lin, only Xia Qingju has awakened.
Xia Qingju. Isn't that the one senior brother mentioned last time? Su Ming looked at his senior brother, a bit excited as he spoke.
That's right, they are all direct descendants of the Xia family, and both of them have awakened this talent. I don't think I need to elaborate much on the monstrous level of this talent. Su Ming, your opponents are by no means ordinary. Although they don't have a massive army of insect beasts like yours, each of their tamed beasts possesses the ability to take on 1,000. Su Ming nodded, noting down the information about the few individuals.
Can they really take on 1,000? Then I wonder if they can take on 100,000.
Su Ming thought to himself, his teachers were unaware of the size of his insect beast army. If they knew, perhaps they wouldn't worry about him so much. Qi Shantian was not worried about Su Ming, and therefore he wouldn't ask about Su Ming's current situation with his tamed beasts.
Alright, Zhuoshang, it's time for you to talk.
Compared to your junior, I've selected 30 dangerous opponents for you. Hiss. Chapter 90, Departure, the Great Xia Imperial Capital. The next day, Su Ming, who had packed his things early, was waiting at the military airport. With him were Lei Jin, Hua Haicheng, and the other two. The members of the second and third teams arrived fashionably late, carrying that veteran vibe. Hua Haicheng stood beside them, his specially dyed golden hair giving off a somewhat punkish look. Old Lei, we've finished our selection here.
How about the first team?
How will they choose? They will directly go by their college entrance exam results. Later on, there will be a national joint exam, and 4 beast tamers will be selected.
So that's how it is. I've been wondering how they would pick their people.
The 3 teams, a total of 12 people, gathered together, all dressed in neat military uniforms. The upright uniforms highlighted the aura of the 12 individuals. Facing the 8 members of the second and third teams, Hua Haicheng became much more honest. Su Ming, your first team needs to do your best and aim for 2 spots. At this time, Yuan Tian from the second team shouted at Su Ming. Senior Yuan Tian, you all had better aim for 4 spots.
Ha, we want that too, but our opponents are not to be underestimated.
While a few people were chatting, 2 cars stopped in front of them. From the cars, Principal Chao Hongso, Vice Principal Xia Xia, Lei Jin's mentor Lei Wang, and Su Ming's mentor Qi Xiantian stepped down.
What the heck, no way. Are the principal and others going with us?
Hua Haicheng exclaimed in shock upon seeing the newcomers. Lei Jin chuckled lightly, this competition is too important, the principal and vice principal naturally have to accompany the team.
Vice Principal Mu Nian didn't come because someone had to stay behind.
Wow, that just raised the stakes. Principal Chao Hongso scanned the crowd and nodded in satisfaction, not bad.
Everyone's spirit is great. Since that's the case, let's not talk about lofty aspirations. Let's all give our all for our future. Let's go.
One important reason for the principal and others to follow was to ensure the safety of the 12 of them in case the Holy Sky sect attacked along the way. If all 12 were to encounter trouble, it would not only be a loss of talent for the Great Xia military, but also a loss for the entire Great Xia. With 2 legendary beast tamers and 2 king-level beast tamers as escorts, they could easily dominate in the entire Great Xia. As the transport plane flew over Zhengzhou City, several figures below watched its departure. If we could kill all the little guys on that plane, the bounty would be enough for us to break through to king-level beast tamers. Then you go ahead, as long as you can handle Chao Hongso and the others. I was just joking, of course. This protective measure is quite tight, with a legendary beast master personally escorting us. The distance from Zhengzhou to the Imperial City is not too far, the transport plane is very fast and can arrive in half a day.
As the transport plane approached the Imperial City, Su Ming, sitting by the window, couldn't help but look outside.
A massive structure, like a giant dragon coiling above the earth. The surrounding city walls are over 100 meters high, tightly protecting everything inside the Imperial City. Zhengzhou City and Haizhou City are already quite large, but compared to the Imperial City, they are still a little smaller.
Is this the Imperial City? It truly deserves to be the center of Daxia. Su Ming, is this your first time in the Imperial City? Lei Jin asked with curiosity. Su Ming nodded and looked at the others, saying, haven't you all been here before?
Everyone nodded, and Su Ming instantly smiled wryly, saying, so this time, I am the only country bumpkin coming to the city.
After the transport plane smoothly entered the city, it began to descend continuously. A large airport then came into view. Daxia Academy Airport? Are we going to Daxia Academy?
Hel Hai Chang exclaimed. Yes, our selection competitions are always held at Daxia Academy. Now planes from academies all over the country have arrived, and it probably won't be quick for them to land. Qi Xiantian patiently explained. Indeed, the Daxia Military Academy's transport plane circled in the air for nearly 20 minutes before successfully landing. As they got off the plane, a shuttle bus was waiting at their exit.
Hello, which academy are you from? The driver in charge of the pickup asked Principal Chow Hongsho. From Daxia Military Academy.
Oh. Good, please get in, I will take you to your accommodation. A hint of surprise flashed across the driver's face, but he quickly regained his calm. After everyone got in the car, they could see various academy shuttle buses along the way.
So many academies, it's simply a gathering of academies. Hel Hai-chang, like Su Ming, curiously glanced around.
Of course, each academy must send 12 participants to the selection competition to ensure that the selected individuals are truly the strongest from the same group. That said, every year the competition mainly involves students from the 4 major academies, and it's rare for students from other academies to break through.
The driver smiled as he took over from the principal. Everyone also nodded in agreement regarding this matter.
The 4 major academies grab almost all the best talents and the most government resource support, so it's natural for them to be strong. At this moment, a shuttle bus passed them by from behind. A silhouette in the bus quickly caught Su Ming's attention.
That's the Polar Beast Academy.
Lei Jin was the first to speak, and Su Ming also saw Su Yuhan in the bus.
Similarly, Su Yuhan also spotted Su Ming in the bus. Yuhan, what are you looking at?
At this moment, the boy sitting next to Su Yuhan curiously asked.
Nothing.
However, the boy didn't stop there, he turned to look at Su Ming's bus behind them, then turned back and asked, "It's Daxia Military Academy, right? I heard that Su Ming seems to be your brother, your family's genes are indeed impressive, many big families can't compare to you."
He's not my brother. Even a fool would notice the oddity, so the boy stopped asking. Soon, the shuttle bus brought everyone to their residence. Is this our academy's residence? A huge villa appeared before their eyes.
Next to them was the Polar Beast Academy's quarters, and beside it was the Haidu Beast Academy's. Unlike Su Ming, the others were unfazed by it all.
This villa was built with our own funds. Built by ourselves?
Yes, because we need to come here every year, so at that time, we 3 major academies requested a piece of land from Daxia Academy. Built this place for us to rest when we come for the competition every year. Let's go, choose your own rooms. Chapter 91, Xiao Lin, the Perverted Beast Master. After selecting the rooms, the principal quickly gathered everyone together. Students, there are still 2 days before the competition starts. During this time, you must have trained hard, so take a good rest and enjoy the splendor of the imperial capital.
Oh yeah.
I've almost gone crazy this past half year.
If we don't stop, I'm afraid I'll become a madman who only knows how to kill.
Hua Haichang was the first to shout out. Alright, you may move freely, but please avoid going out alone, the imperial capital is not absolutely safe.
Yes, principal.
Soon, everyone started pairing up and leaving the gathering point, even their senior brother ran out in a hurry. Su Ming understood a bit, it was said that his senior brother's girlfriend was from the Daxia Academy, so he must be going to find her.
Among the 4 in the freshman group, Luo Qianxue also left early.
Only Su Ming, Lei Jin, and Hua Haichang remained.
Looks like it's just the 3 of us left. Lei Jin, old Hua, are you familiar with the imperial capital?
Hua Haichang shook his head and said, I only came once when I was a kid.
Lei Jin nodded and said, I've only been here twice, not very familiar. By the way, how about we go to the competition venue of the Daxia Academy? The matches will definitely be held there.
Good idea, let's go take a look. The 3 quickly confirmed their decision and rushed out. The transportation within the Daxia Academy is extremely convenient, with self-driving cars on the roads. Just input the destination, and they can be delivered to every corner of the academy. The Daxia Academy has a total of 5 competition venues.
Which venue should we go to? The biggest one, it surely won't be wrong. Lei Jin said. Right, let's go to the biggest one.
In no time, the 3 arrived outside the martial arts arena of the Daxia Academy. Looking at this arena, comparable to their military academy yet exuding luxury. No wonder this is our Daxia's prestigious academy, they really have money. Hey, our military academy is also not bad. As the 3 talked, they walked into the martial arts arena. When they reached the audience seats, they found only one massive competition area inside the arena. The space probably exceeded that of 8 football fields combined.
What an enormous competition area! Is this where we will be competing? It seems so.
The scale of Beast Master battles is very large and requires a vast area. If all 3 groups compete on the same field, that makes sense. Lei Jin nodded in speculation.
That's good, it will give my insect beast army enough space to maneuver. Su Ming smiled slightly. By the way, Su Ming, how many insect beasts do you have now? It can't be more than 100,000, right?
Lei Jin cautiously probed. Old Lei, stop probing.
If we meet in the selection round, you'll find out. Humph, I don't want to run into you, you weirdo.
Just as the three were chatting, a voice suddenly shouted from behind.
Hey, who are you? How did you get in?
The three turned their heads to see 6 or 7 people standing behind them, with a short one at the front questioning them.
Came in through the front door, what's the matter? When the three turned around, one of them spoke up, from the Daxia Military Academy? Yes, what's wrong?
Su Ming looked at the speaking man, and his system panel appeared in his eyes.
Name, Xia Lin. Level, 42. Talent, Revelation.
Beasts, Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf, King level, 9 Palace Thunder Dragon, King level, Heavenly Flame Tiger, Respect level.
His 2 King level beasts.
Su Ming thought to himself, not expecting that the person standing before him was a key member of the Daxia Academy's freshman group. Xia Lin, a direct descendant of the most powerful family in Daxia, this beast configuration could no longer be described as luxurious. 2 royal beasts of the court gave Su Ming an immense pressure.
Is this the gold content of the national selection tournament? The pressure is indeed overwhelming.
His teacher's guess still underestimated Xia Lin. This guy actually had the ability to contract 2 royal beasts. However, it seemed that in order to contract 2 royal beasts, Xia Lin gave up some of his beast space. Currently, he only had 4 beasts, 2 royal and 2 master level.
This is not right. According to his rank, he could contract at least 6 beasts.
That's right, you are from the Great Xia Academy, right?
Hua Haicheng crossed his arms, showing no fear in front of the few people. Lei Jin tugged at Hua Haicheng and then said, "It seems your school doesn't have a rule against us entering."
"Indeed not, but we need to practice, as our upcoming opponents. It's not good for you to just watch."
The short guy spoke again. At this moment, the gazes of Su Ming and Xia Lin were still clashing.
Xia Lin suddenly smiled slightly and said, "Since you are from the military, is there someone named Su Ming among you?"
"Su Ming, your name has even reached the imperial capital." Hua Haicheng looked at Su Ming with a smiling face.
Their eyes crossed again.
Xia Lin spoke again, "I heard your beast space is very large.
I look forward to battling you. There will be a chance.
I also admire your talent and want to feel how powerful the talent of the Summer King really is."
Su Ming also was not willing to be outdone and responded. "You are Su Ming, the monster who only contracts bugs?"
The short beast master spoke again.
Hua Haicheng couldn't help but say, "Little shorty, I've tolerated you for a long time. I see you want to die."
"I hate it when people call me short." "Who are you? Do you dare to fight? Get back."
Suddenly, Xia Lin's voice came. The short guy turned back to look at Xia Lin immediately. But upon seeing Xia Lin's gaze, although his anger remained, he obediently stepped back.
Xia Lin smiled slightly and said, "Since you want to watch here, we won't disturb you. Looking forward to our battle in the selection tournament."
Su Ming nodded, but his gaze was directed at the short guy.
Just as Xia Lin and the others were about to leave, Su Ming suddenly spoke, "Hey, little shorty, what's your name?" Although he already knew the other person's name through the panel, Su Ming still asked once more.
"What?" "In the selection tournament, I hope you can hold on until I find you."
The short guy was slightly taken aback and then smiled. "Su Ming, I'll be waiting for you. I don't know what kind of garbage your military is, allowing a bug player to become number 1. If it were me, I would have killed them all." "Su Ming, I see this kid is just asking for death." Hua Haicheng wanted to rush out, but Lei Jin held him back. After Xia Lin and the others left, Su Ming said calmly, "Don't worry, I will let him know what pain is."
Chapter 92, Contest Method, Death Chase. Yuhan, why have you been so gloomy? Is it because of that Su Ming from the military? Xiong Tianba, with his somewhat massive body, stood beside Su Yuhan with great concern. Su Yuhan did not answer. Xiong Tianba continued, "I know about the conflict between you two.
Don't worry, when the selection tournament comes, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson."
"No need, I will defeat him myself."
Su Yuhan glared sharply at Xiong Tianba, instantly stunning him.
Watching Su Yuhan walk further away, Xiong Tianba shook his head helplessly. Although we're not siblings by blood, must it come to a fight to show who is stronger?
Though somewhat confused, Xiong Tianba quickened his pace to catch up with Su Yuhan.
At the same time, almost all members participating in the selection had arrived at the Great Xia Academy. The entire academy suddenly fell into a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Every live streaming platform in Daxia had already prepared for the pre-selection events.
The excitement for viewing the competition reached an unprecedented height.
The only event that could surpass this competition's heat, perhaps, is the Global Beastmaster competition, with the Beastmaster exam tying with it. Daxia's largest live streaming platform, Tiger Shark. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, even though the competition hadn't started, the platform was only streaming some live situations from the Daxia Academy. It had already attracted over 10 million views.
I've already bought instant noodles. Once the competition starts, even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't leave the live room. I'm all set. I've waited 3 years just for this day. My girlfriend says she can drink ice. I won't even take it out with me. The excitement for online viewership pales in comparison to offline competitions. The ticket prices for watching in person have skyrocketed to outrageous levels. At night, inside the residence of the Daxia Military Academy. According to the principal's arrangement, they were not allowed to stay outside overnight, mainly for safety reasons. It's terrifying. All my relatives are asking me if I can get them an offline viewing ticket now. Right now, a single ticket is over $1 million, and that's for the farthest corner. The heat of this selection competition is no less than the global Beastmaster competition. I inquired a bit. Basically, every academy has already reached this. There are about 4,000 participants in each group, which exceeds past years. The pressure is huge. Our sophomore group has a lot of powerful competitors. I really don't see hope for a spot. Su Ming watched his senior brothers. All 12 of them were studying their opponent's information at this moment. In every group, there seemed to be an insurmountable mountain. At this time, the principal walked in from outside. Everyone immediately stood up. Seeing this, Zhao Hongsha waved his hand and said, "Everyone sit down. I just heard your conversation outside. Actually, there's no need to think too much, just do it." Vice Principal Xia Xia and I just learned about the competition format for this selection event. As in previous years, this time it's the same, with the first round needing to eliminate over 99.9% of the people, and only the last 16 will remain to compete for spots. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately asked curiously, "Principal, what is the format for the first round? Is it dungeon hunting beasts, or cave hunting monsters?" "Neither." Vice Principal Xia Xia said calmly, "This time your competition format is a chasing battle, with no time limit, until the last 16 remain." "Does that mean we can form teams?" Hua Haicheng couldn't help but shout. The principal smiled slightly and said, "If you can find teammates, then yes, and the first round of the Global Beastmaster competition will also be the same, simulating competition scenes. All of you may face the attack of 2 or even multiple top Beastmasters, and in such a situation, if you can't hold on, then it's your bad luck." Wow, this is just too much. If surrounded by more than 10 people, even a god would struggle. Shi Xiantian then said, "In fact, our current situation in Daxia will be just like this once we enter the Global Beastmaster competition. During the competition, you will face the siege from other allied countries. Everyone, prepare yourselves. All electronic devices are unusable. Besides that, your opponents are not just the competitors against you, but also the beasts scattered throughout the dungeon. In short, the first round of the competition is to filter out those who can withstand attacks from multiple teams and still survive." The principal's words made everyone's faces involuntarily show a trace of tension. Vice Principal Xia Xia continued, "There is one more thing I haven't told you. It is certain that the competition committee has arranged for the last 10 teams like this, and they will form hunting teams to hunt you down. So once you enter the copy, if you can find teammates, definitely don't split up." Damn, what kind of game is this? They are pushing people to their doom. That's right, they are pushing you to your doom. The tragedy of the last global competition must never happen again with you. The principal's words made everyone wake up from their dream. Yes, the Global Beast Tamer competition is indeed this cruel. If the selection isn't harsh enough, those who go up will face even stronger opponents. "Su Ming, during the competition, you must find us." At this moment, Lei Zhen directly hugged Su Ming. Seeing this, Hua Haicheng also hugged Su Ming and said, "Brother Su Ming, I also want to make it into the final 16, you must find me." Hey, what are you two doing?" Su Ming was startled by this sudden action. "Su Ming, you have so many insect beasts, when the time comes, you must send them out and make sure to find me." "Yes, Su Ming, you have to find us." Watching the playful trio, the others couldn't help but laugh. However, the principal then said, "Su Ming, what they said is also true. Your insect beasts are small in size and numerous. As long as you send them out, you must bring them together and find each other. This way, you won't be picked off one by others. If you can gather together early in the first round and eliminate members from the other 3 academies, your chances of getting a spot in the second round will be much greater. Yes, the first round is the key. As long as you enter the second round, whether you can get a spot will be quite clear. No matter what, focus on getting to the second round of the elimination match first." Chapter 93, The Strongest, King Xia. In summary, this first round is a test of your personal strength and your ability to find your teammates. As long as the 4 of you can gather together, even if you encounter 2 or 3 teams attacking, there's a chance to escape. This time, although your assigned positions are random, basically, those from the same academy won't be too close to each other. In the following time, the principal and others began to strategize with Su Ming for the first round of selection. At the same time, every academy preparing for the selection had already received notices from the organizers. This selection method was a first in history. Of course, it was also an immense test of the candidates' abilities. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed.
Outside the largest martial arts arena of the Great Xia Academy, various broadcasting vehicles were already parked in full. Everywhere was filled with fluttering colorful flags, and drones were broadcasting live from multiple angles above the crowd. One by one, the top elites of Great Xia passed by in their luxury vehicles. In the live broadcast, the appearance of each elite could spark a wave of excitement. In the selection match, ordinary king-level beast tamers couldn't even enter the exclusive box. And when a figure appeared on the screen, the entire Great Xia fell silent. Even the barrage comments experienced a brief moment of distraction. A man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit slowly stepped out of the car. When he stood there, all cameras turned to him. The King Xia. He is the pillar of our Great Xia. The strongest beast tamer, Lord King Xia. Lord King Xia. Lord King Xia. Whether it was on-site or in online broadcasts, everyone was calling out for King Xia. This man's importance to Great Xia is self-evident. Without him, one could say there would be no current status of Great Xia on Blue Star. As King Xia entered the venue, the entire competition is about to announce its start. In the venue, the host is now beginning to welcome the participants as they enter. One by one, the representative teams from various academies slowly walk out, holding their own flags. Now approaching us is the representative team from the Blazing Sun Academy of Haizhou Province. Now approaching us is the representative team from the Storm Academy of the three northern provinces. Now approaching us is the Polar Beast Taming Academy, one of the four great academies of the Great Xia. Now approaching us is the Great Xia Military Academy, also one of the four great academies. As the voice mentioning the Great Xia Military Academy fades, Su Ming and his team, dressed in military uniforms, are led by the team captain, Du Mao. The Great Xia Military Academy is also the only academy directly affiliated with the military. Now approaching us is the Beast Taming Academy of Haidu, honored as one of the four great academies of the Great Xia. Now approaching us is the Great Xia Academy, also one of the four great academies. Just as Su Ming and the others come to a halt, the Haidu Beast Taming Academy and the Great Xia Academy walk out from two separate passages. Why are those two last to come out? Are we worse than them? Hua Haicheng complained, clearly dissatisfied. The grand finale entrance implies that the Great Xia Military Academy is not as good as the other two. But Lei Zhen shook his head and said, there's no need to argue about this. In terms of overall strength, those two academies are indeed stronger. Their results in the last competition were also impressive. Every academy's flag has its own place, fluttering in the wind. Feeling the atmosphere of the venue, everyone's emotions are stirred up. Why strive to become stronger? Each person's pursuit may differ. However, standing under the gaze of billions, representing one's nation at an international event, is a romance that belongs to every patriot. How exciting! I'm already boiling with passion. Hua Haicheng said, excitedly rubbing his hands together. At this moment, the host's voice came through. All participating contestants have entered the venue. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our guardian of the Great Xia, King Xia, as he delivers a speech. King Xia. It's King Xia. The entire venue erupted in cheers, even Su Ming couldn't remain calm. This was the legendary man since he crossed over. He is also regarded as the strongest beast tamer in Blue Star, now slowly walking onto the stage. Looking at the middle-aged man in his Zhongshan suit standing there was an overwhelming aura radiating from him. If placed in ancient times, this is the presence of an emperor. Greetings to all beast tamers of the Great Xia. His deep voice slowly resonated, and with just this sentence, it drew a cheer from the crowd. King Xia! King Xia! Hua Haicheng, standing beside Su Ming, shouted at the top of his lungs. Hua Haicheng, can you be a bit quieter? Luo Qianxue shot him a glance. Luo Qianxue, haven't you seen someone idolizing a star? King Xia is my idol. Hua Haicheng replied to Luo Qianxue and began shouting again. Today, seeing our young beast tamers of the Great Xia, each one full of vitality, the future of the Great Xia relies on you. I hope you can fully showcase your abilities in the upcoming selection. After King Xia finished speaking, the host immediately took the microphone. Thank you, King Xia, for encouraging our young beast tamers. We believe they can demonstrate their abilities in the upcoming competition. Next, please have the participants from the first, second, and third year groups proceed to the first, second, and third copy centers of the Great Xia Academy to prepare for entering the competition copies. Su Ming and the others were already aware of these arrangements. This venue is mainly used for the second round of the elimination tournament. On the way to the copies, Hua Haicheng was still caught up in the excitement of seeing King Xia. At this moment, Su Ming also spoke up, the competition is about to begin. After entering the instance, I will release my insect beasts to find you. As soon as you spot my insect beasts, follow them immediately, so we can gather together at the fastest speed. Okay. Don't worry, Su Ming, we've seen your insect beasts, we won't mistake them.
Su Ming nodded and looked at Luo Qianxue, who had been silent on the side. What's wrong, Luo Qianxue? Are you thinking about something? It's nothing, nothing. Luo Qianxue quickly shook her head.
Soon, everyone arrived at the first instance center of the Great Xia Academy.
The live broadcast also followed them here.
Each team had its own position, and this was done for orderly proceedings. Next to Su Ming was the people from the Arctic Beast Tamer Academy and the Haidu Beast Tamer Academy. When the 4 from Haidu Beast Tamer Academy walked past them, they suddenly stopped.
Su Ming, last time you defeated me, this time I will turn everything back to you. Hearing Yan Zhao's harsh words, Su Ming smiled and said, Really? Do you still have true dragon blood? If you do, I wouldn't mind cutting off the head of your beast again.
I hope that when we meet again, you'll still be this confident. The verbal sparring between the two made the live broadcast go out without any concealment.
Chapter 94, Entering the Instance, the Strongest Scout. Wow, it's taking off. Are Haidu and the military academy clashing? This is awesome.
I love watching the 4 great academies go head to head. Their strength is the strongest and their fights are the most exciting.
Let's fight, let's fight.
On the bullet screen, the crowd watching the show immediately got excited. At this time, the person in charge of this instance center came out and looked down at the time.
Students, the competition will start promptly at 9 o'clock. Please get ready. The instance center has prepared for you to ensure you can all enter the instance within 1 minute. The requirement is that participants from the same academy cannot enter the same instance entrance.
Soon, everyone's order was disrupted. As the time reached 9 o'clock, everyone was organized to wait at dozens of instance entrances.
The competition begins. Please all participating contestants enter the instance immediately.
As soon as the words fell, all the contestants on the 3 live screens began to quickly enter the instance entrance. Su Ming looked at the other 3 who were no longer in the same team.
After making eye contact, they entered the instance entrance directly.
The live broadcasts from the 3 groups were divided into 3 separate rooms. Most people, to watch all 3 selection competitions simultaneously, set up 3 devices. And when the competition began, because this selection did not assess points but only calculated who could survive to the end. Thus, the scoreboard now showed the remaining number of participants from each academy. Each academy had 4 people in every group. As the selection competition began, for Su Ming, who had treated the instance as his home for half a year, the initial discomfort of entering the instance had long been eliminated. With a thought, Su Ming quickly summoned his tens of thousands of knife bugs.
Go!
Su Ming said softly, and the next second, all the knife bugs scattered. At that moment, the live broadcast screen switched to Su Ming's action.
So many insect beasts, does his beast space have no limit? Could it be cheating?
He seems to be Su Ming, that one with the dual beast talent. It said his beast space is different from others.
Wow, did he just release several thousand insect beasts? Doesn't he need his beasts to protect him? Being able to do this clearly means he has even more insect beasts. Can't the beast tamers who play with low-level beasts, has Great Xia Military Academy fallen to this extent? 1,000 low-level insect beasts killing your beasts, just the cleanup would take time. Stop boasting here. In a moment, discussions about Su Ming quickly arose online.
In an instant, it surged to the trending searches. At the same time, in a separate viewing room of the Great Xia Academy, the door was pushed open, and everyone in the room immediately stood up. There stood King Xia, slowly walking in, and upon seeing the people in the room, he smiled. Hello everyone, it's been a long time since we last met, truly rare to see you all. Your Majesty, you protect our Great Xia, it's truly a privilege for these young people that you could take the time to watch the match today. King Xia smiled slightly and said, Please don't flatter me, everyone take a seat. In front of them, there were also 3 displays showing the competitions from the freshman to junior classes. At that moment, due to the heat of the situation, the freshman group's screen was still focused on Su Ming's page. Seeing Su Ming, King Xia was somewhat surprised and asked, Which academy is this young man from? Your Majesty, he is a student from our military academy, named Su Ming. Chao Hongshou stood up to answer. Old Chao, what's the deal with Su Ming? Why does he have so many low-level insect beasts? Even the well-informed King Xia couldn't help but feel astonished when he saw Su Ming's beasts. Chao Gong smiled slightly and replied, Your Majesty, you may not know, but Su Ming is a dual talent, and one of his talents affects beast space. The reason he contracts insect beasts is that his other talent is leadership. Leadership, the talent that increases in effectiveness with more beasts? King Xia continued. Yes, and Su Ming's beast space is unlike others, he can replicate contracted insect beasts, so he has to contract insect beasts. Hearing this, many people at the scene felt intrigued, even the heads of several other academies were hearing this explanation for the first time. King Xia nodded slightly, amazing, these 2 talents seem like they were meant to be together, I truly look forward to this young man's battle. Your Majesty, Su Ming's strength is the strongest in our Great Xia Military Academy's freshman group, and he almost broke the record you left in the demon suppressing tower.
My record? What is it? It's been so long I have forgotten.
After King Xia finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh. You were at the 138th floor, Su Ming reached the 127th floor.
I remember now, he managed to reach the 127th floor?
King Xia said, somewhat surprised.
Yes.
Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent King Xia suddenly flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes.
However, this fleeting moment went unnoticed by anyone.
Everyone, you are all heads of various academies. Today I will be watching the matches here. I haven't had time to pay attention to our Great Xia's juniors, so please tell me what abilities these young people have.
We are more than willing, Your Majesty.
Releasing 10,000 insect beasts, Su Ming still felt the lack of numbers during the action and immediately released another 90,000. 100,000 knife insects began to advance quietly in all directions. Likewise, they were the eyes of Su Ming.
As his beasts, although they couldn't provide vision, Su Ming could receive feedback from the knife insects. Without points, I can only find a way to hunt other opponents quickly.
The competition did not restrict hiding, as long as you could reach the end, it was still a talent. Not long after Su Ming released his 100,000 knife insects, some beast masters hunted them down. This immediately gave Su Ming a target.
Since that's the case, you're all going to be eliminated anyway, let's start with you.
Thinking this, Su Ming quickly summoned his winged knife insects, heading toward the area where his insect beasts had died the most. The person was very close, within 5 kilometers, and Su Ming saw a spirit wind wolf hunting his knife insects. Dozens of knife insect corpses were scattered across various positions. Classmate, casually killing others' beasts is.
Chapter 95, Hunting Beast Masters, the battle begins. Who are you?
The other party looked at Su Ming, eyes filled with puzzlement.
The insect beasts you killed are all my beasts. Your beasts? I've killed at least dozens of your insect beasts.
How large is your beast space?
You're just talking nonsense.
But as soon as he finished speaking, it was as if he were choked by something, and he looked at Su Ming in disbelief. You were Su Ming from the Great Xia Military Academy, the one who contracts insect beasts?
Correct answer. Your reward is to go home.
Su Ming smiled lightly, but at that moment, his smile seemed so chilling. I want to see just how amazing this so-called genius really is.
Is that so? Su Ming concentrated, and the blood demon battle insect appeared by his side. Seeing the blood demon battle insect, the other party continued to ask, isn't it said that you win by the number of insect beasts in battle? Why do you only send one lord-level beast to face me? It's enough. How ridiculous, what use is a single lord-level insect beast? Although I'm not a very strong beast master and I'm just here as a bystander, I shouldn't lose to a single lord-level insect beast, right? Su Ming helplessly shrugged, we won't know unless we try. Spirit Wind Wolf. Bang!
As soon as the other party's words fell, a tremendous explosion erupted beside him. The powerful shockwave instantly sent him flying over 10 meters. Everything changed too quickly. When the other party slowly got up, he saw Su Ming standing right in front of him. Looking up, his spirit wind wolf was thrown to the ground like trash by that humanoid insect beast.
Hand over your teleport crystal. Just here as a bystander, don't risk your beast's life.
But considering you just killed dozens of my pets, your beast will take at least half a year to regain any fighting power without special medicine.
Hearing Su Ming's words, a wave of strong pressure washed over him. Is this the strongest power of the 4 major academies?
The boy mumbled to himself and took out his teleport crystal. As long as he crushed this teleport crystal, the participant would be forcibly sent out of the competition instance.
This was something everyone received before entering the exam area.
Everyone had one, and it was said that each teleport crystal was worth 100,000.
The amount of resources and wealth used for this selection was unimaginable. Take your beast home.
The boy sadly recalled his beast. He had long known he would fail, but the huge gap in strength left him momentarily stunned. Without waiting for the other party to react, Su Ming directly tossed the teleport crystal to the blood demon battle insect.
Crash!
A shattering sound echoed, and in the next second, the boy's figure quickly vanished from the spot. To prevent the teleport crystal from being accidentally shattered, the crystals were made of materials that beast masters generally could not crush.
After dealing with the first opponent, Su Ming continued to look for prey.
According to the principal, this instance wasn't very large. With over 4,000 people crammed in here, it was basically like playing a battle royale game. Inevitable encounters would happen. His 100,000 insect beasts had already been killed by someone in an instant. And at the moment, there had been no information received from Leijin and the other 3's locations. The teleport entrance of this instance is really too far apart for 4 people. Su Ming helplessly shook his head and turned to hunt other people. Meanwhile, on the other side of the instance,
A figure was swiftly moving through the forest. What the hell is this instance? Why are there people everywhere? This person was Hua Haichang, and not far ahead of him. A beast master was riding his beast, rushing away at full speed. Brother, don't run, you can't escape. Hua Haichang shouted, but the other party showed no sign of stopping. The same situation applied to Leijin. Having just landed not long ago, he encountered other beast masters as well. Here, once they met, a battle was unavoidable. At this moment, the competition had been ongoing for nearly half an hour, and several had already been eliminated across the three groups. However, so far, no major favorites had been knocked out. In the Great Xia, whether in official betting or underground casinos, everyone was placing their bets on which 12 would make it to the Global Beast Master competition. In Haidu Province, in the city of Linhai. In the Su family's manor, Su Tianhu was also following this nationally significant competition. He also knew that Su Ming and Su Yuhan had both entered the selection list. Seeing Su Ming's performance at the start, he became even more determined to despair. Alas, how could I have been so foolish back then? If Su Ming still recognized our Su family now, I can't imagine how far we could develop. Dad, even without Su Ming, your granddaughter Yuhan can still support the Su family's future. Didn't she also make it into the selection? Su Yuhan's mother said, still indifferent towards Su Ming. Su Tianhu did not respond to her and continued to watch the competition intently. Meanwhile, Su Ming's parents had already moved to Linhai for their prepared residence, where the environment was much safer. Watching their son perform in the competition, they were naturally filled with immense pride as parents. I never expected my seed to be so excellent. Dear, should we have another one, just to contribute to the country? What are you talking about, acting so irresponsibly? Hearing this, Su Ming's mother blushed even more. Although the level of a beast master does not enhance human strength, it can increase lifespan. Thus, even though Su Ming's parents were over 40, their physical condition was not much different from when they were in their 20s. Oh, the son is fine, let's strive harder and cultivate another one for the country. What are you doing? Time passed, and an hour had gone by. Su Ming's insect beast had now gathered much information to report back to him. Although he still hadn't found Leijin and the others, he discovered traces of personnel from the Polar Beast Academy, Haidu Beast Academy, and the Great Xia Academy. Su Ming was pondering whether he should eliminate a few of them first to prepare for the second round of the assessment. His insect beasts acted just like his eyes, helping him gather intelligence. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly sensed information about a knife bug. The bond between beasts and beast masters allowed information to quickly flow into his mind. Su Ming, it's been half a year, and I didn't expect you to still be using your worthless beast. Come on, I'll be waiting right here. I know you must know my location now. Bang! The next second, the knife bug was killed. And that familiar sensing, Su Ming immediately knew who it was. Yan Xiao, if that's the case, then come on. Su Ming's figure flickered, and he charged directly toward Yan Xiao's position. Chapter 96, The Battle of the Two Hot Favorites, Shocking. Meanwhile, Yan Xiao disdainfully tossed Su Ming's knife bug onto the ground. Looking at the knife bug on the ground, his desire to defeat Su Ming reached its peak. He did not leave but waited for Su Ming to arrive. At this moment, the live broadcast also switched to the scene of Su Ming and Yan Xiao. The direction Su Ming was heading was exactly where Yan Xiao was located. In an instant, the entire live streaming room exploded. No way, it's not even been an hour since it started, and these two big shots are about to clash? If they run into each other now, no matter who wins or loses, one of them will be unable to go to the Global Beastmaster competition. This is exciting. At the beginning, we saw they were at odds, but we didn't expect them to confront each other so soon. I heard that when Yan Xiao from Haidu was exchanging with the military academy, he almost lost a dragon beast to Su Ming, and a bottle of priceless true dragon essence blood was also given to Su Ming. Looking at it this way, their hatred seems to be substantial. Are they trying to settle it in this selection match? The barrage of comments filled the screen, completely covering it. The entire live broadcast picture directly chose not to switch, focusing solely on Su Ming and Yan Xiao. After all, before the competition started, Su Ming and Yan Xiao had already been selected as two of the hottest candidates likely to secure a spot in the first-year Beastmaster group. King Xia looked at the two young men in the live broadcast screen and turned to the two principals from Haidu and the military academy. What's going on with these two young men? Do they have some sort of conflict? The two of them looked at each other and suddenly couldn't find their words. At this moment, Chao Hongshou couldn't help but speak up. Actually, it's nothing serious. During our last exchange, Su Ming cut off one head of Yan Xiao's two-headed flame dragon. Fortunately, it was treated in time, and there were no injuries. However, Yan Xiao lost a drop of true dragon essence blood to Su Ming. Hearing Chao Hongshou's explanation, King Xia nodded and said, "These two young men are indeed full of vigor. It's very fitting for their age to act this way. However, it's a pity that one of them is destined to miss the Global Beastmaster competition."
Indeed, Su Ming and Yan Xiao were not far apart. Su Ming took less than 10 minutes to arrive above Yan Xiao. When Su Ming and Yan Xiao appeared on the same screen, the entire live broadcast exploded with excitement. Everyone rushed into the live channel to watch the upcoming battle between the two. Su Ming, I knew you would come, Yan Xiao said with a slight smile on his lips. Su Ming, looking down from above, asked Yan Xiao, knowing I'm nearby, why didn't you run away? Didn't the last experience teach you enough? Are you really willing to gamble your chance to enter the Global Beastmaster competition again? Yes, last time I lost the bet because I underestimated you. This time, I want to gamble again, and the stakes are the spot in the Global Beastmaster competition. I believe that with our strengths, we can definitely secure a spot. But I don't want to team up with you, and I believe you don't want to team up with me either. Instead of causing conflict on the global stage, why not decide here who is more suitable to go? Listening to Yan Xiao's words, Su Ming crossed his arms and a hint of appreciation flickered in his eyes. He and Yan Xiao didn't really have much enmity. However, the fact that he could say this at least proved that his emotions were straightforward. Since the other side had made their move, he certainly wouldn't back down. What you say makes sense, but you overlooked one point: you cannot be my opponent. We haven't fought yet, how would you know? Last time, I underestimated you, but this time my preparations far exceed your imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiao opened his Beastmaster space behind him. One dragon beast after another burst out from the space. That's the two-headed flame dragon. The Annihilation Spirit Dragon, that's a king-level dragon beast. And that's the Earth Spirit Dragon, a dragon beast with top-notch defense among sovereign-level beasts. Oh my god, how many levels is Yan Xiao? And he's already released 7 dragon beasts, one of which is a king level. On the ground, Yan Xiao's dragon beasts formed a half-circle behind him. Among them, the king-level beast, the Annihilation Spirit Dragon. The size exceeded 50 meters, standing there like a small mountain. On its body emanated an unparalleled pressure from a royal-level beast. This was also the first time Su Ming felt the oppression brought by a royal-level beast at such a close distance. Su Ming, I don't know if my beast lineup can defeat you, but even if you realize it, it's too late. Today, there can only be one of us left here. Hearing Yan Xiao's unwavering words, Su Ming nodded and said, what you said is exactly what I was thinking. Then let's stop talking. Summon all your beasts. Okay. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the beast space behind him opened up. Countless blade insects and shield insects surged out like a tide. Among them, his lord-level and respected-level beasts also flew out. More than a dozen blood demon battle insects and close to 10 swift wind-winged insects. The moment Su Ming's insect beasts appeared, even though Yan Xiao was mentally prepared, his heart tightened at this moment. The number of Su Ming's beasts seemed to far exceed his expectations. Damn, how many are there? Tens of thousands, right? This area of several hundred meters is all Su Ming's insect beast army. Oh my god, my arachnophobia is acting up, that's just too many. Now I understand why Su Ming is called the strongest in the military house. With so many insect beasts, it's hard to be weak. Even the experienced King Xia couldn't help but say, Su Ming's talent is truly terrifying. Hearing the word terrifying from King Xia's mouth shows just how many bugs there are in Su Ming's system. King Xia continued, with the leader's talent enhancement, Su Ming's many insect beasts probably have a battle power increase of over 10 times. No wonder Su Ming is fearless every time he fights. With a 10-fold power increase, even the lowest level insect beast can achieve something against high species value beasts. It seems that Su Ming's chance of winning is much greater. Yan Xiao is 3 levels lower than Su Ming, and except for that royal dragon beast, he has no advantage. Don't underestimate Yan Xiao. He also has a power enhancement, and the pressure from the dragon beast cannot be resisted by these insect beasts. Let's wait and see, soon the two will fight to determine the winner. Even the big shots began to argue about the strength of the two. And the most tense of all were the principals of the two academies. No matter which side is eliminated, the eliminated side will face disaster in this group. Chapter 97, Yan Xiao eliminated, will the hotshot die? Is this your insect beasts? Yan Xiao asked, looking at everything before him. Yes, how about it? Are you satisfied? Su Ming opened his hands and smiled, still not taking Yan Xiao seriously. Not bad, it's about the number I expected. Then stop talking. After Su Ming finished speaking, the insect beasts began to crazily attack Yan Xiao's beasts under his command. Watching the tide of insect beasts surge in, Yan Xiao quickly stood on his flying beast's back and flew rapidly into the sky. Su Ming knew that his insect beast army could only cause very little damage to Yan Xiao's dragon beast. If he wanted to kill them, relying solely on the insect beast army would not be enough. The next second, the blood demon battle insects and over 100 lord-level beasts flew towards Yan Xiao's dragon beast. For Yan Xiao's royal dragon beast, the desolate spirit dragon. Su Ming also gave the utmost respect,
surrounding it with 10 blood demon battle insects and 5 swift wind-winged insects, so that his attack wouldn't massively kill his insect beast army. In short, his army is meant more for providing power enhancement. He gave these high race value insect beasts to himself. After all, even with his amplification multiplier, he still couldn't make a low-level beast directly kill a lord-level dragon beast. And Su Ming's advantage lay here, with an absolute quantity advantage, plus combat power enhancement to make up for the racial drawback. In just an instant, all of Yin Zhao's dragon beasts were surrounded by at least 10 of Su Ming's beast tamers. Although the racial value of these beasts was lower than the dragon beasts being surrounded, they were simply outnumbered by Su Ming. Even the beast tamer under Yin Zhao was unable to escape the encirclement. Moreover, Su Ming also had several blood magic battle insects fighting automatically by his side. In terms of quantity, Yin Zhao could hardly find any advantage at all. Su Ming, let's give it a try then. Yin Zhao was furious, feeling at a disadvantage in just a moment. Silent Spirit Dragon, Silent Dragon Breath. Roar. With the roar of this dragon beast of high blood purity, all of his insect beasts couldn't help but shiver. Seeing the dragon might take effect, Yin Zhao felt significantly relieved from his earlier anxiety. Ah, Su Ming, this is the difference between my dragon beasts and your insect beasts. Is that so? But did you see my insect beasts take a step back? Blood magic battle insect, take him out. You stubborn guy, Silent Spirit Dragon, kill these insect beasts. Both sides were clashing with their strongest beasts. A breath of dragon directly sprayed towards the 2 blood magic battle insects in front. The scorching dragon breath instantly started to show signs of melting the armor on the bodies of the blood magic battle insects. But in the next second, roar! The Silent Spirit Dragon let out a painful howl. From other locations, the attacks of Su Ming's blood magic battle insects were still formidable. Blood continuously seeped from its body. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhao couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Your lord-level beast, even if it's a higher level than mine, shouldn't be able to so easily break through my Silent Spirit Dragon's defense. It's not only your talent that can enhance, my enhancement is far more than you can imagine. Su Ming smiled faintly, continuing to direct his insect beasts to unleash a rain of attacks on Yin Zhao. Yin Zhao also stepped down from his dragon beast, as this allowed his beast to unleash its maximum combat power. Su Ming did not let his beasts attack Yin Zhao. Before the assessment started, the principal had warned all of them not to actively attack beast tamers during the assessment, and to avoid killing the opponent's beasts as much as possible. After all, this was the assessment of the Great Xia, not facing beast tamers from other countries. If it were from other countries, the principal would probably say, if you can kill, never leave any survivors. Therefore, Su Ming also didn't strike with full force. Su Ming, this is the reason you have always contracted insect beasts, right? They bring great enhancement while the number of these insect beasts is merely a smokescreen. What's truly powerful are these high race value beasts of yours. Facing Yin Zhao's question, Su Ming only smiled and said, you've guessed half right, as long as my insect army grows larger, my blade insects can cut down dragons. At this moment, Yin Zhao recalled what Luo Qianxue had said to him earlier. He couldn't help but smile, though more of it was self-deprecation. The next second, Yin Zhao took out his teleportation crystal from his storage space and threw it towards Su Ming. Su Ming watched as the teleportation crystal described a beautiful arc in the air. A pet successfully caught it and immediately delivered it to his hand. Stop. The moment he got the teleportation crystal, Su Ming immediately called off the attacks from his insect beasts. At this time, Yin Zhao was also able to return all his dragon beasts to his beast space. Phew, I don't know why, but losing to you feels a lot easier.